Chapter 1. The Fusion of the Third Generation Wreckage. The Calm Belt. Impel down, the great underwater prison. At this moment, in a corner of the second level, Jiang Liufeng shook his head with a bitter smile, feeling the waves of pain coursing through his body, utterly speechless. As an exceptionally unfortunate young man, with no particular skills or background, he believed his life had already been tragically dismal. Little did he expect that, even upon traversing into the world of One Piece, he would remain shackled by his own misfortune. Recalling a few days prior, when he had just arrived in this new realm, he had hoped to ascend to greatness like the protagonists of novels, shining brightly in this alternate universe. But who could have imagined that the very place he would arrive at was a pirate ship recently seized by the Navy? Being aboard a pirate ship felt akin to jumping into the Yellow River. There was no way to clear his name. Soon after, he found himself mercilessly tossed into this cold, unforgiving prison known as Impel down. Fortunately, the pirate ship was merely a trivial one. He had been thrown into the second level otherwise. As an ordinary person without any means of defense, he would have likely been killed by the other inmates. Yet even in the second level, he was still subject to beatings and abuse from both guards and fellow prisoners. After several days, he was utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Damn it, you wretched heavens. If you're going to drag me here, at least grant me a system. At that moment, a melodious voice, akin to wind chimes, suddenly resonated in Jiang Liufeng's mind. System installation in progress. Please wait. Huh, is this for real? Initially, Jiang Liufeng thought he was hallucinating, but the tangible voice and the vivid interface of the system in his mind compelled him to believe that this was indeed reality. Ding. Strongest check-in system installation successful. A beginner's gift package has been awarded. Would you like to claim it? At these words, Jiang Liufeng, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Claim it." As soon as he uttered those words, a card appeared in his mind. The card depicted a muscular old man with dark skin. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a card for the inheritance of the third generation wreckage. You may inherit all of the character's abilities. Would you like to fuse? The third generation wreckage. Jiang Liufeng swallowed hard, his eyes gleaming with fervor. In his previous life as a seasoned anime fan, aside from One Piece, Naruto was undoubtedly one of his favorite series. He was no stranger to the third generation wreckage, a super resilient physique capable of withstanding the Ninja Alliance's assaults, the strongest spear that could sever a horn from the eight tails, and unparalleled speed that ranked among the best in the ninja world. This was a top-tier powerhouse in the Naruto universe. He had to admit, the system was incredibly generous. Fuse. System, hurry and fuse for me. At his command, Jiang Liufeng, whose body was already battered and bruised, suddenly felt a surge of blue lightning erupt from within him. In an instant, a torrent of electricity enveloped every inch of his skin, causing his hair to stand on end. He instinctively sensed that his body was undergoing a remarkable transformation at an astonishing rate. His physique gradually became robust, with previously flabby limbs and a protruding belly transforming into well-defined muscles. Furthermore, the vast chakra of the third generation wreckage, rivaling that of a tailed beast, continuously poured into him. Simultaneously, a flood of memories surged into his mind. These were the memories of all the ninjutsu techniques mastered throughout the life of the third generation wreckage. In that moment, Jiang Liufeng felt as though he had personally experienced every single technique and battle strategy. 1 minute later, the electric aura dissipated. His previously frail body had been reshaped into a perfectly proportioned figure, strong, yet aesthetically pleasing. Clenching his fists and feeling the immense power within him, he nodded in satisfaction at last. I possess the means to protect myself in this world. The ups and downs of life were akin to a roller coaster, causing his emotions to fluctuate wildly. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. The host has officially activated the check-in system. By reaching the designated check-in location, various random rewards will be granted. The check-in task has been updated. Location: 6th level of Impel down. A series of notifications flooded in, leaving Jiang Liufeng momentarily stunned. Huh? He clearly intended to escape from prison, so why was the check-in point located on the 6th level? Furrowing his brow slightly, Jiang Liufeng did not dwell on it further. Perhaps gathering a few allies wouldn't be such a bad idea. 6th level it is. He was no longer the same person, feared no one, not even Magellan, since he was determined to carve out his own path in this chaotic world. Let the storm come with greater ferocity, it would surely be thrilling. With excitement bubbling within him, he approached the iron door of his cell, took a deep breath, and slowly lifted his leg. Enveloped in lightning, everything would commence with this single step. A smirk crept upon his lips as he unleashed years of pent-up frustration and rage against the prison gate. Alarm! Alarm! In the control room, red lights flashed while the main surveillance phone emitted piercing alarms. A guard seated before the monitors stared in disbelief at the incredible scene, his face drenched in beads of sweat. After gathering his composure, he hastily reached for the phone, his hand trembling. "Hello, this is Magellan," a calm voice responded. "Director, there's a situation. A prisoner is escaping from the 2nd level." "What? How dare someone attempt to escape from my prison?" "Yes, and he has defeated the guards, taken the keys, and is currently freeing all the inmates from the 2nd and 3rd levels. He's heading towards the 4th level." "What? I understand." Sitting on the toilet, Magellan's expression darkened. How could someone dare to escape under his watch? He felt his authority was being challenged. Most importantly, that person was heading directly towards him. This was an outright disregard for his power. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed out of the restroom, ordering the senior staff to assemble. He was eager to see what this audacious individual looked like. However, just as he reached the entrance to the 4th level, a massive rhinoceros, a guard beast, came barreling towards him. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the rhinoceros fell before him. Amidst the smoke at the entrance, a figure crackling with occasional lightning began to emerge. Over 100 guards stood ready, raising their weapons in unison, prepared to turn the intruder into Swiss cheese at Magellan's command. As the dust settled, what came into view was a handsome young man with a perfect physique and purple hair. It was Jiang Liufeng. Well, he's quite handsome. I'd love to tie him up and interrogate him thoroughly. The first to react was Suddy. Upon seeing Jiang Liufeng's flawless appearance, her twisted desires stirred once more. Magellan rolled his eyes, ignoring her, and directly addressed the audacious prisoner before him. "You got some nerve, kid. How dare you attempt to escape under my watch?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Activating the full power of his poison fruit, his entire body transformed into a purple liquid, prepared to let Jiang Liufeng experience its effects. Yet Jiang Liufeng paid him no mind, instead beckoning him with a finger. "Why waste your breath? If you have the ability, just make your move." Chapter 2. Defeating Magellan. Seeing the disdain in Jiang Liufeng's it is estimated that in the next second, he will be poisoned to death by the deadly toxin. The warden is magnificent. The warden is indeed formidable. Yet, at the very moment the toxic pufferfish made contact with his body, he moved, staying still like a mountain, moving like thunder. The crowd only felt a blur before their eyes, as Jiang Liufeng's form became indistinct. Amidst what appeared to be a relentless and indiscriminate assault, his figure flickered back and forth. They could hardly discern his true position. All that was visible was the continuous flicker of lightning as he weaved through the toxic pufferfish. When he returned to his original spot, the toxic pufferfish had already embedded itself in the wall behind him, and not a single drop of venom had touched him. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed around, as the onlookers' mouths formed an O shape, unable to believe that what they witnessed was real. So fast, incredibly fast, to the point of disbelief. Even the perpetrator, Magellan himself, could not maintain his composure. My goodness, how can this kid be so terrifyingly swift? As the renowned warden of Impel down, Magellan possessed more than just the power of his fruit. He certainly had the ability of observation hockey. Yet, when Jiang Liufeng had moved just now, even his observation hockey could not catch a glimpse of his figure, let alone those relying solely on their eyesight. At that moment, he could no longer underestimate this youth, whose age bore no correlation to his prowess. Toxic behemoth, Magellan unleashed his full power, towering to a height of 10 meters. the venom surrounding him shifting from purple to a deep crimson, indicating a far more potent toxicity, with even the floor showing signs of decay. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Liufeng's pupils constricted. He too did not dare to be careless after all. This was a skill he had just recently comprehended, and he was uncertain whether he could withstand such a corrosive toxin. He immediately channeled all his chakra, pouring it into his lightning shield and the strongest spear. Lightning enveloped his body, reaching a state of saturation, dazzling brilliantly, nearly blinding the onlookers. Jiang Liufeng raised his head and charged directly at the toxic behemoth. However, to the spectators, this act seemed tantamount to courting death. Who would dare to confront the toxic behemoth heathen? This kid is far too arrogant. Even the strongest cannot withstand the warden's deadly poison. If he seeks his own demise, it saves us a great deal of effort. Ha. Many guards lowered their weapons, feeling assured that the end was near. Yet, in the next second, an unforgettable scene unfolded before their eyes. Strongest spear. Break for me. Toxic dragon. Zzz. Fully enveloped in lightning, Jiang Liufeng extended an arm, propelled by an unstoppable force, heading straight for the toxic dragon with even greater speed than before. Wherever he passed, he left a long arc of electricity crackling in the air, lingering for some time. The toxic dragon was sliced apart upon contact with the lightning spear, Jiang Liufeng's momentum unyielding, the dragon utterly incapable of halting him. With a surge of energy, he tore through the toxic dragon, driving his spear into the belly of the transformed Magellan. When he reappeared, he was standing behind Magellan, fusing with the third rakeage, indeed terrifying. To be honest, even he was startled by this power. This encounter allowed him to understand his own strength even more. Even in the face of such a highly corrosive toxin, the lightning shield remained entirely unscathed, suggesting there was little that could withstand him. What would happen against hockey, he wondered. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Jiang Liufeng instead began to anticipate his next encounter. My apologies, Warden, but Jiang shall take his leave now. With that parting remark, Jiang Liufeng dashed towards the 6th level without a backward glance. Although he now possessed formidable strength, creating such a commotion could attract the attention of a high-ranking officer. The immediate priority was to activate the card. As they watched his figure gradually fade away, the guards remained in a state of shock. The only sound on the 4th floor of the prison, apart from the crackling around Magellan, was the silence that seemed to envelop even their heartbeats. Phew! What kind of terrifying existence was this? As one person exclaimed in astonishment, the others snapped back to reality. What on earth did I just witness? A monster. Simply a monster. He pierced right through the warden, transformed into a toxic behemoth. Wow. The warden's fearsome poison couldn't harm him in the slightest. As they spoke, they turned their gazes back to Magellan, who was now reverting to his usual form clad in a black trench coat. However, at this moment, Magellan was clutching his abdomen in agony, a gruesome hole torn through his belly, lightning surging wildly, continuing to ravage his wound. Hiss! Upon seeing Magellan's dire state, another round of gasps filled the air. Some of the more timid guards were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly, collapsing to the ground, with an unknown liquid seeping from between their legs. As the crowd panicked, an overwhelming sense of dread towards Jiang Liufeng settled in. He has successfully ascended to the luminous pillar of the 6th level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a successful check-in at the 6th level of the advancing city. The system rewards the host with Roger's 3-color hockey skill. May I inquire if the host wishes to learn it? Oh my. Chapter 3, Roger's 3-color hockey. Even with the amalgamation of the 3rd-generation rakeage, Jiang Liufeng, whose prowess and temperament have undergone a comprehensive enhancement, could not suppress his astonishment upon hearing the words Roger's 3-color hockey. Is this system not excessively formidable? With his current strength, he is already capable of effortlessly sweeping through adversaries before even entering the new world. Coupled with this 3-color hockey, his power is elevated to a transformative level. Engaging in a battle with Magellan now would undoubtedly result in an overwhelming victory. Fusion. Quickly. Ding. The host has successfully fused with Roger's 3-color hockey. The check-in task is updated. The next check-in location is Water 7. As the system's voice faded, Jiang Liufeng's body began to react, and his mind was inundated with a plethora of memories regarding Roger's hockey techniques. At that moment, Jiang Liufeng was oblivious to the system's further proclamations, as he was entirely engrossed in the myriad of three-color hockey applications flooding his consciousness. Boom! He tentatively unleashed the Conqueror's hockey, and an overwhelming pressure surged across the entire 6th level. Even the ferocious pirates dwelling within the 6th level were caught off guard by the sudden wave of dominance, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment. With a mere thought, he activated his armament hockey, and his entire body was enveloped in black waves, rendering every inch of his skin as dark as iron, resembling a steel titan. Jiang Liufeng was ecstatic, continually waving his arms in the air, as he felt the overwhelming metallic sensation emanating from his Conqueror's hockey. He envisioned himself dominating the vast ocean with an iron fist. Even the nature-based abilities were now utterly powerless before him. Clenching his fists, Jiang Liufeng exclaimed with unwavering confidence. What level of Conqueror's hockey was that feeling? How could it be so terrifying? The notorious pirate known as the Tyrant King pondered in astonishment. It was not merely the fearsome Conqueror's hockey. The hue of that boy's aura indicated a remarkably high level of armament hockey. Bondi Valdo fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Liufeng. Ha ha ha, you there, kid. You're quite impressive. Come release me, and I shall grant you the opportunity to be my little lover, spoke Katerina Dupont. Jiang Liufeng, still lost in joy, was momentarily distracted, his brow furrowing as he turned to the speaker. Instantly, a wave of nausea threatened to expel his previous meal. Ugh. Please do not repulse me any further, you hideous creature. What did you say? Dupont's expression darkened, her teeth clenched in anger. I said you are an eyesore. A toad aspiring for a swan's affection? You. I will kill you. Come out then. I shall stand here for you to strike. I won't even blink. Come on. Jiang Liufeng taunted her. You. Dupont, once a formidable force, was nearly rendered unconscious by the audacity of this nameless boy's retort. Ha ha ha. This lad possesses remarkable courage. I admire that. Bondi Valdo laughed heartily. Jiang Liufeng knew a bit about Valdo. He had been compelled to become a pirate to protect his brother, and his character was notably loyal, boasting considerable strength, with a bounty of 500 million berry prior to his capture. On his journey, Jiang Liufeng had contemplated thoroughly. As for the individuals chosen by Blackbeard, he held no interest whatsoever. However, he was eager to recruit Waldo, the Red Count, and Crocodile. Alas, the Golden Lion had already escaped. Otherwise, he would have been an excellent choice. Time did not permit further reflection, and so he promptly arrived before Waldo's cell, speaking earnestly. If you are willing to follow me and become my companion, I shall release you. Waldo's smile abruptly ceased upon hearing this, and he donned a haughty expression. Little one, battling upon the seas is no child's play. Although you possess Conqueror's hockey, such power is commonplace in the Grand Line. I suggest you return to your prison and hide. Otherwise, you'll suffer when Magellan arrives. Oh, he won't be coming for a while. I've already laid him low, Jiang Liufeng replied coolly. Upon hearing this, Waldo's pupils constricted, and even the formidable figures in the corner, who had remained indifferent until now, narrowed their eyes and focused intently on Jiang Liufeng. After a brief moment of astonishment, Waldo burst into laughter. Ha ha, I say, little one. If you were posturing on the 5th floor, it might have some effect, but boasting in front of us is of little consequence. What are you doing? Waldo exclaimed as Jiang Liufeng approached him silently. Suddenly, Jiang Liufeng's left hand darkened like iron, crackling with lightning, and he stood before the cell door. Without uttering a word, he delivered a punch. Boom. With a tremendous crash, the door, forged from the hardest sea prism stone in the world of One Piece, was utterly obliterated by a strike. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, experienced an immediate and profound shift in their perception of Jiang Liufeng. There was no astonishment, no fear. Only boundless hope filled their eyes. They finally believed in his words. He undoubtedly possessed this capability. If he had chosen them, today could very well be the moment of their rebirth. Little brother, release me. I am willing to be your subordinate. Just set me free, and I will support you in becoming the Pirate King. Little brother, I am a man who has battled against the 4 emperors. Hearing this chorus of insincere flattery and empty promises, Jiang Liufeng remained unmoved. He understood that he could not trust these individuals. Their sweet words could very well mask treachery, and they might strike at him the moment they were freed. He feared no trouble from them. He simply wished to avoid wasting unnecessary time. For him, the world was now vibrant and multifaceted. He was no longer the insignificant figure he once was. Every location, every major event, and every powerful individual would now serve as his stage. He was determined to traverse the world, ready to compose a remarkable life story upon the platforms prepared for him. Thus, he paid them no heed. Meanwhile, Waldo swallowed hard, his eyes filled with conflict. Did he desire freedom? Certainly. Yet, he was not one to easily submit. And being a man of his word, he would honor his promises if given the chance. As Jiang Liufeng beheld the uncertainty reflected in his eyes, he felt a surge of joy rather than anger. He was acutely aware that Valdo was a man of his word. Once a decision was made, there would be no turning back. Thus, the hesitation and struggle were evident. For Jiang Liufeng, it was precisely this type of individual that he sought after. With resolute steps, he approached Valdo, and with a sweeping motion, he dismantled the sea-tower stone handcuffs that bound Valdo's limbs. The power of lightning made the task of severing hard materials effortless, a feat accomplished with ease. Valdo, taken aback, raised his hands in astonishment. Before he could revel in the joy of his regained freedom, he heard Jiang Liufeng's voice echoing softly. Fight me. If you win, you may leave freely. If you lose, you shall become my companion. Chapter 4. It cuts deep. My friend, confronted by Jiang Liufeng's earnest gaze, the flickering flame of determination within Valdo reignited. Very well. If that is the case, then I shall humbly comply. He was not one to dawdle. He immediately assumed a fighting stance, ready to engage. Jiang Liufeng raised an eyebrow, his lightning shield already activated. I remained motionless. If you can harm me, then consider it a victory. While I appreciated the life-saving deed of my opponent, it was no justification for trampling my dignity. Hearing Jiang Liufeng's brazen words, Valdo wasted no time and launched an attack. Valdo, indeed, possessed the Momo fruit, which could amplify the speed of objects by 1 to 100 times, depending on the level of skill development. Currently, Valdo could enhance speed by up to 20 times. Though only a fifth of its potential was realized, its terrifying capacity was not to be underestimated. In a flash, he darted forward, matching Jiang Liufeng's speed. Valdo unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes against Jiang Liufeng, his fists and feet moving with astonishing velocity, leaving spectators in awe. Valdo was truly formidable, capable of dominating even in the new world. Engaging him in close combat was undoubtedly unwise. Unbeknownst to many, Valdo's close-range abilities were merely 50% of his true power. His real prowess lay in long-range assaults. Oh, how so? Just imagine being struck by cannon fire infused with hockey. Propelled at 20 times the normal speed, one could only fathom the grim outcome. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly understood. This was indeed impressive. Outside, praises for Valdo echoed, but he bore the burden of his own frustrations. At this moment, Valdo's sentiment could be summed up in 4 words: utterly infuriating. It was utterly disheartening. Despite unleashing his full might, he had yet to land a single blow on his opponent. Even his armed hockey attacks were thwarted effortlessly. Jiang Liufeng remained unscathed. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng was also testing the limits of his lightning shield. Indeed, battling with hockey proved somewhat challenging. Although the lightning shield had not been shattered after enduring Valdo's armed assaults, it was visibly deformed. A character of the red-haired variety would likely succumb to such attacks. He needed to find a way to enhance the shield's potency. As Valdo's feelings of defeat surged, his attacks grew sluggish and feeble, ultimately leading him to a state of despair. No more. This is too disheartening. As the dust settled, Valdo's exclamation revealed 2 figures, one composed and the other dejected. Ah, what a spectacle! All present were masters, and they recognized Valdo's full-force assault. Even amidst the chaos, they understood that Jiang Liufeng had remained utterly still. After a full 10 minutes of relentless assault, Jiang Liufeng emerged unscathed. Even those accustomed to grand displays were taken aback. None had the confidence to withstand Valdo's onslaught without moving. Jiang Liufeng, however, nonchalantly dusted himself off, nodded, and smiled. You possess commendable strength. How about it? Are you willing to accept defeat? What? Are you serious? The crowd rolled their eyes. It was Jiang Liufeng who was truly extraordinary. Valdo steadied himself, determination igniting in his gaze. I, Valdo, am willing to follow the captain. Wow. The surroundings erupted in astonishment. Valdo had genuinely pledged allegiance to that young man. Indeed, who could resist? That lad was remarkably powerful. Even I felt a twinge of admiration. There certainly was merit in his abilities. Following this, a chorus of sycophantic voices arose, hoping Jiang Liufeng would extend his favor to them as well. Jiang Liufeng, however, regarded them with indifference. He joyfully assisted Valdo, exchanging flattery before approaching the silent figure of the Red Count. Jiang Liufeng had fortuitously learned about the Red Count before his journey began. His fruit ability was a tad sinister, yet he harbored no malice. Notably, the Red Count possessed an innate mastery of observation haki, awakened at the tender age of 6, with its strength intensifying with age. To put it simply, the older he grew, the more valuable he became, coupled with his extraordinary fruit ability, which allowed him to regain youth by absorbing blood. He truly embodied an exceptional balance of strengths and weaknesses, almost grotesquely so. However, misfortune followed fortune. The very nature of his formidable observation haki had exposed him to the world's ugliness, fostering a reclusive and eccentric disposition. As Jiang Liufeng, endowed with the gift of foresight, was aware, the Red Count was not averse to companionship per se, but rather to associating with the morally repugnant of his time. Furthermore, he had yet to acquire the vampire fruit. Thus, winning him over seemed daunting at first glance, yet in reality, it was remarkably simple. One merely needed to display sincere intent and noble character, accompanied by the enticing prospect of the vampire fruit, alongside Jiang Liufeng's previously exhibited prowess. He felt confident in his ability to recruit the Red Count. Though the Red Count appeared aloof, his eyes tightly shut, he was undoubtedly aware of Jiang Liufeng's approach. Out of curiosity for the young man, the Red Count could not resist employing his observation haki to probe Jiang Liufeng's intentions. With Jiang Liufeng's mastery of the 3 types of haki, he sensed the Red Count's movement immediately. A grin spread across his face. He welcomed the Red Count's advance. Once the Red Count made the first move, the subsequent interactions would be much easier. Casting aside all distractions, Jiang Liufeng revealed his most genuine self and his open-hearted demeanor. He sensed a slight shift in the Red Count's emotional state. Jiang Liufeng could clearly sense the dramatic turn of events. He was ready to serve the main course immediately. With swift precision, he released the Red Count and addressed him earnestly. "Have you made up your mind? Are you willing to follow me?" The Red Count paused momentarily, contemplating. "If you believe that a mere act of saving me, a solitary figure throughout my life, would sway me to follow you, then you underestimate me." Baloric Raidfield. As his words fell, an overwhelming aura of dominion erupted forth, surging directly towards Jiang Liufeng. Jiang Liufeng let out a light chuckle, gently waving his hand in a serene manner, as the formidable conqueror's haki surged forth, clashing with that of the Red Count. Roger's haki indeed. The title of Pirate King is not merely a boast. Even a transcendent master like the Red Count cannot withstand its might. Jiang Liufeng showed no intention of sparing his opponent's dignity, exerting his formidable presence. With a thunderous sound, the 2 powerful forces dissipated. While the 2 combatants remained relatively unfazed, the multitude of onlookers was caught off guard, staggering back several steps. "Goodness! Such dominance! Did he truly overshadow the Crimson Count?" exclaimed the astonished Tyrant King. "Is it not a grave injustice of the heavens? How can a mere youth possess such monstrous strength? What are we, the so-called strong, to make of this?" The great drunkard finally could not contain himself, shaking his head in disbelief. Yet, Jiang Liufeng merely shrugged slightly, wearing an enigmatic expression. In truth, he was elated within. The capabilities of the 3rd-generation Thunder Shadow combined with Roger's formidable aura were indeed unparalleled. The Crimson Count paused momentarily, then, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, "As one who stands half in the grave, I cannot be of much assistance to you. You would do well to seek help elsewhere." As Jiang Liufeng listened, he sensed an opportunity had arisen. In Chapter 5, Coercion and Temptation, he approached the Red Count with a mysterious smile and whispered, "I have a way to help you obtain the vampire fruit of the Phantom Beast." At these words, the Red Count's body trembled, and he looked up at Jiang Liufeng in astonishment. "Is what you say true?" "Of course," Jiang Liufeng affirmed with a resolute nod. In truth, he merely had an inkling of what the Red Count desired. He would still find a way to procure it, depending on fate. Observing the Red Count's fluctuating expression, Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of anxiety. Could this truly not be resolved? If not, he would have to employ some military training tactics. In reality, the Red Count was simply not adept at communication. After much hesitation, he finally spoke. "Very well, go ahead and take your chances. It's been a long time since I experienced the feeling of freedom." His gaze turned distant, seemingly lost in reminiscence. With the Red Count's agreement, Jiang Liufeng finally exhaled in relief. With this, the final goal of the 6th layer was nearly within reach. He then approached Crocodile, wearing a mischievous grin. Crocodile had been standing before the prison, contemplating whether to persuade Jiang Liufeng to release him. However, upon seeing his expression, he felt a sudden jolt of unease. What is happening? What kind of look is that? Facing Jiang Liufeng's aggressive gaze, Crocodile's expression darkened. What are you planning? I will not become your subordinate, so give up. Crocodile asserted preemptively. Incorrect. It's partnership, not subordination. Same difference. I will never be anyone's subordinate. Is that so? Jiang Liufeng replied with a knowing smile. As he scrutinized Crocodile with a predatory gaze, a chill ran down Crocodile's spine, raising goosebumps all over him. What the hell? This guy can't be thinking of something unsavory, right? You little brat. Are you trying to find out about a secret that little Ivan told me? I wonder if you'd like to hear it? Before Crocodile could finish, Jiang Liufeng interrupted. I don't give a damn about your secret. The realization hit Crocodile, leaving him stunned. His expression shifted from anger to a grimace, ultimately settling into resignation. I will not be anyone's subordinate, he repeated, suppressing the volcanic rage brewing within him, refusing to relent. I said it's a partnership, Jiang Liufeng insisted. The two locked eyes for a long moment before a fleeting flash of malice disappeared from Crocodile's gaze. Fine, I agree. Let me out. All right, Jiang Liufeng replied with a smirk as he removed the handcuffs, turning as if to leave. Watching Jiang Liufeng's retreating figure, Crocodile's murderous intent could no longer be contained. Desert sword. Instantly, a whirlwind of sand surrounded Crocodile, coalescing into a magnificent sword that he swung fiercely at Jiang Liufeng. Seeing this, Warlord wished to intervene, but the speed was too great. Any attempt at rescue was too late. Thud! The desert sword struck Jiang Liufeng's back with tremendous force. Just as Crocodile was about to burst into laughter, he froze. As the dust settled, the side of Jiang Liufeng's back, now entirely blackened, was revealed. The crowd gasped. It was the color of armament hockey. Turning around, Jiang Liufeng resembled a hellish deity, his gaze fixed ominously on Crocodile. With a mere exchange of glances, Crocodile felt a tempest of fear rising within him. This was terrifying. Could he be a demon? As a former warlord, Crocodile had fought countless battles and possessed immense experience. At that moment, he realized his only escape lay in defeating this man before him, for he understood that if the man lived, it would be his end. Regret washed over him for having acted so rashly. But there was no turning back. In the blink of an eye, Crocodile unleashed his full power, attacking Jiang Liufeng with all his might. Unfortunately, it seemed futile. Jiang Liufeng, lacking any combat techniques, relied solely on his overwhelming armament hockey, dismantling Crocodile's assault with primal ferocity. Advancing step by step, Crocodile was drenched in sweat, his heart racing, until finally, Jiang Liufeng shattered his last attack, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. The suffocating grip jolted Crocodile back to reality. In that moment, the once ruthless Crocodile displayed a rare glimpse of fear. The terror emanating from deep within him revealed a different kind of essence in his eyes, a feeling both peculiar and profound. Jiang Liufeng paused, surprised, and then his murderous intent softened considerably. With a playful smile, he inquired, I offer you one last chance. If you misbehave again, I won't hesitate to expose your secret to the world, or perhaps I should showcase it to everyone. Crocodile, feeling helpless, could only nod begrudgingly, his teeth clenched tight. Excellent. Jiang Liufeng nodded in satisfaction. This was a step forward. As for the allegiance he sought, that could be nurtured gradually. After all, Crocodile believed he held leverage over him. Until Crocodile surpassed him in strength, he had nothing to fear. The notion of being surpassed was utterly unfathomable. As for the secret itself, Jiang Liufeng was entirely unaware. He merely intended to deceive. Presently, the matters of the sixth layer were nearly concluded, leaving only the question of how to escape from the underwater prison. As for Luffy, without Crocodile to clear the path, how to flee was beyond Jiang Liufeng's concerns. From this day forth, he, Jiang Liufeng, would be the protagonist of this world. For the four of them, breaking out of jail was as easy as eating and drinking, utterly inconsequential. Scanning the surroundings, he lamented that Ace and Jinbei had yet to arrive. With 3 others in tow, he was ready to depart. Meanwhile, the remaining prisoners were in a frenzy. Brother, don't leave. I'm strong too. Yes, brother. I'm even stronger than Warlord. Take me with you. Brother. Jiang Liufeng turned a deaf ear to their pleas, disinterested in those with ulterior motives. As they passed by Daz Bonez's cell, Daz glared at Jiang Liufeng, gritting his teeth and muttering, You little bastard. If I ever get out of here, I will personally tear you apart. Jiang Liufeng halted his steps, coldly fixing his gaze on Daiping. That day will come soon. I hope you don't wet your pants upon seeing me. Observing the seemingly harmless expression of his opponent and hearing such bewildering words, Daiping was momentarily at a loss. Just as he was about to retaliate with threats, he suddenly noticed a shift in Jiang Liufeng's demeanor. In an instant, an unprecedented wave of terrifying pressure enveloped him. Daiping struggled for merely a second before his vision blurred, his body convulsed, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chapter 6. Give me 10 seconds his such formidable conqueror's hockey. Moreover, it is effortlessly controlled. It was just directed at Daiping. If even someone of Daiping's caliber could be rendered unconscious, it implies that this young man's hockey has reached the level of the four emperors. The band of ruthless pirates gazed in shock at the retreating figure of the youth, collectively exclaiming. Meanwhile, the instigator, Jiang Liufeng, remained oblivious to the profound astonishment and existential doubt that gripped the former maritime tyrants of the sixth floor. His immediate objective was to hastily vacate this cursed place to avoid any prolonged complications. He replicated his previous actions, liberating the prisoners from the fourth and fifth floors. In addition to those from the second and third floors, the ensuing chaos was already substantial enough. Escaping should be a simple task. The reason he refrained from releasing the prisoners from the sixth floor was that his aim was to incite chaos and flee the prison, not to invite trouble upon himself. The inmates of the sixth floor were formidable adversaries, and he had no desire to complicate matters. The prisoners above the fifth floor were manageable, and the Navy would undoubtedly possess the capability to suppress them, serving merely as a shield for him. Once everything was arranged, he blended into the crowd with two companions, flowing with the tide toward the prison's main gate. Previously, Magellan, who had been taught a lesson in humility by Jiang Liufeng on the fourth floor, finally regained his composure, repelling the merciless onslaught of lightning, and managed to close his body. This incident marked a significant blemish on his career. How could he allow someone to wreak havoc on his territory? Such an embarrassment would be the talk of the town. Nevertheless, as the warden, he was not inclined to act recklessly. The larger picture was at stake. He promptly commanded the guards to abandon their posts and concentrate all forces on securing the rooftop gate, and he swiftly contacted headquarters for assistance. Hello, I am Sengoku. What is the matter, Magellan? Admiral, there is a grave crisis at Impel Down. An exceptionally powerful inmate has escaped. Moreover, he has released all the prisoners from the second to the fifth floors, including Red Count, Waldo, and Crocodile. I am currently doing my utmost to hold the prison gate, but I fear I cannot last much longer. I have also sustained serious injuries. I am truly ashamed. Sengoku, leisurely sipping tea and enjoying a dorayaki, nearly bit his tongue in shock. What? Crocodile? Waldo? Red Count? Magellan is severely injured. Sengoku's expression darkened, and he felt faint. There could be no room for failure with the Red Count on the loose. If he escapes, he could easily become the fifth emperor. Reinforcements are on their way. You must hold on. Understood. With that, Sengoku hung up, his composure shattered. He bellowed for Kazuru to head to Impel Down without question. Hurry, don't waste time. The admiral on guard at the entrance, startled by Sengoku's furious shout, fell from his chair. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet and rushed out. Who else is present at headquarters? The sentry trembled and replied weakly. In addition to Admiral Kizaru, there are 5 vice admirals, including Vice Admiral Garp. Bring Garp to me. The other 4 vice admirals must rush to Impel Down for support. Yes. The sentry responded and dashed away. Sengoku, fuming, mused over who possessed the audacity to unleash chaos at Impel Down. According to Magellan, this individual must be exceptionally formidable. As Sengoku regained his composure, his keen insight kicked in. His pupils contracted, and he realized the urgency of the situation. Quickly, have Vice Admiral Garp rush to Impel Down. A profound sense of unease enveloped him, as if a formidable monstrosity was about to emerge. Magellan, the man who could drive even the admirals to desperation. His desperate plea for help, coupled with sustaining serious injuries, highlighted the adversary's strength, far from ordinary. Simultaneously, Jiang Liufeng and his companions, now mingling among the throng of escaped prisoners, had reached the third floor. Just as he sensed something peculiar in the absence of guards suppressing the uprising, the fleeing prisoners ahead suddenly slowed their pace. As confusion swept through the crowd, eerie cries echoed from the front. Shiryu, I command you to return immediately and secure the main gate. Humph, Magellan, it is precisely your incompetence that has led to this situation. You handle your own duties. I shall slaughter these unrepentant escaped prisoners and demonstrate to the world that no one can escape from Impel Down. Shiryu, our mission is to suppress and reform these inmates, not to massacre them. Your actions are no different from those of ruthless pirates. Humph. Rain Shiryu slowly inhaled from his cigar, brandished his blade, and violently discarded his earpiece, crushing it underfoot. Reform? Instruction? Utterly ludicrous. To those who defy us, death. In an instant, his eyes gleamed with a savage light, and a ruthless aura enveloped the entire third floor of the prison. The prisoners facing him felt an overwhelming dread, perceiving him not as a mere man, but as an insatiably bloodthirsty beast. Involuntarily swallowing hard, they trembled and retreated step by step. Shiryu advanced, slowly raising his weapon. Criminals of the era of sin, death shall be your only liberation. Prepare to meet your demise. With a furious roar, Shiryu vanished from sight, reappearing amidst the crowd like a wolf among sheep. Each strike unleashed torrents of blood, and heads fell to the ground. The third floor had transformed into a veritable hell on earth, saturated with the stench of blood. Don't kill me. I won't run again, I swear. My hand. Help me. I don't want to die. Please spare me. What is happening? Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow slightly upon witnessing the terrified prisoner fleeing in panic. He hastily unleashed his observation haki to discern the situation. In an instant, the gruesome scene of carnage lay bare before him, meeting the gaze of the Red Count. They spoke in unison, Jiang, I shall deal with him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Valdo promptly volunteered, patting his chest as he stepped forward. However, he was swiftly halted by Jiang Liufeng. Our primary concern is to escape. We cannot afford to squander time on such inconsequential figures. Allow me to take action. The Red Count nodded in agreement. Valdo, bewildered, pondered, inconsequential? Jiang is inconsequential? What on earth? These two maniacs can't possibly be serious. Glancing at Jiang Liufeng, who remained unfazed, and then at the Red Count, whose expression confirmed this sentiment, Valdo finally turned to Crocodile, who seemed entirely indifferent to the matter. In that moment, Valdo felt as though he had unwittingly boarded a terrifyingly explosive pirate ship. Jiang Liufeng flashed a grin at him. Give me 10 seconds. Chapter 7. The slaying of Rain Shiryu. As soon as the words left his mouth, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind a long arc of crackling electricity. Embrace the baptism of blood, you foolish villains. At that moment, Shiryu, his face twisted in a sinister expression, wielded his thunderstorm with zeal, reveling in the slaughter. When suddenly he sensed an imminent threat approaching. With a cold glint in his eyes, he turned and unleashed a sword strike, sending a scarlet wave of sword energy toward Jiang Liufeng's direction, claiming the lives of numerous criminals along its path. The sword energy was peculiar. It slaughtered many offenders, yet showed no signs of halting. After absorbing the blood of the slain, its power only intensified. As the criminals beheld the oncoming sword energy, terror gripped their hearts, and they instinctively shut their eyes, resigned to their fates, awaiting the merciless strike that would claim their lives. Just when despair reached its zenith, a blinding figure appeared before them, akin to a deity descending from the heavens. The brilliance was overwhelming. Boom. In an instant, the crimson sword energy collided with the newcomer. Initially, the prisoners had been contemplating the nobility of Jiang Liufeng's sacrifice, but now they stood dumbfounded. What in the world was happening? Was that Shiryu's strike? How could it be so effortlessly thwarted? This was utterly outrageous. The dazzling figure charged directly into the sword energy without raising a hand, shattering it effortlessly. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, the prisoners halted in their tracks, their fears seemingly dissipated by the blinding white light. They forgot to flee, standing transfixed as their gazes followed the figure toward Shiryu. Rain Shiryu was indeed less formidable in person than in reputation. Was this all the strength he possessed? How dare he commit such heinous acts here? Shiryu's pupils constricted, and his expression shifted slightly. Although his previous attack had been executed with less than 50% of his strength, it was not something that could be so casually dismissed. This individual was formidable. Suppressing his contempt, Shiryu called out, "State your name." "The one who will slay you is Jiang Liufeng." Arrogant. Shiryu was unaware of how long it had been since someone had so openly underestimated him. In an instant, he vanished, his thunderstorm gleaming ominously with malevolence. He strode toward Jiang Liufeng and unleashed a deadly strike, descending upon him with fierce intent. However, Jiang Liufeng merely smiled disdainfully, showing no signs of movement. The onlookers gasped. Realizing he was courting death, This young man was far too arrogant. An older pirate shook his head in disbelief. Indeed, after all, sword energy and a direct strike are two entirely different matters. Moreover, Shiryu wields the thunderstorm, rumored to be one of the supreme great blades. The crowd collectively sighed, anticipating the imminent sight of Jiang Liufeng's severed head. Yet, just as the blade was about to graze his hair, Jiang Liufeng finally moved. He extended a hand, dark as iron and enveloped in lightning, and slowly grasped the impending thunderstorm. This motion appeared slow, but it transpired in the blink of an eye. Is that all? Shiryu gasped, followed by the astonished exclamations of the other prisoners. Catching a blade with one hand? My goodness, is he truly disregarding the great blade? Even if it was merely rumored to be one of the supreme great blades, such a weapon could not be so easily caught. Was this a jest? Seeing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Jiang Liufeng felt a swell of satisfaction. Haha, the shield of the 3 generations of Thunder Shadow, combined with the Pirate King's armed haki, is indeed formidable. How powerful this is! Impossible! How could you catch my strike with your bare hands? This cannot be. Even if you possess armed haki, it is inconceivable to achieve this with such ease. In Shiryu's eyes, a figure emerged. Someone capable of such physical prowess. Only one person could embody such strength. Kaido of the 100 Beasts. You. Shiryu's mouth fell agape in shock. His cigar slowly dropping to the ground, as if foreshadowing an impending calamity. Disaster was looming. Jiang Liufeng grasped Lei Yu firmly. A playful smile gracing his lips as he inquired, "Is it now my turn?" As the words left his mouth, an immense surge of lightning enveloped Lei Yu. Shiryu, caught completely off guard, was assaulted by the overwhelming current, causing smoke to rise from his head as his flesh and bones convulsed violently. In a short while, he was reduced to a state of convulsions, frothing at the mouth, his eyes rolling back as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness. Jiang Liufeng's smile vanished, revealing a chilling indifference. Such a murderous fiend could hardly be allowed to persist in this world. This time, Jiang Liufeng was resolute in his intent to eliminate the man before him. Better to eradicate him now than allow the Blackbeard to wreak havoc upon the innocent. The blade was indeed commendable, and he would gladly accept it. With a swift motion, he seized the thunderstorm from the powerless grip of Shiryu. In the next moment, the thunder and armed haki entwined in a swirling tempest above the blade. With a swift stroke, he swung the sword towards Shiryu's head. Jiang Liufeng approached this strike with lethal determination, unwilling to grant Shiryu even the slightest chance to resist. Just as he anticipated, Shiryu had no time to react. Suddenly, a sharp pain coursed through his neck. When he next opened his eyes, he found the world spinning around him. Disbelief etched upon his face as death approached. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of a head rolling onto the ground echoed through the silence that enveloped the surroundings. Silence. Stillness. The entire 3rd floor was devoid of any sound. The prisoners appeared as though they had been thrust into an endless stupor by the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. After all, that was Rain Shiryu, who did not know his name. Although Magellan held nominal authority within Impel Down, it was, in truth, Rain Shiryu who instilled the deepest fear. He was, without a doubt, a true harbinger of death. His strength was formidable, his methods ruthless, instilling terror in all who heard his name. And yet, he had been effortlessly slain in a single blow by this unremarkable youth. Not even 20 years of age. This was simply inconceivable. The narrative had not been written this way. Who was this divine being that had intruded upon their tale? His speed was beyond perception. His body was as resilient as an iron fortress. His strikes were decisive. His methods, merciless. The prisoners found themselves bereft of any words of admiration, gazing at the figure of this man, akin to a celestial being descending upon them. They were blinded by the radiance of his presence. He moved with the grace of the wind, encircled by lightning, a divine weapon descending from the heavens. The Thunder God. In that moment, they could only distill their astonishment into a single title to encapsulate their awe. Thunder God. Before long, an excited voice broke the silence. Thunder God. Thunder God. Thunder God. Soon, the others snapped back to reality, joining in the fervent chant. Even with the prison doors flung wide open, they had harbored little hope of escape. But now, everything had changed. With this godlike figure leading them, their previously self-deceptive thoughts ignited into a blazing inferno of hope. There was a genuine chance to break free. Although they merely chanted 3 words, the myriad emotions woven into their cries were unmistakable. Jiang Liufeng slowly subdued the trembling storm. Astonishingly, even the demon blade quaked in his presence. Chapter 8. The General's Report. The thunder god, perhaps? Quite commendable. A charming smile graced his lips, seemingly pleased with this appellation. The Red Count and Valdo also approached him, their expressions a blend of disbelief, excitement, and exhilaration. Even the perpetually disgruntled old Shah could not help but be awed by Jiang Liufeng's prowess. Jiang Liufeng undoubtedly understood the gravity of the situation. Not only the others, but even he found himself astonished by his own terrifying prowess. He pressed his hands together slightly, and the cheers began to fade. Those who wished to escape could follow in our wake, but whether they would succeed depended solely on their own capabilities. Without wasting a moment, he surged ahead, leading the charge. Wait, could my eyes deceive me? Following the flying thunder god was none other than Waldo and Crocodile. And, was that the Red Count? An astute prisoner exclaimed in surprise. Yes, indeed. It was unmistakably the three of them. What was there to hesitate about? We must follow them quickly. Such a formidable trio attempting a jailbreak was a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Indeed, if we let this opportunity slip, we may never escape again. Observing the situation, the crowd hastily tucked away the exhilarating image they had just witnessed. The urgent priority was to keep pace with the great ones, as it offered a glimmer of hope. The throng surged forward, pushing and shoving, unwilling to fall behind even for a second. Losing at the starting line was akin to losing everything. In the surveillance room, Magellan pressed a hand against the still bleeding wound, his heart racing with trepidation. Was this truly happening? Did Shiru fall to a single blow? He felt genuine fear, an emotion that had eluded him for decades, now directed at a mere lad who hadn't yet turned 20. Admiral, dispatch reinforcements at once. In his panic, he seized the phone and quickly dialed Sengoku to report. What? Shiru was slain in one stroke. Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Magellan was on the other end of the line. Even the Red Count couldn't have dispatched Shiru so effortlessly. This was catastrophic. How could such a monstrosity exist in this world? Damn, why didn't the Navy have such prodigious talents? Sengoku cursed under his breath. Normally composed, he had shockingly let slip a curse, truly a rare occurrence. It seemed that a nationwide recruitment of forces was urgently needed. It was time to bolster the Navy's strength. He gazed into the distance, his expression growing grave. A profound sense of worry crept into his mind, manifesting as a few strands of silver amidst his dark, lustrous hair. He had come to realize the severity of this incident. Even if Kazuru were to intervene, it would not guarantee their success. With the Red Count alone presenting a significant challenge, and the formidable Waldo and Crocodile aiding him, the Navy was at risk of suffering a major loss. With a furrowed brow, he called out to the outside, instructing Akiji to cut his vacation short and commanding Akainu to return immediately from the New World. At the gates of Impel Down, 1,000 prisoners led by Jiang Liufeng surged forward. Magellan observed the fallen guards and the many suffering, wailing prison guards and marines. Sweat poured from his brow as he caught sight of the four formidable figures joining the fray, and a flicker of apprehension crossed his face. However, fear materialized as Jiang Liufeng moved through the chaotic battlefield with an air of nonchalance, seemingly in a realm of his own. He approached with a broad smile, and the guards, having gleaned Jiang Liufeng's prowess through surveillance or his conversation with Sengoku, were well aware of the dangerous company he kept. Who would dare confront him? Thus, they chose to ignore him, directing their focus toward the remaining prisoners. I am not neglecting my duties. There are simply too many prisoners for me to manage. Magellan understood the situation all too well and found himself in a bittersweet predicament. If he were not the warden, he would wish to feign ignorance towards this prodigy. Warden, it is a pleasure to see you. How have you been? Jiang Liufeng's teasing words made Magellan wish to vanish into thin air. Yet, bound by duty, he could not afford to be negligent or earn a bad reputation. Resolutely, he steeled himself, prepared to risk everything to capture at least one of the four. Just then, Deputy Warden Domino stepped forward, placing herself defiantly in front of Magellan. Do not act so arrogantly. Evil will never triumph over justice. Hannibal beside her covered his eyes, exclaiming in disappointment, what a magnificent opportunity you are obstructing. Once Magellan is gone, I will ascend to power. Oh no, had he inadvertently revealed his thoughts? Did anyone hear that? The sounds of battle abruptly ceased. We all heard it. The thunderous roar caught Hannibal off guard, causing his mouth to twitch. Just then, the imposing gates swung open slowly, and four majestic warships entered the harbor. Seeing this, Magellan and the guards displayed expressions of relief. Reinforcements had arrived. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the four vice admirals, Ghost Spider, Doflamingo, Bastille, and Fire Mountain, standing boldly at the ship's bow, their capes emblazoned with the word Justice billowed in the wind. And the deck was filled with armed Navy elites, presenting a truly intimidating sight. A faint smirk curved at the corner of Jiang Liufeng's mouth as he mused. Is there a problem? Instantly, 3 figures lined up behind him in unison. No problem. As the words left his lips, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air. Valdo, Crocodile, and the Red Count phone could hardly contain their eagerness as they soared forward, each targeting a vice admiral and engaging in battle. Jiang Liufeng shrugged and mused to himself. Is running fast truly beneficial? What matters is resolving the issue swiftly. With a smirk, he charged towards the remaining lieutenant general. Meanwhile, during the brief interval when the 4 formidable warriors departed, a group of prison guards hastily carried Magellan away to tend to his injuries. To be frank, Magellan was already at the end of his tether. His current ability to stand was solely due to his extraordinary willpower. The prospect of him rejoining the battle was utterly impossible. Simultaneously, the 4 lieutenant generals aboard the warship were still striking poses, utterly unprepared for the ferocity of the prisoners, who, instead of fleeing, counterattacked upon seeing them. They appeared somewhat bewildered. What was happening? Were prisoners now this ferocious? How daring to confront a lieutenant general? Were we capturing them, or were they capturing us? I was momentarily at a loss. Bastille and Fire Mountain exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 9. I shall take action. The Ghost Spider rolled his eyes and remarked, Can you all be a bit more serious? Are we playing a game here? Demeshang waved his hand dismissively. What is there to be serious about? They're just a bunch of little C. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes widened in shock, for at that moment he had clearly discerned the identities of the newcomers. Good heavens! Crocodile? Waldo? The Red Count? Upon hearing this, the remaining 4 were taken aback. Among them, Demeshang had the keenest eyes, and if he said so, it was likely true. There they came, for individuals, advancing menacingly towards the dock where they had anchored. Not anyone else, but Jiang Liufeng and his companions. Count, it's yours, Jiang Liufeng exclaimed, generously tossing the thunderstorm sword to the Red Count. He understood that the Count was a master swordsman, and lacking in swordsmanship himself. He preferred to facilitate the Countess' prowess. Thunderstorm, you say? It seems rather delightful. The Red Count smiled faintly, feeling the sword's aura resonate with him quite well. With a sharp gaze, he raised his hand and unleashed a powerful strike, sending a fierce, crimson sword energy slicing through the air towards the 4 warships. With a resounding whoosh, the colossal vessels were cleaved in half. The ships tilted, causing the sailors aboard to tumble helplessly into the water, a scene of utter chaos. Jiang Liufeng's eyes lit up. This old man indeed possessed remarkable skills. The expressions of the 4 lieutenant generals were exceedingly grim. For heaven's sake, the Warring States period should have been clearer. Such a terrifying combination warranted the dispatch of a formidable general for suppression, even if they could manage to contain others. Who could withstand the Red Count? They hastily abandoned ship, leaping onto the dock, while the Ghost Spider seized a flustered major by the collar, urgently instructing him to establish contact with headquarters and summon a general. Yes, replied the major, rushing to find the communication device. With little time for preparation, the 4 adversaries had already surged forward. Without uttering a word, the Red Count lunged at Ghost Spider, blade drawn. Having witnessed many battles, Ghost Spider momentarily hesitated but quickly regained his composure. He felt his hair writhe and transform into 8 writhing appendages, resembling a spider indeed. Each appendage wielded a knife, and together with the one in his hand, he engaged the Red Count in a fierce duel utilizing the 9 blades technique. Old Shah wasted no time and confronted Bastille, unleashing his full powers. The armed might of Bastille was equally formidable, resulting in a fierce contest where neither party could gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Valdo faced off against the user of the Inu no Mi, known as Barley Town. This individual was not only a formidable devil fruit user, but also well-versed in the Marine 6 styles, demonstrating solid foundational skills. In Valdo, he found a worthy opponent, and the 2 engaged in a rapid exchange of blows, neither yielding an inch. In stark contrast, the seemingly harmless Fire Mountain wore a benign smile as he regarded the unremarkable little brat before him, feeling quite bored. However, with all worthy opponents dispatched, he was left to bully these lesser figures. All right, little brat, I don't wish to torment you. Just lie down and cover your head to spare yourself further pain, he declared. Laughter erupted among the gathered Navy personnel. Huh, A little brat who hasn't even grown hair, yet dares to attempt a prison break? And he foolishly charges towards the lieutenant general? Huh. This is what they call having a path to heaven and refusing to take it, yet choosing to stumble into hell. Surrender, little brat, or the lieutenant general might beat you so hard you'll lose your senses. However, Jiang Liufeng could only shake his head and sigh, remarking, "Your navy truly lacks substance." Such an aimless remark left everyone momentarily speechless. Fire Mountain, still grinning, inquired, "Little brat, what do you mean?" Jiang Liufeng gazed at him as if he were a fool. "Were you dispatched by headquarters without even the most basic information? For instance, who is the foremost among these escapees?" Fire Mountain paused for a moment, surveying the group of Navy personnel, and then burst into laughter alongside them. "Ha ha ha, little brat. You can't possibly think that you are stronger than those maritime overlords, can you?" He wiped away tears of laughter while pointing towards the Red Count and his companions. To his astonishment, Jiang Liufeng nodded earnestly, which only fueled Fire Mountain's amusement further. "Ha ha ha. I say, you are on the brink of death, yet still trying to act tough. I truly wonder where your confidence stems from." Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng's gaze turned icy. "Do you intend to kill me? Surrendering without a fight is one thing, but resisting to the bitter end will warrant no mercy." In an instant, Jiang Liufeng was no longer in sight. He appeared before Fire Mountain, a smirk gracing his lips, and unleashed his most formidable strike, the strongest spear, piercing with 4 fingers. Fire Mountain was no ordinary character. He was a paragon among the Navy, renowned for his prowess among the vice admirals. As the sense of danger washed over him, he instinctively reacted, crossing his arms over his chest, enveloped in the armor of Haki. Just as he completed this maneuver, a tremendous force descended upon him. Bang! The strongest spear struck fiercely against his arm. Even with Haki protecting him, he could not stave off the terrifying blow, which sent waves of pain coursing through him. The residual force propelled him over 10 meters away before he finally came to a halt. Fire Mountain's eyes widened in shock. So powerful. The group of Navy men who had mocked Jiang Liufeng fell silent, retreating into themselves. How foolish they had been to deride such a formidable opponent. The incoming Navy personnel were all elite members of the headquarters, possessing the discernment to recognize Jiang Liufeng's extraordinary capabilities. It was noteworthy that he had just used his abilities without even resorting to Haki, effortlessly sending a vice admiral, who had activated his Haki, flying with a single strike. In that moment, Jiang Liufeng's regard for his opponent increased slightly. A vice admiral was indeed remarkable. He possessed extraordinary skills. Although Jiang Liufeng had unleashed his full speed without employing Haki, it was still the strongest spear at full force. He had taken advantage of his opponent's underestimation. Even so, Fire Mountain had reacted instinctively, managing to defend himself. This revealed the depth of his strength and battle experience. Taking a deep breath, Fire Mountain suppressed the tingling and pain in his chest. His expression turned serious as he drew his sword, no longer entertaining any thoughts of underestimating his adversary. Noting the seriousness in his opponent, Jiang Liufeng was momentarily taken aback. Had he been underestimated? He scoffed. "Do you really think you can fight me?" Fire Mountain's face darkened. "That was merely my oversight. If we truly engage..." Jiang Liufeng waved his hand to interrupt him, asserting that should a real fight ensue, bringing him to his knees would be a mere matter of moments. How arrogant. Indeed, having just ambushed our general, does he truly believe he possesses any capability? When the general becomes serious, it is no trivial matter. Before Huashan could utter a word, a multitude of naval officers had already become indignant, unable to tolerate Jiang Liufeng's blatant disregard for others. Jiang Liufeng shook his head ambiguously, as if to dismiss the matter. "What do you mean by dismiss?" Huashan inquired, furrowing his brow. "It's nothing," Jiang Liufeng replied, and in an instant, he found himself standing before Huashan once more. "Allow me to inform you in advance. I shall take action now." Chapter 10. The defeat of the 4 generals. Jiang Liufeng's lips curled into a sly smile, as swirling black and white energy coiled around his form. The formidable power of lightning surged, fully prepared. Hua Xiaoshan's pupils dilated in alarm, not daring to be negligent, and unleashed his own armed color Haki. He struck first. A thrusting finger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His left hand incessantly darted forward, aiming to pierce Jiang Liufeng's vital points. Jiang Liufeng clasped his hands before his chest, refraining from striking out, instead relying solely on his observation Haki to deftly evade. He shook his head mockingly, taunting, "Too slow." Hua Xiaoshan, is this all you've got? Pick up the pace. Yes, faster. Hua Xiaoshan's expression darkened. As a vice admiral of the Navy, how could he endure such mockery? Even the surrounding naval personnel began to sense something amiss. It appeared as though it was not the vice admiral overpowering his opponent, but rather being toyed with. Goodness, how great must the disparity in strength be for such humiliation to occur? This was a nightmare. How could such a formidable individual exist? He couldn't even be 20 yet. The thought of Jiang Liufeng's future growth sent shivers down their spines. What kind of powerful figure would the Navy have to confront? At any moment, they could be facing another emperor of the seas. Despair washed over the crowd. Before long, it seemed Jiang Liufeng had grown bored. Hua Xiaoshan's attack was swiftly intercepted. Jiang Liufeng firmly grasped the hand that wielded the finger gun. With a sudden surge of strength, a chilling crack echoed through the air, the sound of bones shattering. Hua Xiaoshan gasped in pain and instinctively kicked out. Raging gale. Thud. It was futile. The kick, meant to be an offensive maneuver, was effortlessly caught by Jiang Liufeng's other hand. An overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. Paper drawing. In a desperate attempt to escape, he activated his evasion technique. Yet, faced with Jiang Liufeng, who had evidently ceased to play, success was an impossibility. The mightiest spear. A single point pierces through. This time, Jiang Liufeng infused his attack with haki, clearly unwilling to grant his opponent any reprieve. Iron block. Steel. Bang. Splurt. Hua Xiaoshan's last 3 words faded into silence. Even with the protection of armament haki and the Navy's 6-form strongest defense, iron block, he appeared feeble and powerless before Jiang Liufeng's piercing strike. As the dust settled, Jiang Liufeng slowly withdrew his arm, revealing a gaping wound in Hua Xiaoshan's chest, the relentless thunder still crackling ominously around him. Thud. The naval officers witnessed the devastating exchange, realizing that within mere minutes, a vice admiral lay gravely injured, his life hanging by a thread. Many could not withstand the paralyzing fear, their legs buckling beneath them, mouths agape, trembling without words. Perhaps only they understood the depth of their terror towards Jiang Liufeng and the sheer magnitude of his power. The suddenness of the events was unfathomable, leaving them wishing to pinch themselves to ascertain whether they were indeed awake. How could this be possible? This was inconceivable. They cried out, "Tell me, am I dreaming? That's a vice admiral. How could this happen? He is merely a child. How could he possess such terrifying strength?" It was over. They had underestimated him. What he claimed was true. He might very well be the strongest here. As the realization dawned upon the naval officers, they shouted in unison, "I told you all along, but you refused to believe me. I am powerless to change your minds," Jiang Liufeng lamented, raising his hands in surrender. The Navy gulped nervously, instinctively distancing themselves from Jiang Liufeng, fleeing in terror, none daring to approach him again. "Have you handled the situation? Are you really masters at this pace?" "Just so you know, my ship doesn't accommodate the weak," Jiang Liufeng called out impatiently toward the Red Earl. The 6 engaged in battle halted, turning their gazes toward him. Upon seeing the scene, they nearly dropped their trousers in shock. What was happening? They had just begun fighting, and it was already over? The Red Earl and his companions were somewhat unfazed, having previously witnessed Jiang Liufeng's extraordinary abilities. However, for the Ghost Spider and his crew, this was terrifying. Jiang Liufeng appeared untouched, while Hua Xiaoshan lay on the ground, charred and bloodied, his fate uncertain. What did this signify? It indicated that Hua Xiaoshan had been utterly crushed, annihilated. The implication was staggering. While they could empathize with the likelihood of underestimating Jiang Liufeng and being caught off guard, Hua Xiaoshan was a vice admiral of the Navy. He was a formidable figure in his own right. Even a rear admiral would struggle to find an angle to defeat him. Thus, it could only mean that Jiang Liufeng was not just a child. He was a demon, possibly surpassing their strength. In the brief moment of shock, the trio found themselves at the mercy of the Red Earl and his companions, who seized the opportunity to launch a powerful counterattack. The most unfortunate was the Ghost Spider, who was already on the defensive. He took a direct hit from an opposing sword wave, crashing to the ground, gravely injured and unconscious. Fortunately, it was merely a sword wave, and his mastery of armament haki prevented him from being cleaved in 2. The other 2 were also significantly wounded, although they remained conscious. Their capacity to continue fighting was severely compromised, whether from afar or nearby. The Navy and the fugitives alike were shaken to their core upon witnessing 2 vice admirals fall in battle. These 4 deities are incredible. Navy. Let us see how you maintain your bravado now. Prepare to meet your demise. The Flying Thunder God is phenomenal. Amazing. The Red Earl is astounding. Crocodile is remarkable. Wald is exceptional. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. The fugitives' morale soared while the Navy sank into despair, just as the tide seemed to favor the fugitives. And they prepared to break through the Navy's defenses with renewed vigor. A furious voice and a leisurely tone resonated simultaneously. Prisoners, do not be so arrogant. Carp is here. Oh, seems like I arrived a bit late. From behind the gates of the sea, another naval ship emerged, and above, a golden light streaked through the sky at an imperceptible speed. The true representatives of the Navy's strength had arrived. Carp, the naval hero, and the Yellow Ape, one of the three admirals. The mood shifted abruptly. The previously exuberant fugitives wilted, while the disheartened Navy erupted into cheers. Jiang Liufeng's expression shifted slightly. Another wave of trouble had arrived. He found Carp and the Yellow Ape to be the most troublesome figures within the Navy. Now, both had appeared at once. He was reluctant to waste more time. With the world outside still brimming with opportunities, who knew if after these two, more admirals, or even Sengoku or the Five Elders would follow? After all, this place is too close to the naval headquarters, and support arrives with remarkable swiftness. Ultimately, the one who suffers will undoubtedly be oneself. With a plan forming in his mind, he snapped his fingers decisively. Retreat. Thus, he took 3 companions and fled. The tardy Admiral Kizaru, upon witnessing the instigator making his escape, was not about to let this slip away so easily. One must at least put on a show. 8-foot mirror. With a single move, he executed a lightning-fast teleportation, instantly appearing before the group. Amatsukami Yumi. With a grand flourish of his hand, a dazzling golden sword materialized, and he swung it fiercely towards the leading Jiang Liufeng. Come on, Jiang Liufeng roared. With a powerful sweep of his hand, lightning surged forth, his armed haki fully unleashed. He engaged in combat with Kizaru. Kizaru was momentarily taken aback. This young man possesses some interesting qualities. Clang. Their fists and swords clashed, igniting a radiant explosion of light that nearly blinded the onlookers. Goodness, is this not a bit excessive? To think that in a single strike, he matched a Marine admiral. A prodigy indeed. A rare talent seldom seen in a millennium. At this moment, as 2 unparalleled warriors clashed, no one could afford to miss the spectacle. They exchanged blows in the air, battling for dozens of rounds without a clear victor. Jiang Liufeng, relying solely on his formidable arms, gazed upon Kizaru's impressive yellow sword and felt a slight stir within. It appears that acquiring a suitable weapon is essential. Speaking of which, the level of an admiral is indeed different. He can be considered a worthy opponent. Is it truly only the admirals who can be deemed worthy foes? Why not ascend to the heavens? Yet, others indeed possess such strength. There was no denying that. It was evident that with nothing but his 2 arms, he was managing to hold his own against Kizaru. The latter, accustomed to relying on his fruit abilities, found himself somewhat at a loss when faced with Jiang Liufeng's overwhelming haki. As Jiang Liufeng glanced towards the approaching warship, he noted the figure of the heroic Carp, his hair slightly graying, radiating an aura of justice, and standing tall like a pillar. Jiang Liufeng couldn't help but feel the situation growing precarious. After all, this was their territory. While he was confident he could contend with both of them, it would undoubtedly require considerable time. More reinforcements would soon arrive, and they would only grow stronger. Prolonging this battle would be unwise. After a fierce exchange, Jiang Liufeng, unwilling to linger in battle, summoned his brute strength and armed haki to unleash his strongest spear, which pierced through and repelled Kizaru. Without a second thought, he swiftly sought out a nearby warship. With a powerful strike, he severed the mast in 2. Up here, the Red Count and his companions reacted swiftly. As soon as the command was issued, they leapt onto the severed mast. Jiang Liufeng exerted himself to deliver a powerful kick, sending the straight pole soaring forth like a javelin. Adieu, Admiral Kizaru, he proclaimed as he propelled himself into the air with sheer force, pursuing the rapidly advancing pole and leaping onto it. Kizaru, momentarily befuddled, wondered how they had suddenly managed to escape. 8-foot Chongoyu. Yet he had no intention of letting them go so easily. After all, a performance must be complete, must it not? Suddenly, the sky twinkled with scattered starlight, which instantly shot toward Jiang Liufeng and his companions with a velocity that far exceeded that of the pole. It seemed they were on the verge of being overwhelmed, about to be struck down like a swarm of hornets. Vardo, Jiang Liufeng shouted. Vardo understood immediately. 20-fold acceleration. He slapped the pole, and its speed surged 20 times. vanishing from sight with a whoosh. "Run! They truly are running away!" exclaimed the onlookers in awe. "The gods are indeed divine. They have truly escaped from Impel Down." It was akin to a dragon diving into the sea or a tiger returning to the mountains. What a spectacle awaited in the new world. Flying Thunder God! Flying Thunder God! The prisoners, witnessing the four escape, were filled with exhilaration, as if they themselves had fled. Well, they've certainly made a swift exit. "It seems we cannot pursue them," Kizaru remarked lazily, showing no inclination to chase after them. Instead, he descended onto Carp's ship, which had arrived at a rather sluggish pace. Carp rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You lazy brat, Sengoku clearly stated that you were the first to be notified. Why have you arrived so late? My 4 vice-admirals have all sustained injuries because of you." "Well, I must have misheard. I thought the marshal had sent me to Judiciary Island," Kizaru replied, feigning innocence. Carp nearly stumbled in disbelief. "That doesn't excuse your tardiness, even if you went to the wrong place with your abilities. It wouldn't take you this long to travel from Judiciary Island to here." "Alas, I waited at Judiciary Island for ages but found nothing amiss. I just kept hearing the din-din mushy ringing with no one speaking on the other end." Carp's expression soured. "You didn't spend all that time shouting at the black din-din mushy, did you?" Kizaru nodded earnestly. Carp was left utterly speechless. It was clear Kizaru was merely trying to shirk responsibility. Who didn't he know that? Disregarding Kizaru's antics, Carp's frustration boiled over. His fists clenched tightly, and his clothes billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, exuding an aura of impending destruction. He glared towards the direction the 4 had fled, his fury palpable. "You pirate scoundrels! I shall ensure you face justice. Just wait." With that, he could only utter empty threats to the already vanished quartet, helpless against their escape. However, there were others he could contend with. His gaze shifted back to the group of prisoners at the entrance. Goodness! The escaped convicts were startled. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, they had momentarily forgotten they too were fugitives. Under Carp's piercing gaze, those with less courage nearly soiled themselves. "Hey, everyone. We've had our fill of fresh air. Let's head back and reflect on our actions. We must reform," shouted a quick-witted prisoner, attempting to flee back into Impel Down. "Scatter. You fools. Get back here. I'll make you pay dearly." Carp's pent-up rage was directed at this band of hapless individuals. With a swing of his iron fist, he sent them sprawling. The Navy personnel shared in the humiliation of the day, their frustration aimed at the innocent prisoners. The chaos echoed throughout Impel Down. From the entrance to the 5th level, as prisoners scrambled in disarray, questioning who they had offended. "I'm done playing this role. This is far too difficult." Chapter 12. What does this young man mean? Later that evening, in Water 7. "Get in, Robin. I never imagined you, who have spent half your life on the run, would face a day of despair," he chuckled. Robin remained silent, her face etched with determination. "If my death can ensure the safety of my comrades, then perhaps it will serve as my modest contribution to others." With this thought, her expression hardened. The notion of heroically sacrificing oneself stemmed from a desire to protect something immensely precious. With resolute steps, Robin boarded what she perceived to be a train headed for hell. Observing this scene, Sanji, concealed in the shadows, exhaled a deep plume of smoke, anxiety evident on his face. "Where are they? Why haven't they arrived? Chopper, have you notified everyone?" At that moment, 4 figures approached, one a towering man with horns and the other a lean young man in black, carrying 2 individuals toward the sea train. It was CP9, returning from capturing Frankie and Usopp. Looking at his watch, Lucci urged, "Let us pick up the pace. We've been instructed that the sea gods will be arriving shortly. We must board the sea train and depart at once to avoid being trapped on the island as night falls." The others nodded in agreement, quickening their pace. The dock was bustling with world government personnel and Navy officers, nearly filling the entire area. Just as CP9 prepared to depart, an incongruous voice rang out. "Finally here. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at Water 7. Reward: 1 world tree trunk. The next check-in location is Judiciary Island." At last, they had arrived. The 4 had traversed their journey like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showcasing their unique skills. Jiang Liufeng can dash across the water's surface, a feat that poses no challenge for one endowed with the abilities of 3 generations of Raikage. Lao Sha, with his full powers unleashed, can glide through the low skies, albeit with the somewhat awkward Waldo strapped to his back. This arrangement remains tolerable. The most unfortunate, however, is the Red Count, who, at his advanced stage, must laboriously swim through the sea with his weary limbs. Initially, Jiang Liufeng had contemplated carrying the old man, as Lao Sha's capacity to soar is not genuine flight, but rather a clever utilization of the sand's ability to be lifted by the wind. Carrying a robust figure like Waldo was already a considerable challenge. Thus, the burden fell to Jiang Liufeng. Yet, the old man, stubborn as he is, insisted on relying on his own strength, resulting in this spectacle of swimming. As for this remarkably individualistic elder, Jiang Liufeng found it difficult to form an opinion. With a bit of leisure at hand, he decided it would be more prudent to rummage through his backpack and inspect the condition of the world tree's trunk. Upon opening the backpack and clicking to view the world tree, his eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Liufeng initially believed that the trunk of the world tree merely served as material for shipbuilding. However, he was unaware of the existence of something known as the tree spirit. The trunk of the world tree, a wondrous entity hailing from another realm, is inherently accompanied by a tree spirit. This spirit possesses an autonomous consciousness and a remarkable capacity for restoration concerning anything crafted from the world tree, operating solely according to the will of its bound master. Consequently, both the shipwright and the helmsman are relieved of their burdensome concerns. It is as if he has inadvertently acquired a remarkably powerful companion. Just as he was lost in contemplation, his companion Valdo gently tapped his shoulder and exclaimed, "Boss, stop daydreaming. There is something happening." Jiang Liufeng involuntarily raised his head, surveying his surroundings. Upon closer inspection, he furrowed his brow as he noticed the entire dock was teeming with personnel from the world government and the Navy, all of whom were scrutinizing the four of them with grave expressions. What were these individuals up to? Why do they seem somewhat familiar? Indeed, it appears to be Crocodile, Waldo, the Red Count. The Navy officers, realizing this, were taken aback, their bodies trembling in shock. However, they remained oblivious to this impetuous young man, Jiang Liufeng. Yet, the CP9, affiliated with a special department, possessed far more intelligence than these mere bystanders. The moment the news reached the Navy headquarters, Lucci had already acquired Jiang Liufeng's basic profile. 3 days prior, he had caused a commotion in Impel down, single-handedly liberating all prisoners from the 2nd to 5th levels, even releasing Waldo, Crocodile, and the Red Count. He had defeated Magellan, slain Shirley of the Rain, gravely injured Rear Admiral Akainu, and escaped unscathed from Admiral Kizaru's grasp. For the first time, a bounty of 250 million was tentatively placed on him, the Flying Thunder God, Jiang Liufeng. At this moment, he held a document in his hand. Reading it aloud to the others, his expression growing increasingly grave. He had received this information early on. Yet he never anticipated encountering such an extraordinarily powerful group at this particular moment, causing an uneasy sensation to stir within him. Was it truly mere coincidence? Or had they come with this very purpose in mind? Simultaneously, Jiang Liufeng was observing the scene around him, gradually realizing the significance of the location. CP9, Water City Dock. The gods of the sea, wasn't this the very scene of Robin's abduction? However, these individuals and their affairs were of no concern to him. Their objective was to construct their own warship, and the immediate priority was to locate Ace Buggy. With a sweeping gesture, Jiang Liufeng signaled his companions to depart. Lucci furrowed his brow, gazing at the approaching entourage with an air of resolve. "They are indeed here to wreak havoc," he declared, instructing the representative of the world government to signal the train conductor to commence the journey. The representative, sensing the palpable threat emanating from the four, promptly turned to dispatch someone to inform the conductor to depart. Observing the Navy and world government members hastily boarding the train, Jiang Liufeng frowned, contemplating. "I have no time to waste on you insignificant figures. I hope you refrain from seeking trouble. Escapee Jiang Liufeng, Crocodile, Waldo, the Red Count. You possess quite the audacity. Not hiding like a rat, but brazenly running about." Lucci initiated the confrontation, addressing the group as they attempted to pass by. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng could not help but find it somewhat amusing. The mere CP9 dared to provoke them? He smiled with a hint of intrigue. "So, what do you intend to do? Since you have crossed paths with me, it is only natural that I shall take you all down. Do you truly believe you possess the capability? You shall find out shortly." Lucy commanded his companions to line up, preparing for a one-on-one confrontation, the imminent battle looming large. In stark contrast to Jiang Liufeng's calm demeanor, Lucy's expression was far from pleasant, for the individuals before him were indeed formidable opponents. With Frankie and Usopp dispatched, Lucy and his 3 companions stood tense, harboring no underestimation of their adversaries, for these individuals were undoubtedly first-rate fighters. "Kaku, I entrust the Red Count to you. Do not concern yourself with defeating him, merely entangle him. Bruno, you shall face Vardo, simply withstand his onslaught. Califa, you are tasked with Crocodile. I shall swiftly deal with this newcomer and then come to your aid, taking them down one by one. HM? Lucy glared at Jiang Liufeng's smiling face, feeling quite vexed. What was this boy's intention? Chapter 13. A disgraceful retreat possessing the three types of hockey like Roger. Jiang Liufeng's observation hockey was exceedingly potent. At this moment, Lucy's thoughts were, of course, not beyond his perception. Upon hearing Lucy's intent to swiftly subdue him and eliminate his companions one by one, Jiang Liufeng could not help but burst into laughter for a moment. Heh, you must think highly of yourself, he remarked, raising an eyebrow at Lu Qi. What do you mean? A fugitive dares to act so brazenly before CP9? Are you not going to surrender? Surrender? Hey, do you really think you can make me? Without further ado, he declared, enough of this idle chatter. Let's get to it. Words exchanged, tensions escalated, and it seemed as though a fierce battle was imminent. The cold sea breeze swept through the air, while the waters nearby crashed violently against the dock, sending towering waves soaring over 10 meters high, an apparent ignition point. The 8 adversaries, who had been locked in a standoff, finally sprang into action. Attack! Lu Qi bellowed, charging forward directly at Jiang Liufeng. The 3 behind him simultaneously mobilized, each pursuing their designated targets as per their impromptu strategy. In contrast, Jiang Liufeng felt considerably at ease. Aside from him, these 3 were seasoned warriors, having long since come to terms with life and death. To them, the so-called CP9 members were merely younger opponents. With a playful smile adorning his face, Jiang Liufeng contemplated how to toy with them for greater amusement. However, emboldened by his own strength, he lacked their patience and was eager to engage in combat with these once-renowned figures. Thus, disregarding the trio, he boldly advanced, thinking it would be even better if they refrained from attacking. He could handle them all alone. Yet, to his bemusement, the CP9 members entirely dismissed him, brushing past to confront the 3 behind him, leaving only Lu Qi to face him. What? You look down on me? Jiang Liufeng's expression darkened. To make matters worse, Lu Qi demonstrated a distinct lack of respect, launching a seemingly formidable kick towards his face, as if believing that a single blow would suffice to bring Jiang Liufeng to his knees. Jiang Liufeng stood his ground, not even deploying his formidable aura or the lightning shield. Relying solely on the robust physical attributes of the 3rd Raikage, he endured a powerful kick. Bang! How could this be? Lu Qi was left dumbfounded. The onlookers, members of the marine world, and the spectators who had yet to board, were equally astonished. They were well aware of Lu Qi's strength, yet this audacious young man managed to withstand Lu Qi's tremendous force with sheer resilience, a truly shocking sight. At that moment, Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow, scratching his head and twisting his neck. He remarked, "Is that all you've got? Goodness, must you be so pretentious?" Upon hearing this, the crowd of spectators rolled their eyes in disbelief. Lu Qi, a master of the Marine's 6 styles, was being challenged in such a manner? Yet, judging by the young man's demeanor, it seemed he was not merely putting on an act. Could it be? Was he truly unscathed? The realization began to sink in. Initially, everyone was simply astonished, but as they analyzed the situation, fear crept into their expressions. Lu Qi, consumed by rage, felt utterly humiliated in front of the crowd, believing himself to be a prodigy, only to be publicly slapped in the face by this mere escapee. You dare to act so boldly before me? I'll make you pay. Chafe. Jiang Liufeng's eyes brightened as he witnessed the formidable power of the razor strike, which surpassed even the might of Lu Qi's kicks. As Lu Qi unleashed a powerful kick accompanied by a piercing sound, it was evident that this force was not to be underestimated. However, Jiang Liufeng effortlessly summoned a lightning barrier, successfully deflecting the blow. Not only that, the sheer force of the lightning surged through Lu Qi's leg, leaving him momentarily stunned and bewildered as he fell to the ground, shaking his head in confusion. What was happening? A capable individual? The initial announcement had merely targeted Jiang Liufeng without delving into the specifics of his abilities, leaving even the specialized CP9 unaware of the extent of his strength and tactics. Lu Qi's misfortune lay precisely in this ignorance. To him, this mere escapee was insignificant. Yet he could never have anticipated the overwhelming prowess Jiang Liufeng possessed, far exceeding his expectations. Observing his 3 comrades, it was evident that they could no longer withstand the onslaught. They were being toyed with by the trio of superpowered adversaries. Though Lu Qi still had some tricks up his sleeve, his companions had already exhausted their options, and if this continued, it would jeopardize their mission. Gazing at the train that had already distanced itself, Lu Qi felt a twinge of retreat. "Bruno!" Lu Qi shouted, summoning all his strength to execute a technique to create distance between himself and Jiang Liufeng. Years of collaboration had forged a deep understanding among the group. And at this call, Bruno instantly grasped Lucci's intent. He swiftly deployed an iron block to block Vardo's bombarding attacks, then used his powers to vanish from sight. The remaining two also unleashed their abilities, buying a fleeting moment to regroup. When Bruno reappeared, he had activated a portal, materializing behind the trio. They hurriedly entered the gateway, escaping in a state of disarray. "Ah, the door fruit. I nearly forgot about that trick," Jiang Liufeng remarked nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders. After all, Bruno was seldom in the spotlight, unremarkable in appearance, and his abilities were rather mediocre. Jiang Liufeng had almost overlooked this impressive fruit power he possessed. Nevertheless, it mattered little, as their next target was Judicial Island, where he intended to eliminate this group altogether. "You three useless fools. How could you let them escape?" Jiang Liufeng rolled his eyes, fully aware that these three had not exerted their full potential. In response, the Red Count displayed a look of disdain, while Crocodile dismissed the matter entirely. Only Vardo shrugged helplessly, raising his hands as he said, "Boss, there's nothing we can do. These guys are just too incompetent. They lack abilities. And they don't even know hockey. If we were to engage seriously, a mere splash would be enough to wash them away." Jiang Liufeng considered this and decided not to hold it against them. Instead, he resolved to confront them directly at Judicial Island, where they would become slightly stronger. Adding a touch of intrigue to the encounter, Jiang Liufeng crossed his arms gently over his chest and remarked, "Anyone daring to confront me shall not be spared. One must eradicate the roots of the weeds, lest they sprout anew with the spring breeze. Besides, I was already intending to visit Judicial Island." The trio was taken aback by Jiang Liufeng's words, yet he had little desire to elaborate. They decided to first discuss shipbuilding matters with Ice Bagel. The others had no objections, for the shipbuilding craftsmanship of Water 7 was unparalleled, making it entirely reasonable to seek assistance here. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Liufeng possessed the necessary materials. They merely assumed he sought to extort some resources. What else could he do? Despite being a formidable team, the issue remained. They were devoid of funds. Chapter 14. The Might of a Single Fist. After the fierce battle subsided, Sanji, who had been hiding in the corner, was drenched in sweat, his cigarette having fallen to the ground due to his inability to keep his mouth shut. What kind of monster has emerged here? He pondered. Is that not Crocodile? And the others appear even stronger. A cascade of questions and the spectacle before him caused Sanji to forget about chasing the train. Upon regaining his senses, he noticed only the unconscious Usopp remaining. Even Frankie had been taken away. Steadying himself, he realized that overthinking was futile. His immediate priority was to locate his companions. Hastily, he took Usopp and departed. "Is the iceberg all right? How is it?" Jiang Liufeng arrived at Ice Bega's office with familiarity. His predictive abilities allowed him to discern everyone's whereabouts. Upon entering the disheveled office and witnessing the injured Ice Begu, Jiang Liufeng understood precisely what had transpired. "Who are you?" Ice Begu, overwhelmed by the recent chaos, could only express his disbelief. "Do not misunderstand. I am not an agent of the world government. I have come to discuss shipbuilding," Jiang Liufeng replied with a smile. However, Ice Bega's expression darkened instantly. "Surely, you jest. Do you not see the current situation? Shipbuilding is not an option right now. I suggest you seek another establishment." Just as he finished speaking, Ice Bega's pupils constricted as he noticed Crocodile and Waldo behind Jiang Liufeng, leading to a surge of confusion. How could the warlord of the sea be in the company of such a violent individual? While he did not recognize Jiang Liufeng or the Count of Red from a different era, Ice Begu, as the mayor of Water 7, was certainly acquainted with the notorious Crocodile and the once dominant Waldo. Jiang Liufeng comprehended the current situation in the 7 cities of water and thus spoke up. "We will not allow your efforts to go unrewarded. I can grant you one request, and I assure you it is within our capability." Upon hearing this, the Ice Mountain was momentarily taken aback. "I have no requests. Please just leave me be. There is no need for you to conceal anything from me. I am aware of everything, including your relationship with Frankie." Jiang Liufeng, unwilling to squander time, addressed him directly and forthrightly. Ice Mountain, startled by the words, demanded, "Who exactly are you? What do you intend to do? That is of no consequence to you. What matters is our agreement. I can fulfill one of your requests in exchange for your assistance in constructing a ship. It is as simple as that." Ice Mountain's expression fluctuated as he glanced at the silent Crocodile and Waldo, powerful figures who seemingly regarded the youth before them, who was yet to turn 20, as their leader. Ultimately, as if resolute in his decision, he prepared to take a gamble. "Very well. I shall construct the ship for you. on the condition that you help me rescue Frankie. Is that acceptable? Certainly, Jiang Liufeng replied with an air of nonchalance, for he had already anticipated Espagu's request and was not surprised. Espagu could not help but regard Jiang Liufeng with newfound respect. The fact that he was aware of these matters and maintained such composure was something Espagu had not expected. However, looking at this youth, who appeared to be under 20, alongside the silent yet indifferent powerful figures behind him, he found it difficult to mock their audacity, for he sensed they truly possessed formidable strength. With a heavy sigh, Espagu turned to Jiang Liufeng and the others, stating, "If that is the case, follow me." He then led them toward a dilapidated factory that had been abandoned for over a decade. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a sight of a derelict factory, covered in dust. Without further ado, Espagu approached a long-abandoned maritime train known as the Rocket Man and began to work with tools. Meanwhile, the other three were utterly speechless at Jiang Liufeng's acceptance of Espagu's terms. What kind of captain have we followed? Why run towards trouble? Why not directly extort or threaten? They failed to understand that Jiang Liufeng scorned such tactics, viewing these so-called troubles as trifles, mere inconveniences, especially since he intended to visit Judicial Island regardless. Before long, as Jiang Liufeng had anticipated, Granny Mermaid arrived with the Straw Hat crew. Upon seeing Jiang Liufeng and his companions, shock spread across the faces of the Straw Hats, albeit in different forms. As they entered, Zoro immediately sensed a powerful aura emanating from a demonic sword. Indeed, as they stepped inside, they beheld the Red Count wielding the rein, and Zoro's instincts warned him that this individual and his weapon represented a formidable adversary. Next came Crocodile, who was all too familiar with this group. The moment Crocodile appeared, Luffy's demeanor shifted to one of tension. "Crocodile, weren't you captured? How did you end up here?" Luffy inquired gravely. Crocodile, upon seeing Luffy and the others, felt a surge of unbridled fury, his teeth grinding in resentment. However, as a seasoned individual, he understood the importance of respecting the captain. Until he received the captain's orders, he would refrain from engaging. Yet Crocodile's restraint did not quell the impulsive young Luffy, who charged at him, declaring, "Jet rocket pistol." Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed to strike Crocodile. Jiang Liufeng, who had no intention of involving himself with them, felt a flicker of anger at the audacity displayed before him. With a mere flash, he vanished from sight. The next instant, boom. As Jiang Liufeng withdrew his fist, Luffy's figure was sent flying through the air, landing with a splash into the tumultuous sea below. The Straw Hats stood in stunned silence. Despite their captain's often unreliable nature, he was renowned for his ferocity in battle. To see him dispatched so effortlessly was nothing short of extraordinary. Zoro was the first to react, diving into the water in a frenzy, eventually rescuing a half-drowned Luffy. Once Luffy regained his composure, the Straw Hats positioned themselves defensively, eyeing Jiang Liufeng and his companions with trepidation. Crocodile could no longer contain himself. Unleashing his full power, he prepared to unleash a sandstorm upon them. Yet Jiang Liufeng intercepted him with a single hand. "Enough. We have more pressing matters at hand." Jiang Liufeng regarded the Straw Hats with indifference. Deeming them unworthy of his attention, he felt no need to resort to the likes of Lightning or Haki. The sheer might of his formidable physique was more than sufficient to handle the likes of them. Chapter 15. Sword against the giant waves. Hearing this, Crocodile seethed in frustration, his anger simmering beneath the surface, but ultimately he turned away, coldly responding, "Understood, Captain." What? The former warlord of the sea, the Desert Emperor, was addressing this purple-haired youth as captain. The revelation struck the Straw Hats and Frankie's crew with astonishment, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Just how extraordinary must this youth be to command such a formidable figure as Crocodile? However, recalling the power behind Jiang Liufeng's earlier punch, the realization began to dawn upon them. Indeed, someone capable of effortlessly defeating Luffy with a single strike could only be an individual of extraordinary caliber. After the initial shock, the Straw Hats refrained from provoking them further, recognizing the vast disparity in strength. They were all rational individuals, well aware of the chasm that lay between them. As this brief interlude concluded, both parties boarded the Rocket Man maritime train, maintaining a respectful distance, avoiding any further altercations. In stark contrast to Jiang Liufeng's calm demeanor, the Straw Hats appeared notably apprehensive. The impact Jiang Liufeng had made on them was profound, despite being merely a single punch. Witnessing Luffy's pained expression was a clear indication of the immense power behind it. Such a thing had never occurred before. It was utterly terrifying. As thoughts swirled in their minds, The train bound for Judicial Island officially set off. Under the fierce driving of Granny Mermaid, the Rocket Man swiftly found its tracks amidst the raging ocean waves, connecting seamlessly. The train sped along its course toward Judicial Island, yet challenges loomed ahead as they faced the wrath of the sea gods. Not long after the train departed, a colossal wave approached, towering ominously and threatening to crash down upon the Rocket Man, plunging everyone aboard into a state of panic. Goodness, this wave is outrageous. It must be at least 100 meters high. What do we do? Are we about to meet our end right at the start? Alas, it appears we cannot save you. My lord, my sincerest apologies. Witnessing the colossal wave, akin to a ferocious beast with a gaping maw, charging towards them, the Frankie family was engulfed in despair, as if they were destined to be swallowed by this insurmountable tide in the next moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, was roused by the clamor beside him, and upon opening his eyes, he immediately discerned the massive wave looming perilously close. He gestured and spoke to the Count, urging him to take action. Upon hearing this, the Red Count nodded slightly, uttering not a single word more, and promptly seized his weapon. Advancing to the front of the vehicle, he instructed the mermaid elder, who was at the wheel, to continue onward without fear. This succinct command, though it might seem trivial to others, was taken seriously by the seasoned mermaid, who understood the true terror of the world's formidable warriors. Observing the elderly man before her, despite his age, she sensed an overwhelming aura of strength, as if a peerless champion stood before her. With gritted teeth, she complied. As Luffy and Zoro prepared to confront the oncoming wave with all their might, they too felt a daunting presence that compelled them to step back, creating space for the Red Count. Standing alone at the front of the vehicle, the Red Count, who should have appeared diminutive against the towering wave, somehow grew in stature, exuding an aura that overshadowed even the monstrous tide, rendering him even more formidable. As the wave approached, the Red Count merely stood there, sword in hand, displaying no intention to strike. The hearts of all present constricted in anticipation, their minds racing with uncertainty. Was this man truly formidable or merely posturing? The thought flickered in their minds, though none were foolish enough to voice it aloud. In that moment, the colossal wave was upon them. Just as it was about to collide with the train, the Red Count made his move. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes, and his sword, Thunderstorm, was unleashed with blinding speed. The spectators could hardly comprehend how many strikes he had executed. It felt as though the blade had returned to its sheath in the blink of an eye. Even the brilliance of the blade was lost on them. Among the crowd, Zoro was the most astonished. With his innate talent for swordsmanship, he managed to catch a glimpse of the Red Count's swift action. In the brief moment of chaos, he perceived 8 distinct sword strikes. Although the details were obscured, it was undeniable that 8 blows had indeed been delivered at a breathtaking speed, the likes of which he had never witnessed. It seemed even the renowned swordsman Mihawk could not compare. What manner of beings are these? Zoro's pupils contracted as he scrutinized the group once more, contemplating whether Crocodile was the weakest among them. If this old man wielded such terrifying swordsmanship yet was not the captain, what could be said of the calm, purple-haired youth's prowess? Before he could ponder further, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. The towering wave appeared to be cleaved asunder, dividing into 8 sections, which were then bisected again, resulting in 16 distinct chunks. The colossal wave was transformed into uniform cubes, suspended in midair, their edges impossibly clean-cut, defying logic and the nature of water. Was this phenomenon a result of the swift strikes, leaving the sea unable to react in time? None could ascertain. As the 16 equidistant cubes drifted past the train and crashed heavily upon the ocean's surface, creating magnificent ripples, the onlookers remained frozen in shock, their thoughts vacated. Baroque Reedfield, the man known as the Red Count, who single-handedly stood alongside the Roger and Whitebeard pirate crews during the era of the Pirate King, wielding unmatched power. As the crowd remained engulfed in profound astonishment, at that very moment, within the Navy headquarters, the door to the conference room where Magellan was reporting suddenly burst open. "Admiral, you have a call." A frantic rear admiral rushed in, clutching a den mushi. Sengoku furrowed his brow, sensing the urgency in the rear admiral's demeanor, signaling the importance of the matter at hand. He promptly ceased the briefing to answer the call. "This is Sengoku. Who is this?" "I am CP9's Lucci." "CP9? Sengoku's expression shifted to one of confusion. Wasn't he that a special unit under the world government? What could they possibly want with him? "Sengoku, we encountered prisoners escaping from Impel Down during our mission. We engaged them, but they possess formidable strength. We request naval support, as our mission involves the ancient weapon, Pluton. What? Sengoku exclaimed, his voice rising in disbelief. He had never imagined that this group would not hide after escaping, but instead wreak havoc. Cease this meeting. The target has re-emerged. Kazuru and Akiji, you are to lead the naval forces, splitting into 2 groups to swiftly proceed to Water 7 and Eni's lobby for support. Understood. As dawn broke over the calm belt, dozens of sea kings of varying sizes floated haphazardly in the waters surrounding Eni's lobby. On the front of the rocketman train, Jiang Liufeng's dark, iron-like aura and crackling lightning gradually dissipated amidst the astonishment of the Straw Hat crew and the Frankie family. The Sniper King, masked and trembling, clung tightly to Frankie's associates. What manner of prodigy is this? They recalled the scene of Jiang Liufeng single-handedly toppling numerous sea kings in a flash, sending shivers down their spines. He is astonishingly powerful. Unlike Luffy, who was dazzled by Jiang Liufeng's flamboyant techniques, Zoro, Sanji, and the others remained acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, recognizing the overwhelming strength of this mysterious individual. This individual is absurdly strong, Zoro remarked, relieved that they were currently allies. Sanji puffed on his cigarette, sighing, let us hope we do not find ourselves as enemies in the future. Amidst the awe of those around him, Jiang Liufeng was oblivious, his mind solely focused on reaching the checkpoint. What treasures await him? A smirk graced his lips, clearly in high spirits. As the train approached the grand gates of Eni's lobby, he waved his hand, signaling for his team to proceed ahead. Jiang Liufeng, with great exuberance, leapt off the train and dashed towards the waves. This sudden act startled the onlookers considerably. Isn't he a person of extraordinary abilities? Why does he not fear the sea? And how on earth is he capable of running upon the water? Surely, this must be a jest. I must be dreaming. This utterly defies my understanding. I feel as though my worldview is crumbling. Equally restless was Luffy, who, the moment Jiang Liufeng departed, took to the air with his own powers, soaring high over the gates of Justice Island. Observing the swiftly approaching train and the group led by Jiang Liufeng at the entrance, the expressions of the station navy and world government personnel grew grave. What are you doing here? They questioned. We're merely passing through to pick someone up. Jiang Liufeng replied dismissively, waving his hand with an air of nonchalance. Get lost, quickly. Do you have any idea where you are? Disregarding the words of these insignificant figures, Jiang Liufeng continued on, leading his companions toward the interior. Quick, close the gates. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The guards, upon witnessing the group's intent to breach, sprang into action, raising their firearms and unleashing a barrage of gunfire without hesitation. With a chilling gaze, Jiang Liufeng activated his full power amidst the bewildered naval personnel. He deflected all incoming bullets with his lightning abilities. The other 3, equally unperturbed by the projectiles, also took action to shield themselves. Since you have initiated the attack, do not blame me for the consequences. As Jiang Liufeng swiftly moved, he struck first, closely followed by the 3 individuals behind him. The so-called gatekeepers could scarcely discern his figure. In his wake lay fallen naval officers, accompanied by anguished cries of pain. Truly, it is said that with each step, a life is taken, leaving no trace over 1,000 miles. Such is the art of his lethal prowess. Jiang Liufeng arrived before the first grand gate, resembling the decay of ancient ruins, with no one left standing behind him. Usopp's eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Goodness, this is utterly outrageous. This is beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. It is nothing short of divine. The atmosphere felt overwhelmingly terrifying, leaving us with the impression that we were superfluous. Was our purpose merely to escort this deity? The members of the Frankie family, who stood close to him, expressed their trepidation as well. Had Jiang Liufeng heard their words, he would undoubtedly have concurred. Just as the crowd was lost in their astonishment, he unleashed his most formidable spear technique, shattering the seemingly impregnable gate. The guards behind the door promptly sprang into action against them. As Jiang Liufeng surged forth like a colossal beast from primordial times, he became an unstoppable force, mercilessly eliminating anyone who dared approach him. Regardless of their identity, those who ventured too close were swiftly dispatched, returning home in a grim finality. To his allies, the spectacle was exhilarating. However, for the Navy and the members of the world government, it was utterly horrifying. Anyone who approached this harbinger of death met with a grim fate. Those fortunate enough returned with grievous injuries, while the unfortunate suffered lethal blows, their lives extinguished in an instant. Who could withstand such terror? The scene was nothing short of apocalyptic, transforming Justice Island into a veritable hell on Earth within mere moments. The landscape was littered with the fallen. Navy personnel and world government members alike lay scattered, defeated. Even the 3 giant guards were dispatched in a single strike. Though they clung to life, their breaths grew shallow, and their demise was imminent. The inhabitants of Justice Island were petrified. Having prided themselves on their superiority and embodiment of justice, never had they witnessed such carnage. They watched as Jiang Liufeng and his companions, like grim reapers, unleashed a terrifying array of techniques, claiming countless lives. Soon, not a soul dared approach them. Upon sighting these figures, they scurried into corners, trembling in fear, too frightened to even glance their way. This shocking scene left the Straw Hat crew and Frankie's family, who had only just managed to ascend the island, utterly stunned. Just moments before, they had been filled with bravado, eager to make their mark, but upon entering, they were left dumbfounded. The sheer terror emanating from Jiang Liufeng and his companions was overwhelming. Prior to their entrance, they had noted the guards outside, but with less than 100 of them, they felt it was manageable. Now, however, nearly 500 bodies lay within the confines of Justice Island, with those still standing either cowering in corners, crying out for their mothers, or laughing and sobbing in a state of delirium. The atmosphere was profoundly unsettling, a sensation impossible to grasp without being present to witness the dread firsthand. Yet, amidst the chaos, Jiang Liufeng and his trio strolled leisurely under his command, heading toward the designated location indicated by the system, an imposing structure housing CP9. With no one daring to confront them, they relished the tranquility. He had no desire to engage with these minor adversaries. However, their tenacity necessitated a display of power, for without it, he would have wasted an inordinate amount of time. Finally liberated from their incessant nuisance, they could proceed unimpeded. But it was not long before another unwitting fool approached. Chapter 17, Successful Check-In. As Jiang Liufeng strolled along, he suddenly sensed shadows flitting about the corners of the street, moving with notable swiftness. His keen perception detected an ominous presence. Four-legged creatures? Could they be the canine unit? Just as he suspected, the dark figures that had encircled them were indeed the canine squad dispatched by the Chief Justice. Apologies, but this is where your journey ends, declared the leader, his nostrils flaring with arrogance. Receiving no response, he lowered his gaze towards Jiang Liufeng and his companions. And in that instant, his fury ignited. To his astonishment, Jiang Liufeng and his group appeared utterly indifferent, forging ahead as if the canine unit were invisible. You 4 intruders. Halt immediately, he bellowed in rage. Jiang Liufeng slightly furrowed his brows, questioning, is there something amiss? Damn it, what do you mean by is there something amiss? You are the invaders, for heaven's sake. We are here to apprehend you. The squad of law enforcement cavalry stood utterly speechless. This young man before them was undeniably arrogant. Brothers, advance. Show this ignorant fool what we seek him for. With that command, dozens of cavalrymen sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of weapons, flying daggers, chains, blood droplets, and nets crafted from sea stone, all aimed at the quartet. I'll handle the sea stone. The rest is up to you. Jiang Liufeng efficiently delegated tasks, and they immediately engaged. It must be noted that the law enforcement troops exhibited commendable speed. For ordinary pirates, they would indeed pose a challenge. Yet, Jiang Liufeng and his companions were renowned for their swiftness, and even the slowest among them, Crocodile, far surpassed the capabilities of these law enforcement forces. Before long, the air was filled with anguished cries. This time, it was truly a scene of human lamentations and canine howls. What others regarded as an elite law enforcement unit was pitifully inadequate before the quartet, failing to impede their advance in the slightest. Witnessing the once mighty law enforcement troops falter against this group, the trembling mercenaries in the corner were struck with sheer terror. Thank heavens I was wise enough not to charge in, or I would have faced dire consequences. Indeed, it's utterly terrifying. How can such formidable individuals exist outside the new world? Forget it. Let us play dead, or we'll end up like those sprawled on the ground. With an unobstructed path before them, the group swiftly arrived at the courthouse. Jiang Liufeng lifted his gaze to the ceiling and remarked nonchalantly, "Is the check-in point up there?" He then prepared to ascend. "Invaders, do you truly think so little of me?" The chief judge, enraged by the quartet's audacity to climb the stairs, leaped forth wielding a large blade. "To pass, you must first contend with me." Sensing the check-in point's proximity, Jiang Liufeng had little patience for such insignificant beings. Old Shah, this is your responsibility. We shall proceed ahead. Old Shah nodded slightly. Though he found Jiang Liufeng's commanding tone displeasing, he nonetheless moved forward. Desert Blade, let us go. Jiang Liufeng led the two others upward. Soon, they reached the rooftop, gazing down into the abyss that separated the outer and inner islands. Jiang Liufeng silently lamented, having forgotten about the necessity of a suspension bridge. Had he known, he would have sent Old Shah first. As he brooded internally, the members of CP9 within the main building also spotted them. Lucci solemnly remarked, "This bastard has followed us here." The CP9 commander, Spandam, oblivious to the situation, leisurely inquired, "Who are they?" "They are here to rescue Robin and Frankie." "Oh, so there are those unafraid of death, daring to come here to save someone? Why are you still standing there? Go deal with them." Kaku rolled his eyes. "You speak so lightly of it. Why don't you go?" "Don't worry. We'll handle it," Lucci declared with steely resolve. "Kaku, Khalifa, how are your abilities?" "We've already learned how to utilize them." "That's good. During our previous encounter, we were concerned about delaying our mission, allowing them to become arrogant. This time, let us show them what true strength is." "Yes, Commander. You should take the prisoners to the gate of justice now. We will handle the rest." Observing his motivated subordinates, Spandam lazily rose, exclaiming, "Indeed, my subordinates are quite reliable. There's no rush. Allow me to enjoy the show a while longer." As he spoke, he approached Robin and Frankie, delivering several hard kicks to their bodies, mocking them before dragging them to the window with interest, eager to see who was foolish enough to come seeking death. Jiang Liufeng, wielding his domineering observation haki, naturally detected the presence of CP9. However, he remained unfazed, for he realized the check-in point was directly above on the opposite rooftop. Following his usual approach, he kicked through a section of the wall, propelling himself toward the opposite rooftop, with his companions following suit. A tremendous crash echoed, startling everyone. At this moment, the Straw Hat crew had arrived nearby, catching sight of CP9 through the large hole in the courthouse roof. "Over there. Crew, let us move," Luffy shouted. His companions hurriedly ascended to the rooftop, where Jiang Liufeng had been moments before. Upon arrival, they were met with the pitiable sight of Robin, who had endured grievous treatment. Fury ignited within them. The scene that followed was heart-wrenching. "Robin, I want to hear you say it. You want to live." Seeing her comrades come to her rescue, tears streamed down Robin's face. The final barriers within her heart had crumbled. Never before had she desired life so fervently. "If given the chance, I want to live. Luffy, take me with you to the sea." "Ha! How touching. But do you understand what you will face to save her?" Spandam sneered. "Now I know. Sniper King. Shoot that flag," Luffy declared resolutely. "Understood." As Usopp prepared to showcase his prized new slingshot, a figure appeared beside the World Noble flagpole, shattering the emotional atmosphere. A youth with purple hair approached nonchalantly, delivering a single punch that sent the flagpole flying, obliterating the flag that hung from it, reduced to mere remnants by the lightning energy emanating from him. Who else could this be but Jiang Liufeng? It turned out the check-in point at Judicial Island was situated right atop that flagpole. "Such an inconvenience," he muttered, while simultaneously completing his task. Finally, check-in successful. Chapter 18. The Omniscient Recorder Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in at Judicial Island. Reward: 1 Omniscient Recorder. The next check-in point is Sabaody Archipelago. Jiang Liufeng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he examined the new acquisition nestled within his backpack. The Omniscient Recorder, a device that meticulously documents the locations and features of various islands within the world of One Piece, while also providing a clear depiction of potential hazards along the maritime routes and issuing climate crisis alerts. With the assistance of a sprite, it could unlock advanced functionalities, allowing for precise localization. After a certain cooling period, it could accurately pinpoint the location of individuals or objects. "This is splendid." Jiang Liufeng beamed with joy. This seemingly unremarkable recorder was, in fact, an extraordinary tool. One must understand that for a remarkable pirate crew navigating the One Piece world, what truly matters is not merely the strength of their firepower, but rather the presence of a seasoned navigator. Without an exceptional navigator, especially in the latter half of the Grand Line, within the New World, the oceans are fraught with unpredictable climates and ever-shifting information. It is likely that before even encountering an adversary, they would already be thwarted by bizarre weather patterns or treacherous terrains that would send them back to their origins. Now, equipped with this device, they could grasp a comprehensive view of the entire One Piece world and travel wherever they desired, without the need for any memory pointers. There would be no more concerns regarding the myriad complexities of climate and terrain that could present challenges to their journey. Even the most foolish crew member could navigate the seas with their eyes closed. Furthermore, with its advanced features and precise localization, how fortuitous that his world tree already harbored a tree spirit. This advantage was indeed glaringly evident. Was this not akin to receiving a pillow when one was already drowsy? Did not the Red Count possess the Zoan-type vampire fruit? Reflecting on the cascade of fortunate events that were about to unfold, Jiang Liufeng found himself momentarily lost in blissful reverie, thoroughly enchanted by the prowess of the system that had brought him such joy. Are you not a deity among men? You are aloof and composed indeed. Can you not exhibit even a hint of restraint? Jiang Liufeng stood there, lost in his own amusement, completely oblivious to the astonished gazes of those around him. The onlookers were rendered speechless by his nonchalance towards the world's banner. Spandam, in particular, was so taken aback that his jaw nearly hit the ground. Who is this fool? Does he not comprehend the consequences of his actions? In contrast to Spandam's bewilderment, Lucci and a few others who had witnessed Jiang Liufeng's prowess remained remarkably composed. He is our enemy. I shall soon ensure he pays for his transgressions. Across from them, Usopp stood with his slingshot, utterly flabbergasted. Damn it, the spotlight has been stolen by this deity. Humph, never mind, with my 8,000 subordinates. I shall not stoop to the level of such a freak. As he spoke, he squinted at Jiang Liufeng, fearful that the latter might overhear and take offense. Little did he know, in Jiang Liufeng's eyes, he held no value worthy of being troubled. Enough. The necessary tasks have been completed. Now, it is time to take Frankie and the others away. Coming back to his senses, Jiang Liufeng said calmly to Red Count and Waldo. What? The necessary tasks are complete? You cannot possibly be here to deliberately challenge the authority of the world, can you? The two, utterly perplexed, rolled their eyes. Their captain was truly a source of constant concern. It was incredibly challenging for his subordinates. With no choice but to shake their heads in resignation, they followed Jiang Liufeng. Before long, they arrived at the room where CP9 was situated. The group stood facing each other in silence. Jiang Liufeng found himself at a loss for words. For grandiloquence was not his style. He preferred to avoid trouble and had no intention of engaging in unnecessary discourse. However, these individuals had previously sought to provoke him. And as the adage goes, a gentleman takes his time to exact revenge. Thus, today, Jiang Liufeng was resolute in his determination to deal with them decisively. On the other hand, CP9, having witnessed the prowess of a few individuals, felt as though they were facing a formidable adversary, and thus remained taciturn. Unlike them, Jiang Liufeng's focus was primarily on the two figures behind this commotion, showing little regard for the so-called members of CP9. Spandam, who had been fixated on these two, now felt a chill creeping down his spine. He was not foolish. Noticing his subordinates on high alert, he understood that the opponents were not to be underestimated. He immediately resolved to make a discreet exit. Lucci, we must prioritize the mission. Escort me out of here post-haste. Spandam gulped nervously as he spoke. Lucci furrowed his brow slightly, muttering under his breath about Spandam's incompetence, having just let him leave only to now require protection. Owl Bruno, you are tasked with holding back the outsiders. We, Kaku, Gabra, and Khalifa, will join forces to escort the officer and the prisoner to safety. Understood. With that command, CP9 sprang into action. Bruno opened a portal, and without hesitation, he and Owl stepped through to intercept the Straw Hat crew. Meanwhile, the remaining members formed a defensive formation, shielding Spandam and the soldiers carrying Frankie as they slowly retreated toward the passage leading to the Gate of Justice. Engage. With a single command from Jiang Liufeng, the three of them sprang into action simultaneously. The vigilant CP9 reacted instantly as Jiang Liufeng and his companions made their move. Wei Qi and Kaku confronted the Red Earl, while Khalifa engaged Vardo and Gabra faced Jiang Liufeng. Lucci, feeling helpless, was assigned to escort Commander Spandam to safety. The enemy unleashed their full powers right from the start, with Gabra and Kaku transforming into their giraffe and werewolf forms, respectively. Kaku's eyes narrowed as he prepared to showcase their true strength. With one leg planted firmly on the ground, he began to spin rapidly, his elongated neck and body whirling with incredible speed. Just as he reached the pinnacle of his rotation, he shouted, "Storm kick! Round slash!" With a swift motion, a fierce slash emanated from him, slicing through the air like a tempest, approaching the others in the blink of an eye. Even the other CP9 members were taken aback, hastily dodging the oncoming onslaught. They had no confidence in their ability to withstand such a ruthless attack. "Kaku, you bastard, are you trying to kill us too?" Gabra protested in his wolf form, visibly agitated. "What can I say? My power is this formidable. If you want to survive, find a different place to fight and don't interfere with me." Kaku, despite appearing to be merely in his 20s, humorously referred to himself as old man, evoking both laughter and exasperation. "You, Gabra grumbled, displeased but begrudgingly holding his tongue in the face of such a formidable foe. In stark contrast to the panic displayed by CP9, Jiang Liufeng and his companions remained remarkably composed. Jiang Liufeng did not move an inch. Instead, he summoned a lightning shield to protect himself. The might of Kaku's round slash merely grazed the barrier before dissipating into nothingness. The Red Earl, with a swift motion of his sword, countered with a blade of his own, slicing through the air and leaving a mark on the surroundings without so much as a scratch on him. Chapter 19. Fierce Battle 1. How astonishingly fast was Vardo, who possessed the Momo fruit. The speed of Kaku's slash, while impressive, paled in comparison to Vardo, who vanished in an instant. The expressions of the others darkened in realization. In terms of evasion and tactical response, the disparity was glaring. Although Kaku's attack had not struck anyone, it had severely damaged the main building, cleaving it in two with a resounding clang. The structure tilted precariously, a testament to the extraordinary power behind that strike. Unfortunately, they were up against opponents far too powerful. Undeterred by their earlier failure, the combatants pressed on. Gabra, now in werewolf form, charged directly at Jiang Liufeng, unleashing a ferocious attack. Shave. Iron block fist. Heavy wolf punch. The moment the words left his lips, he launched an aggressive strike towards Jiang Liufeng, his expression a mask of malice and ferocity. The grotesque visage of a ravenous wolf was evident. Despite the ferocity of his attack, Jiang Liufeng merely smiled disdainfully, recognizing the futility of the effort. With a mere thought, he activated his armament hockey, his left hand turning as black as iron. Without employing any special skills, he casually swung his fist forward to meet Gabra's heavy wolf punch head-on. Bang! Crack! The collision of fists unleashed a tremendous shockwave, causing the entire building to tremble. A thunderous roar erupted in the air as the residual force swept through the surroundings, causing the clothing of all present to flutter wildly. In the next moment, a sound of shattering bones reverberated. A piercing scream echoed through the air as a massive figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the wall beside the entrance. It was none other than Gabra himself. "I'll go rescue him. You too. Hurry up and keep up the pace," Jiang Liufeng said calmly, as if nothing had transpired. "Why is this happening? What kind of monster is this? How could he possibly send Gabra flying with a single punch, despite being an ordinary human?" The members of CP9 were left aghast, their faces pale and filled with countless questions as they stared at Jiang Liufeng in disbelief. They stood dumbfounded, allowing him to slip away without any resistance. As he vanished from sight, Kaku was the first to regain his composure. "You stand right there. There's no way we're letting him escape so easily. We are CP9. We have our pride. How can we be intimidated so easily by a criminal?" He was determined to pursue Jiang Liufeng. However, just then, a wave of danger washed over him, prompting an instinctual shave that propelled him several meters away. The spot where he had been standing moments ago was cleaved open by a blade. Looking up, he saw the Red Earl, wielding his sword, standing before him. "Your opponent is me," the Red Earl said coldly, his gaze fixed on Kaku as though he were examining a mere corpse. A chill ran down Kaku's spine upon making eye contact with the Red Earl, whose eyes exuded an eerie and domineering aura, making him feel as if he were being targeted by a demon. "Wei Chi, assist me," Kaku called out to his comrade, realizing he needed support. Life return. Lion's gun. Without needing Kaku's prompting, Wei Chi had already acted. His hair, resembling that of a lion, seemed to come alive, twisting together as if reaching out with fingers. The deadly attack was unleashed as the numerous strands of hair shot toward the Red Earl like agile limbs. The Red Earl, unfazed, had already sensed the incoming threat with his observation hockey. He moved gracefully among the onslaught of Lion's guns, which appeared riddled with gaps to him. After a flurry of attacks, not a single strand of his clothing was disturbed. This left Wei Chi both astonished and furious, But he did not relent. Retracting his hair, he swiftly transitioned to another attack. Lion's Branch. He spun the iron rod in his hand, igniting it into a massive fireball that hurtled toward the Red Earl. With a swift turn, the Red Earl raised his hand, unleashing a blade of energy that cleaved the fireball in two. Yet, in the air, Wei Qi had vanished. When he reappeared, he was at the Red Earl's side, aiming for his soft underbelly with a powerful strike. Piercing gun. It turned out that his previous attack had been a feint. This was the true killing move. This strike clearly showcased Wei Qi's extensive combat experience. CP9 was, after all, a lethal organization akin to the world's most formidable assassins, specialized in executing various high-difficulty tasks that are often deemed insurmountable by the Navy, or engaging in clandestine dealings that remain hidden from the public eye. To become a member of such an elite group is not something just anyone can achieve. It requires exceptional prowess. A less capable individual would surely fall victim to their own hubris in an instant. Unfortunately for them, they are pitted against the formidable Red Count, whose observational prowess seems almost supernatural. To him, the antics of these juvenile fools are nothing more than child's play. With a swift motion, he effortlessly disarms their ally, sending the iron rod flying from his grasp. In that fleeting moment of contact, their comrade feels an overwhelming force enveloping him, causing his entire demeanor to shatter. Pain courses through his hand, and his face contorts in agony as the iron rod slips from his fingers, beyond his control. Yet, the renowned Red Count is well aware that capturing him would not come easily. This maneuver was merely a pretext to draw closer to him. Life returns. Hair binds. His serpentine locks dart forth, ensnaring the Red Count and immobilizing his limbs. At last, the moment has arrived. Kaku has been poised to strike. The giraffe cannon, his signature long neck, having mysteriously retracted, now erupts with astonishing force, aimed directly at the Red Count's head. The Red Count's expression shifts slightly, a fleeting look of approval crossing his face. He muses internally, surprised that after all these years, the younger generation has become increasingly intriguing. Faced with their vast combat experience and nearly flawless coordination, a flicker of battle fervor ignites within the Red Count. Nevertheless, what could their experience possibly amount to against someone who has dominated the seas for decades? In a flash, the Red Count's wrist flicks, effortlessly severing the hair binding him. With a horizontal sweep of his blade, he counters this unexpected strike. Their ally understands that his ability cannot restrain the Red Count for long. He merely seeks to seize this ephemeral opportunity. However, he never anticipated the Red Count's reaction would be so swift. Chapter 20. Fierce Battle 2. This revelation leaves both Kaku and his companion in shock. They were aware that the Red Count was stronger, but the extent of that strength was far from clear. Now, however, fear grips them as they finally perceive the vast chasm that separates them. Their every assault has been anticipated and rendered futile in the Red Count's eyes, as if it were mere child's play. A deep sense of helplessness engulfs them, akin to a kindergarten child recklessly challenging an adult. Once such fear takes root, defeat becomes inevitable. As expected, their offensive dwindles in vigor. The Red Count senses their faltering resolve. The flicker of battle spirit within him begins to wane. The sparkle in his eyes fades, returning to a state of indifference. Given this, it is time to assess the situation. With a deft twist of his wrist, he wields the thunderstorm blade, creating a dazzling display of swordplay. The air is filled with shimmering sword lights, exuding a chilling aura that threatens to claim lives with mere contact. His previously narrowed eyes fly wide open. His aura surges, enveloping both Kaku and his companion in a palpable sense of dread, causing them to tremble. Large beads of sweat cascade down their foreheads. What once felt like a crisis has morphed into the unmistakable scent of death. To be engulfed by such an oppressive presence is undeniably distressing. Instinctively, they take several steps back, unwilling to meet their demise. At this critical juncture, the instinct for survival rekindles their fighting spirit, reviving their resolve. We will die regardless. So let us face this old man head-on. Even if we do not survive, we shall make him suffer. Kaku declares, his determination unwavering. What grand spectacles has he not witnessed? Today he shall engage in a battle to the death. The Red Count's dark aura envelopes the thunderstorm blade. The two adversaries fix their gazes, realizing that if they do not act now, they may never have another chance. Swoosh, swoosh. Two piercing sounds of air slicing through the atmosphere resonate. Kaku and his ally split into two, charging towards the Red Count from opposite directions. Kaku strikes first with his gale kick. With astonishing speed, he unleashes a flurry of kicks, a torrential assault aimed at the Red Count. The Red Count deftly blocks and evades, effortlessly neutralizing this overwhelming onslaught. Yet, in that critical moment, the Red Count prepares to deliver his final blow. An opportunity seized by his ally. Life returns. Hair binds. This time, the hair coils around the Red Count with ferocity, unlike the previous attempt. As the timing is impeccably precise, ensnaring him completely and rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, Kaku has transformed into his giraffe form, launching an unrelenting assault. The bamboo growth. He channels all his might, raising his long, powerful neck to strike the Red Count with relentless force. The impact of this attack vastly eclipses that of their earlier efforts. First, the prior attempt did not completely restrain the Red Count. Second, Kaku had previously held back to avoid harming his ally, merely delivering targeted strikes. Now, with his ally's potential unleashed and the Red Count thoroughly ensnared, Kaku casts aside all hesitation, unleashing a full-force attack, mercilessly battering the Red Count. This is a desperate gamble. Aware of the impending danger, his ally braces himself, employing Iron Block to withstand the onslaught of blows raining down upon him. Yet, the power bestowed by the Zoan fruit is formidable. Even with the resilience of Iron Block, he cannot endure. In no time, he is left reeling, his vision blurred, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Simultaneously, Kaku's relentless assault reaches its climax. He has expended every ounce of strength, unable to support his own weight any longer. With a resounding thud, he reverts to human form, collapsing to the ground. The room is engulfed in a cloud of dust, resembling the aftermath of a sandstorm, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. After what feels like an eternity, the swirling dust begins to settle, the air gradually clarifying. As Kaku rises, he gazes at the ground nearby, where a gaping pit filled with spiderweb-like cracks has formed. Peering into the fissures, he discerns two figures emerging from the lingering dust. One stands, the other lies. Have they triumphed? Kaku furrows his brow, sensing that the unfolding events may be too smooth. Just as he suspected, in the next heartbeat, a figure stirs amidst the haze. A glimmer of cold steel flashes in the dimly lit room, shining brightly against the obscurity. That figure, slender and agile, wields a katana. Who else could it be but the Red Count? Kaku's pupils dilate in disbelief. How can this be possible? As the Red Count approached, he finally saw clearly. At this moment, the Red Count's expression was calm. His entire being had transformed into a dark iron, wielding a blade like a harbinger of death, cutting through the wind with lethal intent. How could this be? Why was he unharmed? This was inconceivable. Kaku, gazing at the unconscious Weiqi sprawled on the ground, felt his mind unraveling. He could hardly fathom how someone could be so formidable. He distinctly sensed that his previous attack had indeed struck the Red Count. Yet now, he witnessed the Red Count advancing towards him, unscathed. The despair was palpable. However, fear of death compelled him to make a final, instinctive stand. He transformed into an iron block. With no angles left exposed, his shape folded into a cube resembling a magic square. The sight was quite ludicrous. He dared to hope that this, his most robust defensive form, would grant him a sliver of survival. Yet, in the end, it was all in vain. How could a mere block of iron withstand the Red Count's forceful strike infused with such overwhelming power? Even aluminum would crumble under it. The Red Count closed in on Kaku, executing a simple, unadorned strike. This seemingly ordinary blow, however, appeared utterly terrifying to Kaku. It felt as though the very space around him was locked down, time itself seemed to halt, and the light vanished from his eyes, leaving only an endless abyss of darkness. Was this the end? Kaku's expression shifted. He felt no fear, no panic, and no despair. As he gazed at the approaching blade, he experienced a sense of liberation, even managing a faint, serene smile. The Red Count's figure flashed past. Gradually, droplets of clear water flowed from the edge of the blade, washing away the pungent scent of blood, returning it to its pristine shine in an instant. As he sheathed his sword, the Red Count slowly departed the room, seemingly untouched by the constraints of age. Despite the twilight of his years, he retained a towering presence and formidable strength. Thus concluded the battle at Judicial Island. The two formidable CP9 warriors, Kaku and Weiqi, faced defeat. Chapter 21. Intense Battle 3. In contrast to the Red Count, the confrontation between Wardo and Khalifa was far more entertaining. Initially, both factions battled within the same room. However, Wardo's aggressive attacks quickly shattered the floor beneath them. They continued their clash, descending into the room below. As Wardo glanced at Khalifa, who was now in the bathtub, he felt a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Having fallen into the bathroom, Khalifa suddenly asked him to wait, claiming she wished to take a bath. This left Wardo utterly baffled. What was happening? As he stood there, dumbfounded, Khalifa undressed without a care in the world and slipped into the tub, luxuriating in her bath. Wardo's lips twitched, as a battle-hungry brute. He found himself flustered by the unexpected and enticing scene. Just then, a strange phenomenon occurred. The foam in the bathtub grew thicker and denser, slowly encroaching upon him. Amidst his bewilderment, the bubbles suddenly sprang to life, launching an attack. Bubble burst! Khalifa exclaimed, her technique unleashed. Wardo, now realizing the imminent threat of the bubbles, reacted swiftly. With a burst of speed, he distanced himself from the oncoming frothy assault. Khalifa frowned, finding his reflexes and speed quite troublesome. Her meticulously devised strategy of seduction and ambush had been thwarted, leaving her feeling increasingly anxious about the vast disparity in their strengths. Fortunately, her task was merely to delay Wardo. With her abilities, she should be able to manage that, right? Despite her thoughts, uncertainty crept into her mind. Wardo, now enraged, shouted, "You insolent woman! Attempting to ambush me? You've signed your own death warrant." He charged at her. "Soap ram!" Khalifa cried, invoking her powers to defend herself. Just as she completed her maneuver, Wardo's fist crashed down upon the soap barrier. The impact resonated like a dull thud. It felt as though he had struck a cloud, his force dissipating significantly. His entire arm sank into the foam, yet it failed to inflict any harm on Khalifa. "Interesting ability," Wardo remarked, furrowing his brow. Before Khalifa could retaliate, he swiftly withdrew, creating distance between them. The two locked eyes, a standoff where neither seemed to find an advantage. At that moment, Khalifa's confidence soared, and she taunted Wardo. "It seems even a pirate valued at 500 million is not so formidable after all." Wardo's expression darkened at her words, a mixture of resentment and helplessness evident on his face. Just as Khalifa was basking in her triumph and preparing to gloat further, Wardo suddenly changed his demeanor, bursting into laughter. Khalifa was taken aback, wondering if he had lost his mind. After his laughter subsided, he turned towards the wall, unleashing a flurry of punches without a word. Khalifa stood in shock, confused by his actions. Was he venting his frustrations? Just then, Wardo glanced back at her, a sinister smile illuminating his face. Khalifa shivered, an unsettling feeling washing over her. "You have made the gravest error, woman, by underestimating me," Wardo proclaimed, sitting down and tossing the debris he had created. "Such theatrics won't intimidate me," Khalifa retorted, but Wardo dismissed her words, continuing, "It seems the ruckus from the Red Count's side is settled. It's time for this to conclude." "What?" Khalifa inquired, her confusion evident. "What do you mean?" But before she could finish her question, a piercing sound sliced through the air. Whoosh! Khalifa heard a sharp noise but failed to discern its source. As danger loomed, she instinctively tilted her head to evade the elusive strike, yet she felt a searing pain as it grazed her face. Staring in disbelief, she touched the wound, and upon seeing the crimson stain, she realized something had indeed transpired. Before she could comprehend the situation, a series of swift sounds erupted. Thud, thud, thud. In the blink of an eye, the large soap barrier was reduced to mere shreds, and Khalifa herself was sent flying backward with a muffled groan. She never anticipated that Waldo possessed the capability of long-range stone throwing. The originally gray stones, enveloped in a dark hue, transformed into a color as black as iron, effortlessly piercing through her abilities and striking her core. This maneuver caught her completely off guard. Despite her mastery of the 6 styles, she could have evaded at least some of the blows. Now, however, she felt like a living target, taking the full brunt of Waldo's explosive attack. She was violently knocked to the ground, barely clinging to consciousness. Waldo slowly opened the door, casting a glance back at the alluring figure on the verge of death, a grin spreading across his face. "Thank you for your hospitality." With a resounding bang, the door closed, leaving Khalifa in a tumultuous mix of emotions: shame, anger, and resentment, as she reluctantly shut her eyes. Thus, the battle on Judicial Island concluded with Khalifa, the sole female officer of CP9, experiencing defeat. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng, having kicked Gabra outside, ambled forth with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of nonchalance. Naturally endowed with the ability to foresee events, he was acutely aware of the path Spandam intended to take, showing no fear of his escape from his grasp. He navigated the familiar route with ease, knowing well that the road to justice lay through an underwater tunnel. Yet, being a master of stealth, he had no intention of taking the conventional path. Upon exiting the building, he prepared to ride the waves, heading to the exit near Justice Bridge to await Spandam's inevitable entrapment. He relished the thought of the expressions that would adorn the faces of Rob Lucci and Spandam when he suddenly appeared before them. As fate would have it, just as he stepped outside, he encountered Gabra, whom he had previously sent flying. It turned out Gabra had been propelled through the entire building and landed on the precipice outside. Struggling to rise, he was taken aback to see Jiang Liufeng before him, his expression one of utter despair. Assuming Jiang Liufeng was pursuing him, he felt terror-stricken, yet he had no choice but to strike first. Having a clear understanding of Jiang Liufeng's prowess, he knew with 99% certainty that he was no match. If there existed a single chance, it lay in launching an all-out assault right from the start, disregarding any particular technique, and attacking Jiang Liufeng with a wild punch in a desperate bid to eliminate him. Perhaps this was his only opportunity, for he was acutely aware that if Jiang Liufeng made the first move, he would stand no chance whatsoever. As Jiang Liufeng stepped out of the building, he was met with a fierce onslaught. A colossal werewolf lunged at him, exuding an air of reckless desperation. He could not help but chuckle softly, choosing to lie on the ground and feign death. Wasn't he quite appealing? Alas. Chapter 22. Fierce Battle 4. As the werewolf approached, Gabra felt a flicker of hope upon noticing Jiang Liufeng's lack of movement. It seemed his gamble had paid off. This fellow must still be in shock. Energized by this realization, Gabra quickened his pace, determined to seize his chance with lightning speed. What was seizing the bells? No matter, he was intent on subduing him. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a sudden blur obscured Jiang Liufeng's form. What was happening? Where had the boy gone? As confusion enveloped him, an overwhelming aura of terror engulfed his entire being, causing his hair to stand on end, his heart to race, and his blood to boil. It was as if his mind was deliberately reminding him that he was still alive in that very moment. The mightiest spear, a singular thrust. Iron. With a chilling sensation coursing from his back, Gabra struggled to turn around, only to find Jiang Liufeng standing behind him, a pitch-black finger having already pierced through his heart. Meeting Gabra's incredulous gaze, Jiang Liufeng wore a serene smile. Thunder comes, he uttered softly. Gabra's pupils constricted, as if his heart were being relentlessly gnawed upon by a multitude of ants, his body convulsing uncontrollably. His bodily functions began to fade, his flesh sizzling as if nearly cooked, and he could even smell the scent of his own meat. He was paralyzed with fear. The seemingly harmless youth before him was akin to a demon. His strength was so formidable, it transcended the realm of mere myth. Such a grotesque being should not exist in reality. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he desperately pleaded, "Please, don't kill me. I am Robin's brother. I wish to save her too." That year, we were at the seaside. Before he could finish, Jiang Liufeng exerted pressure with his fingertip, shattering Gabra's heart. At that moment, Gabra was utterly dead. "Descend into hell. Go speak to King Yama," Jiang Liufeng remarked with disdain, withdrawing his finger with an expression of indifference. "I trust you about as far as I can throw you. Your mustache is quite dubious." Thus, the battle at Judicial Island concluded, with CP9's warrior, Gabra, defeated. Having dispatched Gabra, Jiang Liufeng did not hesitate and continued on his predetermined path. Robin, where are you? We have come to rescue you." At that moment, the Straw Hat crew had successfully dealt with the obstructive owl and were fervently rushing into the building in search of Robin. They scoured every nook and cranny of the edifice, but naturally found no trace of Robin, who had long been taken away. However, they were left aghast by the desolation of the battlefield, littered with the lifeless bodies of CP9 members. What the hell? What is going on? In scarcely a quarter of an hour, had the formidable CP9 been completely dispatched? How absurd. They were well aware of CP9's tenacity, even if they could not win. Their mastery of the six styles, including rapid techniques like Saru and Jeppo, made escape a breeze. Just moments ago, they had exerted tremendous effort to capture the Owl and Bruno. How could 3 individuals casually defeat 4 members of CP9? This was beyond belief. Turning to Lord Crimson and Vardo, they bore expressions of discontent, annoyed that their adversaries had been snatched away by the Straw Hats. The remaining crew members swallowed nervously and took a few steps back, creating distance from the trio. Were it not for their mission to rescue Robin, they would have preferred to distance themselves from such monstrous figures. Lord Crimson and his companions were equally innocent. They had no intention of troubling the Straw Hats. But upon exiting the building, they had discovered their captain making his way toward the Gate of Justice. They lacked the ability to follow. Moments later, Crocodile, having just vanquished the presiding judge, and the Straw Hats arrived in succession. upon learning that there was a secret passage leading to the Gate of Justice. They had no choice but to accompany the Straw Hats to reunite with their captain. Reluctantly, the Straw Hats pressed on, bringing along Lord Crimson and his companions, hastening towards the underwater tunnel, which would lead them to the next battlefield. At this moment, Jiang Liufeng remained blissfully unaware of the astonishment faced by the Straw Hats and the helplessness of his teammates. He sat leisurely at the exit of the Bridge of Justice, awaiting Spandam's arrival. In a short while, he heard a commotion. "Huh, Robin, are you still praying that those so-called companions of yours will rescue you? Such a foolish dream." Haha. As Jiang Liufeng turned his gaze towards the arrogant voice, he was met, as expected, by the infuriating visage of Spandam. With a slight wrinkle of his nose, Jiang Liufeng felt an immense displeasure towards this brazen individual. Emerging from the dark corridor, Spandam and his companions stepped into the light, momentarily disoriented as they squinted against the sun's radiance, raising their hands to shield themselves from its brilliance. You. Upon the first opening of his eyes, Spandam was momentarily convinced he was hallucinating. He stared incredulously at Jiang Liufeng, his astonishment rendering him nearly speechless. In stark contrast to his shock, Frankie and his companion were equally bewildered, while Lucci bore a grim countenance. The presence of Jiang Liufeng here signifies that his CP9 members are in dire straits. He is acutely aware of Jiang Liufeng's formidable strength, although only a short distance remains. The obstacle before him is indeed formidable. "Commander, immediately request reinforcements from headquarters." Upon hearing Lucci's grave tone, Spandam recognized the gravity of the situation and swiftly seized the transponder snail to make the call. You, Commander." Spandam was taken aback by the astonished expressions of those around him. "What's the matter? I haven't even placed the call yet. Why the anxiety?" Oh. Spandam's gaze fell upon the golden transponder snail in his hand, and he was instantly petrified. "Oh no, I picked the wrong one. I inadvertently activated the demon-slaying order." His face darkened, for invoking the demon-slaying order meant that the entire judicial island would face a relentless bombardment from the Navy. The island would cease to exist. By pressing that button, he had effectively condemned the entire judicial island to obliteration. Yet, what did it matter? As long as he could capture all of you pirates in one fell swoop, headquarters would surely commend him. "Truly a scoundrel," Jiang Liufeng remarked, shaking his head in disdain. Receiving a contemptuous glare from Jiang Liufeng, Spandam dismissed it with indifference. "What do you know, you wretch? Lucci, quickly deal with him. Do not let him obstruct my reward." Lucci looked at his commander with frustration, utterly exasperated. Chapter 23. Fierce battle V. To be weak in strength can be remedied with time and practice, but a faulty mind is truly beyond salvation. Jiang Liufeng managed to arrive here ahead of the elite members of CP9, despite their attempts to obstruct him. Throughout this ordeal, Lucci could not fathom how the opponent had reached this place, despite the existence of only a single secret passage. This clearly demonstrates Jiang Liufeng's formidable strength and extraordinary tactics. Yet, Spandam still believed he could easily handle the situation. Was he not a fool? Jiang Liufeng regarded Spandam with utter disdain, for he recognized him as nothing more than a mere buffoon. Without a second thought, he disregarded him entirely and turned to Lucci, saying, "Let us see your leopard form." A shiver coursed through Lucci's body as he beheld Jiang Liufeng's playful smile, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. How could this be? I have never revealed my abilities before him. How does he know? Could it be that the Straw Hat crew informed him? He hastily shook his head, striving to steady his thoughts. Yet, what does it matter? Ultimately, a confrontation is inevitable. Thus, with a sinister tone, he declared, "Very well, allow me to demonstrate my power." With a resounding roar, Lucci's physique began to swell, his previously slender form exploding into that of a towering beast, exceeding 3 meters in height. His muscles bulged, exuding an aura of raw power, while his skin transformed, adorned with a yellow coat patterned with black spots. His visage morphed, resembling that of a standing cheetah rather than a human. Positioning himself not far from Jiang Liufeng, he surveyed him from above, seeking to detect a glimmer of horror or trepidation in his opponent's gaze. Alas, he was met with disappointment. At this moment, Jiang Liufeng wore an expression of serene indifference, as if the towering humanoid beast before him were nothing more than an insignificant ant. The sensation of being belittled was indeed unpleasant. Lucci clenched his fists, veins bulging with indignation. Since his adversary regarded him with such disdain, let him come to regret it amidst his suffering. Storm Step, Thunderbird. With a swift motion, Lucci vanished from Jiang Liufeng's sight, only to reappear at the opponent's flank, lifting his leg to execute a Thunderbird strike. Lightning shield. Zing. Jiang Liufeng responded simultaneously. His body enveloped in a dazzling display of lightning, transforming into an indomitable shield that withstood the blow. It must be said that with the enhancement from the Zoan-type Devil Fruit, the explosive force of this strike from Cairo was indeed remarkable, capable of denting the lightning shield. Undeterred by his initial failure, Lucci swiftly employed the technique known as Soru, continuously shifting his position around Jiang Liufeng in search of a vulnerability to exploit. As the captain of CP9, Lucci's mastery of the six powers was exceptionally refined, and his speed in using Soru reached its zenith, rendering him seemingly non-existent in the air. Were it not for the sharp sound produced by the air as he moved at such high velocity, onlookers might have believed that only Jiang Liufeng stood in the arena. Despite Lucci's constant repositioning, which appeared quite intimidating, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness within. As Jiang Liufeng casually stood there, he appeared to be riddled with flaws. Yet, there was no discernible weakness to exploit. The more Lucci observed, the more his heart sank. It was time for him to strike. Remaining in this state would only compromise his mental fortitude. Thus, he maneuvered behind Jiang Liufeng and unleashed a deadly attack. The Gale Kick. The Leopard's Tail. This was an upgraded version of the Gale Kick, marked by swifter speed and greater power. Alas, it was equally futile. The attack failed to penetrate Jiang Liufeng's electric barrier, inflicting no tangible harm upon him. Witnessing that his ranged assault bore no effect, Lucci swiftly darted forward, appearing directly before Jiang Liufeng. The Six Styles Ultimate. The Six King's Spear. With his fists clenched and every ounce of strength channeled, he executed a terrifying strike. An invisible force swirling between his fists, powerful enough to distort the surrounding air. The mightiest spear, for fingers piercing through. In an instant, Jiang Liufeng raised his hand to counter with the mightiest spear. The collision resounded with a thunderous boom. The clash of fists sent a gust of wind swirling, causing the surrounding sea to erupt in splashes. Though the Six Kings' spear encapsulated the essence of the Navy's six styles, it was no match for the sheer brutality of the third-generation Thunder Shadow's mightiest spear. Even without the use of Conqueror's Haki, it was beyond Lucci's capacity to withstand. The confrontation was brief. Lucci quickly found himself vanquished, his Six Kings' spear shattered by the mightiest spear. The ensuing jolt of electric power rendered Lucci's arms numb, and despite his Zoan abilities, he could scarcely endure the onslaught. He was hurled backward, his arms dislocated. In a single blow, the victor was unmistakable. Watching from a distance, Spandam, who had initially relished the spectacle, now experienced a jarring realization. This monster was extraordinarily formidable. In his eyes, Lucci was already a creature of legend, yet he was effortlessly overpowered by this mere youth, scarcely 20 years of age. He finally grasped the gravity of Lucci's earlier concerns. Such an abnormal being could hold his own even against the titans of the New World. How could they possibly withstand such a force? Tossing and turning in his thoughts, he felt fortunate to have activated the Demon Slayer's communication snail, now fervently praying for the Navy to dispatch warships and elite reinforcements. In stark contrast, Frankie and Robin, having witnessed Jiang Liufeng's remarkable prowess, were not only astonished, but filled with joy. There was hope. What had once been a bridge symbolizing an unending descent into darkness now glimmered with the faintest light since the arrival of this man. At this moment, that flicker of starlight grew ever more resplendent, as if it had opened a luminous gateway amidst eternal night. As Jiang Liufeng approached them step by step, Spandam's emotions stood in stark opposition to those of Frankie and Robin. The once promising trajectory of his career, advancements, a splendid house, and the luxury of exotic pets was abruptly halted by this harbinger of death, extinguishing his delightful illusions. He seethed with rage, his teeth clenched, trembling with fury. He despised the strength of the man before him. He loathed the incompetence of his subordinates. He cursed the heavens for not favoring him. He resented the Navy headquarters for their tardy arrival of reinforcements. Yet, he never blamed himself, nor felt a shred of remorse for his actions. Such a shameless wretch was of no use to anyone. Jiang Liufeng has seen through the irredeemable villain with his heartfelt insights. He is not one to show mercy. When confronted with such scum, he believes in swift and decisive action. As he moves, bolts of lightning begin to crackle around him, gradually enveloping his entire being. The blinding radiance emanating from him makes it impossible for anyone to gaze directly upon him, as if he has transformed into a towering deity, leaving the masses in awe, unworthy even of a mere glance. Sensing the murderous intent radiating from Jiang Liufeng, Spandam's heart sank, and cold sweat began to pour down his brow. This sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced since his birth, a palpable sense of impending doom that was suffocatingly terrifying and ineffably indescribable. Chapter 24. Fierce Battle 6. He was afraid. Truly afraid. He regretted not having fled a few moments sooner, lamenting his leisurely pace that squandered precious time. He yearned to strike himself in frustration, yet he found himself immobilized, unable to even twitch a finger, for Jiang Liufeng had unleashed his conqueror's haki, locking onto him with unwavering precision. At this moment, Spandam's capacity for thought came to a standstill. He could not fathom the extent of strength one must possess to elicit such terror with a mere glance, nearly causing his heart to seize and his body to collapse under the weight of that overwhelming presence. With a thud, Spandam summoned all his strength to kneel upon the ground, crying out in desperation for mercy. "Robin, Frankie, take me away. I beg you, do not kill me." In that moment, he was stripped of all dignity and semblance, reduced to a quivering mass of fear, a pitiful creature that might lead one to believe he was the victim. Yet, in relinquishing everything and kneeling before Jiang Liufeng, all he received in return was a cold, indifferent shake of the head. "You must die." Jiang Liufeng's eyes suddenly snapped open, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him. He stomped his foot upon the bridge's surface, causing it to shatter, debris soaring into the air, yet his formidable presence seemed to suspend the chaos, as if gravity itself had been rendered irrelevant. Seeing that Jiang Liufeng had no intention of sparing him, Spandam felt a chill of despair, momentarily forgetting to defend himself. He could only watch, transfixed, as Jiang Liufeng unleashed a cataclysmic kick aimed directly at him. Was this how it would end? Resigned, Spandam closed his eyes, acutely aware of his insignificance before this man. To Jiang Liufeng, ending his life would be as effortless as squashing an ant. As the lethal kick approached, the wind it generated brushed against his face. Yet, at that moment, Lu Qi, who had been sent flying by Jiang Liufeng, returned. Life restored. Paper drawing martial arts. This was one of Lu Qi's original techniques, allowing him, in his beast form, to masterfully control his body, fur, and organs, channeling his consciousness to contract his form, sacrificing power to maximize speed. Iron block. Empty wood. Boom. Bang. Finally, he managed to catch up in time. Empty wood was originally a counter move designed to deflect an opponent's strength. However, Jiang Liufeng's kick was far too powerful, exceeding what Lu Qi could withstand. It could not be rebounded. Nevertheless, Lu Qi managed to mitigate some of the force. Though the kick landed heavily upon him, it then struck Spandam, sending both men flying. Yet the power was insufficient to be fatal, merely leaving them battered. Jiang Liufeng, taken aback by this unexpected turn, found himself jolted back several steps by the redirected force. "This is intriguing," Jiang Liufeng chuckled grimly. This was the first time since gaining his abilities that he had been pushed back, and it was due to Lu Qi's self-created technique, indicating the latter's exceptional combat talent. However, Jiang Liufeng had no intention of allowing Lu Qi to see the light of another day. He immediately repeated his earlier feat, launching a cataclysmic kick once more towards Lu Qi. "Humph. I barely managed to withstand your attack earlier. Now that I am prepared, do you think you can succeed again?" Having just risen from the ground, Lu Qi sneered upon witnessing Jiang Liufeng's renewed assault. "Commander, lead the prisoners away. This one is mine," he bellowed, once again preparing to receive Jiang Liufeng's strike with iron block. Empty wood. Jiang Liufeng's playful smirk truly marked him as a simpleton. He swiftly approached Lu Qi, abruptly altering his stance. With a thunderous kick, he halted before Lu Qi and unexpectedly uttered, "Have you played 97? What?" Lu Qi was bewildered by Jiang Liufeng's erratic thoughts, his mind swirling with confusion. Just as he pondered, Jiang Liufeng lunged forward, seizing his head with both hands, unleashing a surge of electrical energy. "Nice hairstyle. Let me give you a wash." Witnessing the mischievous grin on Jiang Liufeng's face, Lu Qi's heart raced with terror. Unfortunately, the speed of Jiang Liufeng's attack left him no time to react. Zzz crackle. Ugh. In the next instant, a terrifying jolt of high-voltage electricity surged into his temples, engulfing his entire head, as if it might explode. His large leopard-like head was charred black, plumes of smoke rising, accompanied by a tantalizing scent of scorched flesh wafting through the air. One might mistakenly believe a barbecue party was underway. As Jiang Liufeng released his grip, Lu Qi collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his orifices, his body convulsing, rendered half-dead from the shock. "What a waste of medicine," Jiang Liufeng scoffed, disdain evident in his tone. Sensing that Lu Qi had likely lost consciousness, he leisurely made his way towards Spandam. "Be careful." Suddenly, Robin exclaimed in alarm. As Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow, he sensed an ominous aura emanating from behind, akin to the overwhelming presence of Kinbunchika haki. In a flash, he turned around, unleashing a powerful punch imbued with his haki, unreservedly delivering a devastating blow. The Great Will Six King's gun. But it must be said that Lucci is indeed a combat fanatic. His body bore the scars of countless strikes, nearly devoid of any unscathed area, and his consciousness teetered on the brink of collapse. Yet, he remained undeterred, summoning the last and most formidable attack to strike down Jiang Liufeng. Bang! The two fists collided. The air surrounding them twisted violently, and the sturdy stone bridge beneath their feet cracked, unable to withstand the sheer force, teetering on the edge of collapse. Ultimately, however, Lucci was but a mere twig against the tempest. To challenge the fully unleashed Jiang Liufeng was nothing more than a futile dream, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. In the next moment, Lucci, utterly spent, was propelled high into the air by the force of the impact, soaring several hundred meters before he would descend. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed in the distance as Lucci's form crashed onto a massive warship. Indeed, unbeknownst to everyone, nearly 20 warships had suddenly appeared on the other side of the gates of justice, unnoticed even by Jiang Liufeng, who was intensely focused on Lucci. Reinforcements have arrived. Reinforcements have arrived. Spandam was nearly leaping for joy. His plight had been so arduous. These individuals, each more terrifying than the last, had sent his heart racing to his throat. If reinforcements did not arrive soon, he feared that he would not need Jiang Liufeng to intervene. The sheer terror alone could very well bring about his demise. This wretched little brat was simply too formidable, a power he had never before encountered or even imagined. Were it not for his first-hand experience, he would never have believed that such a monstrous figure could exist in the first half of the Grand Line. The renowned CP9 captain, Lucci, found himself utterly incapable of retaliating before this individual. At this moment, the jubilant Spandam had forgotten the deadly presence that lay between him and the warships. After reveling for a while, he finally registered Jiang Liufeng's scornful gaze, causing his heart to lurch in alarm. It was over. He had been so preoccupied with joy. Damn, he nearly forgot that this kid was still here. He couldn't escape. You seem quite pleased? Jiang Liufeng inquired, his face darkening. Chapter 25. The eccentric trio. Spandam gulped nervously. You cannot kill me. The Navy has already arrived. I am the highest commander of CP9. If you dare to kill me in front of the Navy, there will be no place for you in this vast world, and you will face the most terrifying pursuit. Oh, is that so? Upon sensing a hint of hesitation in Jiang Liufeng's voice, Spandam inwardly rejoiced, seizing the opportunity to speak. Spare me. I guarantee that you. Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Liufeng had already closed the distance, wearing an innocuous expression as he said, "This is quite fortuitous for me." Spandam's pupils contracted as he caught a glimpse of the last flicker of hope in this world, only to feel his body lighten, as if he were being set free from all earthly ties. Jiang Liufeng gazed at the head that soared high into the sky, only to plummet heavily to the ground, and mocked, "Do you still hope that those people can save you? You ought to seek the divine and pray earnestly for the preservation of your own life." Jiang Liufeng approached the lifeless body of Spandam, gently picking up the ivory sword that had yet to see action, and stowed it away. As the saying goes, one should seize the opportunity when it arises. Naturally, such a fine item was worth taking. However, time was not on his side, for the real trouble was only just beginning. As the proverb wisely states, it is easy to ascend the mountain, yet difficult to descend. Their arrival had been effortless, but now they found themselves in a predicament. 20 warships lined up opposite them. Although they were all part of the Navy, the intentions of the vessels were clearly divergent. It was evident that two distinct factions had arrived. One group, consisting of 10 ships, seemed uninterested in the happenings on the bridge and headed directly towards Judicial Island, while the other 10 ships encircled Jiang Liufeng and his companions, evidently intent on causing trouble. Who could they be? As Jiang Liufeng untied the two captives, he pondered how to respond to this new threat. Unbeknownst to him, his every movement while liberating Robin was stirring her heart in ways he could not imagine. In the presence of that breathtakingly handsome face so near to her, Robin felt her cheeks flush. It is often said that a man's earnestness can be disarming to a woman, and at that moment, Jiang Liufeng's serious demeanor only accentuated his masculinity. Having rescued her from a nightmare, the amalgamation of feelings stirred within Robin gave rise to an unanticipated admiration for him. Yet, with danger looming, Jiang Liufeng remained oblivious to her sentiments. After freeing both captives, he turned his focus to the encroaching warships, his spirit ablaze with determination. Aware that the upcoming confrontation would not involve mere foot soldiers, but rather the formidable pillars of the Navy. Fortunately, just before the enemy fleet drew near, reinforcements arrived on their side. Luffy burst forth from the underwater tunnel, leading the Straw Hat crew along with Count Red. "Robin, don't be afraid. I'm here to rescue you," Luffy declared, raising his arms triumphantly, only to be rendered speechless by the scene before him. What is going on? Is it all over already? As the rest of the Straw Hat crew emerged, squinting against the brilliant sunlight, they too were left dumbfounded. They gazed at the dismembered Spandam on the ground, then at the recently liberated Frankie and the others, their expressions contorted in disbelief. After all their efforts, had they merely played supporting roles? They had traversed the entrance to this place, and apart from dealing with Owl and Bruno, they had not encountered a single minion. Was it really necessary for them to steal the spotlight like this? The four of them had cleared the entire Judicial Island dungeon from start to finish. They had snatched the boss without leaving even a few minions for the rest to indulge in. Each of them shot resentful glances at the quartet, forgetting to celebrate Robin's rescue altogether. However, the four were too preoccupied to notice their discontent, as Jiang Liufeng and Count Red sensed three powerful auras approaching. The enemy will reach the battlefield in 30 seconds. Jiang Liufeng calculated aloud. Why does that sound so familiar? Yet, it was of little consequence, for at that moment, the group had already discerned the identities of the three figures emerging from the slowly approaching warship. It was none other than the naval hero, Vice Admiral Garp, and the two admirals, Kizaru and Akiji. However, contrary to their imposing reputation, it appeared Garp was delivering a stern lecture to the two admirals. Under the orders of Admiral Sengoku, they were supposed to split into 3 teams. Garp was to head to Water 7. Kizaru was to intercept at the midsection of the sea train tracks, and Akiji was to take position at Judicial Island and wait for the enemy to arrive. Yet, these two sluggards had concocted various flimsy excuses, protecting Garp, lack of ships, the formidable nature of the sea gods, and had boarded Garp's ship instead. Thus, they had traversed from Water 7 to the sea train tracks and finally to Judicial Island, accomplishing nothing along the way. Furious, Garp was now giving them a piece of his mind. Yet, the two admirals, being scolded by a vice admiral, seemed unfazed. One, with dark eye bags, blissfully basked in the warm sunlight, hands clasped behind his head, enjoying a leisurely nap. The other was focused intently on a black transponder snail, diligently taking notes. Garp, at his wit's end, felt the veins on his forehead throb, ready to deliver a few loving punches to the two slackers, when suddenly he leaned back, a large bubble emerging from his nose, followed by a loud snore. The gathered Navy personnel and Jiang Liufeng's group were utterly bewildered. Was this truly the embodiment of naval combat prowess? This was beyond unreliable. Only Jiang Liufeng remained unfazed. Knowing full well the narrative and realizing that underestimating the strength of these three due to their peculiar behavior would be a grave mistake. As expected, the Straw Hat crew's wariness diminished considerably due to the bizarre antics of the trio. Why does the Navy seem so incompetent? I feel like I could take them down single-handedly, Usopp boasted, clad in his mask. Don't let your guard down. I believe these three hold significant ranks within the Navy and possess considerable strength, Sanji remarked coolly. However, just as Luffy was about to voice his thoughts, a contingent of Navy soldiers charged out from the Justice Gate. As the gate swung open, a swarm of Navy personnel emerged on the opposite side of the bridge, their eyes widening in shock at the sight of the three figures aboard the warship. Look, aren't those the admirals? Yes, indeed. Those are two admirals along with Vice Admiral Garp. With two admirals and Vice Admiral Garp on the scene, the assailants at Judicial Island have nowhere to escape. The rebels dared to attack Judicial Island. Upon seeing the arrival of the admirals, they better surrender at once. What? Admirals? Chapter 26. Testing the admiral's might. Upon hearing this, the Straw Hat crew was left dumbfounded. Who could have anticipated that these seemingly unreliable Navy personnel were, in fact, admirals? Usopp, who had been boasting only moments ago, had somehow found himself cowering behind Zoro, trembling. Wait, did I just hear them mention Vice Admiral Garp? It couldn't he possibly be that naval hero, could it? Nami pondered aloud. Boom. Her words struck the group like a thunderclap. The name of the naval hero, Vice Admiral Garp, resonated powerfully in their ears. 38 years ago, he single-handedly faced the Rocks pirates at God Valley, thwarting their advance and annihilating them alongside Roger. He had repeatedly forced the pirate King Roger into dire straits, who did not know his name. Upon realizing this, the crew's jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Even Luffy was drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "We're doomed. It's my grandpa. We have to run." "Right, let us hurry," Usopp echoed, scrambling to agree. Something seems amiss. The onlookers, overhearing the conversation between the two, furrowed their brows in confusion, sensing something was off yet unable to pinpoint it. "Luffy, repeat what you just said." Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. "I said Grandpa is coming. We must flee. If we delay any longer, we won't escape." The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. After a prolonged moment, a thunderous sound erupted. "Grandpa? Oh right, Garp is my grandfather." "What of it?" Usopp exclaimed, receiving a sharp slap on the back of his head. "You're a pirate, and your grandfather is a naval hero. Don't you find that peculiar?" Sanji shouted in frustration. It was not the time for such discussions. They needed to devise a means of escape. Gradually, they began to comprehend the urgency, glancing around and strategizing their flight. Suddenly, a battleship approached, and Garp's bubble burst, awakening him in astonishment. "Oh no, I inadvertently dozed off." He quickly glanced towards the bridge and saw Jiang Liufeng, arms crossed, gazing at him with an air of nonchalance, causing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, thankfully. They haven't run yet. However, a casual sweep of his gaze revealed his grandson and his companions had appeared, causing his heart to race. "Luffy, you little rascal. Why are you here? It's over. Grandpa has discovered us. We must run," Luffy declared, dashing towards the tunnel. His companions, momentarily stunned, quickly followed suit. Yet amidst the chaos, Robin glanced back, locking eyes with Jiang Liufeng, her gaze imbued with profound emotion, as if wishing to etch the image of this man deeply into her heart. Thus concluded the Straw Hat Crew's escapade at Enies Lobby, a perfect curtain call. "How dare you attempt to flee without even addressing your grandfather?" Garp seethed, glaring at Luffy's retreating figure before turning his attention to Jiang Liufeng and his companions. "These individuals are in your charge," he instructed the two admirals at his side. With that, he leapt from the ship, pursuing Luffy's group, casting a fierce glare at Jiang Liufeng as he passed, without pausing for a moment. Jiang Liufeng shrugged his shoulders, not attempting to intervene. The journey to Judicial Island with the Straw Hat Crew was not entirely without purpose. At the very least, it alleviated his burden of dealing with the formidable Garp. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of cannon fire erupted from the direction of Judicial Island, indicating that the demon extermination order had commenced. The island was engulfed in flames, smoke billowing as buildings crumbled, transformed into ruins. The thunderous gunfire jolted the two admirals aboard the ship to wakefulness. Aokiji removed his eye patch, slowly rising and stretching before leaping off the warship, hands tucked into his pockets as he positioned himself opposite Jiang Liufeng. Kizaru similarly stowed away his troublesome black snail, a flash of golden light enveloping him as he appeared beside Aokiji. At that moment, the two admirals, both with hands in pockets, exuded a powerful aura that was markedly different from moments prior, overwhelming even seasoned warriors like Crocodile and Warlord, who felt an intense pressure as beads of sweat formed on their foreheads. Just then, several figures emerged behind Aokiji and Kizaru, revealing themselves to be vice admirals of the Navy: Mole, Stolo Berry, Doberman, Dalmatian, and Bastille. These 5 vice admirals had come to carry out the demon extermination order. Originally, Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider were to join them, but they were incapacitated by Jiang Liufeng during the Impel down incident, thus replaced by the recovered Dalmatian and Bastille. The demon extermination order entailed a comprehensive bombardment of designated islands via warships, eliminating the need for the Navy to engage in ground combat. Consequently, the vice admirals remained behind to confront the 4, leaving the bombardment to be orchestrated by a rear admiral. This change of circumstances turned the tide into a 4 versus 7 scenario, placing Jiang Liufeng in the most perilous situation since his debut, despite having only been in the fray for 4 days. However, the adversaries he had encountered thus far were indeed formidable figures. Faced with such powerful opponents, Jiang Liufeng's blood surged with excitement, his eyes sparkling with eagerness for the challenge. Observing Jiang Liufeng's composed demeanor, Aokiji furrowed his brow, pondering the origins of this young man. How could he remain unperturbed in the presence of such a formidable navy array? Was it sheer arrogance, or did he genuinely possess the strength to contend with them? To be frank, it was difficult to believe the reports from Magellan without witnessing it firsthand. A mere boy with such exceptional prowess seemed unbelievable. Akiji had previously suspected that Magellan exaggerated to mask his own oversight, attributing the opponent's prowess to his own failings. Yet now, upon seeing Jiang Liufeng in person, he began to entertain the notion that Magellan's claims might indeed hold truth. Setting aside his disdain, Akiji issued commands. Bastille, Dalmatian, Mole, you three-handle crocodile, and warlord. Kizaru, you deal with the Count, and I shall take down this young man. Stolo Berry and Doberman, you two provide support. Kizaru and the vice-admirals nodded in agreement. Jiang Liufeng, too, had devised a strategy. Count and I shall each take one. The remaining 5 vice-admirals will be held off by Old Sand and Warlord. Boss, this is Navy territory. Their reinforcements are swift. Engaging them directly could lead to our downfall, Warlord cautioned. Although Red Count and Old Sand did not voice their concerns, they clearly concurred with Warlord's assessment, turning their gazes toward him. Fear not, we shall not engage directly. A ship will soon arrive to extract us. You need only to hold them off, and I shall take this opportunity to test the Admiral's mettle. Chapter 27. Confrontation with Akiji. Despite their doubts regarding the promised arrival of a ship, the trio had come to trust Jiang Liufeng, their captain, over the past few days. With such words exchanged, they had little reason to hesitate. Thus, they prepared themselves for the impending clash. Witnessing their readiness for battle, Akiji was momentarily taken aback. He extended his hand, gesturing toward the gate of justice behind him. Do you see that? As the saying goes, fallen leaves return to their roots. Thus, you shall return whence you came. Jiang Liufeng was well aware that behind that grand door lay the passage to Impel down. With a dismissive chuckle, he addressed Admiral Akiji, stating that if he possessed the requisite strength, there was no need for further dialogue. He could simply ascend to claim his 4 shares of merit. Arrogance. The youth, oblivious to the vastness of the world, did not recognize the might of Jiang Liufeng, as the boastful Doberman retorted. What are you, to dare speak so boldly to my captain? Valdo's temper flared at this, his face contorted in mockery. You. Akiji's hand swept through the air, abruptly silencing Doberman. Words are futile, let our actions speak for themselves. Indeed, Akiji was correct. The space was somewhat constrained. What say you, Admiral Akiji? Shall I provide a larger arena for our contest? I would be most willing. Akiji's pupils constricted, and his expression hardened. He leaped into the air, arms outstretched. As an aura of icy chill radiated forth, seemingly transforming the very seasons around them. Although it was midsummer, a biting cold enveloped the atmosphere, reminiscent of the depths of winter. Ice Age. Akiji's low growl resonated, causing the surrounding sea surface to erupt with the cracking sounds of freezing water. In scarcely a few seconds, the ocean within a radius of several miles morphed into a colossal glacier, the sight utterly magnificent. This maneuver served not only to create a battlefield, but also to herald the commencement of an epic clash. Goodness move. Baldo glanced down, noticing that the Justice Bridge towering above the sea had also succumbed to a layer of frost. He hastily leaped aside, narrowly evading Akiji's concealed lethal strike. Had he hesitated for a mere second longer, he would have been ensnared by the frost, turning him into an ice pop. Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count effortlessly evaded the attack, while Old Shah, slightly slower, found his ankles ensnared by ice. However, endowed with the powers of a natural fruit, he was not particularly fazed by the freezing effect. He swiftly transformed into a cloud of sand and reconstituted himself in a different location. With a resounding crash, Akiji unleashed a powerful strike that slightly disrupted Jiang Liufeng's formation. As soon as he landed, he was immediately encircled by the poised Navy forces. Vardo and Old Shah were swiftly surrounded by 3 admirals, who unleashed a furious onslaught upon them. The battlefield was thus partitioned into 3 distinct segments, with the remaining 2 admirals positioned centrally to monitor the evolving situation. Should their side encounter any disadvantage, they would immediately provide support. Conversely, if they gained the upper hand and the enemy faltered, they would likewise join the fray to swiftly capitalize on the adversary's weakness. This strategic arrangement ensured that the 3-way conflict was maintained, effectively thwarting any attempts by the enemy to regroup. It must be said that the combat proficiency of the Navy's core members was indeed a stark contrast to their previous ineptitude. From this simple arrangement and the effectiveness of the 7 combatants involved, it was evident that the Navy possessed significant operational experience, which bore immediate fruit. Old Shah and Vardo found themselves taken aback. Despite being formidable fruit users, they were unable to lift their heads amidst the relentless assault. Even Vardo, Known for his remarkable speed, an old Shah, fully utilizing his natural abilities, could do little but evade, lacking any capacity to counterattack. Meanwhile, the Red Count and Jiang Liufeng remained composed. From the outset, their keen observation allowed them to anticipate Akiji's moves, and they were equally aware of the two admirals' pursuits. As Kizaru drew his light sword, the Red Count had already unsheathed his thunderstorm blade. With a clang, Kizaru's sweeping strike was effortlessly parried by the Red Count. "Oh, you are indeed quite a challenge," Kizaru remarked. Akiji's dual spear thrust was similarly shattered by Jiang Liufeng's lightning shield. "Indeed, as Magellan noted, your shield is rather impressive," he acknowledged. After several exchanges of attack and defense, the four combatants found themselves evenly matched, neither side gaining the upper hand. "It is truly an honor to battle with you," the Red Count declared as Kizaru executed a light speed slash aimed at him. The Red Count countered with his blade, exclaiming, "You, my young adversary, are far more intriguing than the previous weaklings." As soon as he spoke, he unleashed a flurry of 8 lightning-fast slashes, shifting from defense to offense with ferocity aimed at Kizaru. Kizaru, his gaze sharpening, revealed a rare seriousness. "Goodness, your speed is indeed alarmingly swift." Despite his words, he responded with equal rapidity, parrying the blows with 8 slashes of his own. In a flash, he vanished and reappeared behind the Red Count, executing a swift kick aimed at his ribs. The Red Count turned to look, his pupils constricting as Kizaru's stunning display reignited the fighting spirit that had begun to wane within him. Jiang Liufeng effortlessly shattered yet another deadly strike from Akiji with a single punch, casually remarking, "Is this all there is to the power of a marine admiral?" Akiji gazed at Jiang Liufeng's iron-black arm, his expression grave as he inquired, "Who exactly are you? Why does someone with such overwhelming presence appear in the first half of the Grand Line?" With a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth, Jiang Liufeng graciously accepted the compliment. The mightiest spear, pierced by 4 fingers. Zila. In an instant, Jiang Liufeng shot forth, his iron-like arms enveloped by a surge of formidable lightning energy as he charged towards Qingji. Not daring to delay, Qingji, despite his natural abilities, recognized the threat posed by the domineering force. Even in elemental form, he could still be struck at his core. A chilling energy enveloped his right arm, forming ice block. Exploding ice cone. A colossal ice phoenix took shape, soaring towards Jiang Liufeng's unrivaled spear. Bang! Crack! The might of the third-generation Reikage spear was indeed overwhelming. Not to mention, Jiang Liufeng had infused it with the power of Haki. The ice phoenix shattered into countless fragments upon impact. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Liufeng sensed something amiss. How could Qingji's attack be so easily countered? Observing the swirling shards of ice, he resolutely abandoned his assault, rapidly conjuring a lightning shield and retreating. Indeed, the next second, the seemingly obliterated shards of ice abruptly changed course, launching a barrage towards his previous position. It was as if a storm of ice blades had descended upon that space, creating a deep crater in the once solid icy ground. Qingji was momentarily taken aback. The youth before him exuded a daunting presence. He surmised that if he did not eliminate him, this individual would undoubtedly become an extraordinary figure in the future. Chapter 28. The ship arrives. Although Jiang Liufeng possesses formidable strength, such prowess alone does not signify much in this era, where the powerful are as numerous as yaks. Yet not all can ascend to the pinnacle. However, the shock that Jiang Liufeng imparts is not merely due to his formidable abilities. His mental acuity equally terrifies Qingji. Just moments ago, his actions, an advance followed by a retreat, sufficiently demonstrated that Jiang Liufeng embodies the exuberance of youth, while simultaneously exuding the composure of a seasoned veteran. How could such a powerful and confident young man relinquish an exquisite opportunity for attack due to an unknown threat? Yet, Jiang Liufeng did just that. Qingji is utterly convinced that the recent change in tactics was unknown to Jiang Liufeng, for he withdrew before even launching his assault. This indicates that this youth, not yet 20, unhesitatingly surrendered his offensive due to a mere flicker of doubt in his heart. What does this signify? It signifies that this passionate youth possesses a mindset far beyond his peers. Typically, impetuous young warriors, once endowed with extraordinary combat prowess, tend to disregard many matters, people, and techniques, leading many young masters to suffer grave consequences for their recklessness, ranging from injuries to death or capture. Jiang Liufeng's retreat illustrates his remarkable clarity of thought in battle. This apparent withdrawal actually reveals that whenever he strikes, it must be with absolute certainty. This alone is enough for Qingji to regard him with heightened caution. At that moment, as Qingji was momentarily stunned, Jiang Liufeng was attentively observing the situation beyond the Ice Age, and his observation haki finally responded. "Mira, I am here to save you." A melodious voice, ethereal in its quality, resonated within Jiang Liufeng's mind through his observation haki. Simultaneously, Kizaru's foot, moving at the speed of light, struck directly against the Red Count's blade as he attempted to block the storm of attacks. Bang! Although this strike did not inflict substantial harm upon the Red Count, the sheer force of this light-speed kick was astonishing. The Red Count instantly vanished from his position, hurtling away towards Lao Sha and his companions. Coincidentally, the Red Count's sudden arrival coincided with the 5 vice admirals who were attempting to eliminate Lao Sha and his ally. Indeed, the 2 vice admirals who had been providing support had already joined the fray against Lao Sha and his companion upon witnessing their precarious situation. This development undoubtedly exacerbated the plight of Lao Sha and Valdo, who were pressed tightly against each other, struggling to endure, on the verge of collapse, when unexpectedly, a savior appeared. Clang! Harnessing the momentum from Kizaru's kick, the Red Count unleashed 5 swift slashes, effectively countering the onslaught of the 5 vice admirals. The sudden appearance of the Red Count caught the vice admirals off guard. While they were not injured, they appeared quite disheveled. Excellent! Jiang Liufeng's eyes brightened at the sight of his 3 companions successfully regrouping. Without a moment's hesitation, he exerted force beneath him, raising his leg to deliver a powerful kick infused with haki against the ice. Boom! A massive chunk of ice was sent hurtling towards Qingji. Coming to his senses, Qingji swiftly elementalized his form, allowing the ice block to crash against him. Bang! Following the collision, Qingji reformed his figure, clearly unfazed by such a conventional attack. However, upon looking again, Qingji discovered that Jiang Liufeng had already fled with the Red Count and the others. Run! The ship is coming to rescue us. Jiang Liufeng led the charge, racing towards the source of the sound. The remaining 3 were left bewildered. After a few days of witnessing their eccentric captain's incomprehensible actions, they had grown accustomed to such unpredictability. Without a word, they followed suit, fleeing in his wake. What was happening? The 7 admirals were equally perplexed. How could they be retreating in the midst of battle? Were they truly foolish enough to think they could escape with the Navy's ships all around? The sailors aboard the nearby warships erupted in cheers, having distanced themselves as soon as Akiji unleashed his Ice Age. They could only see 11 figures engaged in combat, the details obscured. Now, witnessing Jiang Liufeng and his companions in full retreat, they mistakenly believed victory was theirs. How could they not rejoice? As the 4 approached, the deputy officers aboard the 2 warships waved their hands dismissively, looking down their noses. Warriors, the enemy is fleeing in disgrace, defeated by our commander. The opportunity for glory is upon us. Charge, capture them, and rewards await. The sailors, filled with excitement, felt as though promotions were within reach. They surged forward, weapons drawn, rushing to confront the 4. Akiji watched in disbelief. Were these fools truly capable of stopping them? Hadn't they agreed to stay back, avoiding a direct confrontation? This was utterly absurd. The remaining admirals shared his concern, yelling frantically as they pursued the fleeing figures, waving their arms in desperation. What on earth are they doing? Oh, it's obvious. They're thrilled and trying to boost our morale. Exactly. Let them see our prowess. Onward. The sight of these eager sailors frustrated the 7 admirals to no end. A confrontation would cost the Navy dearly in manpower. Only Kizaru could hope to catch up with the 4 formidable figures, while the other 6 could do nothing but fret, unable to keep pace. Yet even Kizaru alone would struggle against the combined might of the Red Count and Jiang Liufeng. Their collaboration was no trifling matter. Moreover, Vardo was occasionally launching sneak attacks with his armed haki-imbued ice, forcing Kizaru to retreat quickly. As the lesser sailors arrived on the scene, they froze in shock upon witnessing Kizaru in a state of disarray. What was happening? The supposed defeated criminals were overpowering their admiral? This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Faced with the fierce expressions of the 4, the sailors felt a jolt of fear, swallowing hard as they trembled, realizing they were not seizing an opportunity for glory, but rather charging into their own demise. Chapter 29. A great disturbance having repelled Kizaru, the Red Count turned. A glint of cold malice in his eyes as he raised Thunderstorm, ready to unleash devastation upon the hundreds of weaklings before him. Just then, Jiang Liufeng's eyes widened. An overwhelming aura of dominance surged forth, sweeping over the crowd of lesser sailors. This invisible force was terrifying, causing even his own allies to frown in discomfort, let alone the disorganized masses. As Jiang Liufeng unleashed his conqueror's haki, the hundreds of sailors froze, their eyes rolling back as they fell to the ground, unconscious. The sight left the distant sailors in shock. What was happening? This was utterly terrifying. How could he eliminate so many in an instant? Young, brash sailors quickly retreated, finding their commanders for safety. The admirals shielded their eyes, unable to bear the sight, while Akiji and Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief. They were fortunate. When the Red Count drew his weapon, they had braced for the worst, but Jiang Liufeng had merely incapacitated the sailors. Otherwise, the naval headquarters would have faced significant losses. In a moment of distraction, Jiang Liufeng and his companions widened the gap between themselves and their pursuers, approaching the coastline. Akiji scoffed. "Let us see how you capable ones plan to escape across the sea." Suddenly, he noticed something on the water's surface approaching them. His pupils narrowed in realization. What? A ship? Mira, I've come to rescue everyone. Not just Jiang Liufeng, but even the Red Count, Vardo, Old Shah, and the 7 admirals with their observation haki heard the voice. What is that sound? Could it be the legendary spirit of the ship? Kizaru exclaimed in astonishment. Akiji's heart raced as he shouted, "We must pursue. Hurry." He exerted all his strength, desperately chasing after Jiang Liufeng. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng and his crew had just identified the source of the sound, the Going Merry. Old Shah was most astonished. "Isn't that the Straw Hat Crew's ship? How did it end up here? And what was that voice? Could it be the legendary ship spirit?" A flurry of questions overwhelmed him. He glanced back at Jiang Liufeng, marveling at how mysterious his captain was, each action leaving everyone in awe. Following him seemed to be quite an adventure. As this thought crossed his mind, he was taken aback. What was happening to him? He had dismissed even figures like Shanks and Whitebeard, but why did he feel genuine admiration for this young captain? Reality, however, did not allow much time for contemplation. Jiang Liufeng's voice broke through his thoughts. "Quickly, aboard the ship." "Yes," the 3 responded, leaping onto the Going Merry, readying the sails and preparing to set sail. Standing at the helm, Jiang Liufeng shared a moment of eye contact with Mary, a bead of sweat rolling down her brow. "Who are you? What is happening? Where are my companions?" Mary was confused, feeling that something was amiss. How had these individuals come aboard? Where were her friends? In stark contrast, Jiang Liufeng was filled with excitement. He had witnessed the touching moment when Mary came to rescue the Straw Hat Crew. That individual was truly moving. Even someone as unfortunate as him, who has witnessed the harsh realities of life and tasted the sorrows of the world, found himself touched to the core. Standing at the school's convenience store, watching a scene unfold on the television, he wept uncontrollably, with the police nearly mistaking the proprietor for a human trafficker. Now, having witnessed this remarkably spirited vessel with his own eyes, he felt a sense of fulfillment. Mermaid, Luffy and the others have already set sail. They are likely racing back on the sea train. Please help us depart swiftly to reunite with them. The Golden Mary paused, sensing Jiang Liufeng's earnest gaze, and silently acquiesced, allowing Wald to take command, steering the ship towards Water 7. "You wish to flee? It shall not be so easy. Stay here." Ice Age. Huh. Crack crack. In the waters surrounding the Golden Mary, the sea began to visibly freeze, threatening to immobilize her entirely. Just then, a familiar voice of salvation rang out. "Yada no Kagami." Clang, 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 clang. Above in the sky, a cascade of light descended, emanating from the Yellow Monkey's ultimate move. Jiang Liufeng gazed at the icebound expanse of the sea, which was abruptly shattered by the 8-foot Cheonggo jade, illuminating his surroundings with an unexpected brilliance. What a splendid opportunity. "Vardo, run swiftly," he urged. "Understood," Vardo responded, waving his hand and striking the Golden Mary with a powerful blow, bellowing, 20-fold acceleration. With a resounding boom, the Golden Mary surged forth like a wild stallion, instantly propelling itself 100 paces away, swiftly distancing itself from Akiji's attack range. "Damn it! You wretched monkey have let the pirates escape once again. You must be doing this on purpose." Akiji seethed. Why do you say again?" At that moment, Akiji regarded Kizaru with a look that screamed treachery. In response, Kizaru shrugged, feigning helplessness. "Well, they weren't sunk, so I must be quite fortunate." Akiji's disdain deepened at his words, and he shouted, "Then why aren't you pursuing them?" Kizaru, with an innocent expression, replied, "You saw it as well. I alone cannot contend with those monsters. Akiji's mouth twitched in frustration, realizing he would undoubtedly face another severe reprimand. With Vardo's speed enhancing the Golden Mary, it truly raced like no other. Even the warships were unable to keep pace, and before long, they had evaded the Navy's pursuit. Sailing into the resplendent, sunlit sea, a breathtaking sight to behold. Ah, finally over. That was indeed exhilarating. Jiang Liufeng let out a long sigh, seated on the deck of the Meili ship, basking in the warm sunlight, and spoke with contentment. Meanwhile, the Count and his companions gazed at him as if he were a curiosity. How absurd. To recklessly invade another's naval territory and still find it exhilarating? Exhilarating indeed. Like a watermelon. Chapter 30. Successful Escape. He had brazenly shattered the banner of the world's rightful authority, and now it seemed he was at odds with the entire world. Only one could be so carefree in such a situation. Jiang Liufeng paid no heed to his thoughts. He understood that these three individuals were merely speaking, yet when it came to action, they were unwavering, each more resolute than the last. With the acceleration provided by Waldo, the Mary surged forward, swiftly reaching the grand vessel that Acebag had sent to retrieve them. Mary, upon spotting the Golden Mary, Luffy, who had already boarded the great ship, exclaimed with exhilaration. The members of the Straw Hat crew, upon hearing his call, turned in astonishment to gaze at the approaching Mary. Even Acebag, who had spent his life dealing with ships, felt a profound shock in his heart. He had meticulously inspected this vessel, which had been deemed a derelict unfit for the sea, yet it had traversed the waters of the sea gods and returned with Jiang Liufeng and the others. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it utterly unbelievable. As they drew near, Jiang Liufeng and his companions gracefully leaped onto the grand ship, leaving the poignant moment for the Straw Hat crew. Mira, I'm sorry. I had hoped to take you all on another journey, but I have arrived too late. With a final gasp, the Mary seemed to exert its last ounce of strength, uttering these words before the entire ship splintered in two, rendering it completely inoperable. At this sight, how could the Straw Hat crew contain their sorrow? They had already dissolved into tears, lamenting, Mary, it is we who have wronged you. We did not cherish you as we should have. Please forgive us. I am grateful to have carried you all this far. Thank you. Mary. Mary. After much effort, Luffy finally bid farewell to the Mary with his own hands. Although the Mary had departed from them, it did not diminish their fighting spirit in the slightest. Jiang Liufeng witnessed the live performance, and his heart was equally stirred, a fleeting pang of melancholy passing through him. At this moment, what occupied his mind was not merely sorrow, but an overwhelming sense of anticipation. What would his vessel be like? Would the camaraderie he shared with his crew evoke such profound emotions? What poignant tales would they weave together? Jiang Liufeng stood at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distance, surveying the vast and magnificent sea, brimming with wonders. Although his countenance remained serene, the yearning, excitement, and anticipation reflected in his eyes were unmistakable. To be reborn in this vibrant world was truly exhilarating. Thus, the battle at Judicial Island came to a definitive conclusion, culminating in a complete victory for the pirates and a resounding defeat for the Navy. In this conflict, the leader Jiang Liufeng and his trio vanquished countless Navy soldiers, slaying 3 elite members from the world government's CP9 Special Division, Kaku, Blueno, and the high-ranking official Spandam. They severely injured Lucci and Califa, facing 7 adversaries yet remaining undefeated against 2 admirals and 5 vice-admirals. They dismantled the flag of the world government, rescuing Nico Robin, known as the Daughter of the Devil, and Frankie, the owner of the blueprint for the ancient weapon Pluton. This battle marked another significant maneuver for Jiang Liufeng's crew following their previous actions at Impel Down, astonishing the world and rendering the world government and the Navy unable to ignore or conceal their existence. It was indeed a dazzling display of brilliance, a name-making battle. However, the saying that some rejoice while others lament rang true. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere of Water 7, the Navy headquarters was a glaring example of dismay. Sengoku, filled with indignation, glared at the empty-handed officers before him, trembling with rage. What a profound humiliation. The Navy had not faced such disgrace since the escape of the Golden Lion, and the severity of the situation far surpassed that incident. The chaos at Impel Down had resulted in casualties among the warden and guards, and even 2 vice-admirals had fallen. Not only had they recklessly allowed 2 individuals with deep connections to the ancient weapon Pluton to escape, but they had also annihilated the CP9 Special Unit, and the entire island had been reduced to rubble by their own forces. Yet, the enemy had vanished without a trace. Escaping from the might of the Navy's strongest representatives, 2 admirals, 6 vice admirals, and 20 warships. What on earth was happening? As Sengoku surveyed the 2 careless admirals before him, his frustration grew, wishing he could unleash a devastating blow to rattle them. What on earth transpired? Carp, Akiji, Kizaru? How could they have escaped? Vice Admiral Carp, unlike the 2 admirals, felt equally constrained. I was pursuing the Straw Hat crew. I can't provide details on the battle. Sengoku's piercing gaze fell upon Carp. Oh, so that's it. No wonder you old fool didn't put in the effort. Your precious grandson was involved. Turning his attention back to the 2 admirals, Sengoku demanded, "What happened?" To his astonishment, the 2 admirals pointed at each other in unison. Sengoku's face darkened, struggling to contain his impending wrath. "Akiji, you explain." Akiji stood up impatiently. Recounting, the vice admirals were on the verge of capturing Warlord Waldo and Crocodile when this fool kicked Red Count into the fray, allowing them to escape. I was about to encircle them with Ice Age when this idiot shattered my ice with the Yata no Kagami. Waldo accelerated the ship and vanished without a trace. Kizaru interjected, "Hold on, you dare blame me? You, young and capable, should have captured the Red Count instead of leaving it to me. Engaging a master like him is akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. Merely sending him flying was an accomplishment. And as for their ship, it was immobilized by your ice. I had to sink it quickly to prevent their escape. Isn't that reasonable?" Sengoku, hearing this, couldn't help but feel that perhaps there was some merit to their arguments. The real issue lay with the monstrous capabilities of their opponents, who always managed to find an opportunity to evade capture. Observing the 2 admirals nearly on the verge of a quarrel, Sengoku shook his head in resignation. "Fine, I'll bear the blame myself. Enough of this, take your seats. You both did your best, but it seems they were simply fortunate enough to encounter the Mary, which possesses a spirit of the sea. At this juncture, there was no choice but to issue a bounty. You 2 have faced them. What do you think? Very formidable. Besides Crocodile, the boy and the Red Count both exhibit the strength of admirals, and Waldo is at least on par with a vice admiral," Akiji stated solemnly. "More importantly, this group is led by that young man, whom even the Red Count respects. It's known that the Red Count has never allied with anyone, indicating that this boy may surpass him." Sengoku was once again taken aback. Previously, reports had only detailed their strength in combat, leaving him without a clear understanding. Now, hearing the Admiral's assessments, he realized the gravity of the situation. To possess the capability to confront the Navy's 3 admirals directly was no small feat. If they could not handle this crew, then facing the titans of the New World would be futile. This was indeed troubling news. Not one to waver. Sengoku slammed his hand on the table. "Immediately set a bounty of 500 million on this Jiang Liufeng. Restore the previous amounts for Crocodile and Waldo. And as for the Red Count, we shall defer that discussion for now. He was not foolish. The Red Count's name was far too fearsome, and the news of his successful escape must remain concealed. Revealing it would undoubtedly embolden countless pirates in this age of marauders." Just as he prepared to adjourn the meeting, he suddenly recalled, glaring at Carp, and raised the bounties for the Straw Hat crew as well. Carp's face flushed with indignation. That brat deserves it. As night fell over Water 7, despite the aftermath of battle and the lingering scars of conflict, the atmosphere was filled with jubilation as the townsfolk celebrated their victory. They feasted heartily, drank merrily, sang songs, and danced joyously, enveloping the scene in a warm camaraderie. However, just as Ace was about to raise a toast to Frankie's safe return, a voice cut through the revelry. "Iceberg, I've fulfilled my promise. Now please settle the account." Ace turned to face the purple-haired youth before him, curiosity peaking within him. Who was this young man? And what was the source of his formidable power? As Iceberg gazed intently at him, Jiang Liufeng's impatience grew. "What are you staring at? I'm not a woman." Ace, jolted from his thoughts by the irritated tone, quickly regained his composure. "Of course, you are the savior of my master's life. I would gladly give everything I have. Thus, we shall gift you the grandest and most luxurious ship from our shipyard." With a grand gesture, the Iceberg declared with great bravado. Jiang Liufeng remained unmoved. "I do not desire your offerings. I require your craftsmanship." Iceberg, momentarily taken aback, responded, "Currently, in the 7 waters, everything is in disarray. It will be challenging to procure shipbuilding materials in a short time. Use mine." Frankie interjected, interrupting Iceberg's words. "Utilize the trunk of my atom tree to construct a vessel for them." Upon witnessing the 2 misinterpret his intentions, wholly assuming he had come merely to request freely, Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of irritation. With an irritable tone, he retorted, "That wretched tree of yours should be reserved for your own coffin. I do not require your materials. I possess my own. You are only responsible for the crafting." Hearing Jiang Liufeng's cutting remarks, the two brothers felt no anger. After all, they were unable to contend with him. "Very well, bring forth the materials, and we shall commence work immediately." Jiang Liufeng then regained his usual composure, nodding in agreement as he said, "Very well, gather the team and bring the necessary tools to the shipyard to find me. I have already placed the materials there." Although the two were filled with curiosity, they merely nodded in acknowledgement without further discussion. Jiang Liufeng then instructed his three companions to remain behind for refreshments while he proceeded to the shipyard alone. It would be quite a spectacle if he were to extract such a massive log directly from the system's inventory. It would undoubtedly astonish those present. Aspicu and the others acted swiftly, soon assembling a dozen individuals equipped with the requisite tools, arriving shortly thereafter. Upon catching sight of the log beside Jiang Liufeng, they were utterly taken aback. Good heavens! What kind of extraordinary tree is this? No wonder even the tree of Adam is beneath its notice. As the saying goes, amateurs marvel at the spectacle, while experts discern the intricacies. The renowned shipwrights, the Iceberg Frankie brothers, immediately recognized the exceptional quality of the log with a mere glance. Jiang Liufeng was not in the mood to enlighten them. After binding with the tree spirit, he instructed it to have these individuals construct a ship. Subsequently, he strode directly through the petrified crowd and returned to indulge in some wine. Left behind were the Ice Mountain crew, exchanging glances, marveling at the divine craftsmanship, with materials as precious as celestial artifacts. As a shipwright, the opportunity to forge a vessel from the finest materials was no small honor, whether as a master craftsman or an apprentice. After a brief moment of astonishment, a dozen skilled shipwrights excitedly rubbed their hands together and eagerly gathered around the world tree. Their touch was akin to caressing a beloved, demonstrating a deep affection for the task at hand. Though their spirits were high, the renowned shipyard was not to be trifled with. Each shipwright exhibited exceptional professionalism, approaching their craft with meticulous care and unwavering diligence. What appeared to be shipbuilding was, in fact, the creation of a breathtaking masterpiece. Amidst the festivities, Jiang Liufeng sipped his fine wine and observed the scene with satisfaction, confident that his ship would shine brilliantly in this world, just as he did. After a hearty meal, Jiang Liufeng and his companions finally enjoyed a well-deserved, peaceful slumber. The days of relentless travel had left them weary, and it was impossible to deny their fatigue, particularly for the three red counts, having endured such a lengthy imprisonment. The chance to sleep in this vibrant world was, in truth, a luxury they once deemed unattainable. In the following days, the group relished in this fleeting tranquility until the urgent knocking at their door shattered the calm, heralding the arrival of a frantic messenger from the Frankie family. Great one, your bounty has been posted." At this, Jiang Liufeng's interest was piqued. He had never imagined that one day he would find himself labeled as a wanted man in the world of pirates. Although a fugitive, he felt an inexplicable sense of pride. "Bring it to me," he exclaimed, eagerly accepting the bounty notice from the messenger. "Great one, I must take my leave now. I still need to deliver this to the Straw Hats." "Very well, go ahead." Jiang Liufeng was too occupied to attend to him, dismissing him with indifference. The young subordinate, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, swiftly vanished without a trace. Having witnessed the formidable prowess and ruthless tactics of these few aberrant individuals, who would not harbor fear, he wished to survive a few more years. After all, Jiang Liufeng presented 3 bounty notices before several individuals, exclaiming, "Let us see how much we are worth." In Chapter 32, he found himself at the forefront. As the infamous flying thunder god Jiang Liufeng bore a bounty of 510 million. Jiang Liufeng counted twice and confirmed that it was indeed 510 million, which caused him to furrow his brow in dissatisfaction. Why is it so little? Shouldn't it be 5,100,000,000 instead? Upon hearing this, Count Hong and the others rolled their eyes in exasperation. This young captain truly is overstepping his bounds. Just starting out, and his first bounty is already 510 million. What more could he possibly want? This is still the new world, after all. If he were offered a bounty of 5,100,000,000, it would surely send the common folk into a frenzy. Who would dare to reside in this maritime expanse? Young man, perhaps you should adhere to some principles of martial ethics? After brooding for a considerable time, he continued to peruse the information. To his dismay, the amounts for Lao Sha and Valdo remained unchanged, 81 million and 500 million, respectively. Jiang Liufeng gazed at old Sha with a teasing glint in his eyes, as if to say, "You really need to step up your game. It's rather underwhelming." In response, old Sha pursed his lips, dismissing the remark with disdain. "Why is there no news of the Count?" Jiang Liufeng inquired with sudden curiosity. "Boss, surely you jest. Would the Navy dare to release a bounty on the Red Count? That would imply he has escaped. The news of the Red Count's flight would undoubtedly cause an unprecedented uproar. The Navy would never take such a risk." Although Valdo was rather uncouth, he was nonetheless quite aware of the implications at hand. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng chose not to pursue the matter further. After having breakfast, he strolled towards the shipyard, filled with anticipation for the vessel that would soon take shape. As he stepped outside, he leisurely walked along the bustling streets of Water 7, contemplating the various issues concerning his crew. Once the ship is complete, they would truly be recognized as a pirate crew. However, with only 4 members, despite their formidable strength, they seemed somewhat lacking. After all, one must have a decent chef, right? During their time together, they had mostly relied on others for sustenance. Yet, once they set sail for the vast ocean, would it be feasible to depend on others for every meal? Clearly, that was unrealistic. While his thoughts drifted, he suddenly heard a commotion at the dock and glanced over. To his surprise, he spotted a familiar figure. His eyes brightened at the sight of a captivating woman with hair as vibrant as flames, a striking pink hue. Could it be Carmen? Indeed, this was Carmen, the talented cook who had once competed alongside Sanji in Rogue Town, sharing the same culinary lineage. As Jiang Liufeng turned his eyes, he ascended and listened for a while, finally discerning the situation. It turned out that after Carmen's battle with Sanji, she did not succumb to despair. Rather, she became even more dedicated and passionate about the art of cooking. She resolved to embark on a journey across the vast landscapes of the south and north, to explore the unique ingredients from various maritime regions and to master the distinctive culinary techniques they offered, aspiring to become a great chef. Having heard that the sea train in Water 7 could showcase a myriad of diverse marine life, she, as a chef of modest abilities, recognized that these sea creatures were rare and exquisite ingredients. Even if she could not cook them herself, she yearned to experience the sea train firsthand. However, it was unfortunate that after much effort to secure passage to Water 7, she was informed that the sea train was undergoing maintenance and would not be sailing for the time being, which left her feeling quite despondent. Given her unwavering commitment to the culinary arts, even a moment's delay was intolerable to her, prompting her to engage in a debate with the station staff. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of joy. Indeed, a chef had emerged. He promptly made his way towards Miss Carmen. "Good day, Miss Carmen. I am Jiang Liufeng. A pleasure to make your acquaintance," he said, extending a hand in a most gentlemanly manner. Carmen, who had been preparing to inquire further, was taken aback when she turned to face Jiang Liufeng's handsome visage, causing her to gasp in surprise. He was undeniably striking. Her cheeks flushed, and she fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, feeling somewhat flustered by the sudden attention from such a dashing gentleman. Jiang Liufeng smiled faintly and remarked that he had heard Miss Carmen wish to witness the majesty of the Sea Kings in this windless zone. Carmen discreetly cast a glance at Jiang Liufeng and nodded slightly, as if to acknowledge his statement. "I can take you there and assist you in capturing what you desire, on the condition that you—" Upon hearing this, Carmen sensed something amiss. Though she harbored a profound passion for culinary arts and ingredients, the notion of trading her body as a price, regardless of how handsome he might be, required a more profound connection, perhaps a courtship to explore their feelings first. What was she even contemplating? She tenderly touched her heated cheeks, taking a moment to steady her thoughts before resolutely declaring, "Enough of this. I will not sell myself." Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng exclaimed, "Ah, there seems to be a misunderstanding, Miss Carmen. What I meant was for you to be our chef aboard the ship. We shall travel to various countries, and whatever ingredients you desire, we will procure for you." Carmen was taken aback, realizing that this was the true intention behind his words. "Could you not express yourself more clearly?" she thought, as her mind was filled with rather suggestive images. "Do you truly possess such capabilities?" It was only then that she scrutinized the man before her. Aside from being somewhat handsome and having an impressive physique, he did not appear particularly formidable. Others had invited her before, but upon hearing of the journey to the doldrums in search of Sea Kings, they had all hastily declined. Their grandiose words were nothing but empty boasts, lacking any genuine merit. In the case of Jiang Liufeng, she remained skeptical. However, she pondered that there was no point in lengthy discussions. One could ascertain his abilities only through experience. Jiang Liufeng, not one to dawdle, spoke plainly. Despite her reservations, Carmen's curiosity and determination prevailed. Eager for adventure, the prospect of companionship on her journey was tempting. As a woman hailing from the East Sea, her culinary skills were exceptional. Yet she was unaware of the true terror of the Sea Kings. After some contemplation, she nodded in agreement. If Jiang Liufeng indeed possessed the prowess to hunt the Sea Kings, she would not hesitate to serve as their ship's chef. Embarking on a voyage to witness the wonders of the ocean. It was settled. Jiang Liufeng's heart swelled with joy at the thought of having a competent chef aboard the vessel, ensuring that no one would have to endure the uncertainty of hunger or satiety. He nodded in satisfaction, took Carmen along, and prepared to seek a borrowed boat from Ispegu. I wondered where this brash young lad had come from, audaciously boasting in such a manner. Miss, do be wary of his deceit. Just as the two turned around, an unpleasant voice pierced the air. As Jiang Liufeng gazed at the group disembarking from the shore, he inquired, "Who are you?" "Humph. We are the Locky pirate crew, and our captain, Locky, is a bounty criminal worth 20 million berries." One of the subordinate boasted arrogantly, even before the captain could speak. The Locky crew? 20 million? How utterly pathetic. Jiang Liufeng pursed his lips, his expression one of disdain. Indeed, in such a vast forest, any manner of bird dares to trouble him. Chapter 33. A renewed invitation. Upon hearing this, the surrounding spectators were immediately filled with trepidation. Most of them were residents of the 7th District of Water, and while many were unaware of the significant matters Jiang Liufeng had undertaken, they were certainly familiar with the notorious crew led by Locky. Although they were not particularly formidable, this band frequently engaged in acts of extortion and intimidation across several islands, and thus, their reputation preceded them. Ordinary citizens were understandably frightened, and they hastily stepped back, anxious to avoid any trouble. Observing the crowd's reaction, the pirate known as Locky was quite pleased and boastfully remarked, "I told you, kid, your skills in deceiving women leave much to be desired. Claiming you can single-handedly take someone to see the Sea Kings? This woman must be remarkably foolish to believe such nonsense." At this, Carmen was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing the sincerity in Jiang Liufeng's eyes, she found him far more trustworthy than those repulsive individuals. "I believe him. What business is it of yours? Let us go." Jiang Liufeng, dismissive of the insignificant beings around him, merely nodded at Carmen's gaze and uttered, "Let us proceed." Upon realizing that his words held no sway, Locky erupted in anger, commanding, "Stop right there. I have taken a liking to this woman. If you know what's good for you, hand her over, or I shall make you regret it today." Before he could finish, Jiang Liufeng turned, his eyes radiating an overwhelming dominance. "Lie down." His two simple words, though softly spoken, sent tremors through the hearts of the onlookers. "My goodness, that is terrifying," exclaimed a passerby, suddenly feeling the weight of Jiang Liufeng's aura, shivering as he wiped the sweat from his brow. In the next moment, a cacophony of thuds echoed as over a dozen individuals disembarked from the ship, beginning with Locky, all collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth, convulsing violently. Gasping at the sight of the departing figures, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. How frightening. He didn't even raise a finger. Can a gaze truly kill? At that instant, a reporting bird soared overhead, dropping several wanted posters adorned with photographs. Those with keen eyes picked them up, only to be horrified, their hair standing on end as they pointed at Jiang Liufeng's retreating silhouette and then at the posters in their hands. "Him," they stammered, nearly biting their tongues in shock. Curious onlookers quickly gathered to discern the cause of the commotion. Upon seeing the posters, many nearly lost their wits, with several women gasping in surprise. Eventually, the crowd, regaining their composure, shouted in unison, 500 million. As the two continued their journey, Carmen's excitement became increasingly palpable. Her previous doubts about Jiang Liufeng vanished, and having witnessed his prowess, she dared to dream that her aspirations might indeed come to fruition. Observing Carmen's gleeful expression, Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of joy, for her happiness signified that her role as the cook aboard his ship was all but secured. Before long, they sought out the bustling Ispegu to borrow a vessel, simultaneously assessing his soon-to-be-completed pirate ship. It must be said, Icebegu's crew was remarkably efficient. Within a mere few days, the grand vessel had taken on a striking form. Its impressive stature resembled that of a mighty dragon poised for flight, quietly resting, yet ready to astonish with a single roar. Jiang Liufeng praised endlessly, thoroughly satisfied. In the end, he brought Carmen to tour the ship's kitchen. Although it was completely bare, Carmen, being a culinary professional, discerned that the kitchen's layout was quite sophisticated. Once completed and fully equipped, it would undoubtedly be an opulent kitchen. For a chef, having an excellent working environment is of paramount importance. Seeing Carmen was akin to envisioning his future studio, which filled Jiang Liufeng with immense joy. He had not anticipated that a casual stroll would yield such unexpected rewards, making him genuinely pleased. After their tour, they temporarily bid farewell to the others and set out to sea in high spirits. The ultimate outcome was undoubtedly joyous, with Jiang Liufeng, who possessed the domineering haki. No sea creatures dared approach them even a step closer. Amid Carmen's astonishment, Jiang Liufeng led her to a sea king's nest, allowing her to witness these colossal marine beings up close, and at her request, he captured a creature that resembled neither snake nor fish. According to Carmen, this creature was exceptionally rare and its flesh among the finest in the realm of sea kings. While the process appeared straightforward, the astute Carmen recognized its exceptional nature. How could such a behemoth fear Jiang Liufeng? Just how formidable was this handsome man's strength? This only intensified her intrigue regarding Jiang Liufeng's invitation. Upon returning to their accommodation in the evening, Carmen initially felt a twinge of fear upon encountering the imposing presence of Walder and his companions. To be among such formidable men made her somewhat apprehensive. However, once Walder and the others savored Carmen's culinary creations, their expressions of sheer happiness enlightened her. If a chef could bring joy even to such fearsome individuals, what could be more rewarding? Walder, of course, had no reservations in expressing his admiration. Sister-in-law, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. I have never tasted such delectable dishes. It's remarkable. His calling her sister-in-law nearly caused Jiang Liufeng to spit out his food. Ahem, can you refrain from such nonsense? At the sight of Jiang Liufeng's fierce glare, Walder shivered. Well, you all take your time eating. I'll deliver some to the iceberg crew for a midnight snack. He quickly fled without daring to glance back at Jiang Liufeng. Not just Walder, but even Crocodile and Red Earl felt compelled to praise her. Unfortunately, one was not particularly eloquent while the other was excessively proud, yet from their gazes, Jiang Liufeng could tell they too desired Carmen to be their chef. Consequently, he earnestly extended another invitation. Miss Carmen, would you consider being our chef? Would you like to embark on a delightful journey across this splendid sea with us? To be honest, Carmen felt torn. After all, she had initially promised Jiang Liufeng. However, the thought of a lone girl accompanying a group of rugged men felt rather awkward. This left her hesitating, unable to articulate her thoughts. The Red Earl, sensing her indecision, grew anxious. Despite having ventured alone for decades, he found himself captivated by Carmen's cooking, to the point of addiction. Chapter 34, Setting Sail. With such formidable individuals in their midst, it was a foregone conclusion that they would dominate the new world. How could they proceed without a capable chef? A group of unparalleled masters living off the land, without proper meals, would surely invite ridicule. The old man, unsure of how to convey his regret, mustered the courage to speak. Miss Carmen, I have little to offer. The captain has promised to find me the mythical Zoan blood fruit. I believe he will fulfill his promise. If necessary, I shall pass this fruit to you. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Liufeng and Carmen's eyes lit up. The difference was that Carmen had heard of this fruit and understood it to be a wondrous treasure she had long desired. However, the name bloodfruit gave her pause. Jiang Liufeng, on the other hand, slapped his thigh, realizing yes, this is an enticing offer. He grinned widely. By the way, Miss Carmen, if you join us, I promise to help you secure a devil fruit. The blood fruit is something I promised the Red Earl, but I can certainly find you another. Carmen found this condition utterly irresistible. She understood that in this ruthless world, to realize her aspirations and prove her worth, she needed two things, a powerful ally and her own strength. Though she was a girl, her determination to fulfill her dreams rivaled that of any boy. The prospect of enhancing her abilities to ensure her survival in these perilous seas was an intoxicating temptation. Really? Indeed, I can assure you of that. Then, very well. However, I have one more request. What is it? I hope you can find another female companion. Otherwise, as the only girl. That's easily arranged. We'll find you a companion. And don't let their intimidating appearances fool you. They're all good people, aren't they, old Shah? Jiang Liufeng raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at Lao Sha. Suddenly turning the conversation towards himself, Lao Sha, initially reluctant to comply, found himself yearning for the exquisite meals prepared by Carmen. Fearing that any action might startle the young girl, he could only resignedly concede, the captain says so, and so it shall be. He soon realized that these individuals were not as difficult to interact with as he had imagined, particularly the simple-minded giant, whose naivety considerably diminished Carmen's initial resistance. After a relentless bout of persuasion, they finally reached an agreement. Thus, Jiang Liufeng's crew welcomed their new head chef. Securing such a beautiful chef was undoubtedly the most rewarding achievement Jiang Liufeng had experienced in recent days. After all, what was a mere devil fruit to him? With a locator in his possession, acquiring it was indeed a trivial matter. Once the arrangements were settled, the group joyfully resumed their revelry. Upon returning from a delivery, Valdo, witnessing the merriment, instantly grasped the cause of their elation. The thought of relishing gourmet meals at every meal filled him with childlike glee, and he eagerly raised his cup, joining in the jubilant atmosphere. The following morning, Isabaga finally dispatched someone to inform them that the ship had been completed and invited them to inspect it. The group, brimming with excitement, packed their belongings and set off towards the shipyard. As they strolled through the streets once more, the residents' gazes upon them had transformed. Jiang Liufeng is a notorious pirate valued at 510 million, a reputation that has spread throughout the seven seas, causing many to keep their distance for fear of trouble. However, this did not seem to affect the group much, except for Carmen, who appeared somewhat displeased. Sensing Carmen's unease, Jiang Liufeng turned to her and remarked, "As long as we act with a clear conscience, that is all that matters." After reflecting on his words, Carmen suddenly felt enlightened. Indeed, why should she care about the opinions of others? As long as they were true to themselves, that was sufficient. This minor incident could not hinder their progress, and soon they arrived at the new ship. The vessel was covered with a red cloth by Ice Begu, eagerly awaiting Jiang Liufeng to unveil it. The Straw Hat crew had also come to see them off, and were slightly taken aback upon seeing Carmen. However, Luffy appeared quite discontent, muttering to himself, "Why did they get a ship first?" Just as he spoke, his companions quickly covered his mouth. Why not send off these killing machines instead? Seeing the hungry gazes of his friends, Luffy promptly sealed his lips. Jiang Liufeng merely smiled and said nothing. "Let's name our companion," Carmen asked, puzzled. "Yes. For those who venture upon the seas, a ship is just as vital a partner." Through the sincerity reflected in Jiang Liufeng's eyes, Carmen understood his sentiment. She then bowed to the new ship. "Hello, I am Carmen. I look forward to our journey together." To her astonishment, the ship seemed to respond, trembling slightly. Though the movement was imperceptible, nearly everyone noticed it. How extraordinary. Even Carmen herself was taken aback. At that moment, she grasped Jiang Liufeng's true meaning, not merely to regard the ship as a partner to be cherished and protected, but to acknowledge that this vessel was indeed their genuine companion. This was truly magical. It filled her with an even greater anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. It was bound to be spectacular. Jiang Liufeng smiled ambiguously, fully aware that he alone among those present understood the significance of the moment. This was not merely a vessel, but one graced by a spirit of the trees, or rather, a spirit of the ship. Was it not akin to companionship? He slowly approached the new ship, grasping the vibrant red curtain with his hand and closing his eyes. It seemed as though he was contemplating, or perhaps attuning himself to something profound. After a considerable pause, he gently opened his eyes and exerted a forceful pull. In an instant, the curtain was drawn away from the ship, and a voice, though not thunderous, resonated with undeniable authority, declaring, "From this day forth, you shall be named the Golden Scales." Do the Golden Scales merely dwell in the depths? When the winds of change arise, they transform into dragons. It is believed that in the not-so-distant future, Jiang Liufeng and the Golden Scales will achieve renown across the seas, becoming the stuff of legends told by generations. Thus, Jiang Liufeng officially embraced the era of great piracy, stepping into the role of a true pirate. Their legendary tale commenced at that very moment. After a considerable duration, all preparations were finally complete. With a grand gesture, Jiang Liufeng declared, "Let us embark. Our next destination, the Sabaody Archipelago, aboard the magnificent and opulent Golden Scales." Even the seasoned Red Count, Old Shah, felt a flutter of excitement within. After drifting for so long, he experienced a rare sensation akin to finding a home, an exhilarating feeling indeed. Upon hearing the captain's command, he instinctively responded, "Aye, Valdo, let us set to work." "Aye, Captain. Ha. This vessel is truly impressive. Following you, it feels as if everything is turning for the better. Brace yourselves. We are off." Chapter 35, New Companions. Golden Scales whoosh. Valdo, with a sweeping motion of his hand, activated the ship's 20-fold acceleration. In the blink of an eye, the majestic Golden Scales vanished from the sight of Ace and his companions. as they gazed at the intricately crafted ship, adorned with a lifelike golden dragon. Their hearts were a whirlwind of emotions, yet one thought resonated among them. What marvels would the purple-haired youth bring to the world? The anticipation was palpable. For the Straw Hat crew, the mightier the opponent, the more fervently their desire to conquer was ignited. At that moment, they yearned to strengthen themselves, eagerly awaiting the day when they could match their prowess against Jiang Liufeng's crew once more. If Jiang Liufeng were aware of their sentiments, he would likely chuckle and remark, "No matter how hard you strive, it is ultimately in vain. In this era, I am the protagonist. New World. Sabaody Archipelago. Here I come, Jiang Liufeng." The resplendent golden scales swiftly glided across the azure expanse of the ocean. Jiang Liufeng gathered several of his companions, who were darting about the ship like curious kittens, in front of the main helm. As they approached, they were taken aback to discover an unusual device beside the helm. It resembled an oversized recording pointer. Yet this crystal sphere differed from a mere recording instrument. This exquisite crystal orb functioned akin to a display, and upon closer inspection, they realized it was an intricate map of the entire world, a small glowing that was slowly departing from the green section labeled Water 7, heading towards a place composed of a cluster of small green land masses known as the Sabaody Archipelago. The sight sparked their curiosity, and they understood that this device was extraordinary. Valdo, unable to contain his excitement, promptly inquired, "Captain, what is this remarkable object? It not only displays the world map, but also tracks our location." In response, Jiang Liufeng smiled slightly and explained, "This device is called the Omniscient Recorder. It not only provides a comprehensive view of our world, but also serves as our navigator, allowing us to clearly discern our current position and the location of our destination." "How astonishing!" Carmen exclaimed, her fingers gently tracing the surface of the recorder, her eagerness for knowledge making her appear rather endearing. "Indeed, it can also identify potential dangers along our route, assess the weather conditions, and select the optimal course for our journey. However, these functions require the cooperation of our new companion." "Huh, me?" Carmen replied, bewildered, as sailing was not within her skill set, leaving her puzzled as to why she was being singled out. With a mysterious smile, Jiang Liufeng remarked that he was even more recent than you. A few were left bewildered, questioning the situation. Wasn't it just a handful of them? Where did the newcomers come from? Observing their confusion, Jiang Liufeng decided against prolonging the suspense and called out, "Come forth, Golden Scale." "Golden Scale?" Valdo wore a perplexed expression. Wasn't that the name of their ship? What on earth was the captain up to? However, he soon found clarity as he gazed at the humanoid light form that suddenly appeared at the entrance, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. The others beside him fared no better. The moment they beheld the luminous figure, their composure shattered. At that instant, even the most oblivious could discern that this boy-like light entity bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary ship spirit. The Red Count's eyes sparkled with delight. Could it be the ship spirit? After decades of traversing the seas, this was indeed his first encounter. But was it truly so? Golden Scale and the ship's spirit possessed subtle differences. What were those differences? Jiang Liufeng turned around, a hint of surprise flickering in his gaze as he looked at Lao Sha. This marked the first time Lao Sha had taken the initiative to speak to him. A promising beginning indeed. Meeting Jiang Liufeng's eyes, Lao Sha quickly realized his oversight, clearing his throat twice, betraying a hint of awkwardness. However, Jiang Liufeng was not in a hurry. Relationships, after all, require gradual nurturing, and he chose not to address the moment directly. The ship's spirit is born from the vessel's will, yet Jiang Lin is different. He is the inherent tree spirit that resides upon the trunk of the world tree from my realm. The others nodded, somewhat understanding. Noting the confusion still etched on their faces, Jiang Liufeng felt compelled to elaborate further. In simple terms, Jiang Lin can manifest before people. He can traverse freely upon this ship created by the world tree and possesses mastery over it that surpasses any helmsman, along with the ability to repair the vessel. In essence, Jiang Lin serves as our helmsman, shipwright, and, when paired with the omniscient recording device, he also functions as our navigator. Truly remarkable. Carmen's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she examined Jiang Lin with fascination. From this point onward, Jiang Lin shall be our companion. Let us extend our greetings. Jiang Liufeng announced. "Greetings, everyone. I am Jiang Lin, and I am delighted to become your companion. I look forward to your guidance." Jiang Lin spoke with youthful innocence. Upon hearing this, the group collectively expressed their surprise, but but it wasn't long before they grew more familiar with the idea, finally accepting the presence of a spirit among them as their companion. Excellent. Jiang Liufeng instructed Waldo to retrieve the exquisite wine from the iceberg they had been gifted, pouring a glass for each of them. On the deck, the 6 companions formed a circle, and Jiang Liufeng raised his glass high, proclaiming, "Our band has escaped from the clutches of Impel down, braving countless challenges. And today marks the day of our official voyage." Reflecting on the events of recent days, apart from Carmen and Jean Lin, the others felt a shiver of apprehension, considering how the reckless captain had led them into perilous situations. Yet, is this not the very essence of a pirate's yearning? Beyond the legendary treasure of the Pirate King, they defy authority and dare to confront the world head-on. With formidable strength, they challenge the Navy directly. Unconstrained, they revel in the vibrant hues of the ocean. Is this not the lofty ambition that every pirate dreams to achieve? Observing the spirited expressions of his comrades, Jiang Liufeng felt a deep satisfaction and continued. "To commemorate the official commencement of our journey, I hereby name our pirate crew Dawn. From this day forth, the Dawn Pirates are established. To a more splendid tomorrow. Cheers. 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 Drink." Haha. Carmen, ever perceptive, promptly presented the exquisite food she had prepared, and a delightful little party unfolded aboard the ship. Meanwhile, the helm of the Golden Scale was entrusted to Jean Lin, who, being an elf, required no sustenance. While everyone celebrated joyfully, Jean Lin had already taken the wheel, steering towards the archipelago of Shambodi as directed by Jiang Liufeng. After their feast, Jiang Liufeng assigned tasks. Old Sha was taken by the Red Count to learn the ways of hockey. It is a common flaw among Logia fruit users to overly rely on their fruit abilities, neglecting the study of hockey. Even if they do learn, it is often only the observation hockey that they focus on. Thus, Old Shah's primary objective was to enhance his hockey mastery. Otherwise, in the New World, a place where hockey reigns supreme, he might find himself at the mercy of stronger opponents. Waldo was tasked with designing their crew's pirate flag, featuring a skull motif with a backdrop of lightning, which looked quite impressive. After tidying up the messy dining table, Carmen was led into a room by Jiang Liufeng. As he grasped her arm, the young girl's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing with uncertainty. Chapter 36. A Beautiful Misunderstanding. What are we doing? Wasn't it supposed to be a respectful distance? Men are indeed quite mischievous. Alas, I shouldn't have trusted his sweet words. This time, I fear I am trapped, lost in her thoughts. She found herself standing before the bed, still dazed and unresponsive. Carmen. What is wrong with you? Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow, noticing Carmen's vacant gaze and flushed cheeks, mistakenly thinking she might be ill. He quickly reached out to feel her forehead, assessing her condition. It seems a doctor might be required. Suddenly, Carmen felt Jiang Liufeng's touch, causing her to shiver as if struck by electricity. She let out a shriek, retreating like a startled kitten, only to stumble over the bed's edge and lose her balance, landing on the bed. In a moment of instinct, her delicate hands reached for Jiang Liufeng's clothing, inadvertently pulling him down with her. Their eyes met, and they found themselves lying together on the bed, mere centimeters apart, where a gentle tilt could bring their lips together. Both were momentarily stunned, frozen in this ambiguous position, as if petrified. "Miss Carmen, what is the matter? You need not fear with us here." The others were quite concerned for Carmen, the talented chef, and when they heard her scream, they immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed to her room. However, upon entering and witnessing the scene before them, they were left speechless. Goodness, this is too scandalous. These two dare to broadcast live in broad daylight. It took them a moment to regain their composure, and like kittens with their tails stepped on, they quickly jumped back. Before Jiang Liufeng could finish, Waldo burst into laughter. We understand. Just remember to close the door next time." Miss Carmen's voice is quite loud. The Red Count and Old Shah exchanged knowing glances, their expressions teasing as they scrutinized the pair. Jiang Liufeng felt a wave of unease wash over him. "Get out," he bellowed, pointing at the three with indignation. It was clear that this misunderstanding would be difficult to clarify, and he had no desire to linger on it. The three, chastised yet amused, departed with Waldo leading the way, grinning as he closed the door behind them. Meanwhile, Carmen buried her face in embarrassment, her cheeks resembling ripe red apples, utterly mortified at the thought of facing anyone. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Liufeng wore a bitter smile, lamenting that the misunderstanding had escalated significantly. Initially intending to surprise Carmen with a small gift, he inadvertently complicated matters. To alleviate the awkwardness, Jiang Liufeng hastily produced the ivory sword he had seized from Spandam and remarked, "Carmen, this is truly a misunderstanding. I merely intended to present you with this ivory sword." Carmen, still lost in her thoughts and feeling flustered, was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Liufeng's words. Her gaze shifted towards the ivory sword in his hand, and her expression brightened. With this revelation, the atmosphere lightened considerably. As Jiang Liufeng noticed Carmen's shift in focus, he quickly seized the opportunity to introduce her. Carmen had always harbored a curiosity about the enigmatic devil fruits, and upon learning that Xiang Jian possessed the remarkable power of such a fruit, her intrigue intensified. Jiang Liufeng let out a sigh of relief, successfully diffusing the awkwardness. He immediately wielded the conqueror's haki to subdue the elephant sword. The sword, sensing Jiang Liufeng's overwhelming and domineering presence, trembled in fear and promptly submitted. Once it acknowledged Carmen as its master, Jiang Liufeng, relying on his memory, imparted some methods of usage to Carmen, instructing her that she could also explore her own ideas. Carmen was utterly enamored with the elephant sword. Being naturally gifted and adept with a knife, she quickly grasped numerous techniques. Observing this, Jiang Liufeng offered a few more instructions and hastily exited her room, anxious to avoid any further misunderstandings. However, this misunderstanding was rather delightful. While Carmen joyfully handled the elephant sword, she remained acutely aware of Jiang Liufeng's every move. Upon seeing him depart, she felt an inexplicable twinge of disappointment. When Jiang Liufeng emerged, Valdo intended to tease him, but was met with a deadly glare that sent him retreating. He then approached Jean Lin and said, "Jean Lin, please investigate the whereabouts of the vampire fruit from the illusory beast species." Though his voice was low, it was not enough to escape the keen ears of the Red Count. Upon hearing the mention of the vampire fruit, he instantly appeared beside Jiang Liufeng. Jiang Liufeng smiled faintly, instantly aware that the old gentleman was undoubtedly anxious. Having heard of the Golden Scale's ability to activate the tracking function of the recorder, the group was filled with curiosity and quickly approached the device to observe. "All right," the youthful Golden Scale replied, proceeding to manipulate the recorder. With both hands resting on the crystal orb, he began to chant softly. In a short while, a small yellow dot illuminated the surface of the crystal. The onlookers craned their necks, their curiosity piqued. "Oh, it's moving," Valdo exclaimed, prompting the others to notice that the small yellow dot was indeed drifting across the sea. "Where's this?" Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow and inquired of Golden Scale. "This is in the waters of the New World, according to the course. Ahead lies a place called Dressrosa." Jiang Liufeng's gaze sharpened as he spoke in unison with Lao Sha, Don Quixote da Flamingo. "How intriguing this is." A smirk played on Jiang Liufeng's lips as he continued, "Captain, we have indeed discovered the vampire fruit. The Crimson Count is in a frenzy. He longs to sprout wings and soar there immediately." Jiang Liufeng gently patted his shoulder and said, "My dear Count, rest assured. I shall ensure that the fruit is delivered into your hands. Once we reach the Shambadi archipelago and complete our preparations, we will set sail for the New World without delay." At the mere mention of the New World, a palpable excitement surged through the crew. Everyone understood that the most exhilarating part of the vast ocean lay in the latter half of the Grand Line, a realm known as the New World. It was the coveted destination for all seafarers, a land where strength reigned supreme and the law of the jungle prevailed. Yet, for individuals of their formidable caliber, it was akin to paradise. Upon receiving such exhilarating news, the crew's morale soared. Valdo, without needing any further instruction from Jiang Liufeng, activated his full capabilities, steering the Golden Scale swiftly towards the Shambadi archipelago. Along the way, the Red Count found little inclination to teach Lao Sha and Carmen the ways of haki. For Jiang Liufeng had reassured him that as long as the yellow dot remained visible, it signified that the fruit was still intact and had not been consumed by anyone. Hearing this, the Red Count became utterly fixated, abandoning all other tasks to keep a vigilant watch on the small yellow dot on the recorder, anxious that a moment's lapse might result in its disappearance. In light of this, Jiang Liufeng had no choice but to let the busy Valdo take over the instruction of haki. However, Valdo's skill was hardly comparable to that of the Red Count. Even he felt the need to learn from the Count himself. Thus, he could only introduce them to the basics, intending to delve deeper into their training once the Count's matters were resolved. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng took on the role of a carefree overseer, leisurely seated at the bow of the ship, sipping wine and fishing. Any peculiar or beautiful catch would be displayed in the aquarium on the Golden Scale. while the fresh and succulent ones would be reserved for Carmen to prepare delectable meals. This made for a rather relaxed atmosphere. Before long, a verdant panorama emerged on the horizon, signaling their imminent arrival at the Shambadi archipelago. Chapter 37. A fine ship. As the announcement from the Golden Scale echoed, the crew set aside their tasks and gathered at the bow to gaze ahead. Before them lay an archipelago composed of dozens of islands, both large and small, each crowned with a towering tree, occasionally releasing bubbles that floated skyward. Under the sun's radiant glow, the entire archipelago appeared resplendent and vibrant. Naturally, it was Carmen who exhibited the most excitement. Girls are often drawn to beauty, and upon witnessing such a stunning vista, her delight was palpable. Playfully turning to Jiang Liufeng, she extended her hand and inquired, "Captain, shouldn't we distribute some wages to the crew?" This question momentarily bewildered Jiang Liufeng, leading to a moment of shared confusion among the 4 crew members, as they suddenly recalled that they possessed not a single coin to their names. Upon realizing this, Carmen's previously exuberant expression transformed into one of dismay. "You mean, you have no money?" Jiang Liufeng let out a bitter smile, acknowledging the truth in the words spoken. Carmen, with an expression of disbelief, exclaimed, "Could it be? All of you are prominent figures, yet you lack funds?" Throughout this period, through casual conversations, Carmen had garnered considerable knowledge about the world of pirates, including legendary figures and the 7 warlords, thus comprehending the caliber of those aboard her ship. Waldo, with a resigned gesture, replied, "We just escaped from Impel down together. After our escape, we've been following the captain, and you know the rest." There was no time to earn money. As for the Red Earl and Old Sand, they were even less concerned, having previously taken what they desired without spending a dime. This predicament left Jiang Liufeng in a state of distress, exemplifying the adage that a penny can thwart even the mightiest. Who would have anticipated that such a lavish ship harbored numerous maritime tyrants? Yet they were utterly destitute. The group was enveloped in a cloud of gloom. But just as their spirits plummeted, an idea sparked in Jiang Liufeng's mind. He quickly summoned his companions and began to explain his plan. What? Extort the celestial dragons? The crew was astonished. Why did their captain always seem to drag them into trouble? Yet, if they were to stir up trouble, surely it would be simpler to extort a few shops instead of courting danger with such formidable foes? Jiang Liufeng merely responded, "The celestial dragons are wealthy. We could feast for 3 years on what they possess." The others were left speechless, realizing they had no choice but to follow this troublesome captain. "So, Captain, who will play the role of the one being sold?" Waldo asked, glancing at Carmen as if to imply something. But in the next moment, he sensed a shift in focus. The rest of the crew turned their gazes toward him. "Surely, I can't be that unlucky," he thought. Then, in unison, the 4 declared, "It's you." Waldo, exasperated, lamented his misfortune. Why did calamity always befall him? Upon reflection, it seemed he was indeed the only fitting candidate. Although Carmen was strikingly beautiful and had recently let her fiery hair down, enhancing her allure, she remained a minor character, unworthy of attracting the celestial dragon's attention. As for Crocodile, with a bounty of only 81 million, he seemed insufficiently imposing for such a venture. There is no need to elaborate on Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count. He is undoubtedly not suited for this role. Thus, it is evident that no individual is more fitting than this formidable pirate valued at 500 million. With a hint of resentment in his small eyes, he reluctantly acquiesced. Once the matter was settled, the mood among the crowd improved significantly, with the exception of Vardo. The golden scales gradually approached the shore. At the dock of Island 13, numerous onlookers scrutinized the pirate ship as it drew nearer. The opulent golden scales captivated everyone's attention. Residing in the Sabaody archipelago, they had seen countless vessels, but had never encountered such a commanding pirate ship. Nor had they ever laid eyes on the flag flying from its mast. Curiosity abounded regarding the nature of the crew that would disembark. Given the proximity of these islands to the Navy headquarters and their prosperity, even the celestial dragons occasionally graced the islands with their presence. Thus, few pirates dared to cause trouble here, and the residents were not particularly wary of them. Among the crowd, there were also members of other pirate crews observing, eager to gauge their future adversaries. The first to disembark was naturally Jiang Liufeng. As he jumped down, he noticed a multitude of people staring at them, and he frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased, as if he were a spectacle for amusement. "So handsome. Wow, what a striking man." A chorus of admiration erupted among the crowd, with many women covering their mouths in awe. Several married women were swiftly pulled away by their husbands, yet they could not resist glancing back at Jiang Liufeng. Yearning for just one more fleeting glimpse of such an exceptionally handsome man, A rare sight indeed. Jiang Liufeng suddenly sensed a palpable hostility from numerous men around him. Well, it seems that upon his arrival, he had already offended others. Does being handsome truly come with its own set of burdens? Jiang Liufeng pursed his lips, lost in indifferent thoughts. After all, it was best for them not to provoke him, for he was in dire need of money. As the sound of footsteps echoed once more from the ship's stairs, the crowd looked up again, only to behold a striking young lady with vibrant pink hair descending from the deck. The atmosphere among the onlookers shifted dramatically. Wow, look at that girl, she's stunning. Indeed. It's frustrating how the finest cabbage is often picked by swine. Why do these young ladies prefer those pretty boys when I possess such striking charisma? As they glanced back, they spotted a portly middle-aged man narcissistically stroking his shiny face. In unison, the crowd quipped, "Are you not referring to yourself as the swine?" The man, startled and embarrassed, quickly fled from sight. Meanwhile, during this little interlude, the Red Count and his companions disembarked, surveying the picturesque and lively island. Just as Jiang Liufeng was about to signal for everyone to depart, an arrogant voice pierced the air. "Halt, old man. Your ship is quite impressive. I shall take it. And this young lady shall serve as my maid." The newcomer, misjudging the situation, assumed the eldest among them, the Red Count, was the captain, and pointed an accusatory finger at him. The group exchanged glances, bursting into derisive laughter. "Do you know who I am?" the intruder bellowed. "I see you wish to court death. Boys, here." With a swift motion, dozens of henchmen appeared, brandishing weapons menacingly. "Seize that ship and the woman." "Yes." The henchmen advanced towards Jiang Liufeng, their expressions twisted with malice. Carmen instinctively drew closer to Jiang Liufeng, clearly frightened. "Boy, hand over that young lady to our captain promptly. Or else, kneel." Before he could finish, Jiang Liufeng's eyes widened, and an overwhelming aura surged forth, sweeping over the rabble. Thud! The entire group of henchmen, along with the so-called captain, found themselves crushed under the weight of this oppressive force, collapsing to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. What just happened? What did that lad do? I have no idea. He merely spoke, and those fierce-looking pirates knelt before him. Indeed, he appears harmless. How could he be so terrifying? Do you want to die? How dare you call others boy? Hurry and leave before you're caught. Oh dear. The man came to his senses and hurriedly covered his mouth as he fled. Jiang Liufeng strode forward gracefully, approaching the captain. The sound of his footsteps echoed. A rhythmic tap-tap that, to the casual observer, appeared leisurely. However, for the pirates kneeling in terror, each step resonated like the ominous countdown of death. With each advance, their hearts skipped a beat, and the brief span of mere seconds felt like a lifetime. At last, Jiang Liufeng stood before the captain, towering over him. Under the weight of Jiang Liufeng's gaze, the captain was drenched in cold sweat, his garments already soaked through. He lacked the courage to meet Jiang Liufeng's eyes. Trembling in profound agony, Jiang Liufeng let out a scornful smile, retracting his overwhelming presence, and addressed the individual before him. "Keep a vigilant watch over my ship. Should anything go awry, I shall hold you accountable." Upon hearing this, the captain felt as though he had been granted a reprieve from death. Hastily nodding like a chick pecking at grains. Yes, I understand. I shall ensure that no one approaches the divine vessel. I am grateful for your mercy, esteemed one." However, when he raised his head, Jiang Liufeng and his entourage had already departed. He collapsed onto the ground, overwhelmed by fear. Goodness, that was truly terrifying. The captain felt as if he had narrowly escaped the clutches of the underworld. Rationality dictated that any mishap involving the Golden Scaled would seal his fate. A shiver ran down his spine as he urgently summoned his subordinates to the Golden Scaled, resolutely guarding it with unwavering vigilance, hardly daring to blink, lest the ship vanish before his eyes. Meanwhile, the instigator, Jiang Liufeng and his companions, had already arrived at the entrance of the Shachi bar, pausing momentarily. Are they inside? The arrow indicating the check-in point in Jiang Liufeng's mind pointed directly to the bar. Without hesitation, Jiang Liufeng pushed the door open and stepped inside. What greeted his eyes was a tastefully simple and elegant layout. There were not many patrons, only a few scattered tables. The check-in point was situated in the very center of the bar counter. Jiang Liufeng cast a glance and proceeded directly forward. From the moment Xia Qi entered with Li Yinlin and his entourage, her gaze had remained fixed upon them. As a seasoned intelligence operative, Xia Qi was certainly aware of the newly established Dawn Pirates. However, she was still oblivious to the significance of the name Dawn. Upon seeing Jiang Liufeng approach, she adorned her face with a charming smile and softly remarked, Isn't this the illustrious flying thunder god, Jiang Liufeng? It is truly a case of seeing is believing. You are indeed as handsome as the legends suggest. Miss Xia, you flatter me, Jiang Liufeng replied with a calm demeanor. Jiang Liufeng? So remarkably youthful? Is he truly as formidable as the rumors suggest? Upon hearing Xia Qi utter the name Jiang Liufeng, several pirate tables nearby began to scrutinize him and his companions. Their expressions grave. Xia Qi's bar was notoriously expensive. Ordinary individuals would seldom frequent it, making those present either well-informed patrons or pirates themselves. The bounty for Jiang Liufeng and his companions is astonishingly high. Setting aside Jiang Liufeng himself, the likes of Waldo and Crocodile are already formidable enough. Although Crocodile's bounty is merely 81 million, that figure was established a long time ago and has remained unchanged since he became a warlord of the sea. Those who are knowledgeable understand that Crocodile's strength far exceeds his bounty. As for Waldo, there is no need for elaboration. He is a genuine powerhouse with a bounty of 500 million, and his exploits are well known throughout the New World, without a hint of exaggeration. Reflecting on Jiang Liufeng's prowess, it is evident that he is equally formidable. The fact that even such powerful figures as Waldo and Crocodile willingly place themselves beneath him speaks volumes about his extraordinary capabilities. As everyone's thoughts wandered, Jiang Liufeng was no exception. Upon taking his seat and responding to Xia Qi, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at Sabaody Archipelago. Reward, Enel's Fruit Ability Panel. The next check-in location is Dressrosa. Oh my! Hiss upon hearing this. Jiang Liufeng could not help but draw a sharp breath. Despite his prior preparations, he was astonished by the reward. How could the system be so excessive? What? Does it leave no room for others to participate? Can we not adhere to the principles of martial ethics? However, upon further reflection, he realized that this could render him powerless. The ecstatic expression that had adorned his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a furrowed brow as he contemplated whether to merge or not. Naturally, he yearned for this ability, possessing the lightning attribute. The capability of the thunder fruit would undoubtedly represent a qualitative enhancement. Not to mention, it would grant him numerous new skills. He would no longer need to rely on the strongest spear incessantly, which, when overused, could become predictable and detrimental. With the integration of the thunder fruit's abilities, he would not only transform into a mobile spring of water, but would also possess an inexhaustible reservoir of lightning chakra. He could unleash a myriad of techniques, allowing the strongest spear to be reserved as a last resort. Yet, should he proceed with the fusion, it would mean that everyone on the ship, except for Carmen, would need to become a wielder of powers. If even one person were to fall into the sea, it could spell disaster. As he wrestled with his indecision, the system's voice resonated once more. Would the host like to merge? System, will I become powerless after merging? Ding. The host's fusion of any panel within the system will result in an optimized and perfect ability, with all side effects eliminated. And skill usage will no longer have conditional restrictions. What? Jiang Liufeng could not contain his excitement and let out a low roar. Are you certain, system? Ding. The system is certain. Haha. Marvelous. Let us merge immediately. Ding. The host is currently merging the new panel. Please hold on. Ding. The fusion of the Enel Fruit's ability panel has been successful. Chapter 39. The Dark King Rayleigh Whoosh Crackle. The moment the system's notification sounded, a surge of formidable lightning energy flooded into Jiang Liufeng's mind, accompanied by the techniques of the Thunder Fruit and all the moves previously employed by Enel. Without uttering a word, Jiang Liufeng vanished from the spot, leaving only a crackling trace of thunder in the eyes of the onlookers, while the crowd remained in a daze. He had already meandered around and returned to his seat. Bewildered, utterly bewildered, the entire bar fell into a profound silence. The members of the Dawn Group, accustomed to Jiang Liufeng's peculiar antics, maintained their composure. However, the rest of the patrons were utterly flabbergasted. Earlier, Jiang Liufeng had appeared quite normal. Yet as soon as he settled into his seat, his expression fluctuated wildly, oscillating between joy and sorrow, leaving everyone perplexed. What was he doing? Practicing his acting skills? Suddenly, Jiang Liufeng let out an odd shriek. It startled several tables of guests, one of whom, seated in the corner, sprayed whiskey everywhere after taking a sip. The most absurd moment came when he unleashed his fruit abilities, vanishing in a flash of lightning. The event transpired too swiftly. Others, gripped by tension, hastily drew their weapons, fearing Jiang Liufeng might strike at any moment. After all, he had the audacity to confront an admiral of the Navy and defend the world's greatest factions. Who could discern his temperament? Yet, after his brief excursion, he returned unexpectedly. Oh, so that was it. He merely intended to showcase his prowess and put on a display? You're formidable. You're impressive. Is that not sufficient? The crowd felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, and upon witnessing Jiang Liufeng finally regain his composure, they hurriedly approached to settle their bills and leave. Even Xiaqi, a figure who had braved many storms, found herself momentarily stunned by Jiang Liufeng's display. Unsure of his intentions, was it a show of authority? This thought darkened her expression slightly. Jiang Liufeng, momentarily lost in joy, suddenly became aware of his recent inappropriate behavior. He quickly cleared his throat to mask the embarrassment swelling within him, and said, Miss Xiaqi, I apologize for my abruptness. Miss Xiaqi, however, no longer exhibited her previous warmth. May I inquire about the purpose of your esteemed visit, Flying Thunder God? Well, Miss Xiaqi, to be candid, I have come to borrow some funds and, coincidentally, to inquire about certain matters. Indeed. You are here to stir up trouble. Xiaqi's expression darkened instantly. So, you have the audacity to extort me? With a graceful posture, she straightened her alluring figure, crossed her arms, and shouted with a scowl, Old man, we have an intruder. Suddenly, the curtains of the two doors leading to the back hall were blown aside by a fierce gust. A tremendous pressure, emanating from an unparalleled powerhouse, surged towards Jiang Liufeng like a roaring tsunami. The moment Jiang Liufeng heard Summer Chi's voice, he sensed that something was amiss. He had long been prepared, fully aware that this woman was backed by the vice-captain of the Pirate King. Thus, at the instant Rayleigh made his move, Jiang Liufeng also unleashed an aura of dominance, clashing with Rayleigh's formidable presence. The collision of their energies stirred up a tempest within the confines of the small bar, nearly uprooting the very ceiling above them. However, the two opponents exhibited a remarkable understanding, their overwhelming forces dissipating in an instant. Though their confrontation was fleeting, it conveyed sufficient information to those skilled in the art. Rayleigh, I harbor no intentions of offense. It is merely a misunderstanding on Miss Summer's part. If you wish to engage, we can do so upon the sea. Jiang Liufeng was not daunted by the prospect of battling Rayleigh. However, he consistently upheld a sense of integrity. Thus it was imperative to clarify the misunderstanding. Indeed, heroes emerge from youth. A robust voice resonated from the back room, and shortly thereafter, the curtain was drawn aside, revealing an elderly man with silver hair, none other than the Dark King Rayleigh. You flatter me, Jiang Liufeng replied nonchalantly. May I inquire, young friend, what brings you here? To borrow money, to acquire a coating, and to gather intelligence, Jiang Liufeng stated. Rayleigh's gaze sharpened. He had indeed overheard the audacious demands made in his presence. His expression soured. Since retreating to these islands of sobriety, he had only ever extorted others. And now to be extorted himself. What an eye-opener that was. The name of the deputy captain of the Roger Pirates shall not be tarnished. Just as Jiang Liufeng was about to continue, Rayleigh interrupted with a sweeping gesture. It has been ages since I've had a good workout. Today, I shall spar with you, you audacious young lad. Very well, Jiang Liufeng thought better of his previous statement. If it is a battle you desire, then let us engage without hesitation. Without further ado, the group hastily made their way back to the dock. Xiaqi even closed her establishment temporarily, eager to witness whether this brazen youth was indeed as formidable as the rumors suggested. Upon reaching the dock, Rayleigh's eyes fell upon a cluster of pirates kneeling on the ground, piquing his curiosity. The captain approached him directly. Great one, what is the meaning of this? Seeing Jiang Liufeng's swift arrival and departure left him perplexed. You performed admirably. You may leave now, Jiang Liufeng replied, barely sparing him a glance. The man's heart leaped with joy at the words. Thank you, great one. Let us go. He hurriedly summoned his crew and scurried away. Observing this, Xiaqi scoffed. He certainly has an air of grandeur, doesn't he? Striking fear wherever he goes. As soon as the words left her lips, a flash caught her eye. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Liufeng stood before her. Do not presume that your gender will spare you from my hand. Consider this a warning. With a swift motion, he had already boarded the golden scale, addressing Rayleigh. Care to join me on my vessel? Both Xiaqi and Rayleigh stood momentarily stunned, their thoughts racing. This display had genuinely startled Xiaqi. It had been years since she had encountered someone with such ferocity. She realized she had indeed acted out of character today. As a seasoned intelligence officer, one should be adept at navigating social intricacies, adapting one's discourse to suit various interlocutors. Rayleigh, on the other hand, had not encountered a worthy adversary in years. Witnessing Jiang Liufeng's prowess ignited the embers of his fighting spirit within him. What a formidable opponent, Rayleigh thought, momentarily taken aback, before his eyes brightened with excitement. Without further ado, he stepped aboard the golden scale. Soon after, the group followed suit, turning towards the horizon beyond the sea. What a splendid vessel, Rayleigh mused, his discerning eye taking in the ship's grandeur, unable to suppress his admiration. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng offered a gentle smile, recognizing the discerning nature of his companion. Set sail, raise the spear. With a grand gesture, Waldo commanded the ship to accelerate forward. After all, he was the first mate of the pirate king. How could he not be exhilarated by a contest against his captain? Such a spectacle was undeniably enticing. Before long, the group discovered a desolate island, uninhabited and serene. Chapter 40, New Powers Overcoming the Dark King. The two engaged their observation hockey, confirming their solitude, and then leaped onto the shore, standing in opposition to each other. The remaining crew stayed aboard to observe the unfolding duel. Flying Thunder God, Jiang Liufeng. Dark King, Rayleigh. In a clash of masters. Revealing one's name served as a mark of respect for the opponent. Shall we commence? Indeed. With a swift motion, Rayleigh struck first, drawing his sword and aiming directly at Jiang Liufeng. Jiang Liufeng chuckled softly, urging not to rush. Let me test your skills first. With a thunderous shout, he transformed his right hand into a bolt of lightning and unleashed a punch. The earth trembled as an explosive roar erupted. His arm elementalized into a radiant pillar of thunder, striking directly towards Rayleigh. Rayleigh's pupils constricted as he swiftly altered his trajectory, narrowly evading the formidable blow. The thunderous pillar continued its relentless path, crashing into the dense forest behind Rayleigh. The lush greenery was cleaved apart, revealing a gaping chasm 5 meters wide, extending 100 meters in length, barren and devoid of life. Where the lightning struck, not a single blade of grass remained. This devastating attack left not only Rayleigh in shock, but even his own comrades gasping in astonishment. They had never witnessed Jiang Liufeng wield such a destructive technique before. Was this truly the extent of his serious power? Carmen, witnessing Jiang Liufeng's abilities for the first time, felt her heart race uncontrollably. This was the prowess of her captain. It was undeniably formidable. Rayleigh, invigorated by the thrill of battle, let out a hearty laugh. Such an attack cannot harm me. Rest assured, you will be satisfied. All right. Prepare yourself for an attack. As he spoke, Rayleigh closed the distance, drawing his sword for a swift and fierce strike. Electrify. The air crackled with energy as the clash resounded. The air around Jiang Liufeng crackled with intense lightning, unleashing a myriad of electric serpents, each possessing a staggering voltage exceeding 10,000 volts, which effectively brought Rayleigh to a halt. Should he venture any closer, it would likely result in devastation. I must admit, I underestimated you. However, to think this would suffice to impede Rayleigh is rather unrealistic. With a powerful shout, he transformed, his body becoming as dark as iron, enveloped in the armor of hockey. After a mere half-second pause, Rayleigh surged forward once more, the armor of hockey shielding him entirely. He braved the tempest of lightning and charged ahead once again. Here he comes. Jiang Liufeng, equally brimming with combat fervor, demonstrated that the vice-captain of the Pirate King is indeed extraordinary. Remarkably, one could approach him in such a manner. A 20,000-volt electric shield, Jiang Liufeng, in conjunction with the lightning shield of the 3 generations of Raikage and aided by Enel's lightning, unleashed a staggering voltage of 20,000 volts, resulting in an upgraded lightning shield of unparalleled might. The power of this shield was beyond comparison. Rayleigh, breaking forth with his unleashed lightning serpent, struck down with an overwhelming sword aimed directly at Jiang Liufeng. The clash resounded with a thunderous boom, accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity as sword met shield. The shield, forged from the amalgamation of lightning elements and chakra, astonishingly withstood Rayleigh's armed hockey. The slicing strike bent the shield, yet it did not shatter. This sight left Rayleigh utterly astonished. When did the natural-type devil fruit become so formidable? It could withstand hockey. Even Jiang Liufeng himself was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the fusion of Enel's fruit abilities would yield such a significant enhancement, allowing it to withstand even Rayleigh's hockey. However, his elation was short-lived as a new anomaly emerged. Rayleigh had not intended to deliver a lethal blow to Jiang Liufeng. He merely sought to teach this audacious young man a lesson. Who would have thought he would almost tarnish his own reputation? Without hesitation, he ceased holding back and escalated his strength from the original 70% to a full 100%. Consequently, The blade ultimately tore a gash in Jiang Liufeng's shield. Jiang Liufeng was not particularly surprised, for withstanding 70% of Rayleigh's formidable power was already quite remarkable. In an instant, he vanished from his original position just as the blade descended, creating a distance between himself and Rayleigh, reappearing where Rayleigh had once stood. The atmosphere returned to a serene stillness, as if the two had merely exchanged places with nothing having transpired. Yet, the scorched earth, singed by the intense lightning, and the path cleaved open by Jiang Liufeng's fist stood as undeniable evidence of a fierce battle that had just unfolded. The crew aboard the ship was left in a state of bewilderment, with only the red count remaining unaffected. The rest of the onlookers were utterly dumbfounded, as if Jiang Liufeng's lightning had struck them directly. They all felt as though they had sustained 1,000 critical hits, left scorched inside and out. The sheer terror of it all was palpable. Was this what a true master duel looked like? Although the exchange of offense and defense was brief, each move and every technique resonated with profound impact, leaving an indelible impression on all who witnessed it. Jiang Liufeng needs no introduction. His moves are resplendent, dazzling, and formidable. Although Rayleigh's techniques may appear unremarkable, lacking any exceptional flair, the sheer force of his strikes is capable of shattering Jiang Liufeng's magnificent maneuvers, creating an even more profound impact. Regardless of their strengths or weaknesses, the unwavering composure he displays in the face of overwhelming might is truly admirable, a testament to an indomitable spirit that inspires awe among spectators. The audience was thoroughly captivated, and both combatants found themselves yearning for more. Adjusting his glasses, Rayleigh remarked, "My young friend, you possess remarkable strength. Do surprise me further." To which Jiang Liufeng responded, "As you wish." 20,000 volts. Thunder God. With a resounding roar, the heavens themselves seemed to shift in color. Jiang Liufeng transformed into a being of pure lightning, adorned in white silk and clad in battle armor, resembling a celestial deity descending to earth. The onlookers were left utterly speechless. "Rayleigh, behold the might of my strongest spear, 20,000 volts," he declared. In an instant, Jiang Liufeng extended 4 fingers as the spearhead and launched towards Rayleigh with lightning speed. The velocity was such that it could not be perceived until it was nearly upon him. Even Rayleigh, possessing the formidable 3-color hockey, found himself momentarily caught off guard. With a thunderous clash, their weapons collided as Jiang Liufeng reached him in the blink of an eye. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Jiang Liufeng had already retracted half of his power. Nevertheless, Rayleigh was still jolted, his grip nearly slipping from his sword. Ultimately, a restrained blow from Jiang Liufeng sent Rayleigh staggering back several meters before he regained his footing. Defeating the Pirate King's first mate in a single move was nothing short of astonishing, an unbelievable feat that few would dare to believe. After a series of coughs, Rayleigh finally regained his composure, acknowledging that Jiang Liufeng had held back. Had the old man truly harbored any intent to kill, coupled with the power of hockey, Jiang Liufeng would have undoubtedly inflicted grave harm upon him. After a moment, Rayleigh chuckled. "Ah, I am indeed growing old. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the last. You, my boy, are exceptional. No wonder powerful figures like Crocodile and Waldo choose to follow you. The new world is bound to be exhilarating." Rayleigh spoke at length, seemingly unperturbed by his defeat, instead exuding a sense of satisfaction. Jiang Liufeng regained his abilities, returning to that serene and carefree demeanor. As for my request, Chapter 41 presents a formidable challenge. Rayleigh, with a grand gesture, proclaimed with confidence, "Consider the money a loss on my part, and the coating shall pose no issue." Jiang Liufeng remained unconvinced. "I truly borrowed the money, and I will settle the payment for the coating. I would never take advantage of you." "Oh." Upon witnessing the perplexed expression on Riley's face, Jiang Liufeng impatiently continued, "Miss Xia specializes in intelligence. She should know that we have just escaped from Impel down and currently possess no money. Thus, we are merely seeking a temporary loan from you. Once the coating is completed, we shall settle the accounts together." Upon hearing this, Riley and Xia Qi exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to realization. "So, that is the situation." Riley exclaimed, "Ah, it was merely a misunderstanding. Why didn't you say so sooner?" With a sigh, Jiang Liufeng retorted, "I have mentioned this misunderstanding countless times. Yet my temper flares." Seeing Jiang Liufeng's displeasure, Xia Qi quickly interjected, "This is my fault for misinterpreting. Since the misunderstanding is resolved, let us return and discuss this properly. Money is a trivial matter. We can lend as much as you need." "Indeed, you can afford it," Jiang Liufeng scoffed. A single glass of wine costs hundreds of thousands of berries. If you cannot afford it, who can? Jiang Liufeng rolled his eyes upon seeing Xia Qi's embarrassed expression, deciding not to delve deeper into the matter. We don't need much, just some basic necessities for our new arrival and a few robes. My companions are rather conspicuous. It's better to cover their heads for ease of movement, he remarked, gesturing towards the group. As Jiang Liufeng pointed, Rayleigh inadvertently caught a glimpse, and that fleeting glance was nothing short of astonishing. The Red Count, Rayleigh exclaimed in disbelief. The Red Count had maintained such a low profile that, when standing behind the others, he was indeed quite inconspicuous. Coupled with preconceived notions based on the Navy's reports that Jiang Liufeng had merely brought out Old Sha and Vardo, who would have anticipated the inclusion of the Red Count as well. Rayleigh, how have you been? Upon being recognized, the Red Count merely exchanged a brief greeting with Rayleigh, showing no inclination for further discussion. Rayleigh, fully aware of the Red Count's character, shared only a few polite remarks without delving into deeper conversation. However, the astonishment in their eyes was unmistakable. On their return journey, Rayleigh and Xia Qi felt a wave of relief wash over them. It was fortunate they hadn't engaged in a fierce confrontation. One Jiang Liufeng was already formidable enough, and the presence of the Red Count was an unexpected twist. Had they truly faced lethal intent, their situation would have been perilous. In stark contrast, Jiang Liufeng's side brimmed with high spirits following the battle. Rayleigh was no ordinary adversary. Even an admiral could not compare. Despite their comparable strength, Rayleigh's reputation loomed large. He was the first mate of the Pirate King, a man heralded by ancient weaponry. To have such an unparalleled powerhouse defeated by his captain was a cause for jubilation. Who wouldn't find joy enough to laugh in the dead of night? Even Old Sha raised his glass for a few more drinks. Though his demeanor remained stern, the shift in his breathing betrayed his excitement, clearly reflecting a heart-stirred by elation. This was indeed a moment of pride. Alas, a slight blemish dulled his triumph. Rayleigh, in the twilight of his years, was no longer at his peak. Even if they firmly believed that a youthful Rayleigh would not have been Jiang Liufeng's match, there was no way to prove it now. Carmen, in particular, was exhilarated. It was her first encounter with genuine strength and its terrifying might. Her gaze towards Jiang Liufeng transformed into one of admiration as she busily served exquisite dishes before him, her large, sparkling eyes fluttering with a hint of enchantment. Jiang Liufeng was acutely aware that he had indelibly etched his presence in the heart of the young lady. As for matters of love, he was somewhat perplexed. He preferred to let things unfold naturally. The surface of the sea at dusk appeared draped in a shimmering golden veil, rendering it exceptionally enchanting. The company aboard the vessel gathered to witness the sunset, savor exquisite wines and delectable dishes, ultimately dissolving past grievances and engaging in spirited conversation. There was an absence of pretentiousness among them, with Rayleigh treating Jiang Liufeng as an equal, creating an atmosphere of warmth and camaraderie, regardless of his prowess or intellect. Jiang Liufeng exudes an aura that belies his youth, leaving Rayleigh and his companion with the distinct impression that he is no mere inexperienced youth. Furthermore, the presence of the legendary Red Earl amplifies this sentiment, evoking a nostalgic sensation within them, reminiscent of bygone days spent in the company of past dominators. They cannot help but sigh in contemplation, their minds racing with myriad thoughts. As night falls, the golden scale once again docks. Jiang Liufeng borrows 100,000 berries from Xia Qi and entrusts the golden scale to Rayleigh. He pledges to return in 3 days. On the day the coding is completed, to settle the account, and then seeks accommodations for his companions. Since Rayleigh has numerous workers, all clad in gray robes like himself, he generously gifts them 4 brand new spare robes from the warehouse. Jiang Liufeng directly joined forces with the Red Count and his companions, which saved them the trouble of searching. He instructed Carmen to lead the way while the 4 of them acted as bodyguards, thus alleviating a considerable amount of hassle. Though he was not averse to complications, time was of the essence, and he wished to avoid any unnecessary entanglements. Everything would be addressed once they secured the vampire's fruit. They found a hotel and settled in for a peaceful night. The following morning, after everyone had enjoyed breakfast, Jiang Liufeng exchanged a knowing glance with the group, and they understood that it was time to execute their plan. Arriving at the auction house covertly controlled by the enigmatic Doflamingo, they chose a secluded corner. Valdo shed his grand robe and said, "Boss, you must come to rescue me. Rest assured, there is no need for such idle chatter. Do you doubt me?" Jiang Liufeng replied, "Are you ready?" Valdo nodded, a hint of melancholy in his expression. Jiang Liufeng extended a finger towards Waldo, instantly rendering him unconscious. Waldo, having relaxed his mind, offered no resistance, making it an effortless feat. Witnessing Waldo crash to the ground, smoke billowing from his head, the others could hardly suppress their laughter. Enough of the antics, it's your turn now, Carmen. Fear not, we are here for you. I know, Carmen nodded, taking a deep breath before stepping forward and pointing at one of the guards. Who is in charge here? Bring them out. The guard at the entrance furrowed his brow. What's the matter? Looking for trouble? I have a significant deal to discuss. Are you interested or not? Upon hearing this, several guards exchanged skeptical glances. But Carmen's unwavering confidence suggested she was not merely bluffing. After a silent exchange, one guard hurried inside to report to the person in charge. Before long, a rather ostentatious man emerged. Upon seeing Carmen, he scrutinized her from head to toe and smirked. What's this, my fair lady? Your grand deal isn't about selling yourself, is it? Ha ha. This elicited hearty laughter from the guards. In a flash, Carmen unleashed her abilities, charging directly at the man in charge. Just as the tip of her weapon was poised to make contact with his nose, she halted abruptly. The man was left terrified, collapsing to the ground with a thud. What the hell? She's tough. Chapter 42. An encounter with Traylon. The guards quickly wiped the amusement from their faces, drawing their weapons and pointing them menacingly at Carmen. You're asking for death. How dare you harm our leader? You're looking to die. Seize her. Let her suffer a bit. Carmen, undeterred, retorted, shut your mouths. One more word, and you'll find yourselves in icy despair. So, are we conducting this transaction or not? Turning to the trembling leader behind the guards, she demanded, what exactly are you willing to sell? The leader, shaken, dared not act arrogantly anymore. A bounty criminal worth 500 million. What? 500 million. Yes, you can come and verify. If it's acceptable, take him inside. Carmen continued, ignoring their astonishment. The leader, realizing the magnitude of the deal, could not afford to be careless. All right, let us take a look. Wait for me. He hurried back to the trading post, clutching a stack of bounty notices, and re-emerged, surrounded by guards. Following Carmen, they arrived at the corner where Waldo lay. Seeing Waldo on the ground, the leader gasped. Isn't that Waldo? The notorious 500 million pirate. Who is this girl to have captured him? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. So what's the verdict? Are you accepting or not? Carmen urged impatiently. Of course, we'll take him. The leader quickly agreed. Noticing the leader's urgency, Carmen smirked. You can accept, but I want to wait for an auction. I want 600 million now, regardless of whether you can bid higher or lower. If you agree, bring the money. The leader hesitated, contemplating. After a brief moment of indecision, Carmen waved her hand. Let us go? Yes. The three cloaked figures behind her lifted Waldo, preparing to leave. Wait, hold on. Let us discuss this. Carmen pointed at Waldo. This is Waldo, do you understand? I have no time for your nonsense. If you don't want him, I'll hand him over to the Navy. Do you think that won't be a hassle when he wakes up? The leader, hearing this, gritted his teeth. Deal. 600 million it is. But I need some time to prepare the funds. After all, 600 million is no small sum. How long do you need? At least a day. The money will definitely be ready by tomorrow morning. Carmen feigned contemplation before responding. All right. I'll wait for you one day. Ada, show the leader what we can do to prevent any tricks. Yes. Ada referred to Jiang Liufeng, responding affirmatively. Jiang Liufeng didn't hesitate and delivered a powerful punch to the back hall of the trading post. Boom. In an instant, the entire back hall collapsed from his strike. The leader and his companions stood dumbfounded, swallowing hard, their thoughts of deception evaporating. Who had the courage to engage in treachery now? It wasn't he until Carmen's voice echoed from a distance that they regained their senses. You'll find him right here. I'll return tomorrow morning to collect the money. If you dare to play tricks, this building will be your fate. With that, the four vanished around the corner. Although the leader was frightened, he quickly shifted to exhilaration. According to reliable sources, the trading event tomorrow would attract the celestial dragons. Waldo could potentially fetch an astronomical price. Carmen strolled along the bustling streets of Island Number 1, unable to contain her joy, her heart racing with excitement. The feeling of being in the spotlight was utterly exhilarating. Though it was her first time in such a situation, the backing of three formidable allies instilled confidence. She never imagined she would have her day of dominance. How does it feel? Quite exhilarating, isn't it? Jiang Liufeng remarked with a faint smile. Yes, yes, yes. Carmen was so overwhelmed with excitement that she could hardly articulate her words, merely nodding vigorously in agreement. Once the matter with the Count concludes, I'll ensure you learn well. You too will shine with your own strength one day. I will. Having experienced the benefits of strength, Carmen was more determined than ever to become stronger. Observing the fiery spirit in this young lady, Jiang Liufeng felt satisfied. It wasn't he that he feared her inadequacy, but rather her lack of heart. As long as she was resolute, a path of success would surely unfold. All right, let us split up now. Carmen, you go purchase some essentials, and let old Shah assist you with the heavy lifting. As for the Count, we shall explore the lively areas. Sure. Carmen was naturally overjoyed. It was in a girl's nature to enjoy shopping, and she had longed to roam the bustling island, eager to see the diverse goods from various seas that she had never encountered before. Meanwhile, old Shah wore a face of dismay. Damn it! When did I become a mere pack mule? Jiang Liufeng patted his shoulder and said, Your abilities are quite convenient. You've worked hard, Lao Sha. This made Lao Sha feel somewhat better as he reluctantly followed Carmen. The four of them dispersed to pursue their respective tasks. Carmen, humming a light tune, led Lao Sha toward the commercial district, while Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count chose a more upscale restaurant bustling with patrons. Both of them possessed remarkable observation skills, allowing them to capture every whisper and murmur within the establishment. With little to occupy their time, they were able to glean a wealth of information. Just as the two were enjoying their coffee and listening to amusing anecdotes, a young man, wielding a long knife and wearing a heavy hat, stood up from a corner and walked directly toward their table, clad in a short-sleeved t-shirt. Jiang Liufeng, with a cheerful smile, inquired, Isn't this the Trafalgar of Beihai? May I ask if I might join you at your table? Jiang Liufeng raised an eyebrow and gestured invitingly. Luo, unhesitating, took a seat. Surely, this must be the rising star, the illustrious Fei Laishan Jiang Liufeng? Indeed, it is I. What brings you here, esteemed Luo? What audacity. Is he actually stealing my lines? To speak candidly, I have been in these islands for a while, closely observing the activities of the supernovas. Oh, and how does that pertain to me? Clearing his throat, Luo appeared somewhat awkward. Why is this individual so discourteous in conversation? I shall not beat around the bush. All those present here are the CR de la CR of the new era of pirates. I believe that among them, Captain Jiang stands out the most. And I wish to propose an alliance to explore the new world together. Jiang Liufeng smirked. Your words are indeed charming. Are you not seeking my assistance in some grand venture? However, I am also en route to Dressrosa, so let us first see what he has to say. I wonder what advantages an alliance with you would bestow upon me? As a member of the Jiang family, our aspirations upon the seas are undoubtedly aimed at the pinnacle of the pirate path. Yet, amidst this journey, we face numerous formidable adversaries. The 4 emperors and the 7 warlords of the sea are formidable obstacles indeed. Without forging alliances, I fear we will struggle to make any progress in the new world. Jiang Liufeng waved his hand and said, That may be true for you, but not necessarily for me. Master Jiang, that's not how the conversation should proceed. Before he could finish, Jiang Liufeng impatiently interrupted him. Lo, I am quite aware of your thoughts. I can deal with Don Quixote da Flamingo. But you must agree to one condition. Chapter 43. The deal. Upon hearing this, Lo's pupils contracted, and he immediately rose to his feet. What do you know? Do not be alarmed. What I know is of little consequence. What matters is that we can engage in a fair transaction, Jiang Liufeng replied, observing Lo gripping the hilt of his knife with a calm demeanor. What transaction? Lo inquired, his expression guarded and wary. Quite simply, I can eliminate Don Quixote da Flamingo, and it will happen soon. In return, you shall use your medical expertise to assist me. Does that not seem fair? Assist you with what? Upon hearing this, Lo's demeanor grew even more serious, for the fruits of his surgical endeavors concealed a monumental secret. He did not believe for a moment that the request would merely involve saving an ordinary patient. As Jiang Liufeng observed the beads of sweat forming on his tense forehead, he could not help but comprehend the turmoil within. After all, he possessed an innate ability for foreshadowing. Rest assured, I shall not invoke your concealed powers, he remarked with a nonchalant air. Yet within Luo's heart, tumultuous waves surged. He truly knew. Who on earth are you? As he uttered these words, a glint of icy light flashed in Luo's eyes, and his long blade was drawn, exuding an aura of imminent confrontation. Startled, the patrons at nearby tables hastily settled their bills and made their swift exits. Once again, I shall reiterate, my identity is of no significance. We are merely engaged in a transaction. Should you be unwilling, you are free to depart. Luo fixed his gaze intently upon Jiang Liufeng, desperately seeking answers in his eyes. only to find his hopes dashed. Jiang Liufeng's eyes were clear and unflinching, devoid of any hint of evasion or concealment. This, indeed, brought a measure of calm to Luo's heart. How can I trust you? It's quite simple. I will take the initiative, and you merely need to wait and observe. Once the deed is accomplished, I shall certainly come to find you. Is that true? Indeed. Then my capabilities are well within your reach. After much internal deliberation and hesitation, Luo finally gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well. I shall agree to your terms. May our collaboration be fruitful." Jiang Liufeng extended his hand before Luo, smiling as he spoke. Luo met Jiang Liufeng's gaze and scrutinized him for a long moment before finally reaching out his palm to shake hands with Jiang, wishing the Jiang family swift success. Thus, the two men concluded their extraordinary transaction. Why was it extraordinary? Despite their casual conversation, they were dealing with Don Quixote da Flamingo. The other party was not only a warlord of the sea, under the protection of the world government, but also had Kaido, one of the four emperors, as his backing. In the current context, he was a figure who could manipulate both the underworld and the law with ease. For such a matter to be uttered so nonchalantly by this purple-haired youth was indeed astonishing. If others were to overhear this, they would likely scoff in disbelief, perhaps even remarking that it was a case of overestimating oneself. Yet, inexplicably, Luo felt a sense of conviction that this seemingly harmless young man might genuinely possess the capability to accomplish what he claimed. This individual was shrouded in mystery. He even seemed to know Luo's secrets inside out. Such a thing had never occurred before. Moreover, judging by his recent exploits, his strength was undeniably formidable. Although Luo had never witnessed him in action, all he had were hearsay accounts. Yet the bounty placed on him by the Navy during his first wanted notice indicated that this youth was indeed exceptional. Regardless, there was no downside to this venture for Luo, so why not embrace it? As for Luo's thoughts, Jiang Liufeng was uninterested. His purposes were straightforward. First, he needed to check in at Dressrosa. It was merely a detour. Secondly, it was highly likely that the vampire fruit had fallen into Doflamingo's hands, and this journey would likely lead to confrontation. Eliminating him would be a mere convenience. Thirdly, Jiang Liufeng had always harbored the idea of recruiting a partner, that being the Golden Lion. He held the Golden Lion's abilities in high regard. If the flying dragon could soar through the skies, bolstered by Wald's acceleration and equipped with an omniscient recording device, it would be truly formidable. The thought was both thrilling and terrifying. However, taming the Golden Lion would not be a simple task. While defeating him was feasible, persuading such a proud individual to join his ranks would require considerable effort. Clearly, aiding him in his resurrection would serve as a compelling incentive. By first subduing him and then extending an olive branch, employing both kindness and authority, he could achieve greater results with less effort. Thus, Jiang Liufeng had the ingenious idea of trading with Luo's abilities. Assisting him in his resurrection would be a trivial matter. He possessed strength but held disdain for the predatory behaviors of oppressing others. The troubles of others were but trifles to him, so why not indulge? It would also enhance his reputation. What a splendid outcome. With this matter settled, after conversing with Luo for a while longer, he rose to take his leave, accompanied by the Red Count. Today had been quite fruitful for him. The issue of finances was resolved, and the matter concerning Luo was an unexpected boon. He felt a surge of joy within, since acquiring the system. His life had undergone a profound transformation, as if his streak of misfortune had finally come to an end, paving the way for a luminous path to success. How could one not be delighted? Captain, the two figures in gray robes have emerged. I am almost certain one of them is the infamous Jiang Liufeng. At that moment, in a dim alleyway around the corner, a group of individuals lay in wait, covertly observing the departing Jiang Liufeng and his companion. Excellent. Follow them closely. The moment an opportunity arises, seize them. We shall be rich, spoke a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, exuding confidence. But Captain, is the target truly as weak as you claim? He is a pirate worth 500 million. One of his companions expressed concern. Fear not, my information is reliable. I have connections within the Navy, do you not know? Besides, with these two exquisite firearms in my possession, I am not worried at all. As he spoke, the bearded leader fondled the finely crafted guns, exuding an air of superiority over Jiang Liufeng and his companion. This group was a band of bounty hunters operating in the Sabaody archipelago, who relied on ambushing young pirates seeking passage to the New World to claim their bounties. Why did he harbor no fear of the 500 million bounty on Jiang Liufeng? That was indeed a misconception. His father had been a master marksman in the Navy, and upon retirement, Not only had he passed down his skills, but also gifted him 2 exceptionally sharp sidearms. However, he found the Navy's work perilous and the pay meager, opting instead to become a bounty hunter. Bounty hunters typically engaged in organized and premeditated ambushes against pirates, clearly presenting a lower risk while offering greater rewards. Additionally, his father's old subordinate now held the rank of vice admiral in the Navy, ensuring that he received timely and accurate intelligence regarding pirate threats. Just days prior, he had learned from that vice admiral that Jiang Liufeng was merely a lowly scoundrel, and upon encountering him in the Sabaody archipelago, how could he resist such an opportunity? Unbeknownst to him, a significant misunderstanding loomed. Chapter 44. Capsizing in the gutter at the Navy headquarters, following the analysis conference regarding Jiang Liufeng's incident at Judiciary Island. Admiral Deo Bowman returned to his quarters, brimming with frustration when he suddenly received a call from the scruffy man. Sir Admiral, what is the current status of the escaped convict Jiang Liufeng? What is his bounty set at? I heard he caused quite a ruckus at Impel Down. Is he really that formidable? Upon hearing this, Deo Bowman's anger flared. Formidable? What nonsense! To me, he is merely a lowly scoundrel. One day, I shall personally capture him. With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. The scruffy man was elated. If the Admiral deemed him a lowly scoundrel, then his own marksmanship was exceptional. Thus, no matter the bounty amount, he now had another target. The following day, Jiang Liufeng's bounty was announced, and upon seeing the figure, the scruffy man was nearly driven to madness with excitement. 510 million. Was this not a windfall from the heavens? The moment he laid eyes on Jiang Liufeng in the Sabaody archipelago, he was struck dumb. He believed this was a sign of divine favor. This was his chance to strike it rich. Blinded by greed, he was unable to make a sound judgment about Jiang Liufeng, perceiving him merely as a walking treasure trove. Thus, he found himself in the position of stalking and ambushing the duo. Captain, it appears there are some unsavory characters over there. The Red Count, particularly sensitive to such malevolent gazes, had already spotted the group lurking in the alley. As Jiang Liufeng reveled in his own joy. Upon hearing the words of Count Hong, he could not help but manifest a hint of the domineering aura of the color of power. Indeed, there were some foolish individuals who had set their sights on them. A smile crept across his face as he casually remarked that someone was merely delivering money. It was nothing of great significance. Upon hearing this, Count Hong also smiled knowingly. The two of them, in unison, turned towards a less populated area. Captain, they have headed towards the seaside. Is that so? What a splendid opportunity. Quickly follow them. Seize the moment and strike. Haha, it seems that fortune is indeed upon us, and nothing can obstruct its path. In that case, I shall graciously accept your bounty. In a matter of mere minutes, Jiang Liufeng and his companion arrived at the periphery of the small island, standing by the shore, seemingly waiting for someone while also indulging in the sights. Their demeanor replete with incongruities. What purpose did they have for being there? One of the hunters, sensing something amiss, inquired with a hint of confusion. Meanwhile, the scruffy man, intoxicated by greed, excitedly exclaimed, "What does it matter? This place is ideal. You all encircle them slowly. When the distance is just right, I will fire first, crippling their limbs, and then you strike." The others promptly agreed, moving stealthily into action. They exhibited a certain level of expertise, suggesting they had engaged in such endeavors before, and their figures blended well with the surrounding foliage. Before long, they had positioned themselves among the underbrush encircling the two. Sensing the opportune moment, the scruffy man wasted no time, and, believing himself to be quite dashing, raised his weapon and fired 4 shots aimed directly at Jiang Liufeng's limbs. The river flowed silently as Jiang Liufeng remained motionless, allowing the 4 bullets to pierce his body. Thud, 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 thud. They hit their mark. The remaining hunters, witnessing their captain's success, hurriedly emerged, surrounding the 2 individuals. However, in the next moment, they were left dumbfounded. The bullet holes on Jiang Liufeng's body did not bleed. Instead, they radiated a bright light, intermittently flashing with lightning and crackling with electricity. What is happening? How is he unharmed? Observing Jiang Liufeng's amused expression as he scrutinized them, a chilling realization struck their hearts. He was an ability user. The quickest to react among the hunters gasped in shock and hastily warned his comrades. Now that you know, it's too late, Jiang Liufeng remarked ominously, already stepping forward. Whoosh crackle. The hunters barely glimpsed a flash before a swift bolt of lightning, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, surged past them, spinning them around and scorching their clothes. When they regained their senses, Jiang Liufeng stood before them, clutching the stubbled man by the neck. Good heavens! Their pupils constricted, instinctively retreating a few steps. Gazing at Jiang Liufeng, their expressions mirrored that of encountering a ghost. Filled with regret. He was indeed a notorious pirate worth 500 million. Why did they charge at him so recklessly? Now they had surely sealed their fate. With a thud, Jiang Liufeng tossed the nearly lifeless stubbled man to the ground. He coughed repeatedly, gasping for the long-lost fresh air. Speak up. What were you planning to do by following me? Jiang Liufeng's gaze turned icy as he surveyed the group. Under his penetrating stare, they trembled, feeling the temperature around them drop several degrees. His gaze finally settled on the stubbled man, who was so terrified he dared not utter a word, stammering for a while before narrating the entire incident. Upon hearing this, both Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count nearly burst into laughter. Good grief. This is akin to delivering oneself to the gallows. However, since the offering had been made, it would be remiss not to reciprocate. Count, take action. The stubbled man, realizing that the other party had no intention of letting him go, steeled his heart and began to fire wildly at Jiang Liufeng. Yet, it was utterly futile. The bullets passed through his body as before, the smoking holes rapidly healing beneath a surge of electricity. Witnessing this close-up was far more shocking than from a distance. The hunters were left in disbelief, watching as the bullets traversed through him, Jiang Liufeng remaining unscathed. Were it not for the bullet holes still mending, they would have found it hard to accept this reality. They would rather believe their captain had missed. A thought surged through their minds. Nature type. The sheer terror of encountering a nature type ability user was palpable among these hunters, whose strength was not particularly formidable. Looking at Jiang Liufeng now, their eyes brimmed with despair. Truly, they were ensnared in a web of folly. Others had even given him a name, Thunder God, recalling the lightning that surged around him earlier. How could he not be a nature type, the Thunderfruit? Their captain had landed himself in dire straits. They cast resentful glances at the stubbled man, who stood frozen in place. The stubbled man himself was paralyzed with fear. Was it not said that the goddess of fate favored him? Why had it come to this? Realizing that the Red Count was approaching him with a knife drawn, a wave of deathly dread washed over him, causing him to tremble violently. He quickly fell to his knees, a foul odor wafting between his legs, clearly having lost control of his bladder in fright. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I was wrong. Wait. I possess a treasure map from a certain island in the New World. I'll give it to you. Just don't kill me, please. Hearing this, Jiang Liufeng's eyes lit up, gesturing for the Red Count to halt. Intrigued, he said, "Oh, show it to me." Chapter 45, the auction begins. The stubbled man felt a surge of hope. Perhaps there was still a chance. Without further ado, he pulled out a scroll from his belongings and respectfully handed it to Jiang Liufeng. Jiang Liufeng opened it to find nothing but a plethora of mountains and geographical features, marked by a conspicuous red cross, yet the precise location remained indiscernible. Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brows, pondering whether this could possibly be a fabrication. Upon hearing this, the bearded man grew anxious and promptly exclaimed, "It is indeed true. This information has been provided by a rear admiral, discovered by a young talent, and is to be submitted to the Navy. There can be no doubt about its authenticity." Jiang Liufeng perceived that the person before him had lost the audacity to deceive him, and with a nod, he cast a glance and remarked on the commendable quality of the firearm. Hu Zhanan, a man adept at navigating circumstances, upon hearing this, promptly presented his two exquisite sidearms to Jiang Liufeng. "If it pleases you, take them," he offered, though inwardly pained. He conceded that even heirlooms paled in significance to the value of one's life. Jiang Liufeng, satisfied, carefully stowed away two handguns, a slight smile gracing his lips. They would serve as a fine gift for Waldo upon his return, a token of appreciation. This fellow, incessantly tossing stones, resembled a child at play, indeed somewhat losing his dignity. Possessing two respectable firearms would undoubtedly elevate his stature, wouldn't it? With a grand gesture, he addressed his trembling subordinates, instructing them they could leave. They fled like the wind, expressing their gratitude to Jiang Liufeng, disappearing without a trace. The scruffy man was bewildered. What about him? Perceiving his thoughts, Jiang Liufeng's gaze shifted, growing cold as he declared, "These items may well purchase the lives of your subordinates, but for you, anyone who dares to strike at me shall meet but one fate." In an instant, a glimmer of cold light flashed. The rainstorm was sheathed once more, and Jiang Liufeng and his companion vanished into the coastal expanse, leaving behind the bisected body of the scruffy man, his expression one of utter discontent. After securing the treasure map and handguns, Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count remained unfazed, continuing their leisurely exploration across various islands, absorbing the rich tapestry of goods and local culture of the Chambered Islands. This tranquil existence persisted for another 2 days, and by dawn on the third day, after witnessing the sunrise with Carmen, the four convened, anticipating an exciting day ahead. The plan was straightforward: collect the payment, rob the celestial dragons, rescue Waldo, repay the debt, seize a ship, and make a hasty exit. They aimed to depart the Chambered Islands before the Navy could arrive to intervene. Once their strategy was confirmed, the four proceeded to the back entrance of the auction house, locating the overseer. "How are we doing? Is my money ready?" Carmen, now more familiar with the role, resumed her character with ease. Although the overseer harbored thoughts of treachery, he lacked the audacity to act. He was acutely aware of the prowess of Carmen's 3 companions. The unknown is truly the most terrifying aspect. If one of them was already so formidable, the others might be even more extraordinary. This group was capable of capturing Waldo. And while he had the protection of the 7 warlords, the distance could prove fatal. By the time aid arrived, he might already be a corpse. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded vigorously at Carmen, saying, all right, bring out the boxes." With a creaking sound, the door, previously shattered by Jiang Liufeng, swung open anew. A dozen burly men emerged, laboriously carrying 6 large chests, their faces contorted in grimaces and beads of sweat dotting their foreheads, clearly indicative of the chest's substantial weight. They placed the boxes before Carmen and retreated. Carmen proceeded to open each chest, and as she did, dazzling streams of gold light poured forth, nearly blinding her. So much wealth. Carmen's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never before encountered such a fortune. The temptation was almost overwhelming, and she fought the urge to turn and leap into Jiang Liufeng's embrace, overwhelmed with excitement. Clearing her throat, she forced herself to regain composure, adopting an air of nonchalance as she said, "Well, you've shown good sense. Let us move. Ada, Ayer, Asan." "Yes." Her 3 companions responded in unison. They stepped forward, each effortlessly lifting 2 boxes, departing with remarkable ease. The overseer was taken aback. How could they lift a chest that required the combined strength of 3 of his strongest men? Watching them carry the boxes with such nonchalance, his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Had it not been his possessions, he might have thought the chests were empty. Truly, this was absurd. As Jiang Liufeng and his companions returned to their abode, they beheld countless boxes filled with gold coins, their faces illuminated with uncontainable joy. Carmen was nearly beside herself with excitement, on the verge of bestowing a fervent kiss upon Jiang Liufeng's cheek. They urged Lao Sha and Carmen to swiftly transport Bailey and the vast array of supplies they had procured back to Island Number 13, settle their debts, and prepare the vessel. Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count prepared to rescue Waldo and rob the celestial dragons. After enjoying their lunch, the 4 of them dispersed to pursue their respective tasks. At 2 in the afternoon, the pair arrived at the bustling auction house, managing to squeeze their way inside. The venue was already teeming with people, a veritable sea of faces. They had little inclination to search for a prime spot, opting instead to stand casually in a corner. Jiang Liufeng pulled out the auction catalog distributed at the entrance, casually surveying the items listed. Nothing piqued their interest except for the final entry, Waldo. Given the throngs of people present, it was likely that the majority had gathered to bid for Waldo. These so-called luminaries and affluent individuals frequently attended such unrestrained auctions. To them, the usual high-quality goods had long since lost their novelty. Only rare commodities like Waldo could elicit genuine excitement. True to form, murmurs of conversation rippled through the crowd, most of it revolving around Waldo. "Look, they're actually selling that notorious pirate." Indeed, fortunate to have received last-minute notice. Otherwise, I would have missed it. "What does your notification matter? Can you outbid me?" "Huh, you underestimate me." "Oh, spare us. I will surely claim him." Suddenly, the heavy doors swung open with a resounding crash. 2 grotesquely clad figures resembling astronauts entered. The older and younger man were clearly father and son. A fleeting glance across the assembly silenced the crowd considerably. Celestial dragons. Goodness, this is dire. How did the celestial dragons arrive so unexpectedly? I fear the pirate is beyond our reach now. With an air of arrogance, the duo strode down the aisle and took their seats in the central, privileged area, wearing expressions that suggested everyone owed them untold riches, a sight both distasteful and infuriating. Jiang Liufeng felt a wave of nausea wash over him. The celestial dragon, with an air of arrogance befitting their status, was indeed grotesquely ugly, living up to their infamous reputation. He cursed under his breath, nearly retching at the mere sight of them. Chapter 46. Who truly is the ant? Suppressing the tumultuous urge to vomit, Jiang Liufeng hastily turned his head away, knowing that if he gazed upon them for just another second, he would truly lose his composure. The arrival of the celestial dragons cast a tense atmosphere over the gathering, where the elite and affluent dared not even breathe, fearful of inadvertently offending these two esteemed figures. It was only when the auction commenced and the items began to be called that the tension began to ease. The earlier items were merely a collection of beautiful women and handsome men, along with renowned swords and pirates, nothing particularly extraordinary. Yet, the so-called socialites and wealthy patrons displayed a keen interest in these slaves of beauty, bidding enthusiastically, their excitement palpable. Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of discontent. Could wealth truly grant one the liberty to act so wantonly? Could it allow one to demean others without consequence? He vowed that, should the opportunity arise, he would decisively confront those who believed their wealth and power entitled them to trample upon the dignity of others. As the auction progressed to its final item, the infamous Waldo was brought forth, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The crowd erupted in astonishment at the sight of the genuine Waldo, a notorious pirate valued at 500 million. It was a rare occasion to even catch a glimpse of him, let alone have the chance to purchase him. Before the auctioneer could utter a word, the crowd was already engaged in a fervent bidding war, voices rising in a cacophony of excitement. The bids escalated rapidly, reaching a staggering 1 billion berries, with no signs of abating. Eventually, one affluent bidder proclaimed 12 billion, silencing the room. Is there no higher bid? This is Waldo, the world-renowned pirate. Surely, others wish to claim him. The auctioneer, brimming with enthusiasm, recognized this as the most expensive item he had ever auctioned, a peak he might never surpass in his lifetime. 12 billion once, 12 billion twice, 12 billion thrice. Sold, 20 billion. A hushed awe fell over the room as the previously silent celestial dragon finally raised their bidding card, adding a staggering 8 billion to the pot, showcasing their immense wealth and audacity. Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count exchanged a knowing smile. Indeed, this time their efforts had not been in vain, as they had swiftly amassed a fortune of 2 billion. The decision to refrain from directly kidnapping the celestial dragon stemmed from the information acquired from Shachi, which revealed that the celestial dragons do not venture out with money. Furthermore, the notion of ransom was utterly impractical, for seizing a celestial dragon would undoubtedly provoke an all-out assault from the Navy, sparking a relentless pursuit with no hope of ransom. Consequently, the group reconvened to devise a new strategy, opting for outright robbery instead of extortion. The extent of their haul would depend on how much Valdo could procure. As it stood, the prospects appeared promising. 2 billion would sustain them for a considerable time. Once the celestial dragon made its offer, no one dared to counter, and the auctioneer decisively struck the gavel. Jiang Liufeng disdainfully curled his lips. These cowardly individuals, who had just displayed such bravado, wilted upon encountering the celestial dragons. How utterly embarrassing. Ultimately, Valdo was successfully auctioned off to the celestial dragons for the sum of 2 billion. One of the celestial dragons produced a den mushi and promptly commanded that the amount be delivered. The auction concluded on a sour note, with numerous prominent figures shaking their heads in disappointment as they departed, realizing that had they known the celestial dragons would attend, their journey would not have been in vain. Within the expansive auction hall, the only remaining figures were the celestial dragons and their sycophantic subordinates, alongside Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count, who lingered in a corner. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. How could the arrogant celestial dragons ever anticipate that someone would dare to obstruct their path and seize their prize? At that moment, on the auction stage, Valdo, shackled by sea prism's stone handcuffs, awaited the arrival of the guards carrying the money, while the celestial dragons reveled in their cruelty. Ha ha ha, you stinking pirate. How dare you challenge the authority of the world government? How does it feel to be a prisoner? Valdo, trampled underfoot, felt a deep sense of humiliation but remained silent, his thoughts consumed with the hope that one day, his captain would come to their doorstep and teach them a lesson about respect for the elderly and love for the young. Witnessing the celestial dragon's behavior, both Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count could no longer tolerate the scene. However, with the money yet to arrive, they clenched their fists, suppressing their fury. Fortunately, they had managed to procure 2 decent weapons for Valdo. Otherwise, they would have felt a profound sense of guilt. As time ticked by, the celestial dragons continued to revel in their torment of Valdo, while Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count simmered with uncontained rage. At last, the escort team arrived with the money. "Sir, the funds are." Before the messenger could finish, Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count could no longer contain their wrath. Whoosh! Two piercing sounds rang out. One struck with thunderous force towards Valdo on the auction stage, while the other, infused with murderous intent, shot towards the escort team. "Valdo, you've endured enough," Jiang Liufeng shouted, sprinting toward Valdo in the blink of an eye. "Captain, you've finally arrived." The suddenness of the event left the auction staff and the inept celestial dragons at a loss, as their gaze shifted from the escort team to the trading platform. The sound of clanking echoed as the sea prism's stone handcuffs binding Valdo fell to the ground. Turning around, the celestial dragon met Jiang Liufeng's bloodshot, terrifying gaze. A shiver coursed through him, akin to being hunted by a ferocious beast. The older celestial dragon, quick to react, grasped the din mushy and dialed. "Is this the Marine headquarters? We are under attack by pirates at the auction house in Sabaody Archipelago. Dispatch an admiral immediately." Upon hearing a celestial dragoness voice, the Marines wasted no time, hastily reporting the situation. Meanwhile, the Red Count swiftly cleared the area, urging, "Captain, we've secured the prize. Shall we retreat?" Yet, Jiang Liufeng stood motionless, seemingly oblivious to his words, his gaze fixated on the young celestial dragon tormenting Valdo. Having spent considerable time with Jiang Liufeng, both the Red Count and Valdo understood the significance of that gaze. Alarmed, Valdo grasped Jiang Liufeng, who was on the brink of erupting. "Captain, let it go. I'm fine. We can't provoke the celestial dragons." At these words, the previously trembling young celestial dragon regained his arrogance. "Huh, indeed. Do you dare to lay a hand on a celestial dragon? Do not feign anger, you insignificant creature. How dare you be so brazen before me?" Another celestial dragon, having completed his call, stood with an air of superiority, clearly in agreement. "Truly, you are courting death while speaking so boldly. Do you not know who is the insect here?" The two celestial dragons were momentarily taken aback, but soon erupted with fury. "You lowly commoner, how dare you?" The young celestial dragon exclaimed, infuriated. "Indeed, how dare you compare yourself to us, the noble ones? To us, you are but slaves and playthings. Do you understand?" The older celestial dragon added, equally indignant. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng shook his head, the pent-up rage within him gradually subsiding. It dawned on him that these celestial dragons were not merely pretentious, they were utterly foolish. There was no merit in losing one's temper with fools, for only a fool would engage in a battle of wits with another fool. There simply could be no understanding. As Jiang Liufeng regained his composure, the expressions of those present improved noticeably. The celestial dragons, believing Jiang Liufeng was intimidated, wore smug smiles. Indeed, a lowly race, humiliated before the celestial dragons. Valdo, meanwhile, sighed in relief. Phew. Fortunately, the captain remained rational. If he had acted against the celestial dragons, it would have been a monumental disaster. "You insect, do you now understand your folly? It is too late. Kneel before me and lick the dirt from my shoes. Perhaps, if I am pleased, I may allow you to retain your life." Jiang Liufeng chuckled mockingly and said, "Oh, so you wish to kill me?" The young celestial dragon, exuding impatience, responded, "Is that even a question? The only fate that awaits those who offend me is death. What more is there to ask? Nothing much, merely seeking to confirm." Jiang Liufeng replied, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. When he turned his gaze back to the celestial dragon, it was as if he were staring at a corpse. Yet, the celestial dragon remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom. "Ha ha, pitiful insect, wretched creature. What will you do with this knowledge?" The celestial dragon closed his eyes and laughed towards the heavens, but before he could finish his words, Jiang Liufeng had seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. He writhed in agony, his corpulent form contorting as he desperately attempted to pry away the iron grip encircling his neck. The sensation of suffocation was unbearable, turning his face a ghastly shade of purple, rendering his already grotesque appearance even more hideous. He could never have anticipated that Jiang Liufeng would dare to strike. Even his father had not foreseen such absurdity. How could anyone defy the might of the celestial dragons? How audacious to openly oppose the authority of the world. At this moment, disbelief washed over him, his mind blank as he stood frozen in place, utterly oblivious to the fact that his son was on the brink of death. Jiang Liufeng had never felt such rage before. Even in the past, When he was unfortunate and bullied, he had never been so furious. Such inhumanity, such moral depravity. Beings lower than pigs and dogs. What harm would it do to eliminate them? Since no one has ever dared to slay the celestial dragons, let me, Jiang Liufeng, break this precedent. What of the celestial dragons? What of the world government? The navy is hardly a concern. I, Jiang Liufeng, fear nothing. With the dust settling in my heart, my hands moved without hesitation. This was amidst the astonished expressions of my companions. Jiang Liufeng raised his free hand, extending his pinky finger gently towards his heart. A voltage of 36 volts surged into his opponent's body, wreaking havoc with reckless abandon. The celestial dragon, convulsing from the electric shock, remained lucid enough to sense the inexorable approach of death. Having received a basic education, Jiang Liufeng was aware that 36 volts could prove fatal. Thus, he wielded it deliberately. This was not an act of cruelty, but rather a mark of respect in a duel where one must employ lethal techniques to honor their adversary. However, when confronting such vile and despicable creatures, one must resort to the most disdainful means to claim their life. This epitomized Jiang Liufeng's stance. In his eyes, the celestial dragon was akin to refuse. As he felt his bodily functions gradually fading, the young celestial dragon was gripped by terror, experiencing this sensation for the first time since birth. This realization intensified his fear of death, magnifying it tenfold or even 100-fold compared to ordinary individuals. Driven by primal instincts for survival, he mustered all his strength to weakly utter, "Father, save me." The elder celestial dragon shuddered, returning to his senses. "My son, you wretched fool, release my son. Where is the Marine Admiral? Why has he not arrived?" He bellowed in desperation, his voice resonating powerfully, yet it merely masked the profound fear within. He continued to shout, yet he lacked the courage to intervene, his tone steeped in despair. Thus, the so-called Supreme Celestial Dragon bore witness as his son closed his eyes in Jiang Liufeng's grasp. Moments later, with a tilt of his neck, the young man fell silent. "What utter trash!" Jiang Liufeng exclaimed, casting the lifeless body to the ground with a look of disgust directed at the elder celestial dragon. He observed the man, who could not even muster a fraction of paternal bravery in the face of his son's demise. How dare he claim superiority? He was nothing short of detritus. Even beasts protect their young. Gazing at the despicable celestial dragon, Jiang Liufeng found no interest in taking his life. He turned to pat Valdo on the shoulder and declared, "No one, not even the Emperor, shall bully my comrades." Valdo felt a surge of emotion, his worries dissipating with those words. What did it matter if they had offended a celestial dragon? A woman beautifies herself for those she cherishes. A warrior lays down his life for his true friends. With such a loyal captain by his side, what did it matter if they went mad together? Valdo's eyes sparkled as he proclaimed, "Captain, no need for further words. I, Valdo, pledge to follow you until the seas dry up and the stones crumble, until the heavens fall and the earth fades." Jiang Liufeng's lips twitched slightly as he swiftly interrupted, "Enough. If you have nothing to say, then remain silent. Why pretend to be a cultured individual?" "Ha ha ha," Valdo awkwardly chuckled, scratching his head. "All right, let us go. The navy is almost here." "Good. Let us move." With that, the three of them swaggered out of the auction house. Meanwhile, the elderly celestial dragon observed the scene in silence, too fearful to make a sound, terrified that any misstep could lead to his demise. Jiang Liufeng found such a cowardly, yet audacious, figure utterly repugnant. Upon exiting, they beheld the pile of guards defeated by the Red Count, alongside the 20 or so large chests. Their spirits soared. This amounted to a staggering 2 billion berries. Having only recently allied with Jiang Liufeng, it felt as though they had earned a fortune in mere days. However, a pressing concern loomed. How on earth would they transport such a vast sum? Valdo and the Red Count exchanged worried glances, clearly at a loss. Yet, for Jiang Liufeng, this was hardly an issue. With his system backpack, transporting such an amount was trivial. Chapter 48. Listen carefully, I am speaking of the entire navy. The only dilemma was his desire to conceal his extraordinary ability to make items appear from thin air. He preferred to keep his secrets hidden. He promptly ordered Valdo and the Red Count to disperse the onlookers gathered nearby. The two, though perplexed, complied unconditionally with Jiang Liufeng's command. They began to forcefully shoo away the crowd. Initially, the spectators were unyielding. "Is this road yours? Why should we leave?" boasted a pompous, rotund middle-aged man adorned in finery. The surrounding crowd echoed his sentiment, displaying defiance with expressions that seemed to challenge. What will you do about it? Valdo felt a surge of irritation but was reluctant to resort to violence against the common folk. He was at a loss for how to proceed. The Red Count, however, was far less troubled. Maintaining his composure, he drew his sword, Thunderstorm, and casually swung it toward the ground. A sharp slicing sound pierced the air. In an instant, a deep chasm opened up before him, cleaving the earth asunder. Those who had come to the Sabeti archipelago were typically novice pirates. The citizens had never encountered a figure as formidable as the Red Count. They stood in awe, as if witnessing a celestial being. As the dust settled, the vast auction square was devoid of any attendees. Even the nearby shops had hastily shut their doors. Some shopkeepers, overwhelmed by fear, shattered their windows in their frantic attempts to escape. Valdo was momentarily taken aback. Damn, why does it feel like this crowd fled faster than the boss? He gave a thumbs up to the Red Count, acknowledging his ruthless efficiency. Once the chaos subsided, the two turned back, only to be struck dumb. Where's the money? Valdo rubbed his eyes and glanced at the ground where the 20 chests had previously stood, now entirely vacant. He was bewildered. How could it vanish in mere seconds? Hey, where's my money? That was my hard-earned fortune. Why does that sound so awkward? Boss, where's the money? As Jiang Liufeng strolled along, he remarked, let us proceed. Everything is settled. Not a single coin will be lost, rest assured. Valdo, bewildered, racked his brain in vain, unable to fathom how Jiang Liufeng had made the hefty 20-odd chests vanish. The Red Count was evidently far more astute. How could the old gentleman be oblivious to the secrets that enveloped his captain? He merely feigned ignorance of others' secrets, for their concealment posed no detriment to them. Once the two had distanced themselves, Valdo regained his senses and hurried after them. Hey, boss, Count, wait for me. In truth, the moment the crowd erupted in panic, Jiang Liufeng had activated his system backpack, seamlessly stowing away the 20 chests of money. This secret was one he preferred to keep even from his own people. If he could conceal it, he would. The trio walked unabashedly down the street, as if the events at the auction house bore no relevance to them, striding purposefully towards island number 13. Meanwhile, chaos erupted at the naval headquarters. What? A celestial dragon has been killed. Sengoku shouted incredulously into the transponder snail before him, the veins bulging on his neck and forehead, a testament to his simmering rage. That scoundrel Jiang Liufeng. What does he intend to achieve? The audacity to slay a celestial dragon. Arg. Assemble every naval officer. I mean all naval personnel, to the Sabeti archipelago. We must capture that little rascal. Yes. The sentinel at the entrance, startled, stumbled, and fell twice, scrambling to relay the message. Sengoku slumped helplessly onto the sofa, massaging his aching temples. This time, he had truly stirred a hornet's nest. How is the global conscription proceeding? He muttered weakly, eyes closed. Report, Marshal, the global conscription. Another sentinel at the door began to respond timidly. Suddenly, he was nearly frightened into submission by a thunderous bellow. Did I not command every naval officer to deploy? What are you still doing here? The sentinel tumbled over himself in fright, hastily scrambling to flee. Why yes, my apologies, Marshal. I shall go immediately. Sengoku's face was lined with irritation as he suppressed his fury. No need. Return and continue reporting. The sentinel, who had just dashed a few meters away, froze and hurried back to Sengoku, wiping the large beads of sweat from his forehead. Marshal, the global conscription. Upon receiving Sengoku's orders, the entire naval headquarters mobilized. With the exception of the already dispatched Kizaru, as all remaining naval officers boarded their ships, a formidable fleet of dozens of warships surged towards the Sabeti archipelago, a sight reminiscent of a world war, as the sea was cloaked in a mass of battleships, more than when they confronted Roger. Good heavens, what on earth has happened? Why such a grand mobilization? A vice admiral inquired on a dog-headed warship, speaking to a young man with pink hair and a towering white-haired elder, clearly Carp and Kobe. Is it true that someone dared to kill a celestial dragon? Kobe gasped, his mouth forming an OAS. He struggled to accept the shocking reality. Carp's gaze was deep-set, arms crossed, staring into the distance with a fierce countenance, grinding his teeth as he vowed, that arrogant wretch, I will personally apprehend him. Kobe, astonished, asked, Is it that Jiang Liufeng who escaped from Impel down? Perhaps due to his overwhelming fury, Carp trembled slightly, choosing not to respond to Kobe's inquiry. From his expression, Kobe discerned the answer, sighing. Who would have thought that this Jiang Liufeng possesses such audacity? The road to becoming a formidable force is still a long one. The Navy surged forth, brimming with vigor across the sea. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng and his companions had returned to island number 13, appearing poised for departure. Are we ready? Jiang Liufeng inquired as he boarded the golden scale. We are fully prepared and can set sail at any moment, came the youthful voice of the golden scale in reply. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jiang Liufeng led his companions to the ship's edge, gesturing to Rayleigh and Shachi. Thank you for your assistance. May our paths cross again. They smiled in response. Safe travels. We will be eagerly watching your remarkable exploits. Jiang Liufeng chuckled softly, turning his gaze to sweep over the crowd as he declared, Dawn pirate crew, set sail. At that crucial moment, an incongruous voice suddenly rang out. Oh, what a lively scene we have here. Chapter 49. I left the soup boiling at home. Upon hearing this, everyone shifted their attention to the source of the voice. As they focused their eyes, they realized it was none other than the dazzling figure of Kizaru. Damn, arrived so swiftly. Baldo spat out. Jiang Liufeng merely gazed at Huang Yuan with a subtle expression, as if the latter's arrival was already anticipated. General Huang, it's a pleasure to see you in good health. Are you here to bid farewell? Huang Yuan's countenance darkened at Jiang Liufeng's words, remarking that the youth's arrogance was hardly a virtue. Oh, does General Huang possess the capability to detain us? Jiang Liufeng responded with a playful smile. Huang Yuan, taken aback by this retort, cast a glance at the others, feeling a twinge of envy. It appeared that he truly lacked the means to impede them. After much internal deliberation, he resolved that there was no need for a direct confrontation. Instead, he could simply create disturbances to prevent their departure while awaiting reinforcements. With this determination, his expression softened considerably. I assure you, stopping your departure is well within my abilities. Once our main forces arrive, your days of ease shall come to an end. Jiang Liufeng was acutely aware that Kizaru had arrived as the vanguard, solely due to the nature of his abilities. Having dispatched even celestial dragons, how could the Navy easily allow his departure? It was highly probable that a substantial military force would be mobilized to suppress him. Kizaru's words were not mere threats. The situation was dire. If he were to be surrounded by a large army, even though he, Jiang Liufeng, could move like the wind and was invincible, his companions would likely suffer dire consequences. As he rapidly weighed the pros and cons in his mind, Rayleigh stepped forward. Kizaru, long time no see. Upon hearing this, Kizaru turned slightly and immediately recognized Rayleigh on the shore, startled by the sight. Oh ho ho, the Dark King. Rayleigh, this is quite a surprise, isn't it? The first mate of the Pirate King appears here. Rayleigh, with a confident smile, replied, I've been in seclusion on this island for many years, and I never expected to encounter an admiral today. How about a friendly spar? Kizaru found himself in a predicament. Behind his brown-tinted glasses, his eyes darted around, revealing a hint of bitterness on his face. Damn it, is he trying to play me to death? One flying thunder god and one red count are already troublesome enough. And now the Dark King has appeared out of nowhere. Is the Navy here to capture fugitives, or are the three great pirates here to take down an admiral? What about my two unfortunate teammates? Though internally exasperated, he had to maintain a facade of composure. After all, the dignity of an admiral could not be insulted. To his surprise, it seemed he was getting a 2-for-1 deal today. In that case, let us exchange a few blows. The two men locked eyes, seemingly calm. Yet beneath the surface, a tempest brewed. Sparks were almost visible in their intense gaze. Adhering to the professional demeanor of masters in combat, they remained still, neither making a move. Carmen, watching, was astonished. Wow, is this what a duel between masters looks like? Their aura is so intense. Is this the legendary battle of inner strength? Jiang Liufeng nearly stumbled at this absurd notion. What duel of masters? What inner strength? These two are merely stalling and slacking off. Just as he could no longer bear to watch and prepared to intervene, they finally seemed ready to act. However, just as Rayleigh lifted his hand, Jiang Liufeng swiftly positioned himself in front of him, blocking his advance. Rayleigh, we can handle our own affairs. You should focus on how to escape. Rayleigh was perplexed. What did Jiang Liufeng mean? Did he look down on him? Did he think he was too old? Old man, I am as vigorous as ever. Jiang Liufeng, you seem to underestimate me. By the way, didn't you leave the fire on at home? Let us go back and turn it off. The entire assembly, aside from the Red Count and Kizaru, was utterly bewildered. What is happening? The first mate of the Pirate King, the man known as the Dark King, is retreating? Even Shaki, who was being pushed away by Rayleigh, was equally confused. As they watched the two hurriedly depart, everyone turned their puzzled gazes toward Jiang Liufeng, who appeared slightly solemn, gazing into the distance, seemingly captivated by something. Influenced by his serious demeanor, they followed his gaze to discover the source of his concern. Upon seeing it, they nearly soiled themselves. In the distance, A vast fleet of warships was racing toward them at full speed. To describe it as a curtain blocking the sky would not be an exaggeration. It seemed as though the entire surface of the sea was obscured by the ships. My goodness, this is too outrageous, Valdo exclaimed, dumbfounded. Even he, who had once been a formidable figure, had never witnessed such a sight. Tell me they are just passing by, not coming specifically to capture us. Carmen's legs trembled, and he slumped onto the deck. What on earth have you done? Crocodile, astute as ever, realized that such a display could not occur without reason. Surely, it was the actions of his reckless companions that had provoked this response. Suddenly, Old Sand's eyes widened, and his mouth gaped in disbelief. You didn't just attack a celestial dragon, did you? Before Jiang Liufeng could respond, Valdo waved his hand dismissively. No, we would never stoop to such a lowly act. Phew. Old Sand exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. The boss merely killed a celestial dragon. Upon seeing Old Sand relax, Valdo, suppressing laughter, remarked, just killed, nothing more. Huh? Killed? Killed a celestial dragon? Even Old Sand, with his broad defenses, nearly cracked under Valdo's words. He stumbled over his words, nearly biting his tongue. You killed a celestial dragon? What the hell are you people? Do you have a death wish? Old Sand glared at Jiang Liufeng, seemingly in need of a clear answer and explanation. All he received was Jiang Liufeng's nonchalant wave of the hand. Just a fool. What's the big deal? What? Old Sand was left speechless, nearly fainting from disbelief. Well, it has already happened. There's no point in dwelling on it. Once we reach the new world, the sky is the limit, and the Navy will have no hold over us. Killing a celestial dragon? It's nothing of great consequence. Jiang Liufeng observed the imminent arrival of naval reinforcements and, unwilling to squander any more time, impatiently spoke. Lao Shao rolled his eyes in exasperation and retorted, You speak as if it were so easy. In a situation like this, is there any escape? Chapter 50. A fated encounter. Jiang Liufeng cast a glance at him, unperturbed, and smiled as he spoke. No one can keep me here, nor can they retain my companions. You must promptly activate the cloaking mechanism. The golden scales will discover the path to Fishman Island. I shall remain here to engage with them, providing cover for your escape. Captain. Boss. The sight of his companions not wishing to abandon him filled Jiang Liufeng with gratitude, and even Lao Sha voiced his concern. He nodded and reassured them. Rest assured. I understand your worries. I shall be fine and will soon catch up with you. Now, let us execute the captain's orders without delay. Golden scales move. Understood. The golden scales, devoid of complex emotions, was resolutely committed to executing Jiang Liufeng's commands without hesitation. It immediately sprang into action. Planning to leave? I cannot permit that. With the arrival of his reinforcements, Kizaru felt emboldened. Without a second thought, he advanced to obstruct their path. 8-foot mirror, with a brilliant radiance enveloping him. He positioned his hands at his chest, palms facing each other, channeling a beam of light directly towards the golden scales. Just as he was about to traverse the passage he had created, Jiang Liufeng has arrived. The signature sound of thunder reverberated suddenly, and in the blink of an eye, Jiang Liufeng had dashed to the golden passageway created by Kizaru, infusing his right arm with the formidable haki. With a powerful strike, he interrupted Kizaru's imminent teleportation. Oh, such astonishing speed. Kizaru, momentarily taken aback, returned to his original position, expressing his bewilderment. He had not anticipated that Jiang Liufeng would be so swift, matching his own velocity. It was only natural for him to feel somewhat astonished. After all, in their previous encounters, Jiang Liufeng had not yet assimilated NLS fruit abilities. No matter how fast he was, he paled in comparison to the power of the Pika Pika. Nomi. Kizaru had previously underestimated this group, dismissing all but the red count, and thus had maintained a rather lackadaisical demeanor. However, the situation had now changed. Jiang Liufeng had essentially secured the capabilities of what is deemed the most formidable fruit in the world of pirates, the Goro Goro Nomi. When it comes to speed, the comparison with Kizaru was no longer straightforward. Consequently, Kizaru adopted a serious attitude, no longer underestimating Jiang Liufeng. In the brief exchange between them, the coating and inflation of the golden scale had nearly reached completion. Meanwhile, the naval forces were swiftly approaching. Bang, bang, bang. From a moderate distance, the naval cannons had begun to fire. An onslaught of cannonballs rained down upon the golden scale. Their intent was not to obliterate the crew, but to sink the ship. Explosions erupted around the vessel, causing tumultuous waves and vigorous rocking. However, the 3 skilled individuals aboard were not to be trifled with. Any cannonball that threatened their ship was swiftly neutralized. For the moment, they found themselves relatively safe. "Captain, come up quickly," the Red Count bellowed sternly. "Boss, hurry. It will be too late if you delay any longer," Valdo urged anxiously. At that moment, Carmen clung to the railing, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Jiang Liufeng. It was unclear whether she was frightened or concerned for his safety. Her pitiable expression tugged at Jiang Liufeng's heartstrings. "Captain, please come quickly," she implored, extending her arm in a delicate manner. With a confident smile curling at the corner of his lips, Jiang Liufeng reassured Carmen, "Do not worry, I shall be fine. Shall we meet shortly?" Carmen, struggling to hold back her tears, bit her lip and nodded obediently, momentarily rendered speechless by her emotions. "Golden Scale, set sail. Very well, let us depart." In this poignant moment, only Golden Scale could utter such cheerful words. To the onlookers, it seemed that Jiang Liufeng was likely facing dire consequences. Setting aside the question of whether he could contend with the swarm of naval forces, the pressing concern was that the ship was sinking. How could a single ability user pursue? The Golden Scale gradually descended into the depths. Meanwhile, the Red Count and his companions were valiantly fending off the onslaught of cannon fire. Unable to divert their attention to prevent the unfolding tragedy, they could only watch helplessly as Jiang Liufeng engaged in battle with the Yellow Ape. Jiang Liufeng forcefully repelled Huang Yuan with a single punch and turned to glance at the golden-scaled ship, feeling a quiet sense of relief. Just as the golden-scaled vessel was on the verge of sinking, Carmen shouted loudly, "I await your return to find me." "Huh?" Jiang Liufeng, unable to hear clearly, could only vaguely discern half of the lip movements. "Are you waiting for me to come back and marry you?" "Surely not. Are young women so bold these days?" He shook his head slightly, choosing not to dwell on it. The corners of his mouth curved up. For now, the obstructions had finally departed. He could truly showcase his capabilities. If they had overheard those words, it would likely infuriate them to the point of spewing several liters of blood. How absurd. After all that emotional appeal, it turned out Jiang Liufeng regarded them as burdens. Had he known earlier, he might have chosen to abandon the shadows and join forces with the Navy, cursing the situation. Yet, it would be too harsh to label them as burdens. Jiang Liufeng merely worried that in the heat of battle, he would neglect the Jinlin ship, which had yet to set sail despite being an exceptional vessel. The thought of its sinking would indeed leave him in despair. Furthermore, with the abilities of Valdo and Old Shah, and the fragile Carmen, should the ship sink and one or two more fall overboard, it would spell considerable trouble. Even if he and the Red Count were immensely powerful, they would be utterly overwhelmed, unable to attend to both ends. Now, however, with the troubles dissipated, he could fight at will or flee as he pleased. What a delight! Admiral Kizaru watched helplessly as a ship full of people departed. His prowess lay in speed, yet now, his advantage was nearly non-existent. He couldn't intercept them. This sense of powerlessness stirred frustration even in the typically easygoing Kizaru. He could only summon another stroke of fate. Ice Age. Yada no Kagami. Sometimes, the world is so small, and occurrences so coincidental. On a warship nearing the coast, Admiral Akiji witnessed the successful escape of the Jinlin ship. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his full powers, executing a spectacular Ice Age, the message already dispatched. However, at that very moment, Kizaru, engaged in battle with Jiang Liufeng, remained oblivious. The two admirals' grand moves seemed destined to collide once more. Akiji stood frozen. Kizaru was equally taken aback. They exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with intrigue. "You, foul monkey, you did this on purpose," Akiji's gaze conveyed. "I swear, I truly had no idea," Kizaru's eyes replied. Thus, at this critical juncture, the impending encasement of the Jinlin ship in ice was shattered by the Yada no Kagami. All members of the Dawn, aside from Jiang Liufeng, had successfully escaped. Chapter 51. The overwhelming presence of Jiang Liufeng. Consequently, the Navy's expressions turned grim. Despite their full mobilization, they allowed the enemy to slip away. If word got out, their dignity would be utterly shattered. "Everyone, pull yourselves together. Those cowardly rats will eventually be caught. Today, we shall take down this heinous criminal." A commanding voice rang out. Jiang Liufeng lifted his gaze to see at the forefront of the fleet, a warship where stood a figure clad in a red suit, draped in a white cape emblazoned with the word justice, his expression stern and imposing. Wherever he stood, an aura of authority emanated, none other than Admiral Akainu. This is getting interesting. Not only was he facing the Navy alone, but all three of the Navy's top admirals had also appeared simultaneously. Jiang Liufeng, rarely serious, faced the daunting task of confronting the highest combat power of the Navy. Despite his formidable strength, although fleeing was a trivial matter for him, he had no intention of resorting to such a course of action, even in retreat. He believed it essential to first establish an image of an unparalleled sovereign in the minds of these naval officers. In a swift motion, he ascended into the air, arms crossed before him. Although he uttered no words, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, bearing down upon the Navy. In that moment, over 60% of the less capable sailors felt an unsettling dread within, their legs trembling, even reluctant to meet the gaze of this man who, with mere presence, left them gasping for breath. The conqueror's haki. As Jiang Liufeng exuded his overwhelming dominance, the very atmosphere transformed. The once clear sky swiftly darkened with ominous clouds, accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder. Boom, boom, boom. The formidable power of thunder emanating from Jiang Liufeng was palpable, as lightning entwined around him, resonating with the celestial thunder from the heavens. At a glance, it appeared as though a tempestuous storm of electric flashes and booming roars had summoned forth divine warriors from the ominous clouds. In this moment, the might of a single individual stood defiantly against the collective might of the entire Navy. Subtly, in terms of momentum, it seemed to be a contest of equals. A truly remarkable sight. Could this be the flying thunder god? The sheer ferocity of his presence was utterly terrifying. What manner of monstrous existence was this? Indeed, he was a dire threat to our Navy. If left unchecked, he would surely become a grave menace. Akainu, overhearing his subordinates bolster the enemy's morale while diminishing their own, wore a grim expression. The conqueror's haki was truly a vexing ability. Despite their numerical advantage, it was rendered nearly futile under the pressure of such an opponent. Facing an unparalleled master, victory could not be secured merely by numbers. Years of battle experience immediately crystallized his resolve. All Navy personnel, heed my command. All soldiers ranked lieutenant and below, disembark onto the island, disperse the nearby civilians, and ensure their safety. Yes, with the Admiral's command, the Navy swiftly mobilized. Jiang Liufeng cast a fleeting glance at the departing individuals, choosing not to intervene, for he regarded them with disdain. Akainu exhaled a sigh of relief. His decision bore threefold significance. Firstly, he wished to spare the lives of those Navy soldiers whose combat capabilities were utterly futile. Secondly, should a confrontation ensue, the clash between such formidable figures would inevitably jeopardize the safety of innocent civilians. Thus it was prudent to evacuate them promptly. Thirdly, Jiang Liufeng's overwhelming strength posed a considerable headache for the Navy. Any attempt to apprehend him would likely result in casualties, and he preferred that the populace remained unaware of such a scene to prevent a loss of faith in the Navy. In light of these considerations, Akainu made a sagacious choice, ordering the majority of inadequately skilled Navy personnel and civilians to retreat. Soon, Island Number 13 stood deserted, transformed into a mere empty isle. Upon receiving the notification, Akainu could no longer remain idle. He summoned senior officers and swiftly advanced to Jiang Liufeng's presence, encircling him entirely, with an impending battle looming. In the face of the Navy's blockade, Jiang Liufeng remained unperturbed, his demeanor as tranquil as ever, remarking, "I must say, Admiral Akainu, while you appear astute, you are, in truth, quite foolish." Taken aback by the sudden mockery from Jiang Liufeng, Akainu's fury ignited. He retorted, "Speak your mind then. How am I foolish?" Jiang Liufeng raised his hand and gestured towards the surroundings, calmly stating, "You ought to dismiss these feeble individuals. You are utterly arrogant, young man. Humph. Such a lack of awareness of your own mortality. How brazenly audacious. Do you not recognize the precariousness of your situation?" Before Akainu could respond, the high-ranking officers who had been swept by Jiang Liufeng's began to express their displeasure, erupting into a cacophony of vitriolic rebuke. With a disdainful smile, Jiang Liufeng remarked, "It is not too late to retreat now. This is your final opportunity." His arrogance was unparalleled. An elderly colonel stepped forward, activating the full might of the Navy's 6th class, directly confronting Jiang Liufeng. "Come back," Vice Admiral Ghost Spider exclaimed in shock upon witnessing the reckless actions of his subordinate. Jiang Liufeng shook his head and remarked, "It seems your naval superiors have not disclosed my true strength to you. Very well, allow me to illuminate the reality for you today." With that, he launched into action. His arm transformed into elemental form as he unleashed a powerful punch. Raijin. A resounding boom echoed as an immense surge of lightning energy erupted forth. The colonel's movements suddenly faltered, his expression one of sheer astonishment as the oncoming bolt of thunder was indeed terrifying, its speed astonishingly swift. By the time he comprehended the situation, it was far too late. Though he attempted to evade, he found himself unable to do so in time. Instead, he could merely brace himself, activating his armament haki in a desperate bid to withstand the blow. However, his inadequate haki was no match for the ferocity of Jiang Liufeng's strike. With a crackling sound, the Raijin enveloped him entirely, piercing through his defenses. The colonel faltered after mere moments, his haki utterly shattered. A shriek of agony escaped him as the overwhelming voltage assaulted every cell in his body, twisting his features into a grotesque grimace. His mind went blank, and as his eyes rolled back, he crumpled into the sea below. Following the lethal strike that felled one adversary, the momentum of the Raijin did not wane, continuing its relentless advance toward those behind. The ghostly spider observed the fierce attack hurtling toward him and inwardly cursed his misfortune. He hastily attempted to disperse. The group of naval officers, initially stunned into silence, quickly regained their senses at the warning. With a swift surge of movement, they scattered to the sides, none daring to confront Jiang Liufeng's onslaught. After all, why is the power of the rumble fruit hailed as the strongest of all devil fruits? Very few are unafraid of lightning. Regrettably, even with their early evasion, several less capable majors were struck directly, left dazed, and plummeting into the ocean. Jiang Liufeng executed a swift strike, effortlessly dispatching several formidable opponents, instantly elevating the attention of the naval officers. Chapter 52. Shall we confront him together? All the high-ranking officials of the Navy share a common trait. They prefer to report good news while concealing the bad. The true extent of Jiang Liufeng's prowess has been deliberately obscured by the naval headquarters, leading many officers to be aware of this figure, yet entirely unaware of his true strength. Initially, some of the more confident officers did not regard Jiang Liufeng with the seriousness he warranted, but this perception swiftly changed. Let us all join forces. Do not grant him too many opportunities to strike. We are numerous. Even the mightiest fists cannot contend against many hands. Indeed, let us unite and deny him any chance. Charge. Jiang Liufeng smirked. All right, let's do this. With a swift motion, he retracted his arms and stood upright, seemingly devoid of any intention to strike. The approaching officers, upon witnessing his demeanor, became increasingly emboldened. Look at that. The kid is terrified. They jeered. Indeed, he probably has no idea how to respond. Let us take him down in one blow. Razor. Gale kick. The generals, observing Jiang Liufeng's calmness, sensed an underlying scheme at play. Qingji furrowed his brow and shouted, "Do not let your guard down. This young man is not so simple." As anticipated, just when the officers' attacks were about to land on Jiang Liufeng, his eyes widened in shock. He roared, "Thunder Shield! ZZZZT!" As the amalgamation of the three generations of Rakich's lightning shield and Enel's discharge unfolded, a new barrier materialized in an instant. Hissing, thousands of lightning serpents surged from his body, and the billion-volt charge rendered the surrounding officers utterly incapacitated in a heartbeat. The voltage this time was on an entirely different level compared to Inazuma. The officers could only emit muffled groans, rendered speechless and uncertain of their fate. Witnessing his elite subordinates being electrified into a pitiful state, smoke rising from their heads as they plummeted into the sea one after another, the vice admirals finally grew anxious. Akainu, too, began to comprehend the meaning behind Jiang Liufeng's words. In Jiang Liufeng's eyes, these elite officers were no different from the naval soldiers who had retreated earlier. Both were equally vulnerable, with even those of the ranks of rear admiral and vice admiral proving insufficient. The officers in the inner circle had already been defeated, stripped of their combat effectiveness, while those in the outer circle, relying on their haki, barely managed to hold on a little longer, yet their situation was equally dire. On the brink of collapse, the quickest to react was Vice Admiral Karp, who flipped his hands, transforming his enormous fists into a dark, iron-like hue. With a thunderous roar, he charged directly toward Jiang Liufeng. Upon seeing Karp approach, Jiang Liufeng did not dare to be negligent. His starry gaze locked onto him intently. As Karp entered the range of the shield's lightning discharge, he exhibited little discomfort, even appearing somewhat more at ease than Rayleigh. Jiang Liufeng realized he was indeed correct in his assessment. This old man possessed remarkable prowess. In the original narrative, Karp's reputation was immense, yet his engagements were few. leaving the extent of his strength shrouded in mystery. However, now, through the comparison with Rayleigh, Jiang Liufeng recognized that Karp's power was genuinely formidable. Karp effortlessly approached the barrier before Jiang Liufeng, seemingly unaffected by the overwhelming voltage. "Kid, take this punch from me." Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brows, fully aware that he could not withstand this punch relying solely on his shield. A strand of dark silk coiled around his left arm as he raised his hand and unleashed a powerful blow. The two obsidian fists collided, causing the very heavens to tremble. An invisible shockwave erupted, forcing the onlookers to stagger backward. Fortunately, the officers at the periphery, ensnared by the lightning, seized the opportunity presented by this shockwave to narrowly escape Jiang Liufeng's formidable range. Grateful to have salvaged their lives, this group felt an immense sense of relief, for the terrifying might of the lightning energy was truly daunting. Even though they had managed to evade it, a lingering sense of dread remained in their hearts. The contest between Jiang Liufeng and Karp approaches its climax. The sheer might of their clash causes both to stagger back 3 steps, resulting in a stalemate. Remarkable. Since Jiang Liufeng acquired Roger's 3-color hockey, he has faced few rivals in this domain, dominating with an overwhelming presence. Even the legendary Dark King Rayleigh falls short in comparison. Yet, encountering Karp, he finds a worthy opponent, which both surprises and seems entirely reasonable. After all, Karp is the man who once forced Roger into a corner. Truly extraordinary. Finally, someone has withstood his punch. The solitude of seeking invincibility and yearning for challenge is profoundly isolating. In stark contrast, the onlooking Navy personnel appear near fainting. Karp's might is known far and wide. Armed with iron fists, he commands the seas. Even in the New World, renowned maritime warriors tremble at his name. The terror of such a powerful strike is not lost on the elite Navy officers present. Who could possibly withstand a direct confrontation with Karp without faltering? One step, then another, the naval officers instinctively retreat, finally recognizing the truth. This purple-haired youth, not yet 20, is someone they must regard with reverence. How foolish they were to approach him so brazenly. Step back. Akaina growls, his expression dark. At this moment, the anger that had once simmered within everyone dissipates. Initially, they viewed him as an arrogant youth, ignorant of his limitations, causing trouble for the Navy with his modest abilities. Their frustration had reached a boiling point. But now, the reality is different. He possesses the power to alter the tide, warranting their utmost caution. No one acts impulsively now. They follow the Admiral's orders and withdraw to a distance of 100 meters. The 3 admirals exchange knowing glances, uniting their efforts alongside Karp, positioning themselves in the 4 cardinal directions, ready to collaboratively subdue him. Jiang Liufeng smiled faintly, contemplating whether to engage all 4 at once. How intriguing. A surge of overwhelming battle spirit welled up within him, igniting a fervent passion. Unbeknownst to him, through the rewards bestowed by the system, he had ascended to a level where the Navy was compelled to deploy its utmost combat strength to confront him. With such extraordinary power, who could remain unexcited? If a battle is to be fought, then let it commence. What is there to fear? Suddenly, Jiang Liufeng, previously in a somewhat passive stance, took the initiative to strike first, adopting an aggressive approach. He unleashed a devastating attack aimed at Kizaru. 3,000 volts. Thunder Beast. With a fierce cry, a wolf-like Thunder Beast erupted forth, charging relentlessly toward Kizaru. "Why must you target me first?" Kizaru exclaimed, a dark expression crossing his face. Grasping the Tenkiyama sword, he swiftly executed 2 slashing strikes, cleaving the Thunder Wolf into 4 pieces. In the blink of an eye, as Jiang Liufeng initiated his assault, both Akiji and Akainu sprang into action. Chapter 53. The Ever-Changing Battlefield, Iceball, Dogtooth, Crimson Lotus. With ice on the left and fire on the right, they relentlessly advanced towards Jiang Liufeng. To be struck by either side would be no trivial matter. Jiang Liufeng did not overestimate himself. His figure flickered and vanished from sight, only to reappear more than 10 meters away. The clash of ice and fire ultimately resulted in a futile attempt. The moment Jiang Liufeng appeared, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from behind him, revealing that Karp had somehow followed closely behind. His observation hockey discerned that the speed was astonishingly on par with lightning itself. Jiang Liufeng turned to face the iron fist looming before him, his pupils contracting as he exerted all his strength to pivot and deliver a swift kick in response. His posture resembled a graceful acrobat, perfectly poised. With a resounding thud, their fists and feet collided, neither yielding an inch. Karp's eyes widened in disbelief. The speed of this young man was astonishing. It seemed that his prowess extended beyond mere fruit abilities. His mastery of hockey, armament, conqueror, and even observation was exceptional. Frustrated by his unsuccessful strike, Karp unleashed a flurry of close-range attacks utilizing the Navy's 6 styles. Techniques such as the finger pistol, shave, galefoot, and iron block came in rapid succession. Each more formidable than the last, their speed defying description. Close-quarters combat? I relish it. A glimmer of determination flashed in Jiang Liufeng's eyes as he advanced rather than retreating, meeting Karp's assault with his own fists and feet. The two exchanged dozens of blows in the air, their movements too swift for onlookers to discern who held the upper hand. The visceral spectacle of their confrontation left the audience spellbound, their eyes wide with astonishment, too afraid to blink lest they miss a moment of the breathtaking duel. It was utterly terrifying to witness such a clash with Vice Admiral Karp. It had been years since anyone had matched him so fiercely since Roger's demise, remarked the observer from Demake Town. This young man not only possessed extraordinary abilities but also wielded a ferocity in hockey that was truly remarkable. Where did this prodigy emerge from? The ghost spider pondered, shaking his head in disbelief. Although reluctant to admit it, he recognized that Jiang Liufeng truly possessed strength comparable to that of an admiral, even the 4 emperors. Doberman clenched his fists tightly, nearly drawing blood, his teeth gritted in frustration, feeling a sense of helplessness despite his unwillingness to concede. Such astonishment and idle chatter could only emanate from the vice admirals. The elite officers had long since been rendered speechless, trembling in fear. To confront 3 admirals and Karp single-handedly was a feat they had never witnessed before. Even if someone possessed such strength, none would dare to act so boldly. One must have an unwavering confidence in their abilities to attempt such a thing. It was a truly world-shattering spectacle. This was not merely a sparring match. The remaining 3 admirals would undoubtedly deny the 2 a chance for a fair duel, unleashing a relentless barrage against Jiang Liufeng. Leading the charge was, of course, the yellow ape, who, in a flash of light, wielded his sword, the Amatsumi Kaboshi, delivering a light-speed slash that sliced through the gaps in their exchanges, catching Jiang Liufeng off guard while sparing Karp from harm. His swordsmanship was exceptional, and his experience shone through in his keen perception. However, Jiang Liufeng had seemingly held back until now. With each movement, he quickened his pace, still adept at handling the close combat against 2 foes. This was indeed formidable. The onlookers were rendered mute, having stepped outside their roles as mere spectators, now fully engaged in witnessing this extraordinary battle. The clash of these 5 warriors had transcended their comprehension, leaving them unable to intervene. Watching Jiang Liufeng hold his own against 2 adversaries, their hearts raced, and cheers of admiration threatened to escape their lips. With Akiji wielding an ice blade and Akaina charging with magma-infused fists, Jiang Liufeng was now facing 4 opponents. At this moment, his observation hockey proved indispensable. Often overlooked, it allowed him to perceive and analyze the trajectories of all 4 attacks simultaneously, even foreseeing impending crises. His mastery of observation hockey enabled him to achieve the legendary moment of standing undefeated against 4 unparalleled masters. In the blink of an eye, as they exchanged dozens of moves, Jiang Liufeng began to tire. Defeating these 4 formidable pillars of the Navy was no trivial task. Nevertheless, this battle had made him acutely aware of his standing within the hierarchy of strength. If only these 4 knew that he viewed them merely as test subjects while fighting at full capacity, one could only wonder what thoughts would occupy their minds. The mightiest spear, a piercing strike. Feeling the moment was ripe, Jiang Liufeng unleashed his most powerful technique, directly targeting the formidable Karp. Keen-eyed, Karp immediately recognized the uniqueness of this attack. Though it appeared to be a mere finger, the overwhelming aura of lethal intent emanating from it commanded his utmost attention. Karp crossed his arms before his chest, bracing to block the devastating strike aimed at his heart, pushing his limits to the utmost. The speed of this attack was almost instantaneous, a mere flash of lightning. Few could react swiftly enough to block such a strike. The 3 admirals sensed the impending danger. Fearing for the old hero, if Karp were to fall, the weight of responsibility would rest heavily upon their shoulders, an unbearable burden for any of them to bear. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Jiang Liufeng's lethal move was already upon them. Divine retribution. Before Jiang Liufeng struck, a bolt of lightning had already soared into the sky. Who could have anticipated that what appeared to be a deflected beam of light was, in fact, a carefully laid trap? As his words fell, Three colossal pillars of lightning descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the trio. Even as the elemental forms of the three admirals, caught off guard and distracted by Karp, were hit by this attack, they felt the repercussions acutely, leaving them in a disheveled state. Subsequently, Jiang Liufeng's most potent spear unerringly struck Karp. The tremendous force of the haki, combined with the penetrating nature of the lightning chakra, was utterly terrifying. Despite Karp's unparalleled mastery of armament haki, he still felt the sting of that blow. A sharp intake of breath escaped him, followed by a swift backward flight, the speed of which was imperceptible to the naked eye, as if he had suddenly vanished. Had he not crashed into the ocean, sending massive waves cascading around him? Onlookers might have believed Jiang Liufeng had merely struck at the air. Karp was sent hurtling into the sea, a gaping wound appearing on his left arm. The legendary hero of the Navy had his armament haki breached, though it could only be classified as a minor injury. This strike had not only shattered Karp's haki, but also dealt a blow to the Navy's morale. This was truly an act of defiance against the heavens. How could the younger generation possess such a blatant disregard for martial ethics? Just moments ago, the battle had seemed evenly matched. How could it shift so drastically in the blink of an eye? The battlefield was a whirlwind of change. Chapter 54, The Terrifying Lightning Arrival. Two-pronged spear. The Hellhound. Yet, the steadfast pillars of strength remained resolute. Although Jiang Liufeng's divine retribution had unexpectedly struck the three admirals, the impact was not insurmountable. Just as Jiang Liufeng's strength began to wane, the two remaining killing moves were unleashed, both astonishingly swift. Jiang Liufeng found that evasion was no longer an option. He could only expose his back, fully armed with haki, bracing himself to endure two lethal strikes. Bang! Bang! With his back taking the brunt of the two blows, Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brows slightly. Yet, before he could react, Kizaru had arrived. A kick executed at the speed of light. In an instant, he unleashed a move reminiscent of the Red Count's technique, delivering a downward kick aimed directly at Jiang Liufeng's head. With a sudden change in expression, Jiang Liufeng crossed his arms above his head, successfully blocking the powerful kick aimed at him. However, much like the Red Count, the sheer inertia brought forth by the speed of light was not to be underestimated. Even with the block, he could not withstand the impact, and he was sent hurtling back towards the sea. Just as he neared the water's surface, a colossal whirlpool erupted from the depths, heralding the furious return of Karp. Swinging his iron fist, Karp directed a strike towards Jiang Liufeng's back, intending to incapacitate him with a single blow. Yet, Jiang Liufeng had finally found a moment to unleash his lightning energy, which had been waiting to be activated. The process of elemental transformation, while seemingly spontaneous, requires a fraction of preparation time, even for those possessing natural abilities. The three admirals seized upon that fleeting moment, eager to defeat Jiang Liufeng in an instant. However, they ultimately underestimated the tenacity of his haki and his reflexes. With a swift motion, Karp's attack missed, and Jiang Liufeng vanished, reappearing high in the sky. The legendary hero of the Navy, Karp, truly lived up to his reputation. Today, I am thoroughly enjoying myself. Alas, time is of the essence, and I must take my leave. Oomph. Do you think you can escape? Akainu growled, frustration evident in his voice as he lamented the missed opportunity. I intend to leave, and you will not be able to stop me, Jiang Liufeng replied with a nonchalant smile. Young man, I shall not allow you to depart, even if it costs me my life. Karp retorted, equally furious. Old man, perhaps you should see a doctor first? Jiang Liufeng scoffed. At his words, the onlookers turned their gaze back to Karp, noticing the blood streaming from his arm, prompting a collective gasp. Is Vice Admiral Karp injured? That young man actually broke through Karp's haki. How could such a thing occur? I refuse to believe it. Someone slapped me to wake me up. Slap. It is true. The spectators had initially thought Karp had merely been knocked back, never imagining he would be wounded. Though it appeared as a mere light injury, the implications were profound. It indicated that Jiang Liufeng's mastery of armament haki surpassed that of Karp. In an instant, the elite Navy officers were left in shock, drenched in sweat, with some losing their composure and tumbling into the sea. The three admirals could not fathom the significant negative impact this encounter would have on the Navy's upper echelon. They seethed with frustration, their teeth clenched in anger. If Jiang Liufeng were to escape today, it would leave an indelible mark on the Navy's reputation. He must die here today. Ah, firestorm. Akainu could no longer contain his fury, unleashing a devastating attack toward Jiang Liufeng. Explosive fist. Akiji promptly targeted Jiang Liufeng with a lethal strike from above. Shut your mouth. Akiji. From behind, a massive magma arm, akin to that of a giant, accompanied by an ice phoenix the size of a warship, rocketed towards Jiang Liufeng with lethal intent. Perhaps fueled by rage or the emergence of hidden potential when facing a formidable adversary, the Admiral's signature moves had multiplied in size and power. Yet, Jiang Liufeng was well prepared. Did you think our conversation was merely idle chatter? A confident smile graced his lips, his eyes gleaming with unwavering assurance. The sea breeze whipped around them, causing garments to flutter wildly. The dark clouds above began to disperse. What? What is that? The naval officers below gaped in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Their companions were equally dumbfounded. The moment the two colossal attacks were launched, their eyes followed the red and white trails of destruction. They had witnessed admirals unleash their powers before, but this time, the same techniques radiated an entirely different force. Some gasped in awe, others in disbelief, while a few even wore expressions of impending victory. However, in the next moment, they were left speechless by the sight that hung in the sky after the clouds cleared. A thunderous sphere, comparable in size to an island, had mysteriously appeared above them. For a fleeting instant, they felt as though a colossal beast was glaring down upon them with a gaping maw, instilling a profound sense of dread. A wave of helplessness washed over them. Despair took root. How could they possibly contend with this? Given the sheer coverage of the thunder sphere, even if they had several legs, escape was impossible. Left with no choice but to await their doom, they were paralyzed with fear. As the thunder sphere descended slowly, it appeared deceptively gradual, yet it was astonishingly swift, enveloping Jiang Liufeng in an instant. The so-called giant arms of magma and the warship-sized ice phoenix crumbled into nothingness upon contact with the thunder sphere, reduced to mere fleeting illusions. In the midst of a magnificent thunderous sphere, Jiang Liufeng stood resplendent, radiating brilliance as if a celestial being had descended, exuding an aura of unparalleled supremacy. Even the denizens of the other islands in the archipelago of Xiangbidi beheld this colossal phenomenon. What could it be? My heavens! Is this the apocalypse? Such a massive thunderball, is it about to fall? This is the end. No, please. I have yet to marry, to experience love. I do not wish to perish. My lady, you are not yet wed? How fortuitous, for I, with my striking elegance surpassing that of Panin, am here. Leave. Ah, very well. Jiang Liufeng, you are courting disaster. Young man, this matter concerns the pirates and the navy. Your actions will bring harm upon countless innocent lives. Can your conscience bear this? Cast down your sword and become a Buddha. What nonsense is this? Carp and the three admirals were in a state of panic. Should it descend, they were confident in their own escape, yet the fate of their subordinates and the citizens behind them remained uncertain. Chapter 55. A Dilemma Unexpectedly. You seem to be quite concerned for the populace, Jiang Liufeng remarked with amusement. My thunderous greeting shall descend in 15 minutes. I trust you all possess the means to resolve this, provided you do not impede my departure. If you exert your utmost, you should have ample time, correct? I am filled with rage. Akainu, upon hearing this, was immensely frustrated. It seemed capturing Jiang Liufeng today was a futile endeavor. Instantly, the navy fell silent, realizing their only recourse lay in allowing him to depart and focusing their energies on the thunderball to seek a glimmer of hope. Should they fail to appease this individual, he might very well unleash the thunderball upon them, sealing their fate. How are your considerations progressing? 14 minutes remain, Jiang Liufeng stated nonchalantly. The three admirals exchanged glances, each recognizing the helplessness reflected in the other's eyes. They understood that their sole choice was to permit his escape, yet none wished to bear the blame, all hoping for one another to speak first. As the seconds ticked by, the navy found themselves in a state of utter disarray. Just as Jiang Liufeng announced that 10 minutes remained, Carp stepped forward. Begone! He bellowed, pouring all his pent-up fury into that single word. It was a disgrace, a profound humiliation. After his resounding cry, Carp turned to the navy and commanded, Everyone, exert your full strength. We must intercept this thunderball. Yes, the officers, as if liberated from a great burden, eagerly rallied under Carp's call, unleashing their might against the thunderous sphere. Jiang Liufeng wore a meaningful smile as he bid farewell. With a swift motion, he vanished into thin air, leaving only a lingering phrase behind. Once he escaped the perceptive grasp of his adversaries, he plunged into the ocean, propelling himself toward the depths of the sea. Damn it, I've truly encountered a fiasco. Carp lamented as he watched Jiang Liufeng drift away, feeling utterly helpless. Once again, they had suffered a significant loss. At this rate, the Navy's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Sighing deeply, Carp turned to the three admirals, their expressions resembling those who had just consumed something foul. Enough of this worrying. Let us first deal with this thunder. What is going on? Just as Jiang Liufeng submerged in the sea to locate his companions, the thunder sphere had dissipated, slowly vanishing into thin air. Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of satisfaction, nearly bursting into laughter, even as he swallowed a mouthful of fresh seawater. Carp and his comrades stood in stunned silence, oblivious to the fact that they had been outwitted by the purple-haired youth. By the heavens, Akainu, known for his steadfast nature, could hardly endure such a psychological blow. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, nearly choking on his own frustration. The once spirited officers now hung their heads low, the feeling of being utterly defeated, both in strength and spirit, was overwhelmingly disheartening. Amidst a whirlwind of emotions, everyone stood frozen, unsure of their next course of action. The Navy had mobilized their entire force, only to end up in such a predicament. What would happen if this news were to spread? The atmosphere grew heavy with gloom. So much so that even those with formidable observation hockey failed to notice a bird of news hovering nearby, wearing a sly grin. Carp sighed once more, his brow furrowed, as if he had aged several years in an instant. He surveyed the scene before finally shaking his head and exhaling. Let us regroup and return to face the consequences. Upon hearing this, the proud officers lowered their heads, their once indomitable spirits now diminished, as they gathered their troops and made their way back to the naval vessel, departing in a dejected manner. Thus, the Dawn Brigade successfully escaped from the full might of the Navy, having evaded capture in the Battle of Sabaody Archipelago. Jiang Liufeng vanquished a celestial dragon, triumphed over Rayleigh, slaughtered 8 naval officers, and injured 32 more. He confronted the Navy's highest combat representatives, the esteemed hero Carp, along with the 3 admirals, engaging 4 opponents simultaneously, inflicting minor injuries upon them before making a daring escape. The Red Count strangled 50 members of the Celestial Dragon's Guard. The Dawn crew amassed a staggering 26 billion berries. This extraordinary feat etched itself into the annals of history. Count, what is the situation? Is the captain in any peril? Valdo inquired with a furrowed brow. Yet, the Red Count reclined leisurely on a deck chair, polishing his weapon, seemingly untroubled by Jiang Liufeng's encirclement. Old Sand, too, appeared unfazed, resting one hand on the railing, indulging in a long-awaited cigar while captivated by the breathtaking underwater scenery. This nonchalance drove Valdo and Carmen to the brink of despair. Count, aren't you anxious? I'm nearly beside myself. If anything were to happen to the captain, I wouldn't want to live. Noticing the Count's silence, Carmen lamented, shaking his arm in distress. The Red Count smiled gently. Carmen, the captain will be fine. Let us await his return. A cup of red tea, please. Carmen looked at him skeptically. Really? Indeed. The Count reassured him. Reluctantly, Carmen turned to the kitchen, glancing back at the vibrant ocean above. Count this. Carmen, though inexperienced, sensed the gravity of their situation. Valdo, however, understood all too well the implications of the Navy's numerous warships and the presence of the 3 admirals. His expression darkened. Count, be honest. Are you willing to abandon the captain for the sake of the fruit? He fixed a piercing gaze on the Red Count, ready to act should he detect any hint of betrayal. The Red Count narrowed his eyes, recognizing Valdo's stance, yet remained unmoved. You must trust in our captain's strength. But, Old Sand approached, exhaling smoke. Valdo, your loyalty is commendable, yet a sound mind is invaluable. You should employ it wisely. What do you mean, Crocodile? Valdo bristled, already wary of Old Sand due to his demeanor towards Jiang Liufeng. Their eyes locked in tension, but Old Sand remained indifferent, accepting a coffee from Carmen and sipping it appreciatively before addressing the agitated Valdo. Over all this time, have you ever seen the captain suffer a setback? Valdo pondered briefly. No. Then do you think the captain is a fool? Absolutely not. Valdo answered vehemently. Do you believe he is the type to be taken advantage of? Certainly not. Those who offend the captain meet dire fates. He never suffers loss. Old Sand nodded. So do you understand now? Valdo's realization dawned upon him, his smile stretching from ear to ear as he burst into laughter. Carmen, please prepare a sumptuous steak dinner for me, along with a fine bottle of wine. Carmen frowned in confusion, wondering how Valdo had transformed so dramatically in mere moments. Yet, witnessing the trio's newfound calmness regarding Jiang Liufeng eased his own anxiety. Although still concerned, he felt invigorated and turned to prepare the meal. Just as he did, a magnificent sight caught his eye. A spectacular current appeared not far ahead, flowing in a direction entirely contrary to the usual sea. It was a downward flow, reminiscent of a waterfall. The waters beneath the chambered islands lead directly to Fishman Island, comprising two layers, the surface and the depths. To reach Fishman Island and traverse the Red Continent into the New World, one must navigate this downward current from the surface into the depths. In essence, this current serves as a crucial gateway to the New World. Wow, what is that? Resembling a waterfall? Carmen, unfamiliar with such phenomena, exclaimed in wonder. The others turned to gaze, captivated by this natural masterpiece. Nature is truly marvelous. Sister Carmen, that is the essential route to Fishman Island, the downward flow, chimed in Jiang Liufeng, the ship's navigator. Amazing. The ocean is simply enchanting. Carmen felt immensely fortunate for agreeing to join Jiang Liufeng on this voyage. Without this opportunity, how long would it have taken her to witness such a breathtaking spectacle? Attention, crew. The Jiang Liufeng is about to enter the downward flow toward the ocean's depths. Please ensure your safety. The crew buzzed with anticipation. Crossing the current would signify their true entrance into the New World, igniting excitement among both seasoned travelers and newcomers alike. As the Jiang Liufeng glided smoothly through the downward flow, its direction abruptly shifted. The vessel, once sailing forward, suddenly tilted downward, plunging into the depths. Carmen, caught off guard by the sudden shift, lost her balance and tumbled. Ouch, she exclaimed, scrambling to her feet, curious about the mysterious place they were approaching. However, upon glancing down, her excitement turned to horror. Below the downward flow lay an abyss of darkness, as if they were about to plunge into an unfathomable void. Before she could collect herself, Jiang Liufeng's cheerful voice echoed. Hold on tight, everyone. The journey will be bumpy. Secure yourselves, or you might fly out of the ship, and Jiang Liufeng won't be responsible. With that, the Jiang Liufeng shot downward at breakneck speed into the oceanic depths. The sudden drop sent the crew reeling, akin to being on a freefall ride. Some found the sensation exhilarating, while others felt as though they were staring death in the face. Carmen screamed in fright, clutching the railing for dear life, her heart racing with dread. Meanwhile, the other three, seasoned adventurers, welcomed the thrill with smiles, reveling in the exhilarating rush. Prepare yourselves, Jiang Liufeng announced. Detecting numerous colossal sea creatures akin to mountains in the depths ahead, some even larger than those. Carmen's heart sank at the thought of these monstrous beings. The current had already frightened her enough. Sister, please don't scare me. What exactly are those creatures? She stammered, anxiety evident in her voice. Jiang Liufeng smiled reassuringly. They are already appearing, you can see for yourself. A chill ran down Carmen's spine as she trembled, her hair standing on end. In the dim light, a chilling sensation crept over her, as if a pair of exceedingly terrifying eyes were scrutinizing her from behind. With immense effort, she finally turned her head, only to be met with the horrifying visage of a monstrous creature. Overwhelmed by fear, she fainted at the sight. The blood-red body and robust tentacles revealed it to be a colossal squid, more than 10 times the size of the golden scale. Was this not the fabled behemoth of the North Sea? Carmen's limp form was caught by Lao Sha, who used his abilities to protect her. Exchanging a glance with Valdo, they both resumed their respective duties. In this vast ocean, they were powerless, leaving any troubles to be handled by the Count. The Red Count, fully aware of this, gradually rose, blade in hand, making his way to the bow of the ship, gazing intently at the so-called North Sea behemoth. Just a beast, hardly worth a smirk, he remarked lightly. The North Sea giant seemed to understand the Count's words, becoming increasingly enraged as its massive tentacles thrashed about, creating a tempestuous aura that threatened to devastate everything in its path. As the golden scale drew near its striking range, one of the tentacles swung directly toward them. The North Sea giant appeared to smirk, mocking the foolish souls daring to challenge it. This seemingly casual attack was executed with astonishing speed and power, creating a whirlwind that threatened to engulf the ship and its crew. Yet, the Red Count was swifter. In an instant, he had vanished from the bow, leaving only a gust of wind in his wake. With a whoosh, the Count had already left the golden scale, positioning himself in the path of the giant's swinging tentacle. His blade, Thunderstorm, was drawn and met the tentacle head-on. In the depths of the ocean, a gleam appeared as the massive appendage was sliced into numerous pieces by the Count's swift strikes. With a flourish, he sent the severed tentacles back toward the golden scale. demonstrating his impeccable precision and skill, ensuring that neither the ship nor the bubbles were harmed in the process. Huh, the Count is indeed meticulous. Such delectable tentacles must be a delight to the palate. Carmen, prepare for a feast, Valdo exclaimed, unable to resist licking his lips at the thought. This act of defiance only served to infuriate the North Sea giant further, as it felt the pain of its severed tentacle and heard Valdo's audacious words. How could it endure such blatant disrespect? To speak of consuming its flesh before its very eyes was an unspeakable insult. With a furious cry, all of its tentacles launched in assault, curling like fists ready to pummel the golden scale. However, all this display of bravado was merely smoke and mirrors in the face of absolute power. Chapter 57. A taste test. The Red Count had no intention of engaging in lengthy exchanges. He merely wished to sample some flesh. Against such weaklings, a mere glance could suffice to vanquish them. Sheathing his sword, the Count returned to the ship, his gaze fixed on the enraged North Sea giant, his pupils narrowing. The conqueror's haki erupted forth. In the air, the previously intangible aura now took form beneath the waves, creating a shockwave that spread towards the North Sea giant. In an instant, the creature's movements froze, its expression contorted in sheer rage, its eyes blinking in disbelief as it attempted to withstand the overwhelming presence. Yet, its struggle was in vain. It succumbed to unconsciousness almost immediately. For a master, size is no indicator of strength. After all, an ant remains an ant. Valdo gave a thumbs up, remarking, "The Count is indeed vigorous for his age. Perhaps it is best to eliminate this creature to prevent further havoc." The Red Count gestured toward the deck, where the massive pieces of tentacle lay, and nonchalantly replied, "No rush. Let us first ascertain if it is palatable. If it is, I shall return for more." Valdo paused, then burst into laughter. "Indeed, you are a man of few words but decisive actions." Above the unconscious North Sea giant, a drop of sweat, as large as the golden scale itself, fell. What sort of lunatics are these? How could they even conceive such plans? Oh heavens, someone save me. They intend to keep me like livestock. No one cared for the North Sea giant's psychological turmoil. The golden scale continued its journey, passing through a downflow. The vessel entered an abyssal realm, shrouded in darkness, where visibility was non-existent, leaving the crew feeling a sense of dread. "Golden Scale, turn on the lights," Carmen urged, her voice trembling. "Sister Carmen, the Golden Scale detects that the current terrain is unsuitable for illumination." "Why not? I'm terrified. Please, I beg you, Golden Scale," Carmen pleaded, her eyes misty with the threat of tears. "Very well, then." Suddenly, without delay, the Golden Scale illuminated the area, dispelling the darkness. The crew squinted against the blinding light, and when their eyes adjusted, they were met with a shocking sight. "Goodness!" Valdo exclaimed, staring in awe at the colossal sea creatures drawn to the light, his mind blank. Meanwhile, the Red Count rubbed his temples in exasperation. With the captain absent, he bore the burden of managing this chaotic crew. "It is truly a difficult task," he lamented. Lao Sha, seemingly aware of the impending chaos, remained calm, though he, too, felt a headache brewing. The real concern was his inability to exert force. Should he be caught off guard, he might not survive. Carmen finally grasped the Golden Scale's earlier warning. These deep-sea creatures, long deprived of light, would undoubtedly swarm at the first sign of illumination. "Run, Golden Scale, run," she gasped, her words barely escaping her lips, revealing her utter despair. Understood. The intelligent Golden Scale recognized the imminent danger and immediately accelerated away. Initially, the monstrous beings approached out of curiosity, but once the ship moved, they revealed their menacing fangs, as though they had encountered a rare delicacy, and began to pursue the Golden Scale with fervor. Despite the Golden Scale's precise navigation, akin to a computer's calculations, it narrowly evaded the grasp of these colossal creatures time and again. However, as the saying goes, a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. The relentless chase continued, with more giants joining the fray, escalating the perilous situation. The crisis was mounting, and soon there would be nowhere left to hide. The Red Count's mind raced as he pondered how to solve this daunting conundrum. After all, the Conqueror's haki was not a skill that could be employed indefinitely. Everything had its limits, and once those limits were reached, all would be lost. Given his strength, he had no fear of the colossal sea beasts. Yet their relentless pursuit made it exceedingly difficult to find a suitable angle for a counterattack. A single misstep could easily rupture the protective bubble, resulting in a situation far worse than inaction. As a massive, patterned sea eel, stretching 100 feet long, lunged at the golden scale with its gaping maw after a narrow escape, the ship found itself cornered. This time, it seemed there would be no way out. With the merciless jaws drawing near, Carmen covered her head, shut her eyes, and let out a desperate scream. Help! Is there not a gallant prince to rescue me from this peril? The image of a powerful, towering figure flashed in her mind, and she cried out, Captain, where are you? Carmen needs you. Hearing Carmen's plaintive voice, the Red Count gritted his teeth, disregarding everything else, and prepared to act. Just then, from the depths of the inky sea, a sudden flash of white light appeared. With a crackling sound, Jiang Liufeng finally arrived, racing towards them like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he had materialized before them, leaving a trail of crackling electricity that sent the surrounding titanic creatures tumbling over. He landed on the deck, shaking his purple hair, a radiant smile gracing his lips, exuding an aura of triumphant return. With beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads, the crew exhaled in relief, as the heavy weight of anxiety finally lifted. Gazing at the array of belly-up sea monsters, they couldn't help but feel a lingering dread. Had Jiang Liufeng returned even a second later, the Red Count might have been forced to resort to a desperate gambit, gradually retracting the inch-long blade of thunderstorm. The Red Count felt a wave of emotion wash over him. At last, their steadfast anchor had returned. What is this? Who dares to bully our dear Carmen? Jiang Liufeng inquired with a light-hearted smile. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Carmen's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the suddenly reappeared Jiang Liufeng. She pinched her cheek in astonishment. Ouch! This isn't a dream. Joy surged within her, and she dashed into Jiang Liufeng's warm embrace. As she sank into his comforting hold, all her pent-up grievances erupted, and she wept, her tears as sorrowful as a rain-soaked pear blossom, feeling as if she had been through the ringer. Chapter 58. What now? Is it my turn? Wah! Captain, I'm so relieved you're safe. Carmen was nearly terrified to death. The ocean is truly dreadful. As Jiang Liufeng listened to Carmen's sorrowful lament, a twinge of discomfort stirred within him. He tenderly embraced her shoulders, drawing her into his warm embrace, and gently caressed her cascading tresses. There, he murmured, the captain has returned. Everything will be all right. You need not fear any longer, understand? Though she continued to sob softly, it was evident that a sense of reassurance had begun to settle within Carmen's heart. Jiang Liufeng raised his head, casting a slightly reproachful glance at the three, leaving them all visibly embarrassed. Lao Sha quickly turned away, taking a couple of puffs from his cigar, feigning ignorance. Meanwhile, Valdo scratched his head and said, Boss, we are powerless in this vast sea. Both Lao Sha and I are unable to contribute, leaving only the Count to bear the brunt of the responsibility. The Count must protect the ship while also engaging in combat, making it quite difficult for him to perform effectively. Jiang Liufeng was acutely aware of the predicament. After all, his vessel was filled with a multitude of capable individuals. Should the Count consume the fruit as well, matters would become exceedingly complicated. It appeared that he needed to seek a companion who could navigate the sea with ease. After providing comfort to Carmen for an extended period, the young girl gradually calmed down, yet she remained unwilling to leave the warmth of his embrace, ultimately falling asleep in his arms. Jiang Liufeng felt quite helpless in this regard. After all, his abilities and charm were undeniable. Sighing softly, he carried Carmen back to her room before stepping out to tally their gains. To avert any unnecessary complications, he enveloped the area outside the bubble with a layer of electricity, which deterred even the most perceptive deep-sea creatures from approaching the golden scale. Although they encountered numerous challenges, the journey to the Sabaody archipelago yielded significant rewards. A staggering 20 billion berries spilled from the ship's treasury, glimmering like a mountain of gold. Upon witnessing the dazzling accumulation, the group's previous negativity dissipated, replaced by uncontainable joy. It must be said, money is indeed a marvelous thing. There are few who can resist its allure. After a considerable time spent admiring the treasure, they finally secured the vault and turned to Walder to discuss the ship's supplies. During this venture, they had procured a substantial amount of provisions using the funds initially borrowed from Rayleigh. The golden scale was now fully stocked with a plethora of essentials, ingredients, tools, equipment, and facilities, including the fine red wine favored by the Red Count and the cigars cherished by Old Shah. They had executed this step flawlessly. Had it not been for the loan from Rayleigh, They would have had no time to procure supplies after dealing with the celestial dragons. Old Sha entered the warehouse, retrieving the items that Jiang Liufeng had instructed them to gather. As Jiang Liufeng took a look, he was immensely pleased. Before him lay 5 black robes, styled after his favorite Akatsuki's fiery cloud robes from his previous life, albeit with the fiery cloud pattern replaced by a striking purple thunder design. Each individual received one, prompting the group to change out of the gray cloaks gifted by Rayleigh. The adage that clothes make the man rang true. For donning the unified lightning robes invigorated their spirits, presenting them as a more cohesive and disciplined unit. The most striking transformation was that of the Red Count. Once he donned the robe, he embodied the quintessential image of a vampire count from a western castle, exuding an enchanting aura. Accompanied by the fruit of a phantom beast species, his appearance was nothing short of perfection. Carmen, ever considerate, not only provided the robes, but also procured several new outfits for everyone, particularly for Waldo, whose tattered hat was utterly disgraceful. Carmen gifted him a new hat along with a complete set of armor, causing Waldo's eyes to light up as he cradled them with great affection. Jiang Liufeng, the Old Sand, and the Red Count each received a new suit crafted from fine fabric. Not only were the designs stylish and appealing, but the material also boasted remarkable resilience, ensuring comfort without hindering performance. The group eagerly changed into their new attire, rushing to the changing room to admire their reflections, each one more vain than the last. Waldo shamelessly flexed his muscles in front of the mirror, only to be promptly kicked away by Jiang Liufeng. Indeed, this young lady has an excellent eye. The Count, having been confined for so long, had long lost touch with society and was taken aback by the contemporary styles, praising them inwardly. Not bad, indeed. Jiang Liufeng nodded in satisfaction, feeling handsomely transformed. Chief, I'm not one to criticize, but you ought to tone down the vanity. With that delicate appearance, you resemble a damsel, lacking any semblance of masculinity. Waldo laughed heartily upon seeing Jiang Liufeng monopolizing the mirror. With a resounding roar, Jiang Liufeng unleashed his domineering presence, fixing Waldo with a fierce gaze. Startled, Waldo stumbled and fell, swallowing hard as he stammered, "I was wrong, Chief. Your masculinity is too overwhelming. Please temper it." Observing Waldo's flustered demeanor, Jiang Liufeng chuckled playfully, retracting his intimidating aura. "Well, I was initially inclined to reward you for enduring such hardship as a captive, but it seems my mind is swaying in a different direction now. What to do?" As he spoke, he theatrically reached into his robe, retrieving 2 exquisitely crafted golden handguns from the system space, twirling them thoughtfully in his hands. The mere sight of these handguns captivated Waldo's attention. Absolutely stunning. As a formidable yet underprivileged seafarer, Waldo had spent years tossing stones. And now he had upgraded to something far more impressive. He could not help but be enamored. Captain, might I borrow that treasure of yours for a moment?" Waldo inquired eagerly. "With your overwhelming masculinity, you can seek it out yourself." Jiang Liufeng dismissively remarked, I was wrong. The boss is exceptionally talented. With numerous wives and concubines, early progeny, and longevity akin to the southern mountain. Valdo, in his exuberance, recited every idiom he could muster. Hearing this made Jiang Liufeng's lips twitch in irritation. Stop it. If you can't articulate properly, then don't speak. This is utterly nonsensical." Rolling his eyes, he lost interest and tossed the dual pistols towards Valdo. "Here, a gift for you. Make sure to work hard from now on." Valdo, filled with joy, caught the finely crafted pistols and began to admire them, thoroughly delighted. With the Red Count equipped with a thunderstorm and Valdo adorned with dual pistols, things seemed to fit quite well. Gradually, everyone's attire was coming together. Yet, he found himself lacking a suitable weapon. Would the system kindly provide him with one? Turning to Lao Sha, he mentioned, "Now that the Count and Valdo are equipped, what about you, Lao Sha?" Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Lao Sha's eyes. "So it's my turn now?" Chapter 59. Indeed, good brothers to everyone's surprise, Lao Sha agreed and stepped forward. "Captain, I don't require much. My natural fruit powers are sufficient, but..." Before he could finish, Jiang Liufeng nodded. "As long as you understand that, it's fine. I didn't prepare anything for you anyway." Lao Sha's expression darkened instantly. "So, you've been toying with me all this time? Just when I had developed a modicum of goodwill towards you, it's gone." He huffed and turned away, seeking a corner to smoke in silence. Jiang Liufeng, bewildered, pondered Lao Sha's sudden mood swing. Uninterested in the trivialities of these men, he resolved to check on the unconscious girl. hoping she wouldn't be frightened into a state of distress. As he walked, he reflected on how indispensable a ship's doctor was. Otherwise, dealing with dizziness, sweating, insomnia, or fatigue could indeed become quite troublesome. It seemed that embarking on a maritime journey was no simple task. While it appeared exhilarating in anime, the reality was entirely different. Arriving at Carmen's room, he found the young girl still in a deep slumber, her delicate face flushed. He approached and gently touched her forehead to assess her condition. Suddenly, he heard Carmen mumbling in her dreams, occasionally frowning or twitching her nose, which was rather endearing. Curiosity piqued, he leaned closer to discern what she was saying. Upon listening, his eyes widened in surprise. What on earth was this girl dreaming about? Feeling embarrassed, he instinctively attempted to withdraw, but unexpectedly, Carmen tightly wrapped her arms around his neck. Save me. Captain, brother, please save me. This sudden embrace caught Jiang Liufeng off guard, as Carmen pressed her head firmly against his chest. He felt a soft warmth against his cheek, causing his heart to race and his face to flush crimson. The sleeping Carmen sensed the change, her brows furrowing cutely as she slowly opened her eyes. Upon discovering Jiang Liufeng's face buried against her, her eyes widened in shock. After a moment of stunned silence, she exclaimed, "Pervert." Swiftly, 3 figures appeared at Carmen's door. "Miss Carmen, what is happening? Do not fear, we will protect you. Your safety is my responsibility." Jiang Liufeng was rendered utterly speechless. How ironic it is that each of them spoke with such righteous indignation. Just look at that lecherous expression. They are merely here to watch a spectacle. Leave. Hey, bang. Valdo chimed in, promptly closing the door behind him. Outside, a voice echoed with a hint of significance. "Boss, remember to close the door next time. I've told you countless times, honestly. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding, all right? Do I look like I would close it for you?" Carmen gently pushed Jiang Liufeng aside, shyly clutching the blanket. "Captain, why do you always act this way?" Jiang Liufeng's complexion shifted from pale to flushed, clearly indicating his frustration. "It was you who teased me, wasn't it? Women truly are the masters of distorting truth." He cleared his throat, striving to steady his emotions. "I merely came to check on your well-being, concerned that you might be frightened into a state of distress." Carmen rolled her eyes, seemingly oblivious to her own recent actions. "Then what were you doing, leaning over like that? Were you listening to my heartbeat?" Jiang Liufeng's lips twitched slightly, resigning himself to the fact that he must endure this vexing loss alone. He touched his nose and said, "Well, if there's nothing else, you should rest. I won't disturb you further." With that, he turned to hastily leave this troublesome place. "I won't take responsibility for you." Carmen huffed just as Jiang Liufeng was about to turn away. At her words, he nearly stumbled into the doorframe, and with a swift motion, he slammed the door behind him and vanished without a trace. "What a rascal! Always taking advantage and refusing to acknowledge it, humph," Carmen muttered, lying back down and drifting into slumber. Her previously furious expression had somehow transformed into one of delight, and she blissfully succumbed to dreams. Upon seeing Jiang Liufeng emerge from the cabin with a dark expression, the Red Count settled beside Jean Lin and resumed observing the small yellow dot on the recorder. Valdo, ever alert, busied himself arranging various odds and ends. Meanwhile, Lao Sha lounged by the railing, smoking a cigar and sipping on a drink, exuding an air of idleness. Watching Jiang Liufeng approach with an intense gaze, Valdo and the Red Count struggled to suppress their laughter, continuing their tasks while stealing glances, as if anticipating an entertaining spectacle. "You seem rather idle." Jiang Liufeng's chilling voice suddenly pierced the air, startling Lao Sha into an upright position, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Upon seeing the two men, who were nearly in tears from stifled laughter, he realized he had unwittingly invited trouble. Meeting Jiang Liufeng's gaze, Lao Sha silently lamented, sensing that today might bring him misfortune. "Have you mastered the domineering attitude?" Jiang Liufeng remarked coolly. "Not yet, bang." Before Lao Sha could finish, Jiang Liufeng delivered a swift kick. "If you have time to smoke and disrupt others' good fortune, Wait a moment. What good fortune is there? There's never anything good to begin with. Bah. If you have time to smoke and drink, then you surely have no time to practice your domineering skills. Right? Come this afternoon. I shall be your sparring partner, and we shall practice until dinner." Serves you right for trying to appear profound while smoking. Valdo could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter as Jiang Liufeng declared his verdict. Jiang Liufeng's gaze turned icy. "Is it amusing indeed? Come over and join us," he exclaimed. "Ha ha, truly a good brother." The laughter was infectious, and even Lao Sha could not contain his mirth this time. The gloom that had enveloped him began to dissipate, for it was rather humorous to have a fool recklessly offering himself as a target. Thus, the two were thoroughly tormented by Jiang Liufeng for an entire afternoon. Fortunately, the golden scale ship was sufficiently sturdy, otherwise, their antics might have shattered it to pieces. Beneath the maple tree, Jiang Liufeng unleashed a fierce onslaught, leaving the two men battered and bruised, their faces a testament to their ordeal. They could hardly conceive this as mere sparring. It felt as though he sought to take their very lives. Chapter 60. The Navy Headquarters in Turmoil. Driven by the instinct for survival, the two men tapped into their latent potential, yielding unexpectedly impressive results. Lao Sha, now far more adept than at the outset, had progressed significantly, managing to evade at least 2 out of every 10 strikes. Although he found himself in a state of disarray, Lao Sha was inherently proud. The frustration he felt only fueling his determination to persevere, and his desire to grow stronger intensified. Hours passed, and Carmen, already awake, had nearly completed dinner when Lao Sha's enraged roar echoed through the air. Enough! A resounding clang of metal reverberated. At last, Lao Sha had touched the threshold of mastering the armament hockey. Though it was fleeting, dissipating upon collision with Jiang Liufeng, the onlookers erupted in jubilant cheers. It was no small feat. Carmen, perceptively, emerged with a tray of beverages and 3 towels. You've all worked hard. Take a moment to wipe off and refresh yourselves. Dinner will be ready shortly, and congratulations, Lao Sha. As she handed him the drink, she playfully winked at him, offering her congratulations. Lao Sha's face flushed, slightly embarrassed by the attention. All right, everyone, let's tidy up. Dinner will be served soon. Jiang Liufeng wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, grasped a beverage, and downed it in one gulp. Savoring the taste, he licked his lips before taking a seat beside old Sha. He patted his shoulder and remarked, Old Sha, it is only when life is threatened that one can unleash greater potential and achieve formidable power. Surely, you do not hold a grudge against me for giving you a thorough beating? Old Sha nodded in agreement. With the awakening of his armament hockey, his strength had undoubtedly surged several-fold. In high spirits, he wore a beaming smile, the remnants of any resentment towards Jiang Liufeng having long since evaporated. Never. I am grateful for the captain's guidance. Jiang Liufeng nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, Excellent. If there are any grievances, do voice them, do not harbor them within. Let us resolve them together. Dong dong. Yes. As he felt someone tap his shoulder twice, Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow and turned back, inquiring, What is it? Do you need something? Hey, why did you hit me? I just wanted to ask why I ended up like this. The sight of Walter's face, swollen like a pig's head after an unfortunate encounter with a hornet's nest, evoked uncontrollable laughter from everyone present. Giggle, giggle, Walter, you are increasingly resembling a wild boar. You could practically be thrown into a pot, Carmen remarked, wiping away tears of laughter, struggling to contain her mirth. You brought this upon yourself. Huh, serves you right. Old Sha joyfully chimed in. This tale teaches us a valuable lesson. Do not be overly complacent. In this world, one must eventually pay their dues. Haha, pay your dues? If it weren't for the fact that I can't outmatch you, I would have kicked up a fuss right here. Walter lamented, his face a picture of despair. Haha, turns out you're not a pig, but rather a stubborn donkey. With that, the group erupted into another round of hearty laughter. After dinner, Carmen attended to Walter's wounds, while old Sha sought a quiet spot to tirelessly practice the techniques of armed hockey. Jiang Liufeng and the Earl took their seats beside Jinlin, engaging in earnest discussion. Jinlin, how long until we reach Dressrosa? Captain, with Waldo's assistance and without any stops, we shall arrive in just 2 days. Excellent. Rest assured, Earl, your desires are on the verge of fulfillment. Indeed, the Red Earl clenched his fists tightly, his blood surging with fervor, the tension and excitement within him unmistakable. Jinlin propelled the vessel forward with unwavering determination, making no stops at any islands. Very well. Whoosh at the command of Jiang Liufeng, the Golden Scales ship soared forth, racing towards Dressrosa at full speed. As they passed the enchanting Fishman Island, the young girl Carmen was utterly captivated by the breathtaking scenery. Pouting her lips and insisting that she must go ashore to take a closer look, Jiang Liufeng, feeling helpless, could only agree to her request, promising to bring her back to explore Fishman Island once this matter was settled. After much effort, he finally managed to pacify the young lady. As the ship, the Golden Scale, emerged from the depths of the sea, The fresh air of the new world rushed in, invigorating the senses and bringing a sense of exhilaration. They had finally arrived in the new world. Jiang Liufeng's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed upon this simultaneously familiar and foreign realm. The seas of the new world are characterized by their capricious climate, where one might encounter a myriad of weather patterns at any moment. This unpredictability is both the allure and the peril of the new world. Fortunately, with the assistance of the golden scales and the recording device, the optimal route for navigation is autonomously selected, alleviating a considerable amount of trouble. However, despite the fair weather, troubles are inevitable. Shortly after their arrival in the new world, a new wave of complications emerged. Captain, the golden scales has detected a warship approaching head-on. Considering the timing, Ace's situation is about to unfold. The Navy headquarters must be diligently preparing for this significant event. How could they possibly spare a warship to roam the new world? Reclining in a beach chair, Jiang Liufeng sat up at the news, joining the crew at the bow of the ship to discern which naval forces were still wandering the new world. Meanwhile, at Navy headquarters, chaos reigned. How could they have escaped us? You inept fools. This was supposed to be an all-out assault by the entire Navy. It was evident that Sengoku was furious, abandoning his usual composed demeanor to berate the gathered high-ranking officers with vehement reproaches. None of the three admirals or the numerous vice-admirals dared to speak, their faces betraying a profound sense of shame. This defeat was indeed humiliating, rendering them speechless. Ultimately, it was Vice Admiral Garp who took charge, delivering a thorough report on the situation's background. As Sengoku listened to Garp's account and observed the injuries sustained by Garp himself, he regained some composure. The revelation that Jiang Liufeng could stand his ground against the three admirals and even injure the fully armed Garp left him astounded. It felt as if he were deciphering a celestial script. Had it not been for Garp's own testimony, he would have found it utterly implausible that anyone could possess such formidable strength. Upon learning that Jiang Liufeng had brandished the Raijin as a threat, endangering countless civilians, Sengoku felt a sense of resignation wash over him. This encapsulated the Navy's plight. They were unafraid to die in battle, even facing death without fear. But when the safety of the populace was at stake, matters shifted dramatically. As the self-proclaimed embodiment of justice, their ties to the citizens inevitably constrained their actions. After all, they existed to protect the people. If they disregarded their well-being, what purpose would the military serve? Just as the officers grappled with the ramifications of Jiang Liufeng's actions, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the conference room. A naval colonel burst through the door, rushing to Sengoku's side. "Marshal, we have a grave situation. Compose yourself. Speak clearly," Sengoku reprimanded, observing the colonel's flustered demeanor. The colonel hesitated, mouth opening and closing several times before finally presenting a newspaper to Sengoku. "Please, take a look." Sengoku shot him an irritated glare before accepting the paper. A mere glance ignited his fury, and he erupted in rage. "Damn that Morgans!" Infuriating beyond measure. With a forceful slap, he shattered the conference table, sending shockwaves through the room and startling everyone present. Never had they witnessed Sengoku in such a furious state. The atmosphere turned tense as the officers exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to respond, standing frozen in fear. Only Garp, displaying the greatest courage, stepped forward to inspect the newspaper. Upon reading its contents, he comprehended Sengoku's outrage. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he, too, became enraged, striking the wall with such force that it nearly collapsed the iconic building. Panic ensued as the officers rushed to restrain Garp, fearing further destruction. Even Sengoku, momentarily forgetting his own anger, hurried to intervene. He knew Garp's loyalty to the Navy was unwavering, and such incendiary reports could lead to unpredictable consequences. How absurd. I am the one who should be angry, yet I must console you. As the gathered officers finally discerned the newspaper's contents, their expressions darkened. The entire world now knew of the Navy's most humiliating defeat. The front-page article detailed the events at Sabeti Archipelago, asserting that a formidable pirate was poised to emerge, having slaughtered celestial dragons, absconded with billions of berries, and single-handedly faced the Navy's greatest forces without defeat. The report concluded with an image of Jiang Liufeng wielding Raijin, standing defiantly amidst the chaos, and hinted at matters regarding Impel Down and Judicial Island. While the article did not disclose the Navy's losses or the extent of their deployment, the audacity of Jiang Liufeng to kill a celestial dragon, coupled with his ruthless tactics and unparalleled strength, was bound to incite a global uproar. Damn it, this is utter nonsense. That accursed bird dares to publish such outrageous claims. Akainu seethed, his teeth clenched. The Navy could no longer conceal their predicament. Akiji maintained his composure, yet his brow furrowed with unspoken gravity. Fortunately, they have ventured into the new world. Those monsters will not overlook this. They will undoubtedly take action to eliminate such formidable opponents before they can pose a threat. For now, we may observe from afar. Yellow Monkey. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting we lack the strength to subdue them? Akainu roared, pointing an accusatory finger at Akiji. Akiji, ever calm, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I did not imply that. The Navy headquarters must focus on the impending crisis. You should know that we cannot afford to divert too many resources to deal with these audacious individuals. Oomph. Akainu naturally understood his meaning, snorted, and turned away, choosing silence. The atmosphere in the conference room sunk to a disheartening low, with everyone hanging their heads in despondency, lacking any motivation. As if only a few crates of beer could revive their spirits. The Navy had indeed brought disgrace upon themselves on a global scale. Sengoku kept his eyes tightly shut, his eyelids twitching incessantly, struggling to suppress the anger swelling within him. After clearing his throat a couple of times to soften his tone, he addressed the room. Well, everyone has done their utmost. We act to protect the safety of the citizens, and it is a course we have taken out of necessity. There is no need for excessive self-reproach or despair. We have hard battles ahead. As leaders, you must maintain your composure. Failure is not a calamity. Everyone experiences setbacks. If you allow negative emotions to permeate the military, it would indeed be a grave sin. Do you understand? Yes. The attendees, seasoned individuals who had weathered many storms, understood implicitly how to proceed. However, the shadow cast by Jiang Liufeng from the recent battle loomed large. Mere platitudes would not suffice to lift their spirits. Ultimately, Sengoku ordered the room to be tidied and new tables and chairs to be set up, before continuing to devise several targeted strategies regarding Jiang Liufeng and his crew. They then moved on to formulate plans for the imminent significant event, concluding with a brief report and discussion on the matter of world conscription. After nearly a day of deliberation, they successfully addressed 3 critical issues. Among these, a new bounty was placed on the members of the Dawn crew, led by Captain Jiang Liufeng, whose bounty soared from 500 million to an astonishing 1 billion. Following Morgan's interference, Jiang Liufeng's prowess could no longer remain hidden, and with their journey towards the latter half of the Grand Line, an increase was warranted. The bounty for Dawn crew member Vardo was raised from 500 million to 750 million. Crocodile's bounty escalated from 80 million to 200 million, while the new member Carmen was assigned a bounty of 1 million. Sengoku also decided to keep the red count under wraps for the time being. Given the gravity of the situation, revealing him would only complicate matters further. With a major event looming, offering the pirates excessive encouragement could lead to unforeseen challenges. The meeting adjourned, leaving the exhausted high-ranking Navy officers to disperse, their spirits battered. The once majestic image of the Navy was destined to become fodder for jokes in countless conversations. Chapter 62. Zifa New World, Cake Island. A massive figure, adorned in ample flesh, occupied the head of the dining table. It was Big Mom. She engrossed herself in the freshly printed newspaper, exclaiming to her gathered children, "Remarkable! A new monster is set to emerge in the new world. TSK, TSK. While it piques my interest, nothing compares to the delight of a delicious cake. Ha ha ha. Fear not, Mother, he is merely a jester. We shall seize the opportunity to deal with him." One of her children chimed in. "Indeed, there's no need for you to intervene, Mother. My siblings and I can handle it." Another added, "Ha ha, enough chatter, let us feast." Wano country, within an ostentatiously Eastern style building, a group of muscular men gathered. The beast Kaido leading the charge. "This fellow seems intriguing. I feel a desire for a one-on-one duel," he declared. "Does the boss truly require your intervention?" "I, Jack, can easily handle him," Jack responded. "Be cautious, Jack. How prepared are we for the upcoming venture to Dressrosa?" "Rest assured, boss, everything is in order. We shall depart shortly. I hope to encounter that fellow and teach him that Impel Down is a fine place, and wandering about heedlessly could be fatal." Ha ha ha. Aboard the Moby Dick, Marco approached Whitebeard, cradling a newspaper in his hands. "Father, look. A new dragon has emerged in the new world." Whitebeard cast a brief glance, his attention elsewhere, burdened with heavy thoughts since his discussion with Shanks. "Marco, hurry and handle the Dressrosa matter to avoid complications." "Understood, Father." in Dressrosa. Within the royal palace Doflamingo, draped in a pink feathered cloak and sporting flamboyant Hawaiian sunglasses, smiled as he perused the newspaper. Fascinating. The new world continues to present new talents. It is utterly captivating, provided it does not disrupt my business. Is that so, boss? I heard this fellow nearly wrecked your slave trading establishment on Sabaody Archipelago. Haha. It's merely a trivial shop. Let it be destroyed. This expense will eventually be recouped from him. At this moment, the exuberant Doflamingo remained blissfully unaware that the very individual he spoke of was already en route to confront him. Report. Teacher. A pirate ship has been spotted ahead, seemingly just arrived from the other side of the red line. Upon hearing this, a purple-haired elder, over 70 years old, stood up, exuding an air of heroism. His square face bore the wrinkles of age, yet this did not diminish the intimidating aura that radiated from him. His mechanical arm, replaced by a crushing machine, belonged to none other than Zifa. The one reporting was his proud student, Ein. Hearing Ein's words, Zifa grinned. They have finally arrived. This ship was the pirate hunting squad organized by Zifa after adopting the crushing machine, specifically tasked with hunting pirates across the seas. Upon receiving news that Jiang Liufeng and his crew were about to cross the red line into the New World, he promptly led his subordinates to this maritime region. Truly, the heavens did not forsake the diligent. Having calculated a safe route to avoid the sea anomalies, he stationed his crew on this essential path, where they indeed encountered their quarry. Full speed ahead. Attack. Capture these damned escapees and return them to Impel down. Zifa bellowed. Kill. Kill. As Jiang Liufeng remained somewhat oblivious to the unfolding situation, a sudden cacophony of battle cries pierced the air, prompting him to furrow his brow. The intensity of the sounds indicated that the naval forces aboard the ship possessed formidable combat capabilities. Who could they be? Regardless, as a confrontation loomed, he felt no inclination to utilize his observation hockey just yet. All would soon be revealed in due course. Before long, the two vessels had entered their respective firing ranges. Zephyr, without hesitation, commanded his crew to open fire. The relentless cannon fire erupted violently around the Golden Scale, while Vardo and his comrades fought fiercely to withstand the onslaught. Boss, the Navy has launched an attack. What should we do? Counterattack. Understood, boss. Vardo made his way to the ship's bow, seizing control of the main cannon, his face alight with excitement. Although he was the ship's gunner, this was his first true experience in artillery warfare. After a brief period of fumbling, he finally found his rhythm. Just watch, boss. I'll blast them to smithereens. He calibrated the angle, loaded the shell, and fired in one fluid motion. With a thunderous boom, the first cannonball, enhanced to 20 times its usual speed by Vardo, was launched from the Golden Scale. The observer on Zephyr's side, through his telescope, witnessed this terrifying rate of fire and nearly lost his balance atop the mast. Trouble! Trouble! The enemy's cannon fire is peculiar. It's too fast. As his warning echoed, a cannonball struck their vessel, sending the Navy crew reeling in shock and confusion. What is happening? Zephyr stood up, furrowing his brow as he gazed towards Jiang Liufeng and the others. Report. The enemy's cannon fire is exceedingly strange. The speed is unbelievable. Zephyr examined the damage left by the cannonball on his ship, feeling a sense of trepidation. Do not underestimate them. We are on the cusp of battle. All hands on deck, remain vigilant. This is the capability of Vardo's Moku Moku no Mi. Yes, the sound of cannon fire continued to resonate. Oh, so it's Zephyr. No wonder, Jiang Liufeng mused to himself. With that, both sides engaged in a long-range artillery duel. However, for masters of combat, such cannonades proved largely ineffective, as both sides adeptly evaded the onslaught. Even against the accelerated cannonballs, Zephyr's crew felt relatively untroubled, considering that the Golden Scale possessed only one cannon, affording ample time for the opposing side to prepare for each shot. Vardo, give him a powerful shot. Jiang Liufeng flashed his signature mischievous smile. Vardo, intuitively grasping the command, responded, "You got it, boss." In the subsequent cannon fire, he infused it with armament hockey. Bang! The cannonball, now enhanced with both the 20-fold acceleration and armament hockey, hurtled towards Zephyr. Noticing the approaching projectile, Zephyr sensed something amiss and quickly instructed the nearby Navy personnel to take cover, stepping forth himself to confront the threat. Indeed, a smirk graced his lips. "Little brat, you think you can outsmart me? You're still too young." With a mighty fist, he struck the air, sending the armament hockey-infused cannonball hurtling away. Observing this, Jiang Liufeng nodded in approval. Zephyr indeed had some merit. The two sides continued their fierce exchange as the two warships gradually drew closer. With a grand gesture, Jiang Liufeng addressed the Count, Vardo, stating, "Let us board their vessel and engage them, rather than waiting for them to approach us. Lao Sha, keep watch and ensure the safety of Sister Carmen." Understood. Chapter 63. An unexpected elder. As the impending battle drew near, these companions proved to be remarkably dependable, executing the captain's orders with unwavering resolve. Before departing, Jiang Liufeng approached Carmen, gently caressing her hair as he reassured her, "Do not be afraid. Be courageous. Should the heavens fall, we shall support you. Do you understand?" "Yes. I will await your return." Carmen, her sensitive heart soothed, regained her composure. She firmly nodded, clutching her sword with newfound determination in her gaze. Jiang Liufeng turned around with a smile, his expression suddenly becoming serious. "Let's set off." Whoosh! As Jiang Liufeng seized one, in the blink of an eye, he and the Red Count found themselves aboard Zephyr's warship. With a crackle of thunder, they stood at the bow of the vessel. The sea breeze gently caressed them, causing the purple lightning cloaks they wore to flutter gracefully, producing a sound that echoed with mystery and elegance. This sudden occurrence startled the naval personnel. However, among those who accompanied Zephyr to the New World to hunt pirates, few were mere triflers. After a brief moment of astonishment, they swiftly regained their composure, drawing swords and glaring fiercely at the trio. They were far more formidable than the group of inept drunks from the Sabaody archipelago. Zephyr, unfazed by their grand entrance, mockingly remarked, "So, have you come to the realization that surrendering to me is indeed your best option?" Jiang Liufeng let out a disdainful laugh. "I see you are resolute in your intention to capture me. Are you not afraid that the haunting past may repeat itself?" Zephyr's gaze turned icy. "What do you mean by that?" "It means nothing of consequence, merely a reminder that you would do well not to provoke me, lest you bear the consequences." Arrogance. A mere pirate dares to speak so boldly before Teacher Zephyr. "Encountering us will spell your doom. You, in your youth, are oblivious to the vastness of the world." The surrounding Navy personnel, upon hearing Jiang Liufeng's words, could no longer contain their indignation and erupted in furious exclamations. How outrageous! Jiang Liufeng's greatest annoyance stemmed from the incessant prattling of these ignorant younglings, their ceaseless chatter igniting a fiery ire within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched into action, executing a devastating area of effect attack. His arm crackled with elemental energy as he unleashed a thunderous punch, transforming it into a 5-meter-wide lightning bolt that swept towards the throng of minions. The proximity to Jiang Liufeng's technique instilled a breathtaking sense of awe. The power of lightning truly resonated with a profound impact. The naval crew, seasoned in the New World, had only heard rumors of the newly emerged Dawn Crew's formidable abilities. But witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. Faced with the ferocity of lightning, an instinctual fear gripped them, compounded by the suddenness of the onslaught, leaving them momentarily paralyzed. Observing his subordinates frozen in confusion, Zephyr's anxiety surged, and he bellowed for them to take cover. He dashed forward just in time, positioning himself before the group, wielding a crushing device forged from sea prism stone to absorb the violent strike. However, as Jiang Liufeng had initiated the attack, Zephyr found himself at a disadvantage, forced into a defensive stance. Though he successfully intercepted the blow, granting his men a fleeting opportunity to evade, he was still propelled backward, crashing against the cabin door and tumbling inside. Teacher Zephyr, Captain. The Navy personnel, regaining their senses, felt a wave of shame wash over them. Had they not been so stunned, Zephyr would not have had to bear the brunt of the assault for their sake. They cast furious glances at Jiang Liufeng, their thoughts seething with a desire for retribution, wishing to flay him alive. With the battle ignited, Jiang Liufeng swiftly relayed instructions to his comrades. "Zephyr is mine. That female Navy officer named Ain belongs to the Count. Do not rush to defeat her. Her abilities will intrigue you. As for the remaining Valdo, hold him back." Red Count, intrigued by Jiang Liufeng's cryptic words, pondered their meaning but chose not to inquire further, merely nodding in agreement. With their strategy established, they split up to execute their plan. As Jiang Liufeng's silhouette flickered, he charged directly into the cabin in pursuit of ZFA. The naval officers, witnessing this, hurried forward to obstruct him, only to be thwarted by Vardo, who brandished dual pistols, effectively halting their advance. "You are my adversaries." With years of experience in stone throwing, Vardo's marksmanship proved equally impeccable, leaving the naval crew unable to withstand his onslaught, resulting in a chaotic retreat as they scrambled for safety. Observing this, Ain, anxious to intervene, was abruptly halted by the enigmatic Red Count, cloaked entirely in a robe of purple lightning. "Who are you?" Ayn inquired, her brow furrowing as she unleashed a swift kick. The Red Count effortlessly evaded her attack, offering no response, and instead raised his hand to engage Ayn in a fierce exchange of martial prowess. Jiang Liufeng's arrangements usually hold significance, but at this moment, he is particularly intrigued by the special abilities of the girl before him. As Ayn attacks, she questions her opponent, only to be met with silence, which infuriates her. Observing the precarious situation of her subordinates, who are being thoroughly dominated by Valdo, she feels a sense of urgency. She must quickly deal with this troublesome adversary. As the Red Count unleashes a fierce punch, Ayn's pupils constrict. What a splendid opportunity. She swiftly grasps the forceful blow of the Red Count and shouts, "Retreat." In an instant, her powers manifest, and the Red Count is transformed, appearing 12 years younger. This sudden change leaves him momentarily bewildered. Astonished, he feels the subtle shifts in his body and is filled with joy. He has indeed become younger. The invigorating sensation is exhilarating. Though he is still considered an elder at 70, the experience of regaining youth, even for a brief moment, is incomparable. It is akin to a taste of a diluted version of the vampire fruit. In that fleeting moment, his yearning to reclaim his former glory intensifies. Is this the captain's intent? Ah, how delightful this gift is. However, Ivy displays a look of confusion. Why does it seem like this person hasn't changed? Even more puzzling is the apparent joy radiating from him. As a product of Zephyr's teachings, she recognizes the sharpness of elite minds. Within a heartbeat, she discerns the anomaly. Instinctively, she realizes that her powers have no effect and might even benefit her opponent. Without hesitation, she promptly nullifies the Red Count's rejuvenation ability. The Red Count, still reveling in the sensation of youth, suddenly finds his ability revoked and returns to his former state, which leaves him feeling a twinge of disappointment. However, this feeling is fleeting. Years of experience have cultivated in him a calm and unflappable demeanor. Though the contrast between joy and loss stirs within him, he quickly regains his composure. "Thank you, young lady, for allowing me to experience youth once more." Hearing his words, Ayn finally realizes, no wonder it had no effect. Turns out he's an old man. Chapter 64. Equal strength. Ayn's expression darkens as she feels her abilities are utterly ineffective. Wait, did he say in advance? A sudden realization dawns on her, but she hardly has time to ponder, as the Red Count has already drawn his sword. With swift, terrifying slashes, he assails her, prompting her to cast aside distractions and focus entirely on the impending threat. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng slips into the cabin and directly confronts the newly risen Zephyr. Although his previous strike sent Zephyr flying, it caused little actual harm. The fact that the pulverizer is made of sea prism stone somewhat suppresses Jiang Liufeng's lightning abilities. Zephyr's formidable armed hockey alone is sufficient to withstand Jiang Liufeng's powers. In his prime, Zephyr was renowned for possessing the strongest armed hockey, a reputation earned through genuine prowess rather than mere boast. Coupled with decades of battle experience, Zephyr's combat skills are both seasoned and profound. As Jiang Liufeng advances with ferocity, Zephyr does not retreat but presses forward, meeting him with a powerful punch. Boom! The clash of their fists creates a deafening sound. In this exchange, Zephyr only steps back a few paces, regaining his footing, and finally manages to turn the tide of the battle. Jiang Liufeng brushed his violet hair away from his forehead and couldn't help but regard his opponent with newfound admiration. This legendary black-arm Zifa was indeed extraordinary. While others might perceive Zifa's unwillingness to concede as mere stubbornness, Jiang Liufeng, possessing the wisdom of 3 generations of Reikage, discerned the deeper strategy. Zifa's decision to neither evade nor retreat but to counterattack was, in fact, a masterstroke. In the realm of combat, numerous philosophies exist, such as the principle that the first strike holds the advantage, emphasizing the significance of initiative. The party that seizes the initiative commands the battlefield, pressing forward with relentless vigor, forcing the adversary into a defensive position, and revealing vulnerabilities that can ultimately lead to their defeat. However, Zifa's seemingly reckless advance had the effect of disrupting Jiang Liufeng's rhythm, intercepting his previously unassailable momentum. Consequently, the advantage that Jiang Liufeng had initially held was nullified, returning both combatants to an equal starting point. "Little brat, you truly are formidable. Now, I can engage with you in earnest." Spare me the pleasantries. Let us see what you've got." Jiang Liufeng made a provocative gesture with a flick of his finger. Zfa's expression darkened. He raised the machine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire towards Jiang Liufeng. The bullets whistled through the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar. As they rained down upon Jiang Liufeng, Jiang Liufeng's complexion subtly shifted. The bullets from the sea tower were relentless. His smile remained, yet he dared not to be complacent. He unleashed his full speed, showcasing a dazzling agility that allowed him to evade the barrage entirely. If you believe such tactics can harm me, then I have truly underestimated you. Jiang Liufeng chuckled lightly. Zifa gazed at the wall behind Jiang Liufeng, now riddled with holes, and was momentarily taken aback. Not a single shot had struck him. This young man's speed is indeed formidable. However, like the Crimson Count, decades of battling through storms had rendered Zifa somewhat unfazed by astonishing feats. Without further ado, he activated the full capabilities of the Navy's sixth form. Life and death were trivial. If one refused to yield, then they must fight. With long-range attacks proving ineffective, they resorted to close-quarters combat. The two engaged in an exhilarating and intense brawl, each blow landing with resounding impact. The battle escalated to a fever pitch. Although Jiang Liufeng appeared youthful, his opponent was unaware that he had inherited a lifetime of combat experience from 3 generations of Reikage. His techniques and angles of attack were nothing short of elite. What seemed like brute force concealed the peril of various cunning, lethal strikes that could easily plunge an unprepared adversary into despair. As they fought with increasing fervor, their astonishment grew, particularly for Zifa. He could not fathom how a youth barely in his 20s could possess such mastery in martial arts. Not only could Jiang Liufeng see through Zifa's devious tactics, but some of his own attacks were also unexpectedly countered. Several times, he found himself nearly ensnared by his opponent's skill. Their clash was tumultuous, a true match of equals, transitioning from the ship's cabin to the deck, yet still leaving them wanting for more. Ultimately, their battle soared into the heavens, as if the boundless sky itself was the rightful stage for their martial prowess. The duel of masters was nothing short of breathtaking. The onlookers aboard the ship were left in awe, their actions frozen as they were captivated by the spectacle. How is this possible? That young man is incredibly strong. His power rivals that of my teacher. What manner of creature is he? It was akin to a celestial battle. The allure of combat was fully manifested, and the crew had ceased their labors to become mere spectators. Another spinning kick struck Zifa's machine with a resounding metallic clang. The two momentarily separated, only to engage once more, the back and forth seeming endless. A stalemate ensued. Yet time was unrelenting. Even Zifa, a man of iron who had never faltered in his training, could not escape its grasp. After a prolonged exchange of blows, fatigue began to show, albeit barely perceptible. However, in a duel of such caliber, even the slightest hint of weariness could prove fatal. Evidently, Jiang Liufeng had sensed the shift. After a powerful exchange, he remarked with a light laugh, "Ah, Zifa Admiral, are you feeling fatigued?" Zifa gritted his teeth and bellowed, "Nonsense. I could fight for 3 days and nights without respite." His claim was not entirely boastful. Against an average opponent, enduring such a marathon would be akin to a mere meal. Yet, he was matched against Jiang Liufeng, whose strength and speed imposed an extraordinary burden upon Zifa. His stamina was beginning to wane. Stubborn, Jiang Liufeng retorted softly, deciding not to prolong the confrontation. To him, victory had already been decided. For Zifa, whose fatigue was evident, continuing would only lead to a slow demise, devoid of purpose. In a fluid motion, Jiang Liufeng launched a left hook while delivering a sweeping kick with his right, his coordination almost exaggerated. Zifa raised his hand to protect his jaw and lifted his knee to block the sweeping assault. But the vacant machine seized the opportunity to execute a devastating close-range strike aimed at Jiang Liufeng. This particular move, known as the Crusher, was a fearsome technique Jiang Liufeng had witnessed before in the film adaptation, renowned as Zifa's most lethal maneuver. It ensnared the target before utilizing its concealed explosives to obliterate them utterly. Such cruelty could not be overstated. As the moment Zephyr made his move, Jiang Liufeng had already transformed his strategy, twisting his body at an astonishing angle. He retracted his sweeping right foot and instead launched a powerful upward kick with his left foot, aimed directly at Zephyr's vulnerable area. Such ferocity! Zephyr was taken aback. Yet his reaction was swift. He had no choice but to abandon his short-range attack, pressing down the crushing mechanism to shield himself against the opening left by the knee guard. With a sly grin, Jiang Liufeng thought to himself, "I've got him." Who would have imagined that this cunning feint was merely a ruse? The true lethal strike had long since coalesced in his oft-overlooked right hand, the most formidable spear, for fingers piercing through. In the blink of an eye, his right arm, ensnared by the fury of lightning and overwhelming force, surged toward Zifa's wide-open center, unstoppable. Zifa's pupils constricted, and as he sought to save himself, it was too late. The attack had come with such ferocity that his body could not keep pace with the speed of his reactions, rendering him powerless to avert his doom. Bang! With a resounding thud, the strike collided forcefully with Zifa's iron-like chest. Though his overwhelming aura had mitigated the blow, preventing a piercing wound, Jiang Liufeng's strength was truly terrifying, sending Zifa's internal organs into disarray, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood, evidently suffering significant internal injuries. As Zifa was sent flying, the resolve of the Navy aboard the ship crumbled alongside his figure. Gasp, "Oh my God! He has defeated Teacher Zifa. How could this be possible? This is inconceivable. It's over. We are faced with such a monster." The onlookers gazed at Jiang Liufeng with horror, their bodies trembling involuntarily. At that moment, Jiang Liufeng loomed above them in the sky, looking down as if he were a sovereign of the world, extinguishing any lingering thoughts of resistance in their hearts, rendering them as insignificant as ants. The shattering of faith is a most terrifying event. To kill is one thing, but to destroy the spirit is far more dreadful, often more so than the defeat of the flesh. Seeing their morale evaporate, Zifa was alarmed. In warfare, momentum is crucial. Once it is lost, defeat looms ominously. Ayn, with tears in her eyes, stumbled to Zifa's side, helping him up with a heavy heart. As she caught sight of the slowly advancing Jiang Liufeng, fear coursed through her, causing her to tremble. Yet, she was a resilient young lady. Despite the terror Jiang Liufeng instilled within her, her captivating eyes retained a glimmer of defiance. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I will strike." Zifa sprang to his feet, shielding Ayn behind him, and shouted, "Jiang Liufeng, don't be arrogant. I have yet to be defeated." Jiang Liufeng shook his head, remarking on the stubbornness of the old man. His gaze then shifted to Ayn, who stood behind him. One could not deny that Ayn was indeed a stunning beauty, possessing the same violet hair as his own, with tear-filled eyes that exuded a captivating charm. Her skin was flawless and radiant, evoking an irresistible desire to draw closer. "Ah, Captain, save me." Just as Jiang Liufeng was admiring Ayn in detail, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From a distance, Carmen's panicked cries for help suddenly echoed through the air. Jiang Liufeng swiftly turned his gaze, only to discover that, unbeknownst to him, dozens of naval officers had appeared aboard the Golden Scales, encircling both Old Shah and Carmen. Carmen, utterly defenseless and relying solely on the power of the Xiang sword, was struggling desperately, on the verge of being captured. Old Shah found himself ensnared by a throng of naval personnel, led by none other than Zephyr's other esteemed disciple, Binzi. Jiang Liufeng suddenly realized why he had not seen the other person. It turned out they had stealthily boarded the Golden Scale. A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes, and in that moment of distraction, Carmen was already captured. Upon witnessing Carmen's apprehension, Lao Shah's mind became unsettled, and he was relentlessly attacked by Binzi several times. A sea-stone handcuff was swiftly clamped around his neck, leading to his own capture. Such carelessness. Jiang Liufeng's expression was ominously dark, unable to fathom that the Navy had retained such a tactic. Having fallen victim to a successful surprise attack, he, as the captain, must bear the brunt of the responsibility. Both the Red Count and Valdo were equally astonished, immediately turning to Li Yinlin, inquiring, "Boss, how do we handle this?" Jiang Liufeng remained silent, his fierce gaze fixed intently on Binzi, akin to the Grim Reaper observing a soul on the verge of death. The chilling aura emanating from Jiang Liufeng enveloped the surroundings, plunging those nearby into an icy dread, causing involuntary shivers to course through their bodies. "Jiang Liufeng, I have captured your subordinate. Surrender willingly, or do not blame me for my ruthless actions." Binzi shouted towards the warship, gripping Carmen's neck tightly. "You are courting death." As the tempestuous thunder enveloped Jiang Liufeng, he became elemental, swiftly advancing towards Binzi. Just as he unleashed a punch, intending to deliver a chilling blow to Binzi, the latter unexpectedly seized Carmen and positioned her in the path of Jiang's assault, mockingly declaring, "Jiang Liufeng, I am aware of your formidable strength. Yet I am confident that before you make your move, I can use this woman as a shield. Feel free to test my claim." "Humph, you despicable scoundrel. To think you would resort to using a woman as a human shield? Any means to capture you are entirely justified." Jiang Liufeng gazed at Carmen, who was so close yet seemed distant, his eyes filled with a twinge of sorrow. He hesitated momentarily. Carmen, grasped by the nape of her neck and in evident distress, discerned the affection in Jiang Liufeng's gaze and felt a flicker of joy within her heart. With great difficulty, she managed to force a smile and said, "Captain, there is no need for you to be troubled. I trust you. Act now. Do not allow this shameless person to act with impunity." "Carmen, it is my failure to protect you," Jiang Liufeng replied. Carmen shook her head and said, "It is my own weakness. Eliminate him, and then please teach me well in the future, all right?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng's expression turned resolute, and he no longer hesitated. He nodded firmly and prepared to strike. Binz, witnessing Jiang Liufeng ready to make his move, was filled with disbelief. In a flurry, he pressed his spear against Carmen's heart and exclaimed, "Jiang Liufeng, do you truly dare to act? Are you not afraid of mutual destruction? Humph. The fish may perish, but the net shall remain intact. The moment you laid hands on my companion, you were already a dead man." Jiang Liufeng abruptly vanished from his original position, only to reappear with his gun pressed firmly against Binzi's heart. The suddenness and swiftness of this action were astonishing. Binzi, once brimming with confidence, could hardly fathom that Jiang Liufeng's speed was so terrifying. It was laughable how he resembled a frog at the bottom of a well, utterly oblivious to the vastness of the world above. Just as he was lost in his thoughts, a piercing pain surged through his chest. He could not contain his anguished scream, and when he glanced at his left hand, which Jiang Liufeng had seized, it was hardly recognizable. It seemed almost crushed. Jiang Liufeng's expression was icy. As he exerted force once more, the sound of bones shattering echoed ominously. In agony, Binzi gasped, rolling his eyes, and finally relinquished his grip on Carmen's right hand, utterly exhausted. Chapter 66. A sight unbearable to witness. Upon witnessing this, Zifa, who was hastening over, was struck with alarm. Quickening his pace in a desperate attempt to rescue the nearly lifeless Binzi from Jiang Liufeng's clutches. Alas, it was a futile endeavor. The moment Binzi released Carmen, Jiang Liufeng was enveloped in surging electrical energy, unleashing a lightning strike from his grasp, channeling an astonishing voltage of 200 million volts. With merciless intent, he dealt a devastating blow to Binzi. Poor Binzi could not even utter a pained cry, instantly rendered charred and lifeless. The extreme voltage generated intense heat, causing Binzi's body to gradually disintegrate until he evaporated entirely in Jiang Liufeng's hand, leaving not a trace behind. This harrowing spectacle was witnessed in its entirety by the hastily arriving Zifa, who felt as if struck by lightning, overcome with despair and momentarily frozen in place. Though it seemed lengthy in recounting, the events transpired in the blink of an eye. It was so swift that Carmen had barely turned her head before it was all over. In the instant Carmen turned to embrace Jiang Liufeng, she could no longer contain her sorrow, weeping profusely, her heart shattered. Just moments ago, she had brushed perilously close to death, feeling Binzi's weapon poised at her back. Knowing that a mere push would sever her from Jiang Liufeng forever, Jiang Liufeng tenderly caressed her hair, softly murmuring that everything was all right, that all was over. Carmen nodded emphatically, finding solace in Jiang Liufeng's warm embrace, which significantly calmed her frightened heart. Jiang Liufeng exhaled softly, acknowledging the pressure he felt when he sensed the imposing presence of Binzi's spear poised at Carmen's vulnerable heart. At that moment, the Red Count and Valdo returned to the ship in succession. Jiang Liufeng issued a decisive command: leave no survivors among these oblivious naval officers. Understood. A glint of cold light flashed in the Red Count's eyes as he unsheathed his thunderstorm, while Valdo raised his twin pistols, unleashing a merciless barrage. The last remaining naval officers, oblivious to their fate, were unceremoniously cast overboard by the tempestuous force of old Shah. Zifa, taken aback for merely a moment, could hardly anticipate the tragic reenactment of history before him. In utter despair, he roared and charged at Jiang Liufeng with fervent rage. Jiang Liufeng let out a cold snort and addressed Zephyr. "Do you still wish to make a move?" Upon noticing Jiang Liufeng's gaze shift toward the distant warship, Zephyr felt a shiver run through him. "What more do you intend to do, Jiang Liufeng?" he shouted hoarsely, seemingly desperate to vent the anguish and indignation festering within him. Meanwhile, the naval officers aboard the warship, having witnessed the unfolding events, were utterly terrified, their spirits shattered. A single glance from Jiang Liufeng sent them into a state of sheer panic. In an instant, some fainted on the spot, while others, overwhelmed by fear, were rendered incapacitated, leading to utter chaos aboard the vessel. 60 million volts. Thunder Dragon. With a mighty cry, Jiang Liufeng summoned forth a surge of thunderous energy, unleashing a colossal thunder dragon from his chest, hurtling towards the naval vessel. The air resonated with a cacophony of thunder and crackling electricity. Help! Save us! The thunder dragon collided with the ship, reducing it to mere splinters, as merciless lightning ravaged the hapless sailors. In that chaotic moment, cries of despair, splashes of the fallen, and the sound of explosions intermingled in a dissonant symphony. Zephyr's eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his face. He harbored a deep loathing for pirates, yet cherished his comrades even more. Gritting his teeth, he shouted at Jiang Liufeng, "One day, I, Black Arm Zephyr, shall personally bring you to justice." With that, he turned resolutely towards the ship, rescuing each sailor who had fallen into the water. "Enough. This matter is settled. Jinlin, let us depart post-haste." "Understood." With Jinlin's melodious voice echoing, the Jinlin ship surged forward at full speed, swiftly vanishing from sight. As the silhouettes of Zephyr and his crew faded from view, Jiang Liufeng exhaled a heavy breath. At last, it is done. This battle was fraught with peril. We nearly faced casualties aboard. Jiang Liufeng sat at the bow of the boat, gazing into the azure sea, his brow furrowed. The disparity among their group was striking. The strong were extraordinarily formidable, while the weak exhibited an excessive frailty. Such a situation, if prolonged, could spell disaster, especially considering the formidable adversaries they were destined to confront. If the Navy dared to leverage Cayman against him, what might the pirates resort to? Perhaps even more egregious actions would ensue. His gaze swept across the deck until it settled on Old Shah, whose combat prowess warranted mention. It was evident today that in the New World, he had yet to master the nuances of hockey. Suddenly, Old Shah felt an unsettling sensation of being scrutinized, causing him to shiver as he indulged in his cigar. Upon meeting Jiang Liufeng's seemingly familiar gaze, a pang of realization struck him. Goodness, the reckoning was upon him. Count, if you have a moment, please offer me some guidance," Old Shah implored, fully aware of his own limitations and hastily seeking counsel from the Red Count. The Red Count observed Old Shah, then glanced at Jiang Liufeng, perplexed by the unfolding circumstances, yet he nodded in agreement. Vardo, reveling in the spectacle, was about to break into a wide grin when a thought struck him. Abruptly, he shut his mouth and busily began cleaning the remnants of the recent battle left aboard the ship. Jiang Liufeng shook his head with a faint smile, rising to return to his room for a brief respite. Zephyr, gravely injured, had managed to rescue hundreds of naval personnel, sacrificing nearly half of his life in the process. Overcome with grief and indignation, he had not anticipated that today's hunt would end in disaster. With Benzi also caught in the fray, a true case of losing both the lady and the troops. Quickly, lend a hand to return to naval headquarters. We must tend to our wounded warriors. Yes. Thus, a group of individuals struggled to float on a battered wooden plank, immobilized and lying on top, while the more capable ones paddled around. For pirates, traversing the red line was exceedingly challenging. However, the Navy had a distinct advantage, capable of swiftly returning to headquarters via the Justice Gate from the New World. Fortunately, this maritime region was not far from the Justice Gate. By afternoon, Zephyr and his entourage arrived before the Justice Gate of the New World, urgently requesting entry. What? Zephyr severely injured in the New World? The warship destroyed? Returning on a wooden plank? Open the gates at once. Sengoku bellowed into the den mushi. Recently, he had lost count of how many times he had reacted so impulsively to news regarding the Dawn Brigade. Each report was a harbinger of calamity, never trivial. The sentinels at the gate reported Zephyr's grievous injuries, seeking passage back to headquarters for treatment, and the sight of his disheveled group was truly heart-wrenching. Chapter 67. Arrival Address. Rosa sighing deeply, Sengoku sat at his desk, his head bowed in despair, when the sound of hurried footsteps approached from outside. With a sudden crash, Zephyr, accompanied by Ein, burst through the door. "Marshal, I have urgent news to report." Noticing Zephyr's battered condition, Sengoku set aside all formalities. "Speak quickly. What has transpired?" "It is as follows. We received intelligence that the Dawn Brigade was making their way across the Red Line to the New World. We led our men to intercept them, but encountered them too late. The warship was destroyed, and even Benzi." At this point, he lowered his head, his fists clenched so tightly that they drew blood. "I am aware of all this." "And then what?" Ein, eager to share crucial intelligence gleaned from the battle, stepped forward as Zephyr made way. Marshal, Ein began. Pursing her lips, the Dawn Brigade possesses an elder who, after being struck by my retrogression fruit ability and regressing 12 years in age, expressed gratitude for the opportunity to experience youth once more. Based on this inference and the intelligence we have, it is highly probable that their destination is Dressrosa, with the objective being the mythical Zoan vampire fruit. What? Sengoku gasped in astonishment. For Zephyr and Ein, the implications of this revelation were lost on them. They merely believed Ein had uncovered the Dawn Brigade's route. However, Sengoku understood all too well the significance of the elder she mentioned, Count Red. He could envision the ramifications should the Count regain the powers of the vampire fruit. An aged man was already a formidable adversary, should he return to his prime. The consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, preparations had already been made at Dressrosa. This was merely an unforeseen variable. I understand, Sengoku said, pinching the bridge of his nose. You both must tend to your injuries. I shall handle the remaining matters. Yes. Zephyr and Ein departed, leaving Sengoku to gaze upward, his eyes devoid of vitality. Sighing deeply as he contemplated the increasingly uncontrollable nature of the Dawn Brigade. After a moment's respite, he retrieved a special den mushi from his drawer and dialed. Hello. What is it? A voice responded from the other end. According to reliable intelligence, the Dawn Brigade is en route to Dressrosa. The mythical Zoan fruit must not fall into their hands. Coordinate with the newly recruited admiral candidates to ensure they are apprehended. With a decisive click, Sengoku hung up the den mushi, acknowledging the necessity of dealing with pirates, a task he found utterly distasteful. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa, within the royal palace, Don Quixote Doflamingo hung up the den mushi, intrigued as he turned to his subordinates. The Dawn Brigade is becoming increasingly interesting. Have you gathered information on which factions will participate in this upcoming arena? Pika, with his sharp voice, replied, according to current intelligence, all the emperors, save for red-haired Shanks, will send representatives. Additionally, the Golden Lion seems interested, though we have not accounted for the other minor players. Excellent. Relay this. The arena competition will take place in the forest, and the entire event will be broadcast live via den mushi. Audiences are not permitted entry. Let us relish this visual feast. Doflamingo laughed heartily. As he composed himself, he turned to the shadowy figure in the corner. You have your own tasks to attend to. Is it the Dawn Brigade? Indeed. Sengoku has requested our assistance in bringing them down. The figure slowly rose from the shadows, using the sheath of his sword as a makeshift cane as he stepped toward the window. The setting sun illuminated his face, revealing two jagged scars that cruelly bisected his eyes. As he approached, the gentle sunlight enveloped him, casting away the darkness. Now standing in the light, he was a figure of formidable stature, blind yet powerful. Who else could it be but Fujitora? He raised his gaze to meet the sun, pondering aloud. I fear this task may not be so easily accomplished. A day passed in silence. The following morning dawned. Jiang Liufeng stretched lazily as he stepped out of the cabin, only to discover that aside from Carmen busily attending to the kitchen, the rest of the crew had gathered around the recording device. Curiosity piqued, he sauntered over. What is everyone up to? He inquired. The captain finally graces us with his presence. We have been summoned by the Count to keep watch over that little yellow dot since early morning. I am nearly bored to death. Surely it cannot be that dire, Jiang Liufeng replied with a hint of amusement. Count, the fruit will eventually be yours. There is no need for such urgency. The captain, however, interjected, you may not be aware, but ever since our encounter with that female Navy officer yesterday, her prowess has ignited a youthful thrill within me that is almost unbearable. I can hardly contain my eagerness for another encounter. Jiang Liufeng's lips twitched in irritation. How maddening it was that this old man, when silent, seemed tolerable, but once he spoke, his words were utterly preposterous. And the pleasure, do it again, he remarked as if he had engaged in some grandiose act. Breakfast is ready. A melodious voice chimed from behind. Turning around, Jiang Liufeng beheld Carmen gracefully emerging from the kitchen, bearing a sumptuous meal. The events of the previous day had intensified Carmen's admiration and dependence on Jiang Liufeng, and her gaze towards him had transformed considerably. She had never anticipated encountering such a formidable team or such an impeccable captain. Under Carmen's fervent scrutiny, Jiang Liufeng felt a bit uneasy and quickly replied, I shall serve the dishes. Carmen pouted slightly, humming softly, I am determined to stick with you. You may evade the first day, but not the 15th. Jiang Liufeng stumbled, nearly losing his balance, which elicited a burst of laughter from Carmen. Walder and his companions observed silently, choosing not to speak of it, but in their hearts, they quietly wished well for Jiang Liufeng and his companion. With a dark expression, Jiang Liufeng exclaimed, "Blessings to you and your watermelon blessings." After breakfast, he and Vardo, along with Lao Sha, endured another round of relentless training, leaving the two beleaguered companions in a state of utter despair. However, following the events of the previous day, everyone had adjusted their attitudes. Recognizing that the new world differed significantly from the past, strength was of paramount importance. Thus, they gritted their teeth and persevered, striving for progress. The day passed by, filled with purpose and diligence. As dusk approached, they were finally nearing their destination. "Dressrosa? Captain, everyone, we are almost at our destination." With Jinlin's cheerful voice ringing out, the crew set aside their tasks and gathered at the bow of the ship, standing side by side to gaze at the horizon. A small island began to take shape, gradually becoming clearer, a place of immense significance to them. For it was well known that the Red Count's acquisition of the vampire fruit signified a remarkable enhancement in power. As night fell, the Jinlin slowly approached the shore, finally arriving at the island known as Dressrosa. Jiang Liufeng, brimming with enthusiasm, led the group off the ship. Chapter 68. The Hammer of Thor. The five of them arrived on a bustling, vibrant street, seeking a more upscale restaurant to enjoy their dinner before proceeding further. "Boss, why is this place so peculiar? The toys are actually alive." Jiang Liufeng said little, merely remarking that perhaps this was the charm of the place. Valdo nodded in a semblance of understanding. As the group settled down, the nearby diners were engrossed in discussions about the matter at hand. "Have you heard? The upcoming arena competition seems to be held across the forest," one said. "I've heard as much. The rewards this time are said to be extraordinary, a fruit of a mythical beast, and many illustrious figures are vying for it. Indeed, our benevolent king must be concerned about the fierce competition, hence the stage has been moved to the forest. Yes, our king is truly considerate. Haha. Let us just wait for the spectacle tomorrow. Though it's only a projection, witnessing the clash of titans is a rare opportunity. Merely being able to observe it is quite fortunate." From these casual conversations over tea and meals, Jiang Liufeng and his companions gleaned the essence of the situation. The vampire fruit was the ultimate reward of this arena contest, meaning that defeating all participants was the objective. For their faction, this task seemed exceedingly manageable. Even the subordinates of the four emperors, or the emperors themselves, would find it challenging to contend with Jiang Liufeng and the Red Count. According to the chatter, Count, there's no need for concern. The fruit won't be claimed anytime soon. We shall seize it later. And their past grievances are of no concern to us, as long as they don't provoke us." Jiang Liufeng reassured the Red Count, who nodded, unable to contain his excitement any longer. "Well then, let us finish our meal and enjoy a stroll, awaiting tomorrow's contest." "Hooray! Shopping time!" Carmen exclaimed joyfully. The prospect of indulging in food, drink, and shopping at public expense was indeed a delightful affair. After their meal, she eagerly pulled along the ever-dutiful Lao Sha, hurrying towards the commercial street. It must be said that Carmen was quite thoughtful. During their last outing, she had treated Lao Sha to new clothes and fine cigars, transforming his initial reluctance into acquiescence, and this time he followed her without complaint. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng, guided by the check-in point, brought the remaining two companions to the entrance of the arena within the city. Their intention was twofold: to register for the competition the following day, and to check in at this very location. The moment of exhilaration had arrived. Standing before the luminous registration podium, the long-awaited voice finally resonated. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully checking in at Dressrosa. The system rewards the host with the Hammer of Thor. The next check-in point is the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Wow, this weapon is truly extraordinary." Jiang Liufeng was ecstatic, having long desired a formidable weapon, and the Thunder Goddess hammer seemed to be his perfect match. He could hardly contain his excitement, nearly retrieving the hammer for a closer examination, but ultimately his reason prevailed over impulse. He decided to wait until he returned to his lodgings. He hurriedly registered at the enrollment desk, and together with Lao Sha, all four of them signed up. Planning for Carmen to remain on the ship during the imminent battle tomorrow, which promised to be perilous, it was imperative that the young girl did not accompany them. Furthermore, Jiang Liufeng intended to eliminate Doflamingo and his crew during this venture. After all, He had made a prior agreement with Law. While registering, he suddenly stumbled upon an even more delightful name, Gold Lion. How fortuitous. Their journey to Dressrosa was indeed fruitful. Securing the fruit and Gold Lion would truly signify a bountiful harvest. Jiang Liufeng brimmed with confidence at the prospect of capturing Gold Lion, employing triple coercive measures. He was determined to succeed. Once the registration was complete, he merrily departed with his companions, lacking the desire to linger, and swiftly sought out a hotel for the night. Leaving the others behind, he retreated to his room and meticulously examined the Thunder Goddess hammer. Description: the Thunder Goddess hammer can shrink to fit within one's pocket when not in use. This weapon possesses the remarkable ability to penetrate anything, and if thrown, it will unfailingly strike its target, returning automatically to the wielder's hand afterward. The hammer can summon lightning, directing it towards its target, and inflicting a chain lightning effect on those nearby. What a clever instrument! Jiang Liufeng grasped the heavy MJ Lanier in his left hand, while his right gently traced the ancient, intricate patterns adorning the hammer's surface, an object he found utterly captivating. Both its form and function mirrored those of Thor's legendary hammer from the Marvel Universe. The sole distinction lay in the systematic enhancements that rendered Jiang Liufeng impervious to the curse. The rewards bestowed by the system imposed no requirements or adverse effects upon the host. In pursuit of clarity, he sought to determine whether the curse had been entirely nullified or if its influence merely did not extend to himself. Jiang Liufeng eagerly knocked on the door of the Red Count. Captain, is there something you need? Indeed. Come in, let us discuss this inside. The two closed the door and proceeded to the living room. Jiang Liufeng placed the hammer of Thor directly on the table and addressed the Red Count. Count, why not give my weapon a try? The Red Count observed the hammer of Thor with curiosity. Although its exterior appeared unremarkable, he sensed an ancient and formidable power contained within. It was clearly not an ordinary item. Realizing this, he felt compelled to proceed with caution. Fully aware of Jiang Liufeng's enigmatic nature, since Jiang Liufeng had invited him to attempt to lift it, he knew it must be anything but simple. The Red Count extended his arm, and an aura of armed hockey enveloped him, turning as dark as iron. He then reached for the hammer's handle, attempting to lift it with all his might. However, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. No matter how hard the Red Count exerted himself, the hammer of Thor remained immovable. He tried repeatedly, with his left hand, his right hand, and even both hands, his veins bulging from the sheer effort. Yet, despite this, he could not raise the hammer. What a perplexing situation. The Red Count retracted his arm in bewilderment, glancing at the hammer of Thor from every angle, utterly confounded. Observing the Red Count's genuine struggle to lift the hammer, Jiang Liufeng's heart soared with delight. This was splendid. He relished this scenario. In the midst of the Red Count's astonishment, Jiang Liufeng effortlessly lifted the hammer of Thor, swinging it with vigor, leaving the Red Count utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is this? Jiang Liufeng, of course, would not take the time to elaborate on this otherworldly matter to the bewildered Count Red. After exchanging a casual greeting, he leisurely departed, leaving the Count in a state of astonished confusion. Chapter 69. The first encounter with Tinghu as he watched Jiang Liufeng leave with an air of triumph. Count Red found himself cursing under his breath. So, after all this time spent in the evening, was it merely a display of arrogance? Good grief. As Jiang Liufeng just sheathed his compact war hammer and exited the room of the Red Count, he was greeted by the sight of Carmen bounding towards him, exuberantly accompanied by Lao Sha, who trailed behind, burdened with various parcels, resembling a mere porter. In the spirit of joyful occasions, Jiang Liufeng approached with a charming smile upon his face. With a gentle swoosh, he brushed aside Carmen's lustrous tresses and planted a kiss upon her radiant forehead. "You're back? Did you have fun?" he inquired with a handsome grin. This unexpected kiss sent a jolt through Carmen, causing her heart to race and her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. "What does this mean, Captain? Is he confessing to me? Oh dear, what should I do? Should I accept or decline? Should I return the kiss? Oh my, this is simply too blissful." Jiang Liufeng remained oblivious to the profound impact his words had on Carmen's tender heart. As he grasped her hand and strolled outside, he cheerfully suggested, "Come, it's still early. Accompany me to browse the jewelry store." Carmen, her mind wandering and thoughts adrift, allowed Jiang Liufeng to lead her away with his gentle grip on her delicate hand. Meanwhile, Lao Sha, left behind like a forgotten garment on a rack, stood there in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend the unfolding situation. As they walked, each harbored their own thoughts. Jiang Liufeng pondered that, Since Thor's hammer possesses the ability to shrink, it would be rather unrefined to keep it in his pocket every day. Consequently, he resolved to purchase a beautiful bracelet to wear. When not in use, it could serve as a decorative accessory. Meanwhile, Carmen mistakenly believed that Jiang Liufeng intended to buy her a piece of jewelry, which filled her with excitement. Could it be that the captain is planning to buy me a diamond ring to confess his feelings? Oh, how delightful. Should I accept his proposal? If I agree, will he think I'm too forward? If I decline, will it break his heart? Oh dear, this has left me in quite a quandary. Thus, the handsome man and the lovely woman strolled hand in hand down the street, he brimming with confidence while she appeared slightly bashful. They resembled a couple who had just confirmed their relationship, eliciting envious glances from passers-by. Before long, guided by Carmen's previous shopping experiences, the pair discovered a rather opulent jewelry store. Jiang Liufeng paused to observe, feeling rather pleased, and then strode confidently into the store. Carmen eagerly followed suit. But as soon as they entered, her heart sank. She noticed that Jiang Liufeng did not even glance at the women's accessories section, instead heading straight to the men's area. It turned out he merely intended to purchase something for himself. Her delicate face fell instantly, and pouting her lips, she stood at the entrance, wearing an expression of displeasure. As Jiang Liufeng strolled along, he noticed that Carmen had fallen behind. Frowning, he glanced back and was immediately struck by the sight of the furious young girl standing at the entrance. Realizing his oversight, he quickly feigned nonchalance, surveying the surroundings before exclaiming, "Oh, is this the boys' section? I must have taken a wrong turn." He hastily returned, guiding Carmen towards the girls' section. At that moment, Carmen's mood shifted from gloomy to bright, her spirits lifting as she skipped off to select delightful accessories. Ah, Jiang Liufeng let out a sigh of relief. Dealing with women could indeed be quite troublesome. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly this time. Otherwise, he might have offended Carmen again. Who knew what she might do? Perhaps even poison his food? Ultimately, he accompanied Carmen in selecting a crystal necklace, a platinum bracelet, and a delicate starry hairpin, which finally satisfied the young lady. Upon seeing those 3 items, the total cost astounded him, surpassing 1 million belly. Jiang Liufeng couldn't help but twitch his lips. Indeed, women's money was remarkably easy to acquire. Nevertheless, such a trifling sum was but a drop in the ocean for them now. It hardly mattered. What mattered was Carmen's happiness. Having appeased Carmen, Jiang Liufeng then ventured to the men's section and began to browse the bracelet counter. He couldn't help but admire the expansive scale of the store, adorned with a dazzling array of accessories, an abundance of styles that left him momentarily dazzled. It was Carmen, with her keen eye, who quickly spotted a particular piece, bringing it forth with delight. "Captain, this platinum bracelet is quite beautiful. It seems to be a couple's design. Why not wear this one?" Observing Carmen's innocent expression and listening to her seemingly inquiring tone, Jiang Liufeng felt an undeniable undertone in her words. He looked at Carmen and tentatively began to express his thoughts on the bracelet, only to notice a change in her demeanor mid-sentence. Just as he suspected. "It's splendid. I think it's truly wonderful. Let us go with it." Carmen giggled, her heart brimming with joy, feeling warm and blissful at Jiang Liufeng's consideration for her feelings. "I was just joking. You choose for yourself," Carmen chuckled, covering her mouth as she stepped aside, still smiling mischievously. Jiang Liufeng accepted the bracelet handed over by Carmen, examining it closely before glancing at the remaining styles. Turning back, he remarked, "I also find this one quite appealing. This shall be the one. No need for a change." Consequently, they settled the bill and departed in high spirits. Upon stepping outside and embarking on their journey home, Carmen noticed that the bracelet Jiang Liufeng had just on featured an additional charm resembling a small hammer. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "Oh, Captain, what is this? An accompanying ornament?" Jiang Liufeng glanced around, noticing that no one was paying attention, and replied in a low voice tinged with pride, "This is my new weapon." With a flicker of thought, he transformed Thor's hammer back to its normal size before Carmen's bewildered gaze. This display startled Carmen, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she exclaimed, "Wow, how incredible! What a beautiful hammer! May I take a look at it?" Jiang Liufeng shook his head mysteriously and said, "This is not feasible. You cannot lift it." "Humph, how stingy. Who are you trying to fool? Of course I can lift it." Carmen pouted, clearly unconvinced. Jiang Liufeng smiled playfully, placing Thor's hammer on the ground and saying, "I challenge you to try it." "I shall indeed," Carmen replied, exerting immense effort, yet the hammer remained utterly unmoved, leaving her astonished as she gazed at Jiang Liufeng. Finally convinced of his words, "Are you convinced now?" Jiang Liufeng affectionately ruffled her hair. Witnessing Jiang Liufeng effortlessly wielding Thor's hammer, Carmen nodded in admiration, acknowledging her defeat. Just as the two were enjoying their playful banter, an untimely voice interrupted. I too wish to attempt lifting this divine weapon of yours. Might I have the honor? Jiang Liufeng raised an eyebrow at the sound, turning towards its source. There, he beheld a burly man, leaning on a cane, approaching with deliberate steps. Upon recognizing the figure, Jiang Liufeng's expression shifted subtly. Tung Hu, what is he doing here? As Jiang Liufeng surveyed the surroundings with an imposing demeanor, he realized that the street had already been cordoned off. At this moment, the buildings at the corner were teeming with naval officers, and the two had been encircled. Despite the considerable presence, he felt no fear towards the mere navy. Aren't you the one wielding the gravity fruit, Fujitora? Let me show you how I can toy with you. With a silent shift in position, he shielded Carmen behind him and casually remarked, no need to test your skills. Instead, how about we engage in a wager? Sensing the palpable hostility emanating from Jiang Liufeng, Fujitora smiled slightly and replied, what shall we wager on? However, I must inform you that I never gamble with pirates. Jiang Liufeng let out a scoff. Tung Hu, do you truly believe you possess the prowess to defeat me? He gestured around him and raised an eyebrow, continuing, if I were to unleash a thunderous strike, your lackeys would be utterly insufficient to withstand it. Care to test that theory? Tung Hu paused, momentarily taken aback by Jiang's menacing words. He pondered deeply, realizing the perilous nature of the situation, while he himself harbored no fear. The Navy's forces were indeed at risk of being decimated. What are your terms for this wager? Tung Hu inquired solemnly. Quite simple, Jiang replied, it hinges upon this very hammer. Should you manage to lift it, I will bind all members of the Dawn crew, leaving them at your mercy. However, if you cannot, I suggest you and your subordinates find a cooler place to linger and refrain from provoking me further. Tung Hu furrowed his brow, sensing an underlying trickery. Before he could respond, the concealed Navy personnel in the alley could no longer contain their amusement. Can you believe this Jiang Liufeng? He dares to challenge our candidate for admiral in a contest of strength? Huh, you must stop. I can barely breathe from laughter. He likely remains oblivious to the capabilities of our admiral candidate. In response, Jiang simply shook his head with a smile. Isn't it merely a matter of the gravity fruit? What is there to make such a fuss about? It was indeed peculiar. Jiang Liufeng seemed well informed, not only knowing Tung Hu's name but also being aware of his abilities. Despite the advance in world conscription, very few were privy to the identity of this admiral candidate. This flying thunder god, Jiang Liufeng, and his Dawn crew are certainly formidable. Their strength is exceptional, and their intelligence network is remarkably astute. Caution is imperative. Well, Tung Hu, shall we wager? Jiang Liufeng, noticing Tung Hu's prolonged silence, urged impatiently. Tung Hu's brow remained tightly knitted, his mind torn. He possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to effortlessly lift any object. Yet, Jiang's tone left him perplexed. Was there some hidden trickery at play? Why did Jiang exude such unwavering confidence? Jiang Liufeng once again cast a scornful smile at Fujitora, who hesitated to gamble, suggesting he should not force himself. I will wager with you. After much contemplation, Fujitora concluded that there could only be one possibility. Jiang Liufeng was deceiving him. Very well. General, let him witness your prowess. Yes, indeed. Teach this insufferable young man a lesson. Go for it, General. Show your might. The vigilant naval soldiers suddenly transformed into mere spectators, leaving Jiang Liufeng utterly speechless. He placed the Mjolnir back on the ground, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation. Without a word, Fujitora approached the Mjolnir, reaching out to lift it. The moment he grasped it, he realized he had fallen into a trap. Possessing the gravity fruit, he was acutely sensitive to the weight of objects. Upon his initial touch, he distinctly sensed the extraordinary nature of the Mjolnir. It was not merely its weight that hindered him. Within the hammer resided an enigmatic energy, the very essence that prevented others from lifting it. Fujitora's countenance darkened, revealing his unease. What's the general doing? I have no idea. Why the prolonged silence? Could it be that he truly cannot lift it? As if to validate this naval soldier's remark, Fujitora abruptly released his grip. His first attempt had ended in failure. What on earth is that thing? It seems the general genuinely cannot lift it. No way. I clearly saw Jiang Liufeng handling it effortlessly. He is much smaller than our robust general, surely. He can manage it. That's a tricky situation. After all, it belongs to him. Who knows what secrets it holds? Unwilling to concede, Fujitora activated the powers of the gravity fruit once more. As he unleashed his ability, the surroundings were engulfed in a state of weightlessness, debris flying chaotically, creating a formidable spectacle. Look, the general is using his powers. Haha, this should do the trick. He wields the gravity fruit, capable of lifting mountains. Exactly. The gathered naval soldiers descended into a frenzy, as if Fujitora had already secured victory. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Fujitora's inner turmoil was spiraling into despair. Just as he had suspected, even with his powers, he remained unable to lift the Mjolnir. As he exerted excessive force, his body tilted, causing the ground to crack beneath him, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. It was only then that the naval soldiers began to grasp the gravity of the situation. No way. Could the general truly be unable to lift it even with his powers? It appears to be so. What on earth is that hammer made of? How can it be so formidable? Perhaps even more terrifying was Jiang Liufeng, who could lift it with ease. With this realization, the remaining soldiers turned their gazes toward Jiang Liufeng, their expressions transformed as if they were appraising a monstrous entity. As Jiang Liufeng approached, he was nearly overwhelmed by the sight of Teng Hu's embarrassment. He gently patted Teng Hu on the shoulder and said, "Come on, Teng Hu, rise and redeem yourself." Upon hearing this, Teng Hu's face flushed crimson. He stood up, coughed a couple of times, and, with a sense of resignation, took 2 steps back. Jiang Liufeng effortlessly lifted the mighty Mjolnir, swirling it before him with an air of confidence, while mockingly inquiring, "So, Fujitora, are you willing to accept your defeat?" Fujitora, taken aback by the overwhelming aura of the situation, activated his observation haki, leaving him in a state of astonishment as the surrounding Navy personnel stood agape, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. This was a truly humiliating spectacle. One could not help but marvel at Jiang Liufeng's formidable power. Fujitora, feeling a burning embarrassment on his face and furrowing his brow in a deep frown, ultimately conceded with a grim expression, saying, "I admit defeat. You may leave." Jiang Liufeng raised an eyebrow, donning a charming smile as he prepared to take his leave with Carmen. Wait. Just as he turned to depart, he was abruptly called back by Fujihara, irritation flickering in his demeanor. The power of thunder and lightning coursed through him, crackling ominously. "What is it? Are you having second thoughts?" Fujihara, well aware of Jiang Liufeng's fighting spirit, dismissed the concern lightly. "I certainly do not waver. My intent is merely to offer you a piece of advice. Take care, and do not make a spectacle of yourself." Jiang Liufeng turned to Carmen, grasping her hand as he walked, and remarked, "The adversaries I face are merely foes you would relish dealing with. How could that possibly reflect poorly on you? Wouldn't you agree?" With that, he elegantly rounded the corner and departed with grace. Chapter 71. A return gesture. Upon hearing this, Fujitora was momentarily taken aback. But soon his expression softened, revealing a radiant smile. "This Jiang Liufeng is quite intriguing. Captain, who is that blind man? He seems to possess an air of profound mystery." Carmen inquired with curiosity. Jiang Liufeng smiled faintly and remarked, "It's merely a candidate for the position of an admiral. It's nothing of great significance." "Ah." Upon hearing this, Carmen gasped in surprise, covering her mouth, and turned to glance at the desolate street behind her. A twinge of apprehension stirring within her as a bead of crystalline sweat trickled down her forehead. It seemed that their seemingly casual exchange concealed an undercurrent of intensity. "The world of the skilled is exceedingly perplexing. I shall remain quietly in my role as head chef." Upon returning to his quarters, he bathed and retired for the night, the hours passing in silence. As dawn broke, the group had finished breakfast, and old Shah accompanied Carmen back to the ship, simultaneously transporting their newly acquired goods. The 4 reconvened before the arena's entrance. Upon reaching the square, they were met with a throng of people. After all, the allure of the Phantom Beast vampire fruit was simply irresistible. Those in the know recognized it as tantamount to the ability of immortality. Who wouldn't desire such a gift? The powerful sought to compete for it, while the less formidable harbored hopes of serendipity. Thus, the number of participants in this competition was unprecedentedly vast, encompassing a myriad of individuals from all walks of life. From the moment Jiang Liufeng and his companions arrived, several discerning gazes had already fixated upon them. These belonged to formidable factions with astute intelligence networks and individuals closely monitoring the evolving situation of piracy. After all, the Dawn crew had only debuted 10 days prior, and the 4 remained discreetly shrouded in their purple thunder cloaks. Therefore, few could recognize them. Among those who cast their eyes upon them were Pika of the Don Quixote family, Jack the Drought under Kaido, Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Smoothie from the Big Mom Pirates, and others. Jiang Liufeng's observation haki detected their gazes without any pretense of avoidance, and he reciprocated with a gaze of his own. When he met Marco's eyes, he noted the latter's friendly smile and nod, filled with amicable intent, accompanied by an unspoken anticipation of competition among equals. Adhering to the principle of mutual non-aggression, Jiang Liufeng returned a friendly look in kind. As for Marco, he was indeed a commendable individual. Perhaps this competition might forge a beneficial relationship. And after Whitebeard took his leave, he might even welcome him into his ranks. However, the encounter with Jack the Drought was markedly different. The latter's eyes were rife with hostility, even tinged with murderous intent. Jiang Liufeng, perplexed, wondered why a killing intent emerged upon their first encounter. What could this Jack possibly mean? Jiang Liufeng was unaware that the Navy's mission to capture Don Quixote Doflamingo was to subdue him in Dressrosa. Naturally, Doflamingo, who was in collusion with Kaido, had informed Jack of this development. Jiang Liufeng retracted his smile, and a chilling glimmer flickered in his eyes. A wave of conqueror's haki, directed solely at Jack, surged through the air, penetrating deep into Jack's consciousness. The sudden intimidation sent a shiver down Jack's spine. As if he had plunged into an icy abyss, and he felt the temperature around him plummet, his gaze filled with astonishment. With merely a fleeting glance, Jack realized that the young man before him, barely 20 and adorned with purple hair, was not to be trifled with. Without lingering further, Jiang Liufeng then turned his attention to Smuggy. This time, however, their encounter did not ignite any significant sparks. They exchanged a mere indifferent glance before averting their eyes. Finally, Jiang Liufeng fixed his gaze upon the Golden Lion. The look in the Golden Lion's eyes conveyed a multitude of sentiments: provocation, approval, an invitation for alliance, and a thirst for battle. Overall, the initial impression was rather favorable, as there was nothing disquieting reflected in the Golden Lion's stare. Jiang Liufeng returned his gaze with a significant look. Are you attempting to recruit me as your subordinate? Am I not equally inclined? How intriguing. Today, we shall witness who can truly subdue whom. Once their eye contact concluded, Jiang Liufeng led his companions to a discreet corner, patiently awaiting the commencement of the contest. Amidst the crowd, standing prominently at the center was the host, Pika, clenching his fists and glaring at Jiang Liufeng with gritted teeth. He was seething with rage. Having just exchanged glances with notable figures, yet Jiang Liufeng had chosen to disregard him entirely. What does this imply? Does he underestimate me? The foremost warrior under the illustrious Don Flamingo? Humph. Today, I shall ensure you have no means of return. Unbeknownst to Jiang Liufeng, Pika harbored deep resentment. As the time arrived, Jiang Liufeng simply went with the flow, following the throng as it moved towards the forest under the guidance of the organizers. Upon crossing the familiar suspension bridge, Jiang Liufeng discerned that the so-called forest was, in fact, the very place where Don Flamingo and Fujitora had been brought low. Excellent. Far from the town, engaging in combat here would spare innocent lives. Although Jiang Liufeng was not a paragon of virtue, he still possessed a sense of humanity. The thought of jeopardizing the lives of too many innocents would weigh heavily on him. Now, he could unleash his full potential and revel in the fray. Upon arrival, the impeccably dressed leader of the organizers halted and turned to announce the rules of the competition. After a lengthy and verbose explanation, Jiang Liufeng succinctly distilled the essence of the rules: a lawless slaughter, with the vampire fruit expected to manifest in some form post-noon. Those who could endure until then would be entitled to contest for its ownership. This was quite manageable. The philosophy of might makes right was precisely what the Dawn faction relished. As they traversed the path, Jiang Liufeng keenly observed the area around the suspension bridge, noting the abundance of surveillance creatures, effectively providing a 360-degree view of the bridge. Based on his insights, he surmised that the fruit was likely a mere ruse, probably tied to a fighting fish in that river. With this understanding, he was in no rush to act. Glancing upward, he deduced from the bright sunlight that it was approximately 9 a.m., leaving him with roughly 3 hours before the competition began. Before the contest commenced, he resolved to deal with the Golden Lion first. He quickly located the Golden Lion's presence, locking onto him, preparing to confront him once the competition began. After lingering for a while longer, it seemed the organizer had received some urgent news and hurriedly departed. Shortly after his exit, a multitude of thin lines suddenly shot up from the forest, reaching towards the heavens. Jiang Liufeng's lips curled in a sly smile. Ah, is this not a birdcage? Indeed. Those delicate threads ascended into the heavens, ultimately intertwining to create the very shape of a birdcage. This was, without a doubt, one of the signature moves of Duofulaming the birdcage. The moment the birdcage took form, an unpleasant sound reverberated throughout the forest, signaling the commencement of the contest. This jarring noise pierced the air, as if it could hardly contain its eagerness to witness the clash of thousands of souls, showing utter disregard for the lives of others. Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow slightly. Upon hearing the voice, he instantly recognized it as that of Doflamingo. This wretched creature was indeed no good, and his demise would be no great loss. However, the pressing matter at hand was to secure the fruits and the golden lion first. Chapter 72. It is merely your weakness, Count. Waldo, old Shah, come here. The competition had commenced, and Jiang Liufeng beckoned the three to approach, preparing to relay his instructions. At that moment, a group of ill-fated individuals approached them. Are you lot? With your faces covered, particularly unsightly? My companions here find you quite intriguing. Just as Jiang Liufeng was about to brief the three, he turned to see a ragtag band of about 10 people slowly advancing towards them. The leader, with a rotund face and an oily complexion, was enough to induce revulsion. The followers, each more grotesque than the last, made Jiang Liufeng's stomach churn. He could scarcely fathom how their mothers had brought such abominations into the world. How could they possibly produce such a brood? Interruptions were unwelcome, and Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of irritation. Yet, the repugnant appearance of the group rendered him unable to retaliate. They were simply too nauseating. Old Shah, it is time to showcase true skill. Old Shah, with a grim expression, glanced at the group, visibly repulsed as well. Internally cursing his fate, he muttered, "Why is it always me?" The group, taken aback by the remark, exchanged puzzled glances. "What do you mean? Are you planning to make a move?" They erupted into laughter, the leader with the grotesque visage chuckling. "Captain, if I heard correctly, these uninvited fools wish to challenge us?" "Indeed, I caught that too," replied another, still laughing. Old Shah, unable to contain his frustration, shouted, "I care not for your inquiries." Without waiting for a response, he unleashed a sandstorm that sent the group flying. This display of power quelled the ambitions of the nearby ruffians, causing them to scatter in alarm. "Impressive," they exclaimed. "Let us make ourselves scarce." In an instant, the number of those surrounding them was significantly reduced, leaving only a handful of the more formidable ones who hesitated to confront them. After this brief interlude, tranquility was restored. Jiang Liufeng beckoned the three individuals to come over, then addressed them. "Wait a moment, I need to feed you four." As Jiang Liufeng's expression suddenly turned cold, he found himself unable to tolerate the incessant interruptions any longer. With a swift, elemental transformation, he appeared before the newcomer in a flash. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but smirk. What a remarkable coincidence it was. The visitor was strikingly peculiar, with flowing golden locks dancing in the breeze, arms crossed defiantly over his chest, exuding an air of arrogance as he hovered in midair. His lower limbs replaced by two gleaming steel blades. Who else could it be but the Golden Lion? Upon witnessing Jiang Liufeng's lightning-fast approach, the Golden Lion momentarily appeared taken aback, but soon a glint of eagerness for battle sparkled in his eyes as he grinned and remarked, "Those repugnant fellows were sent by you, weren't they?" Jiang Liufeng pondered with a nod. "So what if it is us?" The Golden Lion arrogantly retorted, "Kneel, apologize, and then become my subordinate. Only then shall this matter be resolved." Jiang Liufeng let out a scornful laugh, saying, "Just wait a moment." The Golden Lion, perplexed, wondered what he meant by asking him to wait. Jiang Liufeng disregarded him, turning to point at the Golden Lion, and addressed the three. "Count, you take these two and amuse yourselves for a while. I have a matter to discuss with this gentleman. Let us meet by the suspension bridge before noon." The three understood and hurriedly departed. Jiang Liufeng then turned around and said, "All right, now I have time to play with you, Shurji. Haha, with your so-called flying thunder god. Do you really think you stand a chance against me?" The Golden Lion chuckled heartily. "One trial will reveal the truth," Jiang Liufeng replied confidently. The two conversed with an air of nonchalance, oblivious to the waves of excitement they stirred among the surrounding crowd. Goodness, the Golden Lion, the flying thunder god? Standing before them were indeed two prodigies. Both were renowned figures, one with a long-standing reputation and the other currently in the limelight. To witness a duel between such contemporary masters without the need for an entrance fee was a rare delight. Why bother with trifling fruits when one could seize a prime seat to watch the spectacle? In all honesty, with such illustrious individuals present, the fruits held no significance whatsoever. Many possessed enough self-awareness to quickly vacate the area, retreating to a safe distance to secure a good vantage point for observing an extraordinary battle, completely forgetting their original purpose for being there. "Kid, do you truly dare to challenge me?" The Golden Lion, noticing Jiang Liufeng's unwavering resolve and lack of fear towards his formidable reputation, could not help but inquire with curiosity. Jiang Liufeng raised an eyebrow and smiled, declaring, "Not only do I dare to engage you in battle, but I also intend to recruit you under my banner." "Ha! What an audacious young man. Let me see if you possess the capability. Prepare yourself. Wave of the blade." With a swift motion, a formidable sword aura erupted from the wooden blade beneath him, rushing forth like a tempest, reeking of blood and fury. Although it appeared as if the golden lion had wielded it casually, the force was terrifying, a staggering 20 meters in length, cleaving stone and earth alike, carving an astonishing chasm into the ground. The first strike alone left the nearby onlookers utterly astounded. Goodness, how terrifying is this? Is this a scene from a movie? Having long heard of the golden lion's exceptional swordsmanship, witnessing it firsthand today was indeed a feast for the eyes. What is that kid doing? Has he been rendered speechless? If he doesn't evade now, it will be too late. Observing Jiang Liufeng's utter lack of intention to dodge, the onlookers shook their heads in despair, as if they were already witnessing Jiang Liufeng being cleaved in two. The sword aura, swift as the wind, swiftly approached Jiang Liufeng, yet he remained unfazed. Just as the sword aura made contact with his body, a surge of thunderous energy enveloped him, forming a layer of enhanced lightning shield. Thud! The sword aura struck the lightning shield, dissipating in an instant as if it had never existed, leaving no trace behind, let alone causing any harm to Jiang Liufeng. Upon witnessing this, the golden lion's smile faded slightly, and a serious expression emerged. "Young man, you possess some skill," he remarked. "However, you are simply too weak. If that is all you can do, then there is no need for this battle to continue." Gulp. Hearing Jiang Liufeng's nonchalant declaration, the surrounding onlookers couldn't help but swallow hard. They desperately wished to voice their thoughts, accusing him of arrogance, boldness, and overestimating himself. Yet, the words lodged in their throats, unable to escape. After all, the golden lion truly held the merit to be proud. Would you dare to stand and receive the golden lion's strike? The golden lion, unable to maintain his composure, felt insulted, especially being mocked by a young man not yet 20, who had only recently emerged in the new world. How could he endure such provocation? Infuriated, he glared with fury, his black strands entwining with the wooden blade and the two renowned swords of Sakura. With a thunderous roar, he charged forward. "Young man, prepare yourself." The duel had officially commenced. Chapter 73. Submit to me. Jiang Liufeng, filled with fervor for battle, was in no rush to subdue the golden lion. Instead, he sought to engage in a thrilling fight first. With a grand flourish, he seized the thunder god's hammer and charged at the golden lion. Clang! Clang! In an instant, the air was filled with the resonant sounds of metal colliding as the two formidable masters clashed with astonishing speed, exchanging nearly 100 blows in mere seconds. The onlookers were left in a state of awe, their eyes wide with astonishment, unable to fully comprehend the rapid movements of the combatants, who seemed to leave behind flickering after-images in the sky. Such prowess! It was nothing short of monstrous. A sense of terror enveloped the spectators as they fixated on the duel, hardly daring to blink, lest they miss a moment of the breathtaking spectacle and live with regret. Both warriors were born for battle. Instead of retreating in the face of a strong opponent, they surged forward, creating a stalemate with neither side gaining the upper hand. In a fierce contest of strength, Jiang Liufeng, wielding his warhammer, smiled determinedly, thinking to himself that he would redouble his efforts. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, the once formidable and iron-black thunder god's hammer began to greedily absorb the electric energy emanating from Jiang Liufeng. In no time, a blinding light erupted as a terrifying surge of lightning enveloped the hammer. Each time they clashed, the lightning energy would leap from the hammer to the golden lion. Initially, the golden lion felt nothing amiss, but as time passed, he became increasingly aware of a strange sensation. While his own formidable aura was sufficient to withstand the lightning's assault, a trickle of electricity still managed to infiltrate his body with each attack. The longer the battle continued, the more potent the accumulated electrical current became, causing his body to tingle and his strikes to slow ever so slightly. Though he could maintain his current standing, it was clear that prolonged engagement would ultimately be detrimental to him. The golden lion, quick to react, realized that he could not afford to engage Jiang Liufeng in close quarters. With a clang, he summoned all his strength, slashing twice with his blades, leveraging Jiang Liufeng's forceful hammer strikes to propel himself backwards and create distance between them. In their second encounter, Jiang Liufeng did not retreat a single step, and the golden lion's forced retreat marked a slight advantage for Jiang Liufeng. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Wow, am I seeing this correctly? The thunder god is overpowering the golden lion. Indeed, the thunder god was extraordinary, having fought his way here from the advancing army in less than 10 days without a single defeat. Isn't that right? Most importantly, each of his opponents has been formidable in their own right. The newspapers have touted him as the man who escaped unscathed from the grasp of the three great generals. How could he not be impressive? Truly, his reputation was well-deserved. The Golden Lion, however, felt a sense of bitterness at the murmurs surrounding him, particularly the remark about his age, which struck a chord deep within him. Once, he had been a figure of great renown wherever he went. Casting his gaze down at the twin swords at his feet, he lamented that had he not been forced to abandon his legs, he would not now find himself struggling against Jiang Liufeng. Yes, he was aging, but would he yield to age? No, he would not. The old steed, even in its twilight years, aspired to gallop 1,000 miles. The spirit of a warrior, even in his final days, remained indomitable. With a fierce cry, the Golden Lion unleashed his ultimate attack. Earthquake. The ground trembled violently as the landscape reshaped itself to serve his will. Centered around Jiang Liufeng, the earth surged upwards, forming a dozen majestic earth lions that encircled him. In the blink of an eye, these earth lions sprang to life and lunged at Jiang Liufeng. A closer look revealed rows of razor-sharp teeth, encased in armed haki, that could easily shatter bone with a single bite. This assault was swift and expansive. The onlookers, initially enthralled, were caught off guard by the sudden upheaval, some stumbling and others unfortunate enough to be caught within the rising earth lions, meeting their demise in anguish. As Jiang Liufeng's pupils constricted, he realized that this maneuver was far from simple. Not daring to be negligent, he swiftly retreated. However, those earth lions seemed to pursue him relentlessly, following his every move. No matter where he attempted to hide, the earth lions would follow suit. Even if they collided momentarily, they would soon reappear, exhibiting an unwavering determination to press on without turning back. The figure of Jiang Liufeng flickered in the sky, fraught with peril, yet even the lion, fierce and formidable, could not catch up to him, swift as a thunderclap. Jiang Liufeng was incensed. Initially, he intended to follow the principle of taking Jin Shizi as a subordinate without inflicting harm. However, it became evident that a lesson needed to be imparted. He would soon learn the reason behind the blossom's vibrant hue. As he deftly maneuvered, the Thunder God hammer twirled relentlessly in his grasp. If he relished the thrill of pursuit, then he would soon witness what true tracking entailed, a pursuit from which there was no escape. With a flash of brilliance in his eyes, Jiang Liufeng released the Thunder God hammer, sending it hurtling towards Jin Shizi. Observing the unstoppable force of the hammer's approach, Jin Shizi's expression turned grave as he hastily erected numerous earthen walls in a futile attempt to block Jiang Liufeng's formidable strike. Little did he know, the Thunder God hammer possessed the unique ability to pierce through anything. Thus, amidst Jin Shizi's horrified gaze, the hammer surged forward with unstoppable momentum, effortlessly breaching all the earthen barriers as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Left with no choice, Jin Shizi abandoned his assault on Jiang Liufeng and swiftly evaded. Yet, at that moment, an even more astonishing occurrence transpired. The Thunder God hammer seemed to have singled out Jin Shizi, curving in an unbelievable arc to continue its relentless advance toward him. This maneuver had caught Jin Shizi completely off guard. By the time he reacted, it was far too late. In a flurry of panic, he managed to shift his position slightly, but the Thunder God hammer struck heavily upon his shoulder. The immense force sent Jin Shizi spinning backward, colliding with several trees that could each be encircled by 10 men, until he finally came to a halt on the ground. Remarkably, the hammer, after impacting Jin Shizi, returned to Jiang Liufeng's hand as if it possessed consciousness. The onlookers, his subordinates, could only stare in awe. A sharp, excruciating pain surged through Jin Shizi's entire body. His right arm hung limply, evidently shattered. Clutching his broken limb, he struggled to rise, drenched in sweat from the overwhelming agony, as if he had just emerged from a watery ordeal. Leaning against a splintered tree, he reflected ruefully. Once, he had basked in glory. Who would have thought he would fall to a mere young lad today? Truly, the currents of the Yangtze River push forward the waves behind, and new generations surpass the old. Gazing at the descending Jiang Liufeng, Jin Shizi closed his eyes and sighed. You have won. Whether you wish to kill or maim, I shall submit to your will. Jiang Liufeng gazed down upon him with an air of authority, declaring, I shall not slay you. Instead, I demand your submission. Chapter 74. Standing tall at the pinnacle, overlooking all mountains, the onlookers, trembling with astonishment, had yet to recover from the shocking defeat of the Golden Lion when they were struck by Jiang Liufeng's astonishing proclamation. A collective gasp echoed through the air, plunging the crowd into a profound silence. Hearts raced, as if they were about to witness an extraordinary event unfold. The golden lion opened his eyes, his fierce gaze fixed intently on Jiang Liufeng, before erupting into a hearty laugh. Ha ha, cough to think that I, the golden lion, who has roamed the seas for decades, may not be at the pinnacle of greatness, but I have certainly basked in the glory of my prowess, unmatched by rivals. Yet today, a mere child dares to audaciously claim that he wishes to make me his subordinate. How pitiable! Ha ha ha, how lamentable! His expression hardened, and with a sharp turn of phrase, he continued, Young man, a warrior may be slain, but he must never be humiliated. To expect the flamboyant golden lion to serve as your underling? Dream on. Jiang Liufeng's lips twitched in disbelief. How dare you claim to be carefree and charming? Have you taken a good look at your own appearance? What qualifies you to be so flamboyant? Is it your Mediterranean hairstyle that gives you the audacity? Jiang Liufeng suppressed the impulse to express his sharp critique and spoke calmly. They are not subordinates, but companions. Follow me, and together we shall embark on the path you describe as reaching the pinnacle. Upon hearing this, the golden lion was momentarily taken aback, as if stirred by a faint ripple of emotion within, yet he still shook his head in refusal, declaring, I, the golden lion, shall never bow beneath anyone. Jiang Liufeng, with a resigned shrug, could only surmise that taming the golden lion would not be a simple endeavor. What other course of action could he take? He decided to serve the dishes. Having completed the appetizers, he had prepared 2 main courses and a dessert awaiting the golden lion's indulgence. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, he proposed, How about this, Shurji? Although you have been bested by me, I sense your unwillingness to concede. Shall we engage in a wager? Intrigued by his words, the golden lion inquired, What shall we bet on? With a playful smirk, Jiang Liufeng casually swung the thunder god hammer before him and declared, I wager that you cannot lift my hammer. Should you succeed, we shall part ways amicably, and I shall not trouble you further. However, if you fail, you must follow me as my companion. What say you? The golden lion furrowed his brow, intrigued by such a proposition. Is this truly the case? Once spoken, a promise is not easily retracted. Without a second thought, the boisterous golden lion nodded in agreement, displaying a carefree demeanor that belied any deeper contemplation. Is this a game of weightlifting? That seems like an easy victory. Dismissing the pain in his body, he floated up to the thunder god hammer, a sly grin adorning his face as he reached out to grasp it. Come on, lift for me. Rise. What on earth? Lift. He stared incredulously at the immovable thunder god hammer, convinced he must be dreaming. I am a man of the float fruit. Under its influence, anything should defy the laws of gravity. This was truly bewildering. The surrounding onlookers were equally astonished, exclaiming, Goodness! Is there truly something the golden lion cannot lift? Unbelievable. The impact that Jiang Liufeng had on them was simply overwhelming. In the briefest of moments, he inflicted several hundred tons of psychological damage upon their fragile spirits. It was not until the golden lion, utterly exhausted, sat heavily on the ground that Jiang Liufeng, with a hint of amusement, lifted the Mjolnir, tossing it playfully in the air, and inquired, What do you think? Are you convinced? Crack. The surrounding younger members were instantly petrified. Without comparison, there can be no sense of injury. Witnessing Jiang Liufeng casually tossing the Mjolnir with such nonchalance rendered them speechless. Devoid of any expression, they seemed to have transformed into statues, standing there in a daze, their minds completely blank. The golden lion's face flushed with embarrassment as he grimaced and protested, I refuse to accept it. You sly rascal used underhanded tactics against me. I shall never concede. Even if it costs me my life. Jiang Liufeng chuckled silently, fully aware of the cunning nature of the old man, who would undoubtedly resist. Fortunately, he had only treated him to dessert, saving the main course for later. Shaking his head, he strode purposefully towards the golden lion. What do you intend to do? Don't come any closer. What is your aim? Do you intend to coerce me? You may claim my body, but you shall never possess my soul. Seeing Jiang Liufeng approach in silence, the golden lion felt an unexpected twinge of fear, feigning indifference. Jiang Liufeng was tempted to slap him twice, questioning who would desire his flesh. If one sought physicality, wouldn't one rather pursue the empress? After rolling his eyes multiple times, he leaned closer to the golden lion and whispered, I possess a method to heal your legs, allowing you to wield a blade once more. Thunderous. It must be said, this temptation was utterly lethal for the golden lion. Is that truly the case? The golden lion's eyes widened, filled with an insatiable yearning, as he inquired with a trembling voice. Jiang Liufeng lifted the hood of his purple robe, allowing his violet hair to cascade freely, unveiling his striking visage. His handsome features bore a pair of piercing eyes that fixated intently on the golden lion, declaring with utmost sincerity that he was not jesting. Whether it was due to overwhelming excitement or the earnestness exuded by Jiang Liufeng, the golden lion trembled slightly, taking a considerable moment before arriving at a resolute decision. With no trace of feigned sentiment, he addressed Jiang Liufeng, proclaiming, "I, Golden Lion Shiki, vow to the heavens. If you can restore my legs, I shall follow you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng beamed with a radiant smile, resolving the matter. He extended his palm towards the golden lion, exclaiming, "To stand atop the pinnacle and survey all beneath." The golden lion instinctively grasped his hand, exhilarated as he echoed, "To stand atop the pinnacle and survey all beneath." Ha ha. With that moment of their handshake, the petrified onlookers snapped back to reality. What had they just witnessed? The legendary pirate, Golden Lion Shiki, had been captivated by the extraordinary and resplendent thunder god, Jiang Liufeng. This was monumental news. A sensational revelation. Ha ha ha. Of course, I am well aware of its significance without your prompting. As the crowd harbored a myriad of thoughts, a figure soared through the sky above. It seemed that soon the news of Golden Lion Shiki joining the Dawn would echo in every corner of the world. This truly was a formidable alliance, and it appeared that few could impede the ascent of the Dawn crew in this new world. Jiang Liufeng helped Shiji, who was seated on the ground, to his feet, and, brushing his nose, remarked, "Shiji, your hand." Shiji, aware of Jiang Liufeng's unspoken sentiments, responded with a hearty laugh, dismissing the concern, "It's nothing. This is all my own doing, so you need not blame yourself. Furthermore, if you possess the ability to restore my severed leg, healing this mere lost arm should be a trivial matter, wouldn't you agree?" Meeting the profound smile of the golden lion, Jiang Liufeng nodded confidently, saying, "You are absolutely correct. Rest assured, I will ensure your wishes are fulfilled." Chapter 75. However, I have arrived. The golden lion, having reconfirmed their understanding through a shared glance, burst into joyous laughter. "Ha ha, excellent. With this matter settled, all that remains is the contention over the rightful ownership of the fruits." Jiang Liufeng stood tall and proud like a beacon, his imposing presence commanding the attention of all within the confines of the cage. Suddenly, something caught his eye, and with a sly smile, he proclaimed, "Well then, our business here is concluded. Let us proceed in that direction. It seems intriguing events are unfolding." The golden lion, momentarily taken aback, soon sensed the same, his face lighting up with delight as he nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Absolutely. I relish the excitement." With a clear objective, the golden lion trailed behind Jiang Liufeng, and together they departed with an air of nonchalance, under the fervent gaze of their eager followers. Where were these two demigods headed? Who could say? Most likely in pursuit of other formidable adversaries for a duel, one could only assume. Good heavens! "We must follow closely," came the urgent whisper, lest we miss the opportunity to secure a prime vantage point. Indeed, let us trail behind the deities. However, a sense of unease lingered in their hearts. "What exactly are we doing here?" one pondered. "I too wonder about our purpose," another echoed. "Ah, let that be. We need only to keep pace with the great ones." Thus, a throng of followers trailed behind Jiang Liufeng and the golden lion, embarking on a grand journey from the western edge of the forest towards the east. This scene was broadcasted live by the visual transmission creatures to the grand screens of Dressrosa, leaving the audience in awe. They had not anticipated such a thrilling spectacle at the arena. Mere moments into the event, an epic clash had already transpired, culminating in an unforeseen conclusion. In an instant, the entirety of Dressrosa erupted in excitement, as tales of Jiang Liufeng's conquest over the golden lion spread like wildfire through the streets and alleys. As the saying goes, a new generation rises as the old fades away, and this battle symbolized the twilight of the old maritime overlords, heralding the dawn of a new era of unparalleled pirates. As the western battlefield drew to a close, the intelligent visual transmission creatures adeptly filtered through the tumultuous scenes, ultimately settling on a desolate rocky mountain in the east. Shadows of figures began to materialize in the frame. As the camera zoomed in, the silhouettes became clearer. Atop the rocky peak stood a man enveloped in a radiant blue glow. This modest elevation, scarcely 10 meters high, was surrounded by a chaotic tangle of shrubbery and trees, ravaged by a recent fierce battle. The man on the summit, his gaze piercing, surveyed the assailants below, wiping the blood from his lips, and declared with pride, "The Big Mom Pirates and the Beast's Pirates are nothing more than this." The man in question was none other than Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Unbeknownst to him, while Jiang Liufeng and the Golden Lion engaged in their clash, Marco found himself besieged by a coalition of the 4 emperors and the 7 warlords. Just as the skirmish reached its zenith, the sudden arrival of 3 individuals interrupted the fray. The trio, casually wandering about, were none other than the members of Dawn. Sensing the newcomers, both factions ceased their hostilities. Jack's crew eyed them warily. Marco alone was a formidable opponent. What business did Dawn have here? Were they friend or foe? Such questions flooded their minds, compelling them to proceed with caution. Jack, the brutish figure, was visibly irked by the interruption. He bellowed, "What are you cloaked figures doing here? Begone." Upon hearing this, Smuggy furrowed his brow. The saying about brawny fools rang true in this moment. To utter such words in this tense atmosphere was akin to inviting trouble. As expected, Jack's words incited Waldo's ire. Having merely come to spectate, he was met with unwarranted hostility. The members of Dawn were no ordinary individuals. They would not tolerate Jack's insolence. "Is this road yours?" Waldo retorted. "We shall go wherever we please, and you have no say in the matter." "Waldo, do not be so disrespectful. In the presence of our caliber, you are insignificant." Jack seethed. "You were still suckling at your mother's breast when I was imprisoned. What do you know?" The two engaged in a fierce exchange, hurling insults back and forth, allowing Marco precious moments to regroup. Although his strength surpassed that of his assailants, he was still outnumbered, suffering minor setbacks in the ongoing skirmish. Unable to endure the escalating tension, Smuggy intervened. "Enough, Jack. Let us not waste time. If we are to fight, let us do so swiftly before their captain arrives." At that moment, a sharp voice pierced the air. "But I am here." With a crackle of lightning, a figure emerged with a graceful demeanor. Smuggy's pupils dilated. It was their side that was now at a disadvantage. They recognized Jiang Liufeng's prowess, a man capable of standing toe-to-toe with 3 admirals. "Are you intending to lay hands on my comrades?" Jiang Liufeng inquired, his expression devoid of emotion as he tossed his hair back. Before Smuggy could respond, Jack, in a fit of rage, brandished his short sword and charged at Jiang Liufeng. "Ah, I have long held a grudge against you. I will slay you first, then claim Marco's head." Smuggy frowned, sensing impending doom. Yet, she understood the stakes of the situation and, with a heavy heart, urged her sisters to follow suit. There is no need to elaborate on Jiang Liufeng. As early as when Jack revealed his murderous intent in the square, Jiang Liufeng had already placed him on his blacklist. Since the opponent is seeking his own demise, he is more than willing to deliver his judgment. With a wave of his hand, the hammer of Thor is firmly in his grasp, and he meets Jack with a strike of thunderous might. The clash of blade and hammer resonates, unleashing a violent shockwave that sends debris flying in all directions. With a single blow, Jack's countenance shifts dramatically. Is this power truly excessive? Withstanding Jiang Liufeng's overwhelming strike, even Jack's formidable physique is left trembling, his palms numbed. After all, he is a Zoan-type ability user. How potent his physical strength must be. Yet, he remains unaware that Jiang Liufeng possesses the formidable physique of the 3rd generation of Reikage, far surpassing any animal-based prowess. Meeting Jack's astonished gaze, Jiang Liufeng raises an eyebrow and smiles, denying him any chance to react, and delivers another hammer strike head-on. This blow is infused with the might of lightning, and with a slight misstep, Jack could very well meet his end. Chapter 76. Are they competing in size? As Jiang Liufeng launched a powerful strike, Jack, refusing to be complacent, transformed his arms into those of a colossal elephant, meeting the blow with his weapon. This adaptation barely allowed him to deflect the attack. It must be acknowledged that while Jack's impulsiveness could be somewhat excessive, there remained a distinct quality that justified his position as one of Kaido's 3 calamities. His mastery over the fruit's capabilities was commendable, particularly in this instance where his arms assumed an animalistic form while retaining the human shape of his palms, thereby augmenting his strength without sacrificing his ability to wield weapons. With this transformation, Jack could contend with Jiang Liufeng, albeit he found himself still on the defensive, desperately hoping Smuggy would swiftly conclude his own battle to assist in subduing Jiang Liufeng. Unbeknownst to him, Smuggy was engaged in a fierce struggle of his own, facing off against the Red Count. Initially, they believed that aside from Jiang Liufeng, the only formidable opponent from the Dawn crew was Walder, dismissing figures like Old Sand as inconsequential. However, to their surprise, another formidable presence emerged from the Dawn crew, cloaked in a purple thunder robe. obscuring their features. This individual not only wielded the thunderstorm that rightfully belonged to Shiri, but also displayed exceptional swordsmanship. Within mere minutes of combat, Smuggy found herself barely able to defend against the relentless onslaught. While she marveled at her opponent's strength, curiosity gnawed at her regarding their identity. Despite her taunts, her adversary remained unperturbed, entirely absorbed in their martial prowess. This person was terrifying. Smuggy concluded that their strength might rival that of Jiang Liufeng. With a flurry of sword energy, the Red Count unleashed a series of strikes that left Smuggy in disarray. Meanwhile, Walder, surrounded by formidable allies, was left to contend with the second-rate fighter, Pika. Although Pika was not weak, in the shadow of such power, his status as a second-rate combatant was undeniable. Nevertheless, Pika's fruitability was no trivial matter. Walder, armed with dual pistols, struggled to gain the upper hand against this elusive opponent who could burrow into the ground. Thus, he was forced to engage in close combat. Once in range, Pika's frailty became apparent. Despite possessing a commendable mastery of armament hockey, he was outmatched by the renowned Walder. The forceful blows landed upon him, leaving him grimacing in pain, their levels of hockey clearly disparate. To make matters worse, Walder, empowered by the speed enhancement from his fruit, struck with unmatched swiftness. While Pika could muster one punch, Walder retaliated with three. Caught in a relentless exchange, Pika found himself akin to a hapless mole, scuttling underground, only to be met with a punishing blow upon resurfacing. Meanwhile, Old Sand, feeling somewhat beleaguered, cast a hard gaze upon the two sisters accompanying Smuggy, the 16th sister Snamong and the 15th sister Strawn. He felt an urge to vent his frustration. Why was he forced to contend with two opponents alone? Observing their prowess, he pondered the unfairness of his situation. As a natural type fruit user, he began to realize the limitations of relying solely on his abilities in this fiercely competitive environment. His attacks were ineffective, and elemental transformations were futile, leaving him at the mercy of the two relentless women. As a man of resilience, Old Sand could not endure this predicament any longer. He raised his head, ready to showcase the fruits of his recent training. With a mighty shout, dark threads of energy coiled around his arms, stabilizing after a brief flicker. His armament hockey began to take shape. Now, paired with the agility of his natural fruit, he finally found himself able to trade blows with the two sisters, regaining a semblance of combat effectiveness. The tide of battle began to shift in favor of the Dawn crew. Meanwhile, Little Horse sat atop a hill, bewildered by the unfolding events. Hadn't he come to confront them? Why did it seem that he was now uninvolved? Nevertheless, he observed that the strength of the Dawn crew was indeed formidable. Jiang Liufeng required no introduction, and the swordsman was a hidden gem. As he engaged in introspective analysis of the battlefield, he appeared somewhat at ease, removed from the chaos. Suddenly, Smuggy's expression turned grave, as she shouted for everyone to retreat towards the suspension bridge. The terrain was unfavorable for them. Her fruit ability was rendered ineffective on the arid ground, and attempting to extract juice from such formidable opponents seemed an insurmountable task. Resolutely, she decided to change positions, seeking the river near the suspension bridge to bolster her strength. Amidst the chaotic skirmish, Jack and the others fought and retreated, finally making their way to the bridge's edge. Clenching her teeth, Smuggy steeled herself, willing to risk injury as she launched a desperate three-strike assault against the Red Count, not expecting to inflict significant damage but merely seeking to buy precious time. As her strikes fell, she swiftly turned towards the river below the bridge. The Red Count, having only taken a half-step back, had already dissipated Smuggy's sword energy and was poised to pursue. At that moment, the two sisters, who had been keeping Old Sand at bay, realized the implications of Smuggy's actions. The 15th sister moved to intercept the Red Count, engaging him in a fierce battle to buy Smuggy even more time. Desperate, Smuggy plunged her blade into the water, drawing deeply from its essence. The sword shimmered with a cold brilliance, enveloped in swirling mist as she continued to siphon the river's water into her being. Her form visibly swelled, growing stronger by the moment. Just as the 15th sister could no longer withstand the Red Count's relentless attacks and was struck down, leaving a gruesome scar, Smuggy's pin-up fury erupted. If not now, when would she act? With a furious roar, Jack and Pika understood her intent, igniting their own ferocity. With a resounding grunt, two colossal figures emerged before them, a primordial mammoth and a towering fortress-like giant. Alongside the now massive Smuggy, the trio loomed large, casting disdainful gazes upon Jiang Liufeng and his crew. The sudden turn of events left Jiang Liufeng's group momentarily stunned, not in fear, but rather in disbelief. Having been relentlessly pressured, Jack and his allies now felt a surge of exhilaration as they regarded their adversaries, diminished to mere ants before them. Jack could not resist flaunting his newfound power. Swinging his robust elephantine trunk and taunting Jiang Liufeng, "You were quite audacious moments ago. Let us see you maintain that bravado now." Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng no longer felt anxious. He crossed his arms and approached Valdo, Old Shah, and the tardy Golden Lion, exchanging glances with everyone. With a meaningful smile, he remarked, "Are they comparing sizes, my friends? Are you ready?" Roar. Chapter 77. The Navy's scheme. Meanwhile, in the office of the Marshal at Marineford headquarters, our esteemed Marshal Sengoku was in an uproar. What on earth? Jiang Liufeng has recruited the Golden Lion? After hanging up the phone, Sengoku felt a wave of blood rush to his head, leaving him momentarily dizzy. It was unbearable. Sengoku realized that if he did not retire soon, he might suffer a stroke. Jiang Liufeng is a fellow who embodies the essence of hope and miracles each day. This predicament truly renders Sengoku speechless. Gazing into the mirror at a reflection that merely 10 days prior radiated vigor and youthful exuberance, akin to an elderly man reveling in the folly of youth. With one hand grasping the Golden Lion and the other holding the azure sky. Yet now, he is beset by the weight of despair. His once lustrous black hair, now a disheveled blend of black and white, falling out in clumps. In the depths of his being, he senses that the incident in Dressrosa is likely to spiral into failure once more. Summon all the commanders bearing flowers on their shoulders to the conference room. He gestured weakly to the guards at the door. Seated at the head of the conference room, Sengoku tossed a document aside, his tone flat as he stated, "Take a look." The bewildered naval commanders began to pass around the documents, and upon reading, their expressions shifted to shock. When it was Garp's turn, the old man nearly leapt to the ceiling, nearly smashing it with his surprise. This can't be true. The contents of the document were undoubtedly devastating news for the Navy. The Golden Lion had actually joined Jiang Liufeng's ranks. What on earth was happening? The Red Count, Wald. The Golden Lion. Was Jiang Liufeng truly intent on gathering all these legendary pirates under his banner? If so, what was the point of battling? A mere gathering of individuals at the Navy headquarters would be enough to quench their thirst for victory. The naval commanders were gravely solemn. Realizing they could no longer evade the fact that the Dawn crew now possessed the extraordinary strength to shake the very foundations of the Navy headquarters. Witnessing the commander's despondency only fueled Sengoku's ire. He suddenly slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, "Is it of any use to wallow in despair here? As members of the Navy, it is our duty to maintain maritime order. Should we falter in the face of adversity?" His brief yet stirring words roused many of the commanders from their gloom. Indeed, avoidance would yield no results. Facing challenges head-on is the hallmark of a true hero. The atmosphere lightened considerably, and Sengoku seized the opportunity to ask, "Let us discuss how we might confront this crew. What tangible strategies do we possess?" Sengoku posed the question to the assembly, as he was at a loss for solutions himself, his usually astute mind now feeling quite helpless. Additionally, as the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge Liang. He believed that with a collective effort, a viable plan would surely emerge. Silence enveloped the conference room as everyone pondered potential responses. After a considerable pause, Kizaru finally tapped the table and proposed, "There is an idea, albeit a bit risky." A flicker of skepticism crossed Akiji's face, clearly unimpressed by Kizaru's suggestion. The memory of Kizaru's previous reckless ventures against Jiang Liufeng still lingered uneasily with him. "You're just a double agent. What viable plan do you have?" The others, however, looked to Kizaru as if he were a lifeline, desperate for any glimmer of hope. The previously silent Sengoku's eyes brightened at this, straightening in his seat and urging, "Speak." Kizaru adjusted his cloak, glanced at Akiji, shrugged, and began. "We can lure Jiang Liufeng to the Navy headquarters and encircle him at Marineford." The room fell into a stunned silence. "Are you serious? How could we possibly expect a pirate to come to Marineford for a trap?" Sengoku's expression darkened as he retorted, "Kizaru, are you jesting? Please remain calm and allow me to elaborate." Kizaru continued. "The upcoming major event presents us with an opportunity. Not only will all naval forces be present, including our highest combatants, but even the newly recruited naval personnel will be there, along with the 7 warlords." He paused to gauge the room, noticing their confusion before clarifying. "Consider this, with the 7 warlords, alongside 4 new admiral candidates, Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, and Master Zephyr, the entire Navy headquarters will boast an overwhelming force. With the likes of Kuma, Mihawk, and Hancock, We will have 13 formidable combatants on hand, more than sufficient to deal with Jiang Liufeng. Sengoku nodded slightly. Acknowledging the strength would indeed be ample, but questioned, what makes you believe Jiang Liufeng will actually come? That is simple, Kizaru replied. We will observe the outcome of the Dressrosa situation. If Doflamingo captures Jiang Liufeng, we need not worry. However, if Jiang Liufeng overcomes Doflamingo, we shall immediately extend an invitation for him to join the 7 warlords. At that point, we will summon him to attend the major event. Akiji smacked his thigh, suddenly enlightened. So we feign allegiance while secretly plotting his demise. Brilliant. It must be said that Kizaru, typically unreliable, had finally validated his salary. Akiji shot him an approving glance. The high-ranking naval officers, too, began to express long-lost smiles, finally hearing what seemed like a promising proposal after countless defeats at Jiang Liufeng's hands. Will this course of action tarnish the Navy's reputation? Will it breed distrust among the other warlords? Zephyr asked with a frown. Akainu sprang to his feet, his disdain palpable. Does the Navy even have a reputation left to defend? If it means eliminating a pirate, who cares about appearances? As for the 7 warlords, the newly recruited admirals have openly expressed a desire to abolish the warlord system. The collusion between the Navy and pirates is nothing but disgraceful. Freeing ourselves from this entanglement would be a boon. After considering everyone's input, Sengoku concluded that there was no better plan at hand. He looked up earnestly and posed one final question. How can we ensure Jiang Liufeng will accept our invitation and become a warlord? Moreover, how can we guarantee he will come to Marineford when summoned? Kizaru donned a knowing smile. That will depend on the choice of the envoy we send to this fiery, impetuous young man. The room fell silent for a moment before everyone gradually understood, their faces lighting up with comprehension. In unison, they exclaimed, Boa Hancock. Chapter 78. The war between Giant Sengoku once again slammed his hand on the table, but this time his face shone with vigor and enthusiasm. Splendid. It is settled. Immediately notify the Empress to report to Marineford. Kizaru, you shall personally deliver the message with utmost haste. Dismissed. Yes, sir. The naval officers emerged from the conference room with their heads held high, exuding confidence. A wave of confusion rippled through the ranks. What is going on? Have they been injected with steroids? Don't jump around. Do they not realize the floor was just cleaned? The timeline once again returns to the battlefield of Dressrosa. The previously arrogant and domineering Jack, one of the 3 calamities, now wore a countenance as grim as if he had ingested something foul. Faced with a group of formidable opponents, he found himself at a loss for words. Just as Jiang Liufeng was about to utter a remark about size, Jack sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Sure enough, in the next moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before him. Jiang Liufeng was enveloped in a surge of electrical energy, fully unleashing his powers with a striking maneuver, the 200 million volt Thunder God, his entire being transformed into a majestic giant of lightning. Clad in armor and wielding a mighty hammer, his fierce gaze captivating all, his form even elongated, reminiscent of his mammoth transformation. Vardo let out a hearty laugh, finally seizing the opportunity to demonstrate the second function of his devil fruit ability, which allowed him to enlarge himself or objects by a factor of 1 to 100. Without hesitation, he expanded himself 20-fold, his towering figure standing proud amidst the heavens, his expression brimming with excitement. Having been overshadowed by Jiang Liufeng and Red Count during his time aboard the Dawn's pirate ship, he had yet to face a worthy adversary, hence his ability remained dormant. Now, however, the moment had arrived, and he was filled with an exhilarating eagerness to unleash his full potential. Old Sand, of course, was no less formidable. Utilizing his Logia-type devil fruit ability in conjunction with the advantageous terrain, he conjured a massive sandstorm, eventually taking on the form of a giant. Yet, compared to the substantial transformations of his counterparts, his appearance seemed somewhat fragile. Though the Golden Lion had been schooled by Jiang Liufeng, he had evidently regained some strength during this period of recuperation, allowing him to execute another earthquake technique. 8 majestic lions sprang forth, swiftly encircling Jack's trio and duo. These earth lions appeared almost lifelike, their menacing expressions and poised claws suggesting they were ready to pounce, poised to rend the 5 apart. Indeed, the notion that one could not be vanquished, yet could be terrified to death, proved true in this moment. Jack and his companions turned ashen, their hearts swelling with despair, barely able to contain their rising fear. Had they not clung desperately to their resolve, it seemed they would have knelt and surrendered the very next instant. Jack, filled with fury and sorrow, lamented the fact that his Zoan-type devil fruit ability, which granted him a robust physique and the potential to transform into colossal beasts, was meant to be a unique boon. Little did he expect that these Logia and Paramecia-type bastards would show no regard for martial ethics. Logia and Paramecia types inherently overshadowed Zoan types in terms of agility, versatility, and the potential for diverse applications, leaving the latter with no ground to stand upon. To make matters worse, his once formidable advantage now appeared trivial before his opponents. What was the point of engaging in combat? As he raised his gaze, he saw Marco, seemingly reveling in the moment, surrounded by swirling blue ethereal flames, soaring through the skies like an immortal phoenix. This sight inflicted yet another wave of devastating emotional turmoil upon him. Other types he could accept, but why did those of the Zoan type appear so grand and exalted? Why did he feel like a mere brutish fool, rough and tough, destined to take a beating? Jack could no longer endure the indignity. His rage flared, nearly consuming his reason. With a primal roar, he charged headlong toward Jiang Liufeng, disregarding who was who, intent on unleashing a frenzy of strikes. The thunder god, Jiang Liufeng, bore an increasingly regal demeanor, a smile gracing his handsome visage as he advanced to meet Jack's assault. With a firm grip, he seized both of Jack's enormous tusks, forcefully halting his advance. Jack was taken aback, instinctively raising his massive trunk, now reinforced by haki, to sweep toward Jiang Liufeng with the force of an army. How astonishingly swift are the movements of Jiang Liufeng amidst the flashes of lightning. In the mere instant when the elephant's trunk swept by, he deftly evaded it, only to reappear in the exact same position once it had passed. To the onlookers, it seemed as though Jiang Liufeng had vanished, yet simultaneously, it felt as though he had never moved at all, a truly perplexing spectacle. Jack, unwilling to concede, swung the elephant's trunk with reckless abandon, obliterating everything in his vicinity. In that moment, the surrounding environment was reduced to ruins, with flowers and trees shattered, and the air became thick with chaos, swirling with dust and debris. What was once a serene and vibrant green forest was forcibly ravaged, ultimately succumbing to desolation, leaving behind a barren expanse of yellow earth. The moniker of drought indeed proved to be well-deserved. The scene was magnificent, the momentum overwhelming. However, from the perspective of their confrontation, it seemed to bear little significance. No matter how formidable his destructive power, it ultimately failed to even graze a single hair on Jiang Liufeng. Jiang Liufeng consistently evaded his attacks with effortless grace, returning to his original position. This was even more despairing than Zhuge Liang's 7 captures of Menghua. Jack poured all his strength into his elephant trunk, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks that left his body weary. His eyes rolled slightly back, foam dripped from his mouth, and his eagerness for power yielded no results, causing the tension he had tightly held within to gradually slacken, leading him to retreat. It was likely that he would not withstand much longer before facing defeat. The two were engaged in a delightful duel, while the other 2 battles were equally captivating. Smuggy brandished a colossal sword, astonishingly engaging Valdo in ranged combat. Her massive blade had absorbed ample moisture, extending to a full 100 meters. The continuous long-range slashes forced Valdo to leap in every direction, causing the ground to tremble. The weary onlookers who had rushed to the battlefield barely had time to assess the situation before being thrown off balance by the shockwaves created by Valdo's evasive maneuvers. Damn it, just when we had survived the onslaught from the Golden Lion, we arrive only to find chaos reignited. Everyone, step back. These freaks are not normal. This is akin to a battle of giants. It's utterly terrifying. Is this what it means to be a master? They seem capable of anything. Enough of this. Let us move quickly. The tremors are making me feel queasy. Valdo's repeated strong assaults were consistently thwarted by Smuggy, who was indeed one of the 3-star generals under the Big Mom. She possessed considerable strength. Frustrated by his inability to engage closely, Valdo leapt 100 meters away, gasping for breath. Smuggy withdrew her sword, plunging it into the water to replenish the moisture she had lost, her face gleaming with pride. Valdo, to be honest, your crew relies solely on Jiang Liufeng and that mysterious swordsman to maintain their facade. Your mere 500 million pirates are nothing before me. Chapter 79. The moment of action in contrast to the temporary ceasefire between Valdo and Smuggy, the Golden Lion was reveling in delight. Handing over the likes of Pika to himself was akin to delivering a mouse right to the face of a big cat. No, upon witnessing the current situation, it was more like offering a gopher. 8 imposing lion-headed creatures relentlessly pursued Pika, practically grinding him into the ground. Pika, helpless, could only burrow underground. Now, the Golden Lion commanded his 8 lion subordinates to guard Pika like a corpse. The legendary pirate's observation haki was not something Pika could compare with. In the Golden Lion's perception, Pika was utterly exposed, with no means of escape. Each time he dared to surface, the 8 lion-headed beasts would pounce upon him with their gaping maws. In an instant, they reduced the stone giant Pika had summoned to mere rubble. He had no choice but to retreat underground once more. There was no other option. Those lion-headed beasts, their razor-sharp teeth enhanced by the Golden Lion's haki, posed a grave threat. One misstep could lead to annihilation. The most relaxed among them was the ostentatious crocodile. At that moment, he stood atop the giant silhouette formed by the sandstorm, side by side with Marco, who had been idle all morning. Although Crocodile seemed to harbor some disdain for the Whitebeard pirates, having consistently given Marco the cold shoulder, boredom prevailed, and the captain appeared disinclined to act against Marco, prompting him to momentarily set aside his disdain and engage in casual conversation. "Crocodile, your crew is undeniably peculiar," Marco remarked, observing the spectacular clashes around them. "Indeed, Captain and the others are truly formidable." Although Crocodile replied in a flat tone, Marco could discern genuine admiration for these individuals in Crocodile's eyes. A smile crept across Marco's face, surprised to see Crocodile express sincere respect for anyone. "It seems even you, Crocodile, have reached a point of genuine subservience. Clearly, your captain possesses an immense charisma." Crocodile paused, realizing that, unbeknownst to him, he had indeed integrated into this team, to the extent of referring to Jiang Liufeng as captain even in his absence. For a moment, he was taken aback. Had Jiang Liufeng left such a monumental impression on him? In that instant, Crocodile recognized he was genuinely captivated by a person, sincerely willing to follow this 20-year-old with purple hair. Awakening from his brief astonishment, he unexpectedly revealed a rare, sunny smile. Marco could hardly believe his eyes. Witnessing such an expression from Crocodile was unbelievable. "You have changed. Perhaps. I find myself increasingly curious about your captain. Just don't let your curiosity run too wild, or we might end up as comrades," Crocodile replied with a meaningful smile. Marco chuckled, non-committal. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon unfolded on the battlefield. The previously immovable birdcage began to constrict, sending waves of terror through the small fry near the edges. They attempted to resist the cage's advance, but for reasons unknown, this seemingly linear entity was remarkably resilient. No matter how they struggled, they could not halt its progress. Hands tried to block, feet attempted to thwart, and even moving massive boulders proved futile. This sent the gathered crowd into a frenzy, cursing loudly. "Doflamingo, what is the meaning of this? Do you intend to slaughter us all? You devil! You are a devil!" Yet, their protests were met with indifference. No one paid them any mind. In the merciless heart of Doflamingo, these small fries were merely toys for his amusement, their lives as worthless as ants. Just as expected, "Doflamingo, you shall pay." Jiang Liufeng's eyes glimmered with cold fury. He foresaw this move. Yet, he was bold enough not to regard it as a threat. His true disdain lay in Doflamingo's intent to eradicate them. He looked up at the sun, which was nearing its zenith. The time of noon approached. Given this, there was nothing left to say. Enough of this charade. Let us resolve this swiftly. Jiang Liufeng's expression turned serious as he spoke. "Don't be hasty. Let us enjoy this a little longer." "Ha ha." At that moment, an unwelcome voice echoed. Everyone turned to see Doflamingo. As his voice resonated, a sharp sound of slicing air pierced their ears. Whoosh! A thread as thin as a hair and as dark as iron stealthily shot toward Jiang Liufeng's back. But how formidable was Jiang Liufeng's observation haki? Moreover, the pressure Jack exerted was negligible. Just as the fine thread grazed Jiang Liufeng's body, with a swift motion, Jiang Liufeng vanished from his position. The smile on Doflamingo's face abruptly faded. However, while his smile was restrained, his attack was not. The slender thread shot straight into one of Jack's eyes. A piercing scream echoed through the heavens and the earth. Jack's eye was obliterated, his breath unstable, and he could not maintain his fruit abilities. Thus, he was forced back into his human form, clutching his left eye, writhing in agony on the ground. "Ah, my eye, Doflamingo. I will kill you. I swear I will kill you." Before the battle even began, a major general had already fallen, and Doflamingo's expression darkened considerably. He had never anticipated that Jiang Liufeng's reflexes would be so swift. His attack, which he had believed to be a sure hit, was effortlessly evaded. Seeing Jiang Liufeng being ambushed, the furious Red Count, who had already dispatched Big Mom's 15th and 16th daughters, was incensed. The thunderstorm in his hand was drawn, and he prepared to charge at Doflamingo. Simultaneously, the ever-chatting Old Sand sprang into action, seizing the opportunity. However, their speed was eclipsed by another. Bang! Surrounded by blue spiritual flames, Marco, empowered by the form of the Phoenix, moved with astonishing swiftness, overtaking both the Red Count and Old Sand. With a powerful kick, imbued with hockey, he struck Doflamingo squarely in the chest, sending him flying. Roar! Marco bellowed with ferocity. Finally, he had a role to play. Doflamingo was left speechless. He had not anticipated that his attempt to play the part of a predator and claim a life would result in a queue of adversaries waiting to confront him. A chill ran down his spine, tightening his resolve. Chapter 80, The Return of Thunder. Having secured a hard-earned opportunity, Marco cherished it dearly. He offered Doflamingo no respite, pushing himself to the limit. In a flash, he caught up with the airborne Doflamingo, retracting his wings to unleash a barrage of punches and kicks. Doflamingo struggled to defend himself, let alone counterattack. After delivering over 100 strikes, Marco finally spread his arms, revealing his phoenix wings once more, performing a front flip before delivering a devastating downward kick to Doflamingo's abdomen. With a muffled groan, Doflamingo was struck as if by cannon fire, crashing into the ground with a thunderous impact, causing the earth to quake and debris to fly. The ground was left with a gaping chasm, leaving onlookers concerned about whether Doflamingo could recover. Gulp! A collective gulp from the surrounding allies resounded. So formidable. Truly worthy of being the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, 1st Division. Valdo watched in delight, exclaiming, "Wonderful. Now I must wrap things up here." Smuggy, stunned by Marco's thunderous display, quickly refocused her mind. Valdo, you know you can't hold on much longer, right? Valdo shook his head, saying no. What I mean is that I will swiftly deal with you. Smuggy scoffed. If you have the ability, come and try. With that, she provocatively waved her sword. The challenge, unmistakable. Why should I come to you? Valdo replied with amusement, producing 2 gleaming golden pistols. At this moment, the pistols appeared comically small in Valdo's hands. Buddy, it took me quite a while to grasp these. I almost crushed them in my clumsiness, he added, his playful demeanor eliciting laughter from Smuggy. Ha ha ha, you crack me up. Valdo, are you out of your mind? Before she could finish, her eyes widened in shock. Wait, no way. The 2 golden guns no longer appeared insignificant. They now resembled 2 enormous black holes looming before her. A chill coursed through Smuggy as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. No. Valdo, you. Valdo unceremoniously interrupted her. Time flies, and it's time to say goodbye. Bang, bang, bang. A relentless barrage of gunfire erupted. No, this wasn't mere gunfire. It was akin to cannon fire. The sudden, deafening blasts caught the crew off guard, leaving their heads spinning, their eardrums nearly shattered. It felt as though they had suffered a concussion. Their nerves were on the brink of collapse. Who am I? Where am I? Smuggy was struck with terror, desperately resisting. Yet the overwhelming force of Valdo's weaponry was beyond her capacity to withstand. Valdo was a man capable of obliterating entire islands. Do you think this is a joke? The barrage launched Smuggy into the air, not fatal but propelled with such force that her speed surpassed even Jiang Liufeng's lightning-like movements. Smuggy's face paled, her voice still defiant. Valdo, I will kill you. Prepare to face the wrath of the entire Big Mom pirates. Mother and my brother will ensure you are ground to dust. Valdo released a puff of smoke from the gun's barrel as his figure gradually diminished. Perhaps, but you won't live to see that day. Oh, by the way, the bounty of 500 million. I vaguely recall that being a matter from 30 years ago, so Valdo smirked. Farewell. Upon hearing Valdo's words, a foreboding thought crept into Smuggy's mind, a question of what he truly meant. In the next moment, she instinctively turned around, but it was already too late. Her pupils dilated. Ah, no. Before she could utter another word, the threat of the birdcage had already reached the tip of her nose. The hockey she had just summoned had yet to fully envelop her. Sizzle thud, thud the sound of heavy objects plunging into water echoed in the ears of the onlookers. Thus, the Battle of Dressrosa concluded, with Doflamingo's assistance leading to the downfall of Smuggy, one of the 3 sweet commanders under the Yonko Big Mom. With a bounty of 932 million berries, Smuggy's defeat left a profound impact on all present. Whether engaged in battle or merely spectating, everyone was utterly astonished. A powerful subordinate of the Yonko had been summarily dispatched by Valdo, a feat that was nothing short of shocking. Although Valdo's maneuver had a tinge of opportunism, capturing Smuggy would not have been so effortless otherwise. However, in the arena of battle, victors and vanquished are determined. A loss remains a loss. And today's conflict would undoubtedly be a prominent addition to Valdo's record. Jack's pupils constricted in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that in today's world, someone actually dared to strike against one of the four emperors. Initially, he thought that even in the worst-case scenario, he could simply suffer defeat and later seek vengeance with the help of his boss. However, a sense of dread began to envelop him. He understood that if he did not grasp this fleeting opportunity for survival, he might meet the same fate as Smuggy. Death was a real possibility. With a painful resolve, he summoned the might of the mammoth form, preparing to fight with every ounce of his being. Yet, he was suddenly struck by the realization that Jiang Liufeng, who had been right before him, had vanished without a trace. Panic surged within him. Where had he gone? He instinctively glanced around, only to see the onlooking younger brothers. Their mouths agape, heads tilted high, eyes wide with terror, as if they had witnessed something extraordinary. A bead of sweat trickled down Jack's forehead. At that moment, he felt enveloped by an aura of impending doom. His animal instincts, finely attuned to danger, caused every hair on his body to stand on end. Regaining his composure, he struggled to lift his gaze skyward. A blinding flash of powerful lightning illuminated the scene, causing Jack to squint his eyes in an attempt to shield them from the brilliance. Yet, in that fleeting glance, he discerned the truth. Above him, Jiang Liufeng stood with one hand raised high, a smile adorning his face, cradling an enormous sphere of lightning in his palm. The thunderstorm returned. Fear gripped Jack, causing his legs to weaken, nearly rendering him incapable of movement. The surrounding younger brothers were equally astonished by this display. Fortunately, due to Jiang Liufeng and his cohort's earlier antics with size comparisons, the younger ones had retreated far enough to avoid the immediate danger. Had they remained within the sphere's reach, they likely would have been paralyzed by fear, waiting for their inevitable demise. It was overwhelmingly shocking, far more so than anything found in the newspapers. What on earth was this? It was absurd. Was it a spirit bomb? Cough, cough. Getting off track here. Let us focus. This was undoubtedly a colossal lightning-infused Rasengan. The younger brother caught between two conversing figures twitched at the corners of his mouth. Damn it, this was a pirate story, for heaven's sake. The absurdities they were discussing were yet to come. Could they not stay on topic? Chapter 81. A scheme unfolds while the others chatted casually. Jack's heart raced with anxiety. Humans possess an innate fear of fire and lightning, and the immense lightning sphere hovering above was no exception. The dancing serpents of lightning and the intense heat generated by the high voltage gave Jack the overwhelming sensation of confronting death itself. Was he to die? No. He refused to accept death. Gritting his teeth, he let out a primal roar towards the heavens, unleashing 120% of his potential. His hair, already as unyielding as steel, became even more rigid, his entire back darkened like iron, with the armed color of his haki enveloping an expansive area. Jiang Liufeng, let me. Drought Jack, withstand your attack. I shall shatter your undefeated myth. Jiang Liufeng gently lowered his raised arm, speaking with ease, as you wish. As his arm descended, the terrifying lightning bolt plunged straight towards Jack. Goodness, the boss is serious. Retreat. Valdo shrank back, even as a teammate. He was considerably intimidated by this overwhelming strike, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee. Following suit were Lao Sha, the Red Count, and Golden Lion, all hastily retreating. Jack's pupils constricted, gazing at the approaching lightning with mounting dread. The massive form of the mammoth trembled uncontrollably, shaking the ground beneath it, its jaw quivering. Teeth clattering together, producing a cacophony of sounds. He regretted it. He lamented his foolishness in offending such a formidable figure. He regretted not simply kneeling and begging for mercy. Would that not have granted him a glimmer of hope for survival? What significance did pride or dignity hold at this moment? Now his life was at stake. As he begrudgingly closed his eyes, the lightning struck down in its entirety. Boom. A series of earth-shattering thunderclaps resonated, causing the entirety of Dressrosa to tremble. As the dust settled, the forest appeared as though it had been struck by a meteor, revealing a vast crater, with trees ignited by the intense heat, ablaze in a furious fire. Within the crater lay a figure, unrecognizable and entirely charred. After a moment of silence, someone, it is uncertain who, was the first to respond, swallowing hard and stammering, Jack. Jack has been defeated. Boom. This sound reverberated like thunder, awakening everyone in Dressrosa. Oh my. In just one morning, the Dawn crew has felled 4 Emperor Big Mom and 2 of Kaido's top commanders. Madness, this world is in chaos. A storm is brewing in the new world. How powerful? Who could withstand such a blow from lightning? Jiang Liufeng, I adore you. I wish to bear your children. The crowd, in a flurry of excitement, expressed their uncontrollable emotions. The strong always evoke feelings of admiration in the hearts of others, becoming objects of reverence and the center of the world's attention. Jiang Liufeng has succeeded, whether as participants immersed in the competition or as ordinary citizens observing through video calls. There is but one name that lingers in their minds at this moment. Jiang Liufeng. Jiang Liufeng. Jiang Liufeng. At this moment, one of the 3 calamities under the 4 emperors, the drought-inducing Jack, with a bounty of 1 billion berries. Incredible. My friend, did you see that? Truly formidable. In a corner of the competition venue, a contestant excitedly gestured, animatedly speaking to the bearded man beside him. I saw it. Such unparalleled charisma. It rivals that of the 4 emperors. The bearded man replied, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Huh? Why are you touching my backside? Oh, don't push me, that hurts. I didn't do anything. The bearded man responded, puzzled. Both were bewildered and turned to look back. Goodness. The birdcage. They noticed that the birdcage continued to constrict, clearly. The 2 had been so captivated that they forgot about it. Run. The young man fled in despair. High above, Jiang Liufeng descended slowly, having retracted his powers, transforming back into the calm and serene purple-haired youth he typically was. Few, it seems the matter is nearly concluded. There shouldn't be anyone else daring to challenge them now. The first to approach was Little Ma, who, possessing the immortal bird fruit, felt no fear of lightning and thus did not evade, instead savoring the breathtaking spectacle up close. You are truly remarkable, he said to Jiang Liufeng. You're not too shabby yourself. Jiang Liufeng replied. They shared a knowing glance and laughed joyfully, though few words were exchanged. Both recognized in each other's eyes a mutual desire to surpass one another. Just as they appreciated one another in silence, a fine thread spun nearby, weaving into a dense human form, ultimately converging. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Is it merely a clone? No wonder you was taken away just now. Jiang Liufeng secretly mused. Ha ha ha, what a delightful surprise this is. I never anticipated you would grow to such formidable strength. The doppelganger of the informant, feigning to be Minggu, remarked with great interest. Jiang Lu raised an eyebrow, exuding a sense of confidence. Now that I have triumphed, isn't it time to claim the fruit? He chuckled. Surely. You don't genuinely believe that I would actually hand over the fruit to you? How naive you are. Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow and asked. What do you mean? Are you intending to go back on your word? No, you have misunderstood. This contest was originally a plot orchestrated against Marco. So the notion of any rewards is entirely non-existent. It is merely a grand performance that you have disrupted. Marco, visibly displeased, inquired, what do you mean by that? Don Quixote Doflamingo, how dare you set a trap for me? Are you not afraid of the wrath of the Whitebeard pirates? Ha ha ha, naive Marco. Soon your Whitebeard pirates will be no more. What do I have to fear? Doflamingo scoffed, shaking his head. What did you just say? Please clarify your words. Jiang Liufeng was equally perplexed, his curiosity piqued. He decided to refrain from taking immediate action and instead listen to the unfolding events. It is of no consequence to share this with you. This time, it is an order from the naval headquarters. I have been instructed, along with the other 2 emperors of the sea, to bait your Whitebeard pirates with the allure of devil fruits. Whomever comes will be ensnared, and to my surprise, it is you, Marco. Initially, the plan was to eliminate you and sever Whitebeard's influence, but unforeseen circumstances arose, thanks to that group known as Dawn. Marco gritted his teeth in indignation. How shameless. The Navy, the 7 warlords, and pirates conspiring together to bring harm to our Whitebeard pirates. What is your ultimate goal? Is it not apparent? Quite simply, it is to deplete your strength as much as possible before we strike to obliterate your crew. Nonsense. Do you truly believe you can annihilate us? Marco clearly doubted the veracity of his claims. Doflamingo chuckled dismissively. You shall soon find out. As Marco was about to retort, Jiang Liufeng intervened, stating, he speaks the truth. You must return and prepare at once. It is likely that Ace has sought trouble with Blackbeard and has been captured and delivered to the Navy. A thunderous realization struck Marco. Could it be that Shanks spoke the truth? Was Blackbeard truly that formidable? Despite his lingering doubts, Jiang Liufeng's earnest gaze suggested the gravity of the situation was indeed real. Anxious and resolute, He shot a piercing glare at Doflamingo before clasping his hands in a salute to Jiang Liufeng, saying, "This matter is of utmost importance. I must hasten back to inform father. May we cross paths again." Jiang Liufeng nodded and said, "Take care. Farewell," with a sharp cry of a bird echoing. Marco transformed into a phoenix, soaring away with the swiftness of a gale, leaving behind a long trail of azure light in the air, a clear indication of his full throttle speed. The so-called cage before Marco was merely a jest, as he disregarded it and surged forth. Watching Marco depart, Jiang Liufeng refocused his attention on Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was fixated on him with an unyielding gaze. Upon witnessing Marco's safe escape, the smile on Doflamingo's face faded, replaced by a sinister expression, as if he were hungry for vengeance. The sudden emergence of someone like Jiang Liufeng had completely derailed their meticulously crafted plans, and it appeared that Jiang held many untold secrets. The more Doflamingo pondered, the angrier he became, veins bulging on his forehead. "Who are you? How do you know so many secrets?" Jiang Liufeng gazed at him and spoke. "There is no need for you to comprehend this. Simply remember my forthcoming words." Minggu, perplexed, inquired, "What words?" "Clean your neck thoroughly. Await my arrival to reap your head." Upon hearing these words, Ming Ji's fury surged, his teeth nearly grinding to dust, yet he gradually regained his composure and donned a cautious smile. "I shall await you." As his voice faded, his form began to disintegrate, ultimately transforming into slender white threads, delicate as hair, which danced away with the wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, the sounds of slicing wind echoed as the 4 members of the Red Count returned to Jiang Liufeng's side. Jiang Liufeng lifted his gaze toward the horizon, casting a profound glance at the Dressrosa Palace before turning back to the group with a smile, announcing, "This is our new ally, the Golden Lion. I trust that you have all become acquainted?" Despite having mentally prepared himself, the moment Jiang Liufeng uttered the name of the Golden Lion, both Waldo and Old Sand were taken aback, their bodies trembling slightly in disbelief. After all, this was the Golden Lion, a legendary pirate of unparalleled stature, unexpectedly becoming their companion. Such an occurrence was indeed astonishing. However, upon glancing at the Red Count, both men felt a sense of relief. If a figure as proud as the Red Count could be subdued, then perhaps it was not as formidable a challenge for their captain, with his extraordinary prowess, to enlist the Golden Lion. Noticing the silence among the 3, the Golden Lion broke the awkwardness with a hearty laugh, saying, "Ah, you must be Waldo. I've heard much about you from long ago, and this gentleman here is undoubtedly Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords, I presume? Yet, that figure standing with the sword. I can't shake the feeling of familiarity, though I cannot place him. Captain, would you be so kind as to introduce us?" When the Golden Lion mentioned the Red Count, his smile faded, replaced by a more serious demeanor. "This man is formidable." The Golden Lion, confident in his mastery of hockey, regarded himself as one of the top figures in this era. The thought that someone as exceptional as Jiang Liufeng could surpass him was already astonishing. Yet, to discover another such audacious individual amidst the dawn was quite unexpected. Just moments ago, the Golden Lion sensed a familiar aura emanating from the person shrouded in a cloak of purple lightning, prompting him to activate his observation hockey to uncover the truth. To his astonishment, however, his hockey was abruptly intercepted by this individual, leaving the Golden Lion momentarily stunned. An insatiable curiosity surged within him, compelling him to uncover the identity of this mysterious figure. Jiang Liufeng, with a playful smile, remarked to the Count, "Aren't you going to greet your old friend?" As soon as he finished speaking, the Red Count, who had remained motionless until then, slowly raised his arm and gently removed the hat that had been covering his head. Hiss at the moment Jiang Liufeng began to speak, the Golden Lion harbored a suspicion that he dared not acknowledge. However, when he finally discerned the other's appearance, his eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. "You, Radefield." The Red Count smiled faintly. "It has only been a few years since we last met. There is no need for such astonishment. How could I not be surprised to see an old rival like you? The captain truly possesses remarkable skills. Managing to recruit a solitary figure like the Red Count?" Sensing the undertone of challenge in the Golden Lion's words, Jiang Liufeng waved his hand and said, "Enough. I understand that you two share a deep history, but now we are all comrades on the same ship. I do not wish to witness any unpleasantness. Let the past remain in the past. We are on the brink of a new beginning." A flicker of battle intent flashed in the Golden Lion's eyes. "That being said, I believe that sparring between companions is quite essential." The Red Count, not one to back down, concurred. "I too share that sentiment." Jiang Liufeng gazed at the two individuals, who were on the verge of an altercation, feeling utterly helpless. After all, they were long-standing adversaries, and persuading them to amicably shake hands was indeed a formidable challenge. Shaking his head, he remarked, "Very well, perhaps you may settle your differences in a duel at another time, and we shall observe with restraint. For now, let us attend to the pressing matters at hand, shall we?" "Agreed. Agreed." The two responded in unison, just as the situation seemed to reach a temporary resolution. A cacophony of cries for help erupted from behind the five, followed by a throng of younger companions rushing towards them in a state of panic. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the constricting birdcage was nearing its closure. These young companions were compelled to flee by the encroaching cage, as Jiang Liufeng and his group found themselves positioned at the very center of it. "Look, it's the deities of dawn. We are saved. This is our salvation." "Oh, great deities, please shatter the birdcage. We do not wish to perish." Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng exchanged glances with his companions and nodded affirmatively. He then turned, pointing towards the palace of Dressrosa, his face alight with an invigorating spirit as he proclaimed, "Our ultimate destination, the palace of Dressrosa. Our objective is to vanquish Don Quixote da Flamingo and seize the vampire fruit." With a roar, the four were ablaze with fervor. The Red Count took the lead, drawing his sword, while the Golden Lion followed closely behind, unwilling to be outdone. Each unleashed their magnificent slashes, creating a dazzling display in the sky that left onlookers spellbound. The seemingly unbreakable birdcage, under their assault, crumbled like fragile parchment, shattered into a vast expanse. "Impressive. The Dawn Brigade is truly remarkable. Such greatness." They roared. "Onward. The exit lies before us." Chapter 83. The final battle begins. The younger members, witnessing this newfound glimmer of hope, were overwhelmed with exhilaration, their movements filled with gratitude and fervor. The dread instilled by the birdcage had been immense, whether it was towering trees or colossal mountains. All had faced the fate of being sliced apart. What hope did mere mortals possess? Even the might of hockey could not halt the encroaching speed of the birdcage. Just as despair threatened to consume them, two figures emerged, descending like deities, opening the gates from hell back to the realm of the living. How could they not be thrilled? Each, as though invigorated by a potent elixir, accelerated their pace and, after expressing their gratitude, swiftly fled from this accursed place. Jiang Liufeng chose to disregard them and raised his head to address the Golden Lion, inquiring, "Shurji, are you all right?" "Haha, Captain, you underestimate me," the Golden Lion replied. "It is merely a severed arm. It is of no consequence." At that moment, the others finally noticed that one of the Golden Lion's arms hung limply at his side. The one most astonished was none other than the Red Count, who understood the Golden Lion's prowess better than anyone. To witness the Golden Lion, a formidable adversary, engage in combat with Jiang Liufeng and sustain such an injury was utterly shocking. The Red Count had always believed his strength to be on par with Jiang Liufeng's, but now he recognized that Jiang Liufeng was far more formidable than he had ever imagined. However, there was no time for further contemplation. Jiang Liufeng nodded and declared, "Let us depart." Indeed, a group of five swiftly made their way towards the palace of Dressrosa, accompanied by a familiar figure soaring above in the sky. At the naval headquarters, within the marshal's office, a voice resonated, "I am Sengoku." "Speak." "Marshal, we have received the latest news from Dressrosa." "Oh, pray tell." "The Dawn Brigade has annihilated the Big Mom pirates and all competitors sent by the Kaido pirates on the Forest Suspension Bridge. Among the fallen are Smoker, one of Big Mom's sweet commanders, and Jack, one of Kaido's three disasters. Only Pika, a high-ranking officer under Don Quixote da Flamingo, managed to escape underground." Sengoku furrowed his brow slightly. Although a series of strategies had already been devised to counter Jiang Liufeng, hearing such news still stirred a sense of concern within him. As Jiang Liufeng charged forward with unwavering confidence, his unstoppable momentum posed a significant challenge for the Navy. Sengoku sighed deeply, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. As he hung up the phone, he twirled the pen in his hand, his mind troubled by the uncertainty of capturing Jiang Liufeng. In the palace of Dressrosa, a shrill voice echoed in panic. "Da Flamingo! They are approaching us. It's terrifying. Can we withstand their assault?" "Do not panic. They have yet to find a way to overcome us," Da Flamingo reassured. "With sugar on our side, we can catch them off guard. It will be effortless." Hearing this, Pika felt considerably more at ease. "Inform everyone to prepare." "Understood." Jiang Liufeng and his party of five stood beneath the palace, pausing in their tracks. Before them, a familiar figure obstructed their path. Jiang Liufeng's expression slightly shifted as he confronted Fujitora. Are you about to go back on your word? Fujitora chuckled softly and replied, where does this accusation stem from? It is not I who sought trouble with you, but rather you who have come to trouble me. How have I troubled you? Jiang Liufeng retorted. The palace of Dressrosa is under the protection of the world government. Should you attempt to invade the palace, it is indeed you who are seeking conflict with me. Jiang Liufeng had no desire to engage in prolonged entanglements with him. He promptly instructed Shiji to remain and stall the adversary, while the others were to devise their own means to regroup swiftly. I shall take my leave first. Upon reaching this juncture, it was not only the Red Count who felt urgency. Jiang Liufeng himself was somewhat anxious. If Doflamingo sensed a shift in momentum and chose to flee or carelessly allowed others to seize the fruits of their labor, the situation would be dire indeed. Without hesitation, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, shooting upward with remarkable speed. Fujitora, I advise you that your foremost task is to evacuate the nearby populace. With his voice echoing, Jiang Liufeng had already vanished from sight. Fujitora's expression grew grave. The individuals before him were formidable opponents. He decisively commanded his deputy, go, immediately evacuate the surrounding crowd. Yes. The deputy, accompanied by a contingent of Navy personnel, hurriedly set about organizing the evacuation. Nevertheless, I cannot permit you to breach the palace unimpeded. It is my duty to ensure that. Ha ha ha, you must possess the capability to do so. You may proceed. I shall handle this one. The Golden Lion laughed heartily. The Red Count and his companions did not linger, swiftly making their escape. Stay? Fujitora bellowed in anger, drawing his sword to obstruct their path, only to be interrupted by a slicing wave from the Golden Lion. Your opponent is me. Uncertain whether it was intentional or not, Fujitora disregarded the departing figures. Turning his sword towards the Golden Lion, both were renowned sword masters, and their devil fruit abilities were counteractive. The battle raged fiercely, each combatant evenly matched. The Golden Lion, empowered by the float fruit, was unaffected by gravity, while Fujitora's gravity fruit rendered his gravitational force on the Golden Lion utterly ineffective. Ultimately, they relinquished their powers, resorting solely to haki and swordsmanship in their duel. In theory, as a legendary figure, the Golden Lion should excel in swordsmanship. However, without his weapon and nursing injuries, his combat prowess diminished. Thus, the two fighters remained evenly matched, exchanging blows with remarkable skill, yet discerning a victor seemed a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, Jiang Liufeng swiftly arrived at the main hall of the palace. Doflamingo, surrender the fruit and emerge to face your demise, he declared, arms crossed before him. His demeanor serene, as if claiming Doflamingo's life were as simple as plucking an apple from a tree. How audacious! If you wish to see Doflamingo, you must first overcome us. Doflamingo did not show himself, but three of his subordinates appeared. One, adorned with a fringed hat, bearing two scars on his face and cloaked in a red cape, resembled a native tribesman. Diamante. Jiang Liufeng immediately recognized this extraordinary individual. Following him were Galadius and Pick. Jiang Liufeng shook his head lightly, letting out a soft laugh. With just the three of you minions, do you truly believe you can stop me? Humph. How dare you act so arrogantly on our territory? Prepare to receive my first strike. Diamante was the first to act, launching a powerful thrust with his spear, aimed directly at Jiang Liufeng. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Jiang Liufeng's eyes. He had never shown mercy to those who dared to strike against him. He instantly retaliated with a move embodying 30 million volts, summoning the Thunder Beast. The climactic battle of Dressrosa commenced with their confrontation. As the Thunder Beast made contact with Diamante's bull-headed lance, a powerful surge of electricity coursed through the blade, swiftly enveloping him. In Chapter 84, The Roadblock, Diamante's pupils constricted. His instincts warned him that this attack was extraordinary. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his haki to resist the encroaching lightning that had already begun to invade his arm. In an instant, he executed the army flag, causing the ground around him to twist inexplicably. The army flag was Diamante's signature technique, capable of transforming the surrounding terrain into something as light as paper. Utilizing this unique property, Diamante cleverly evaded the domineering strike of the Thunder Beast. Jiang Liufeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Although Diamante's strength was not formidable, his skillful application of techniques and battle experience were indeed noteworthy. Diamante deftly evaded an attack and, rather than retreating, advanced with a fierce bullfighter's cape, charging towards Jiang Liufeng. This seemingly delicate cape possessed a hardness akin to steel. Without uttering a word, Jiang Liufeng immediately summoned a lightning shield, isolating his cloak from the outside, rendering it impossible for anyone to approach. Diamante gritted his teeth. He had long heard of Jiang Liufeng's impenetrable lightning shield, and witnessing it firsthand was indeed remarkable. He promptly rallied the remaining 2 companions to strike together, hoping to shatter the barrier. Gladius, pick, let's go. The 2, already poised for action, responded simultaneously. Half-moon funeral, explosive pellet, diaper bomb, boom. All 3 unleashed their attacks upon Jiang Liufeng, sending dust flying and causing the ground to tremble with the force of the explosions. The aftermath of the blasts created waves of wind that swept through the hall, toppling objects and creating chaos within the grand chamber. While the battle raged above, fierce confrontations ensued below as the Red Count and his companions were similarly intercepted by other members of the Don Quixote family. The trio found themselves facing Baby 5 and Buffalo First. This pair was well matched. One provided ranged attacks while the other offered aerial support, combining heavy weaponry with remarkable maneuverability. Ultimately, they decided to leave Vardu behind to deal with them. Observing the Red Count and Old Sand pressing forward heedlessly, Buffalo and his companion attempted to intervene, but their attacks failed to even graze the hem of the Red Count's cloak. Old Sand, possessing the powers of the natural fruit, effortlessly evaded their strikes, infuriating the duo. Moreover, Vardu skillfully wielded dual pistols, his precise marksmanship thwarting their attempts to pursue. With no other option, the 2 resolved to eliminate Vardu first. Buffalo, let us take care of this bulky fellow. Understood. Buffalo maneuvered in the air with Baby 5, who transformed her legs into 2 pistols, engaging Vardu in a fierce exchange. Utilizing their agility against Vardu's observation hockey, both sides exchanged shots, dodging and firing in a spectacular display of gunplay, neither able to gain the upper hand. The second obstacle was Mahabais and Jorah, prompting Old Sand to remain behind while the Red Count advanced. After all, the fruit was what the Red Count sought. Hastening his reunion with Jiang Liufeng would ensure their combined strength could swiftly achieve success. Oh ho ho ho, you won't escape so easily. You 2 shall become part of my art. Jorah waved her hands, releasing a colorful mist that engulfed a vast area around them. However, she was ultimately a moment too late, as the Red Count, endowed with formidable observation hockey, found the flaw and charged through. Yet, Old Sand, lacking such skill, could not evade the mist's reach. Oh ho ho ho. Mahabais, handle this one while I pursue the fleeing one. Understood. Thus, the battle transpired between Jorah and Old Sand, with the Red Count and Mahabais engaged in a chase. Crocodile, how dare you claim the title of warlord? I doubt you can even defeat me, yet you audaciously compare yourself to the master. Old Sand flicked the ash from his cigar, his expression darkening. Being belittled was a bitter pill for someone as proud as him. Gazing at Jorah's grotesque visage, he coldly retorted, "Your words are excessive, monster." Infuriated by his words, Jorah exclaimed, "You're insufferable. I will turn you into mere filth. Embrace the baptism of my life's art and become part of my creation." Within the colorful mist, Jorah transformed into a fearsome demon, clawing towards Old Sand. Desert Blade. Unwilling to engage in further banter, Old Sand extended his arm, morphing it into a colossal blade of sand that surged towards Jorah. However, upon contact, an extraordinary event occurred. The sand blade rebounded unscathed. In the blink of an eye, it struck the unsuspecting Old Sand, cleaving him in 2. As Old Sand faced this peril, the Red Count had already dashed into the castle's corridor. Drawing closer to the palace hall, a third wave of adversaries emerged, comprising Pika, Dringe, and Laoji. The Red Count's eyes glimmered ominously, however. His focus remained fixated on the vampire fruit, unwilling to linger. He raised his hand, unleashing a powerful sword wave that forced the trio back, then attempted to slip past them. Unfortunately, it proved far from easy, as Pika melded into the wall instantaneously. The next moment, the path before the Red Count surged upward, thoroughly blocking his exit. With a flurry of 8 slashes in a second, honed by 70 to 80 years of experience, the Red Count's speed was evident. Yet the gains were negligible as the freshly cut opening rapidly sealed. The Red Count glared at the 4 pursuing him, his hand sparking with electricity as he pointed at them, declaring, "Do you seek death? Do you think that hiding your faces makes you formidable? Without Jiang Liufeng, you are all nothing but trash." Pika screeched shrilly, "Stop talking nonsense. Quickly eliminate Jiang Liufeng's subordinates, then we'll join forces against him." Daring to provoke the Don Quixote family is tantamount to courting death. With hollow eyes resembling a lifeless corpse, Lao Ji spoke loudly. The typically taciturn and calm Red Count could no longer contain his fury. His expression shifted to one of terrifying coldness. He flipped his weapon, surging forward. "Ignorant fools. Is living not preferable? With his words barely escaping his lips, he swiftly closed the distance to Lao Ji, his rage palpable at that moment. The older one gets, the more one wishes to cling to life. This truth rings undeniably true. For someone like the Red Count, who stands on the precipice of the grave, the allure of this fruit is overwhelming, enough to drive him to madness. Those who dare obstruct his acquisition of the fruit shall face the inevitable wrath of the Red Count's most savage slaughter. Chapter 85. Go to Hell and Repent. The battlefield was divided into 5 segments, each faction embroiled in intense conflict. Yet, who would have thought that the one to conclude the battle most swiftly, granting Dawn the first point, would be Old Sand, who had long remained in the shadows. Despite being cleaved in two by the rebounding desert blade, the natural fruit he possessed rendered the injury inconsequential. Jorah, wearing a sinister grin, declared, "Oh ho ho ho, crocodile. It's futile. In my artistic realm, no one can harm me." Elementalized, Old Sand transformed into a cloud of sand before reconstituting into human form. A rebounded attack? Intriguing. He mused, eyes widening with icy determination. Jorah instinctively shivered, surrendered to the baptism of art, though she wielded her words with sharpness. A single glance from Old Sand sent a shiver down her spine, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread within her. In her realm of power, there existed a significant flaw. She was utterly immobile. To avoid prolonging the inevitable, she resolved to act swiftly. "Life art," she proclaimed, extending her hands to grasp Old Sand. Strangely, he did not flinch or evade her grasp, allowing her to seize him without resistance. Was he relinquishing his fight? A smirk curled on Jorah's lips as she prepared to transform Old Sand into a part of her mural. Yet, to her astonishment, a sudden burst erupted, and Old Sand shattered in her grip. Startled, she marveled at her own strength. However, the anticipated scene of bloodshed did not unfold. Old Sand reformed, elemental once more, repositioning himself with ease. Unbeknownst to her, in this new world, dominance held paramount importance. Old Sand's sinister laughter echoed as he, long subjected to military training, relished the moment. "What? You think mere abilities can surpass me? You probably don't even know how to write the word death." His piercing gaze locked onto Jorah as he taunted her. In the next heartbeat, Old Sand slammed his right hand onto the ground. Erosion cycle. This unique wide-range attack of his drained moisture from any creature or object it touched, gradually extending its reach. The sheer force of this technique could reduce even solid rock to sand, causing the surrounding structures to collapse into a desolate wasteland. Jorah's pupils dilated as she beheld the ground around her, a vast expanse crumbling into sand at an alarming rate. She gasped in horror, her breath caught in her throat. Within mere seconds, her artistic world was devoid of substance, replaced by an endless desert. Before she could react, Old Sand's next move was already in motion. Transforming the area into his personal domain, Old Sand unleashed a powerful gale. He conjured a miniature sandstorm, carelessly tossing it to the ground. The tiny whirlwind, empowered by the desert terrain, rapidly escalated into a massive vortex. It erupted, unleashing a flurry of blades formed from sand, slicing through the air with terrifying ferocity. "Ah! Curse it!" Jorah shrieked, panic-stricken. Yet, within her artistic realm, every attack could rebound. Although Old Sand's display appeared utterly fearsome, she held firm confidence in her ability to deflect the onslaught. "Crocodile, save your efforts. In my artistic realm, nothing." But before she could finish her declaration, an unexpected twist unfolded. Old Sand's true intent was not to assault her. Rather, he harnessed the nature of the sandstorm to disperse the vibrant mist she had summoned. Jorah's so-called artistic realm began to crumble before her eyes. As the colorful mist dissipated, revealing her form, Old Sand coldly fixed his gaze upon her. Desert Diamond Blade. With a swift transformation, Old Sand's hands morphed into 4 formidable sand blades aimed at Jorah. These blades, sharper than the desert's finest, could cleave through even the thickest of rock. Jorah was taken aback. Old Sand's ferocity left her trembling, her spine drenched in cold sweat as the instinct for survival ignited within her. She leaped aside just in time to narrowly evade the lethal blades. "Your perspiration is quite abundant. Shall I assist in drying it?" Old Sand's voice echoed ominously, even as her heart raced with trepidation. Turning to face him, she found Old Sand had inexplicably appeared beside her, his right hand now elementalized. The vast expanse of desert had become his playground, and he moved with astonishing swiftness. Crescent Sand Dune. Jorah's eyes widened as a crescent-shaped blade swept toward her. This time, evasion was futile. The blade pierced through her. A signature move of Old Sand that would drain every drop of moisture from its victim, leaving them a withered husk, devoid of life. In that instant, Jorah felt the life-giving moisture within her evaporate. Her once robust figure withered, skin wrinkling as her strength ebbed away, collapsing helplessly to the ground. You. She gasped in terror, unable to fathom how she had been bested so effortlessly. Words of defiance fled her lips as she pleaded for mercy. Please, spare me. I do not wish to die. Old Sand, towering above her, regarded the woman cowering at his feet with icy detachment, slowly raising his arm. Now do you comprehend why I am one of the 7 warlords? Yes. I understand. Please, have mercy. Do not condemn me. As Old Sand's hand rose, Jorah sensed the chilling breath of death drawing near, her frail figure trembling in fear. Had she possessed even a trace of moisture? She might have lost control of her bladder. Old Sand's expression hardened, the visage of a tyrant returning to his face. Go to hell and repent. With a firm grasp, Old Sand clenched his fist, retrieving a cigar that he lit with a casual flick. He inhaled deeply before turning with nonchalance to leave. Jorah was momentarily stunned. Was he truly sparing her? No, something felt amiss. In an instant, she understood. The desert surrounding her began to sink, forming a colossal quicksand pit. The grains drawing closer. Desert sunflower. As her body sank into the treacherous sands, panic enveloped her. No, I do not wish to die. Help. There is nothing more terrifying than the awareness of impending death, coupled with the helplessness to escape. Each moment felt like an eternity as she sank deeper into the abyss. The dual torment of despair gnawing at her spirit and flesh. Thus, in the Battle of Dressrosa, Jorah of the Don Quixote family met her demise. In the remaining 4 battlefields, aside from the Golden Lion and the Vine Tiger engaging in a slow Tai Chi duel, the other 3 arenas were on the verge of determining their victors. The most imminent was the clash involving the Red Count. Eager for victory, the Red Count displayed no mercy, despite facing 4 opponents. Mere exchanges had already left his adversaries adorned with various injuries. Panting heavily, the 4 adversaries distanced themselves from the Red Count, gasping for breath. This is dire. We are all fighters reliant on close combat, and facing this knife-wielding foe feels akin to being living targets, delivered right to him, lamented Duringer, clenching his fists and resting them against his mouth, his head throbbing in frustration. We have no choice but to sacrifice 1 person for a frontal assault, while the rest of us strike from cunning angles, replied Lao Ji, his expression grave. The brawny Mahabais, with his simple-mindedness, queried, So who will take the brunt of the attack? The other 3 turned in unison to gaze at him, a large bead of sweat sliding down Mahabais' forehead. Stop wasting time. It has to be you. Quickly, unleash your abilities. Pai Ka's sharp voice rang out, as she kicked Mahabais' hefty form toward the Red Count. Terror-stricken yet with no option to retreat, Mahabais steeled himself and prepared to unleash his most formidable move. Hell's 10,000 bays, he bellowed. With the power of the ton press fruit enhancing him, Mahabais' weight surged to an astonishing 10,000 tons. Hurtling through the air towards the Red Count, he resembled a steam locomotive, creating waves of heat from the intense friction with the surrounding air. The remaining 3 leaped into action, seeking advantageous positions to strike with deadly precision at the moment the Red Count countered. However, what appeared to be a meticulous strategy was riddled with flaws in the eyes of the Red Count. The disparity in strength was too vast, akin to a group of kindergarten children attempting to overpower an adult. No matter how perfect the design, it was futile against an overwhelming display of strength, speed, and ability. The Red Count, gripping his blade, narrowed his eyes, perceiving the attackers not as threats, but as mere jesters performing tricks. As Mahabais neared, the Red Count locked onto him, and Mahabais felt as if he had become the target of a primordial beast, engulfed by an overwhelming aura of bloodlust that sent chills down his spine, causing his heart to momentarily cease and his breath to falter. The Red Count sheathed his blade, taking a firm stance, eyes closed, as a tremendous force surged into his weapon. This immense power, confined by the sheath, accumulated entirely within the blade. Just as Mahabais was about to reach him, Lao Ji and Duringer struck simultaneously, seizing what they deemed the perfect opportunity. Aiming to exploit the moment the Red Count's old strength had waned while his new strength had yet to manifest. Their calculated gamble was astutely timed. Against anyone else, they would likely have succeeded. Yet, they faced the Red Count. Suddenly, the Red Count's eyes shot open. He had awaited this very moment. Waist paint style, ice form, horn charge. As Mahabais drew near, Duringer and Lao Ji launched their attacks from either side. In that instant, the Red Count finally moved, his blade executing a swift strike. The unsophisticated technique of a draw cut, a fundamental skill for any swordsman, took on extraordinary power in his hands. The Red Count's draw cut was explosively more potent than anything the Judicial Island Giraffe had ever demonstrated. Without visibly moving, the Red Count's strike enveloped all directions. The three assailants were left bewildered, feeling a disorienting rush before darkness consumed them, and then there was naught but silence. The strike cleaved through them, continuing its trajectory to penetrate the wall behind. With a thunderous crash, a circular burst of light erupted from the palace, followed by the deafening sound of collapse. The massive structure had been severed in half by the Red Count's singular blow. Pai Ka, who had yet to engage, was paralyzed by fear. Devoid of any fighting spirit, his legs buckled beneath him, leaving him a mere shadow of a warrior, utterly terrified. The Red Count, having executed his strike, moved with an elegant grace that belied the speed with which he evaded the aftermath of the three being cleaved in two. As he approached Pai Ka, the sound of flesh colliding echoed ominously behind him. Each step the Red Count took resonated like a countdown to the end of Pai Ka's life. With every footfall, Pai Ka's heart sank further. The distance of mere steps felt eternal, his terror palpable, mirrored in the pallor of his face. "Please, don't kill me. I beg you. Spare me." The seemingly robust Pai Ka erupted into a fit of tears, his piercing cries cutting through the air. Chapter 87. Two casual strikes. The Red Count strolled past Pai Ka, his blade, Rainstorm, now gleaming pristine as if washed clean by the very essence of life, showing no trace of the blood it had recently claimed. Slowly sheathing Rainstorm, the Red Count didn't spare Pai Ka a glance, proceeding toward the gaping exit. With a sigh of relief, Pai Ka inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air, overwhelmed by a sense of survival. In his dazed state, he envisioned a future filled with benevolence, vowing to amend his ways and perform good deeds henceforth. Yet, as the Red Count turned the corner, his voice echoed hauntingly, "Don't deceive yourself. If you wish to be a good person, strive for it in your next life." With those words, the Red Count vanished around the corner, leaving behind a bewildered Pai Ka, frozen in disbelief. Boom! The Red Count's words struck him like a thunderclap, dousing him with icy reality. Suddenly, a piercing pain coursed through his body as he lowered his head in disbelief, gazing at the glaring wound on his waist from which blood gushed forth. What he had initially perceived as mere dampness beneath him was not from the ground, but rather the blood gushing from his own body, pooling around him. Was I also severed? With a soft thud, the last words were uttered, and the flickering light of Pika extinguished its final remnants of strength. Splitting apart and falling to the ground, the Red Count claimed 4 lives with a single stroke. The demise was catastrophic, a scene of sheer horror. Yet, for this legendary figure, such actions were merely commonplace. Thus concluded the Battle of Dressrosa, where the Don Quixote family, Pika, Lao Ji, Doflamingo, and Mahabais met their untimely end. The battle on Jiang Liufeng's side concluded almost simultaneously with that of the Red Count. The three cadres opposing him displayed far greater intelligence, exhibiting a commendable synergy in their cooperation. Their recent joint assault, despite its apparent ferocity, failed to breach Jiang Liufeng's thunderous shield. What seemed like a devastating attack merely fizzled against him, akin to a child's play, effortlessly repelled. Following this failed strike, the trio reconsidered their strategy, opting not to engage Jiang Liufeng in a direct confrontation. Instead, they resolved to adopt a clever tactic of evasion, ensuring their survival while awaiting the arrival of their comrades' assistance. Little did they realize that their allies had already perished in significant numbers. Their strategy involved a collaboration between Diamante and Gladiolus, with Peak providing support from the sidelines. Gladiolus initiated the scheme by burying explosives in the ground, setting traps at previously touched locations. Any adversary making contact with these spots would trigger a gradual expansion, culminating in a violent explosion that would inflict catastrophic damage. Subsequently, Peak, swimming along the ground, would activate the traps. Finally, Diamante would utilize his abilities to propel the prepared explosive locations directly toward Jiang Liufeng, thus orchestrating a formidable chain of attacks. As Jiang Liufeng's thunder shield began to show signs of wear amidst the relentless and formidable bombardment, it surprisingly exhibited a hint of looseness, resembling the notion of a blind punch striking a teacher. Effective. His shield was evidently on the verge of collapse. Diamante exclaimed with excitement. "Is it true that just a bit of sunshine makes you bloom? I truly wonder where your confidence stems from." Jiang Liufeng chuckled softly, shaking his head. He was not inclined to waste any more time. Dispatching a few insignificant pests was not worth such an investment of time, lest he become a subject of ridicule. With his smile fading, he grasped the hammer of Thor, infusing it with lightning energy before casually throwing it. intent on eliminating this troublesome foe first. As the hammer of Thor soared through the air, Diamante, expanding in size, shouted, "Stay calm. Continue your efforts. I will assist you in evading. Do not let him disrupt your rhythm. He is on the brink of exhaustion." Hearing this, Jiang Liufeng chuckled silently. On the brink of exhaustion? How underestimated I am. Before the hammer could strike, he pointed a finger skyward, unleashing a bolt of thunder. Divine retribution. The bolt of lightning surged forth, transforming into a colossal pillar of thunder that soared directly towards the unsuspecting Pick, who was preoccupied with triggering mechanisms. The others were not entirely familiar with Jiang Liufeng's techniques and paid little attention to his upward strike, focusing instead on the approaching hammer of Thor. "Here it comes," Gladiolus cried out. Diamante understood immediately, swiftly altering the terrain to aid Gladiolus in evading the impending, forceful impact. "Ha! Jiang Liufeng, you are nothing but..." Suddenly, a horrific wail erupted from Pick's mouth. The divine retribution accurately struck Pick, who was engrossed in activating the mechanisms. This awe-inspiring pillar of thunder detonated upon contact, enveloping Pick in a cloud of smoke and leaving him limp and charred on the ground, gasping for breath. The sight sent shockwaves of disbelief through Diamante and Gladiolus. In that moment of distraction, the hammer of Thor, which had missed its initial target, swiftly returned, crashing forcefully into Gladiolus's spine, who had been momentarily captivated by Pick's misfortune. A sickening crack echoed as Gladiolus let out a mournful cry. While Pick lost consciousness in an instant from the lightning strike, Gladiolus, on the other hand, felt the excruciating agony of his shattered spine, amplifying the horror of his cries. Diamante could hardly fathom the sudden turn of events. What had once been a favorable situation had spiraled into a 180-degree reversal due to Jiang Liufeng's two casual maneuvers. "How is this possible? Why are you so strong?" Diamante screamed in desperation. With both of his companions incapacitated by a single blow, he found himself isolated and vulnerable. Acutely aware that the tide had turned against him and that he might soon share their fate, grimacing through the intense pain, Gladiolus struggled to rise from the ground. Clutching his injured back, "Diamante, you must flee. Go protect the master. I will go down with him." Upon hearing this, Diamante trembled, glancing back at his fallen comrades with reluctance. "I will not abandon you, hurry," Gladiolus insisted. "Even if you stay, it will change nothing." Diamante, with a bitter smile, lowered his head. Indeed, his presence seemed futile. Mere moments ago, he had arrogantly claimed Jiang Liufeng was on the brink of collapse, only to realize he was merely a spectator to Jiang's prowess. Resolute, he patted Gladiolus on the shoulder and said, "Take care," before turning and fleeing toward the rear hall. Chapter 88. Vast powers. Watching Diamante flee, Gladiolus, enduring the agony, reached a corner and, gritting his teeth, felt his body begin to swell ominously. Jiang Liufeng, possessing the foresight of impending doom, could not help but smirk internally at the desperation of Gladiolus. This cornered rat thinks he can pull off such a lengthy incantation in front of me? As Gladiolus's body expanded dramatically, Jiang Liufeng launched himself forward. Harnessing the elemental capabilities of the Thunderfruit, Jiang Liufeng's strongest spear was unleashed with unprecedented speed and power, surpassing even the third generation of lightning strikes. His body transformed, leaving only an arm as the spear's point, while the rest became a crackling bolt of lightning. The speed at which he shot forth was astonishing. The powerful spearhead trailing a slender arc of electric light, resembling an unparalleled lightning spear, striking with breathtaking swiftness. Gladiolus's pupils contracted in terror as he realized the overwhelming speed of Jiang Liufeng. Frantically, he attempted to gather enough power for his move, but it seemed Jiang had seen through his intentions. With no other option, he braced himself for the explosion, leaving the outcome to fate. Boom! In that instant of surrender, Jiang Liufeng's strongest spear pierced through Gladiolus's chest without pause, continuing its trajectory towards the rear hall. Gladiolus felt a sharp pain in his chest as his vision blurred. Had he truly failed to keep up? The ground shook with a thunderous explosion as Gladiolus's self-detonation unleashed a tremendous force, obliterating the grand hall and tragically taking the barely conscious Pick with it. Coincidentally, Gladiolus's explosion and the Red Count's strike occurred almost simultaneously, resulting in a violent tremor that threatened to bring the entire castle down as the Red Count cleaved through it. Unfazed by the devastation, Jiang Liufeng pursued the fleeing Diamante. Exiting the grand hall, he was greeted by a vast sea of sunflowers, beyond which lay the residence of Don Quixote da Flamingo, as the royal family of Dressrosa resided there. Jiang Liufeng's observation hockey sensed Doflamingo's presence. At that moment, Doflamingo, lounging by the pool and basking in the sun with a refreshing drink, abruptly lost his smile. In an instant, he sat up, his predatory gaze fixated on Violet. "Did you not say everything was under control?" Violet replied, unwavering. "I did indeed see that the Dawn Brigade was impeded by your arrangements, each member facing resistance from different positions." Before she could finish, Doflamingo seized her by the throat, lifting her off the ground. "Then tell me, why is Jiang Liufeng here?" Upon hearing this, Violetta's pained expression transformed into a smile of relief. "It seems you have finally realized it, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Your doom is upon you. After years of usurping the throne of Dressrosa, your reckoning has arrived." Doflamingo, upon hearing this, was consumed by rage. "Damnable woman, you shall pay for this." With that, he hurled Violetta towards the corner and rushed out in a frenzy. He sensed that Diamante was on the verge of facing a crisis. The seasoned veteran, Old Shy, had already joined forces with the Red Count, and together they hastened towards Jiang Liufeng, soon converging in the sunflower garden. "Captain, Captain!" The three encircled the fleeing Diamante, exchanging knowing smiles. Jiang Liufeng smiled and inquired, "Is everything resolved?" "Xiaola has been dealt with by me," Old Sha announced with a sense of triumph, evidently pleased that he had vanquished a key figure rather than merely a minor opponent. Pika, Darangier, Rao Ji, and Ma Bai's have also been eliminated. The Red Count remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Old Shah's face flushed with embarrassment. He had not anticipated that the Red Count had dispatched 4 adversaries while he had only managed to defeat one, rendering his expression noticeably sour. At that moment, Diamante felt as though he had ingested something vile. The light-hearted exchange among the three struck his ears like a series of explosive detonations, brutally assailing his already fragile psyche, which had been rendered weak by Jiang Liufeng's intimidation. From their discourse, it was evident that the members of the Don Quixote family had suffered significant losses. The individuals mentioned, Chao La, Darangier, Rao Ji, Ma Bai's, Pika, along with the deceased Peak and Gladiolus, totaled a staggering 7 members who had perished. Remaining were only the first echelon of the ambush, Bahafalo and Baby 5, along with Tory Pole and Sugar, who were guarding the underground factory, and Virgo and Monet, who were executing clandestine missions. Lastly, there were Doflamingo, Violet, and himself. How could it be that within such a brief span, the illustrious Don Quixote family of the New World, under the 7 warlords, had lost nearly half of its key personnel? This reality was enough to send shivers down Diamante's spine. Just as he was lost in thought, Jiang Liufeng's voice echoed once more. "Indeed, you two have arrived at an opportune moment. This live capture is entrusted to you. Count, I shall go meet Doflamingo." "Understood, Captain," the Red Count replied, momentarily hesitating, for he was overwhelmed with urgency. Though he knew the captain's commands must be followed, he could not quell the impulsive stirrings within his heart. Jiang Liufeng could not have been unclear about the situation. He laughed and pointed at Diamante, saying, "I've left one alive for the sake of the fruit. This fellow is a senior official and should possess some valuable information. Count, your hidden abilities could be put to the test on him." "Huh, what a remarkable fellow." This statement startled the Red Count. Their captain truly seemed to possess extraordinary powers, knowing every secret. There was no reason for him to suspect that Jiang Liufeng was deceiving him. Everyone was working diligently to assist him in obtaining the fruit, rendering any ulterior motives unnecessary. The Red Count nodded in agreement, acknowledging the captain's words. With a slight nod, Jiang Liufeng turned his gaze towards the rapidly approaching figure in the distance. Thunder crackled as he shot forward. Chapter 89. This fellow, so comfortably pretentious. The exchange between the two piqued Lao Sha's curiosity. The Red Count had already grown immensely powerful. Yet he still concealed his true strength? Lao Sha was eager to witness it firsthand and see what other extraordinary skills the Red Count possessed. At this moment, Diamante finally noticed Doflamingo arriving to provide assistance, and he felt a surge of encouragement. The fleeting thoughts of being helpless dissipated, replaced by a determination to fight to the bitter end. He took the initiative, ready to strike first. With Jiang Liufeng gone, he felt a flicker of hope against the two. Snake sword. With a swift motion, he thrust his sword directly at the Red Count. The Red Count drew his blade to parry, deftly deflecting Diamante's sword tip. Yet, something peculiar occurred. The sword, which should have been unyielding, suddenly became as agile as a serpent, twisting and curling in an unexpected manner. After being deflected by the Red Count, it arched back around the storm, lunging once more at him. The Red Count's focus sharpened. This was intriguing. He began to wield his blade with elegance, effortlessly blocking several of Diamante's attacks. Seizing an opening, he sent a wave of sword energy slicing towards Diamante. Diamante's eyes widened in astonishment as he barely managed to evade the fierce strike. The initial clash left him dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend the Red Count's unparalleled swordsmanship. "Who exactly are you?" he asked gravely. The brief skirmish had unveiled the Red Count's extraordinary skills, making Diamante realize that anyone with such mastery of the blade was undoubtedly a seasoned swordsman. Thus, he understood that this enigmatic figure before him was far from an ordinary opponent. Yet, all he received in response was the Red Count's relentless assaults. With a series of swift strikes aimed at Diamante, the latter found himself in disarray, desperately utilizing his abilities to manipulate the terrain in a bid to escape. Death Stardust. Diamante, feeling utterly humiliated, found himself retreating like a rat fleeing from a cat. Unable to endure the situation any longer, he unleashed a wide-area attack. Hoping to inflict substantial harm on the Red Count and his companion, he produced several firecrackers, launching a flurry of paper scraps into the air. These light fragments transformed into sharp, thorny iron balls, turning into a torrential downpour of iron rain as they descended. Returning to the two main combatants, Lao Sha had thought his role would be limited, only to discover that he still had an opportunity to showcase his skills. Raising his right arm high into the sky, it transformed into a massive sand umbrella, absorbing all of Diamante's attacks. Lao Sha's triumph only deepened Diamante's frustration, yet he found himself powerless to retaliate. Seizing the moment, the Red Count advanced towards Diamante, unleashing a rapid series of 8 slashes. Surprisingly, none of these strikes connected. Diamante had made his body as light as paper, evading the Red Count's formidable blows. The Red Count's strikes were indeed overwhelming. The wind preceded the blade's descent. However, this very characteristic allowed Diamante to evade the Red Count's fierce onslaught, not through his own prowess, but merely due to the nature of his abilities. As Diamante reveled in his perceived success, he suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck, followed by a powerful grip around it. "There are 2 of us. And you seem rather pleased with yourself," a cold voice, laced with the scent of tobacco, echoed. Panic surged through Diamante as he realized he had been so focused on the Red Count's moves that he had neglected the watching Lao Sha. Just as he reacted and attempted to break free, it was too late. Lao Sha's grip was unyielding, leaving him no chance of escape. "Desert prison," Lao Sha roared. Executing his signature move, Diamante's body visibly shriveled, losing moisture at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, he had transformed into a mere husk, resembling a desiccated corpse. "You," he croaked, his voice hoarse from severe dehydration, struggling to utter a single word, as if his throat were being sliced by a knife. He gazed at Lao Sha with despair, devoid of any strength to resist, rendered completely at their mercy. Lao Sha, elated at having seized the opportunity to claim a victory from the Red Count, tossed Diamante at the Count's feet, saying, "Count, it's your turn now. Let me witness what other remarkable skills you possess." His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he looked at the Red Count. The Red Count, unpretentious, strode forward to stand before Diamante, who recoiled in fear and took 2 steps back. "What do you intend to do?" Diamante stammered, terror evident on his face, embodying the truth that the unknown is the greatest source of fear. "Do not be anxious. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters," the Red Count replied coolly. "I will say nothing." Diamante could not finish his retort, for the Red Count's hand had already pressed down upon his head. In an instant, Diamante's pupils dilated, his body spasming intermittently, and consciousness faded away. This was the Red Count's concealed ability, the power to read memories. It is well known that the development of observation hockey can unveil numerous formidable functions, such as sensing danger and glimpsing fleeting futures. However, the Red Count's exceptional talent in observation hockey bestowed upon him the capacity to pierce through hearts and extract memories effortlessly. Through this ability, he swiftly discovered the whereabouts of the vampire fruit, which was in the hands of Sugar in the underground factory. He was also fully aware of the location of the factory's passageways. Releasing Diamante, the Red Count's keen perception finally led him to the answer. "Let us go. Leave this to the captain. We shall seize the fruit." The Red Count sheathed his sword and turned to depart. Lao Sha stood in stunned silence. "Is that it? What just happened?" He observed closely from the side. The Red Count merely placed his hand on Diamante's head for a fleeting moment, showing no signs of action. Just as he was engulfed in confusion, the Red Count had already concluded his task. What on earth was that? Where were the promised grand moves? Lao Sha felt quite disheartened and could only follow the Red Count as they departed. Of course, before leaving, He did not forget to give Diamante a taste of the desert sunflower. A sunflower garden, adorned with desert sunflowers, was undeniably fitting for the occasion. Along the way, his curiosity remained insatiable, compelling him to inquire about what the Red Count had just done. The Red Count smirked. "Want to know? You could let me place my hand on your head, and then you would find out." Lao Sha was taken aback and immediately waved his hand, saying, "No need for that. Let's forget it." He was not foolish. The Red Count was quite enigmatic, and who knew what terrifying events might unfold. Chapter 90. Valdo's romantic encounter. The two navigated a winding path and eventually arrived at a dimly lit passage, culminating in an antiquated elevator. Lao Sha could not help but marvel. "Count, how did you come to know of this route?" He glanced at the Red Count, who appeared even more ominous in the darkness, sending a shiver down Lao Sha's spine. "Oh, Diamante just informed me," the Count replied. A thunderbolt of realization struck Lao Sha's mind. Could it be that just moments ago? Without further discussion, they stepped into the elevator and descended. Meanwhile, Valdo's escapade was far more intriguing than the others. Gazing at the stunning woman beside him, who clung to his arm and incessantly called him husband, he felt utterly speechless. How had he ended up with a wife in the midst of battle? The situation unfolded as follows. In a synchronized effort, Buffalo and Valdo found themselves in a gunfight, evenly matched with no one gaining the upper hand. As the stalemate continued, both sides began to alter their strategies. Baby 5 transformed into a razor-sharp blade, gripped by Buffalo, who spun her at high speed towards Valdo with ferocity. Valdo, unperturbed by close combat, extended his arms, which turned as dark as iron, brandishing his two arms equipped with armed color hockey to counter. This led to another round of intense close-quarters combat. However, with Buffalo's assistance, Baby 5's weapon attacks boasted significant enhancements in both speed and force. For a time, the exchanges were fierce, and even with Valdo amplifying his speed 20-fold, he could only manage a slight advantage. The two on the opposing side were cunning. As soon as they sensed danger, they would retreat into the skies, rendering Valdo unable to secure a victory. Realizing the futility of the situation, Valdo decided to eliminate the troublesome Buffalo first, believing the weapon-wielding woman would be easier to handle afterward. However, the duo seemed to have caught on to his intentions and opted for a different tactic. Baby 5 transformed into a missile, while Buffalo utilized the centrifugal force from his spinning to launch the missile at Valdo. The missile's power was formidable, and Valdo could not afford to be careless, evading wave after wave of attacks. A sense of impotence surged within him, infuriating Valdo to the point of cursing. "You too. Can't you come down?" Hiding in the sky is hardly a display of skill. What began as an expression of his pent-up frustration unexpectedly bore fruit. Baby 5, hovering above, suddenly blushed and ceased her preparation, murmuring, "Am I needed? Well then, if you require my assistance, I shall oblige." She abruptly detached from Buffalo's grasp and leaped towards Valdo below. This left Buffalo in a state of alarm. "Come back. He is deceiving you," he shouted, racing after the descending Baby 5. Valdo, bewildered, wondered what was happening. Did she truly descend just because he asked? It wasn't until Baby 5 stood before him that he grasped the situation. "Do you need me?" Baby 5 asked shyly. Valdo's expression froze. What was this woman up to? Confused yet intrigued, he did not dwell on it further. As he observed Buffalo hastily approaching, an opportunity arose. He felt a surge of excitement, regardless of the circumstances. He would eliminate this annoying adversary first. He pivoted, directing his assault towards Buffalo with a flurry of relentless blows. After all, Buffalo was not a formidable opponent. Relying solely on his abilities to withstand Valdo for a brief period, he was caught off guard in close combat. With just the first punch, the outcome was sealed. Within less than a minute, Valdo had mercilessly rained down over 100 punches upon him. The scene was harrowing, leaving even Buffalo's mother unable to recognize him. Baby 5, initially bashful, was roused from her hesitation by Valdo's merciless onslaught. "Are you deceiving me?" She glared at Valdo incredulously. Valdo, perplexed, could not fathom this woman's intentions. He cared little to understand. With a dismissive wave, he hurled the nearly defeated Buffalo away, exclaiming, "Ha, the nuisance is finally dealt with. Little girl, it's your turn now, come here." Baby 5 hesitated again. "Are you needing me?" she queried. Valdo frowned. Is she not all there? Why is she speaking so oddly? Growing impatient, he replied, Yes, whatever you say. Just come over and let us finish this. Don't waste my time." Hearing that she was needed, Baby 5's spirits soared, and without a second thought, she obediently approached Valdo. Observing her approach without a hint of hostility, Valdo was taken aback. What was happening? Had she surrendered, or was there a trickery at play? He immediately became wary. Until Baby 5 stood resolutely before him, he could scarcely believe that moments ago they were adversaries. And now she was so compliant. "Is there anything else you require of me?" Valdo inquired, relaxing his stance. Since she was cooperative, he could save time. "Do you know where the vampire fruit is?" Baby 5 nodded affirmatively. "Can you take me there?" "Of course." Delighted by the sense of being needed, Baby 5 found herself lost in a spell of joy. Previously, she had always received reminders from her teammates when being used, but now, devoid of such prompts. She was utterly enraptured. With a cheerful gait, she began to lead Valdo onward. However, Valdo perceived her lively stride differently. Why was she moving so quickly? Was she attempting to flee? "Wait," he shouted, halting her in her tracks. Baby 5 turned back, puzzled. "What's the matter?" Valdo gestured for her to come closer. "Stay with me." At his words, Baby 5's face flushed bright red, her mouth agape as she instinctively covered it with her hand, her heart racing uncontrollably. She excitedly asked, "Do you need me to be with you?" Valdo, puzzled, replied, "Indeed. What's the matter? Are you unwilling? Do you harbor ulterior motives?" Valdo's expression turned cold. Could it be that this woman had a hidden agenda? Oh my, is this a confession? How vexing. Such a desperate need for me makes it exceedingly difficult to refuse. Unbeknownst to Valdo, Baby 5 was already engulfed in tumultuous emotions. The two were clearly not on the same wavelength, each consumed by their own thoughts. And thus this beautiful misunderstanding unfolded. The next moment, thud, Valdo felt something soft rush towards him, and by the time he realized what was happening, Baby 5 had already thrown herself into his embrace. Chapter 91. A mishap in the gutter to be needed by someone is indeed a rare joy. "I am willing to be with you." Baby 5, blushing in Valdo's arms, chirped sweetly. Huh? This sudden turn of events caught Valdo off guard. The typically boisterous and rough Valdo was at a loss on how to respond to such an issue. Suddenly being embraced by an alluring girl of remarkable stature and beauty left him flustered. He felt awkward if he didn't push her away, yet reluctant to do so. For who could remain indifferent when a beauty sought their affection? In his fluster, he hastily shifted the topic, saying, right? The fruits? Let us go find the fruits first, shall we? Thus, they walked side by side, creating a scene of Baby 5 linking her arm through Valdo's and affectionately calling him hubby. Baby 5 led Valdo to the underground factory. Meanwhile, the Red Count and Old Shah had arrived ahead of them. Emerging from the elevator, they entered a spacious area resembling a dock, where numerous toy soldiers were laboriously transporting various items. Drawing from Diamante's memories, the Red Count pointed to a building, saying, "Over there," ignoring the peculiar toy soldiers. They proceeded directly towards the house where Sugar resided. Soon, they entered a hall-like structure. Upon seeing Sugar seated at the head of the table and Tori Pole standing beside her, the Red Count's pupils constricted, and his breath quickened as he pointed at the exquisite box in Sugar's hands. "It's in that box." Without hesitation, they advanced towards Sugar, showing no wariness towards the little girl, but firmly locking their sights on Tori Pole. It seemed that any slight movement from Tori Pole would prompt them to strike with thunderous force. However, intriguingly, neither Sugar nor Tori Pole showed any intention of making a move. "Count, be cautious. There may be a trick," the Red Count, bold and skilled, suggested. "Once we draw near, we'll strike simultaneously to seize the fruit. Even if they have a scheme, they cannot possibly restrain us both at once." Agreed. They whispered and swiftly devised a plan, approaching Sugar and reaching out to snatch the box. Clap. Just as their hands touched the box, Sugar placed her hands atop theirs. Sensing the surge of power emanating from Sugar, shock coursed through them, and a sense of impending doom settled in. It was too late to react. They had underestimated her. Who would have thought this seemingly harmless little girl was a formidable power wielder? She was, in fact, one of Doflamingo's strongest allies, his greatest trump card. In the next moment, boom, a cloud of smoke erupted, and they transformed into a bat and a sand raccoon toy. It was over. They had met their downfall. Both lamented internally. To have their illustrious reputation tarnished by a mere little girl was utterly unexpected. If this were to spread, their dignity would be irreparably damaged. Especially for the Red Count. If Sugar realized she had ensnared the Red Count, she could boast about it for a lifetime. They exchanged glances, eager to retaliate before anyone noticed their embarrassing predicament. But as they had just transformed into toys, they struggled to navigate their unfamiliar bodies, nearly tripping over themselves. With a cold laugh, Sugar commanded, and they found their bodies no longer obeyed them, instead following her orders to move out and start working. What on earth is happening? It is truly a case of not judging a book by its cover. Would the entire group fall to the hands of this little girl today? They could only stew in frustration and curses within, yet remained voiceless as they began their labor. Observing this, Pol chuckled. Indeed, sugar is formidable. No matter how strong the opponent, they become mere puppets before you. Sugar, unmoved, blandly stated, quickly bring me my grapes. Summon me again when the next wave arrives. Understood. Pol replied cheerily before turning to fetch the grapes for sugar. Before long, Valdo, guided by Baby 5, arrived at the same location. Pol and Sugar exchanged glances, silently noting Baby 5's peculiar fixation. However, they wisely chose not to expose it and awaited Valdo to walk into their trap. The astute Red Count and Old Shah had fallen for the ruse, while the oblivious Valdo strode forward confidently. Seeing that his foes had no intention of fighting, he grinned broadly. Thanks, he said casually, preparing to snatch the box. The outcome was, of course, predictable. He too was swiftly subdued by Sugar. Even the mighty Dawn crew could not foresee their tumble before a mere little girl. 3 out of 6 had fallen, half of them captured, marking a resounding defeat. Yet, one could hardly blame them, unless one were utterly villainous, who would unprovokedly attack a defenseless little girl. In the midst of the cargo transporters, Valdo and the Red Count crossed paths, exchanging glances of mutual bewilderment. Though unable to voice their frustrations, they shared a knowing smile, placing their hopes upon their invincible captain. They were drenched in sweat and anxiety, fearing that if even the captain were ensnared, it would spell disaster. Meanwhile, in the sunflower garden, Jiang Liufeng, engaged in battle with Doflamingo, felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Just moments ago, he experienced 3 sharp pangs of intuition. Gifted with foresight, he was acutely aware of the little girl's capabilities within the Don Quixote family. Thus, after the Red Count departed, he remained vigilant. To his astonishment, his caution proved fruitful. He had completely forgotten who his teammates were, what they looked like, or their names. Everything had faded from memory. Yet, he remained attentive for each time a teammate fell. He sensed a fleeting moment of memory loss. Although he could not recall their faces, he distinctly noted the number of times this sensation occurred. 3 times. 3 of his comrades had fallen captive, and his expression suddenly turned grave. He contemplated briefly, recalling only a severed-handed golden lion entangled with a vine tiger. Alongside a frail Carmen awaiting their return on the ship, the memory of the others eluded him entirely. This signified that he was devoid of allies, and henceforth, he would have to rely solely on himself. With a decisive flourish of his hand, the hammer of Thor was firmly in his grasp. He aimed to swiftly conclude the battle, lest he forget the very purpose of his presence here. Chapter 92. The fruit is within reach. Thunder Beast. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Liufeng summoned forth a fearsome thunder wolf, charging directly at Don Quixote Doflamingo. A bolt of lightning shot forth from his fingertips, a divine retribution. He then swung the thunder god's hammer to the right. In a flash, he maneuvered for an assault from the left. It must be said that Jiang Liufeng was poised to deliver a lethal blow to Doflamingo. In a mere second, he unleashed 4 strikes, each one a potentially fatal hit. Beads of sweat emerged on Doflamingo's forehead, his expression grave enough to warrant a deluge. First, he deployed a web of spider silk, enhanced by his haki, to intercept the thunder wolf. Then, with a deft movement, he evaded the divine retribution that came perilously close to his hair. Immediately, he activated his haki to withstand the rapid onslaught of the thunder god's hammer. Despite his preparations, the ferocity of the blow sent him reeling, blood spewing from his mouth, his insides in turmoil. This was a grave miscalculation on his part. He had never anticipated the sheer power of the thunder god's hammer. It was not merely Jiang Liufeng's strength, but the weapon's inherent might. In a duel between masters, particularly when the weaker combatant faces the stronger, a single misstep could result in irrevocable consequences. Jiang Liufeng's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a splendid opportunity! This arrogant individual, foolishly attempting to withstand a strike from Thor's hammer, was truly delusional. In this fleeting moment, while Doflamingo was momentarily dazed from the pain, it was ample time for Jiang Liufeng to unleash his strongest spear and deliver a fatal blow. The strongest spear, piercing through with 4 fingers, with a resounding thrust. It effortlessly penetrated Doflamingo's chest. Doflamingo's gaze slowly faded, unable to focus any longer, as blood gushed from his mouth. He yearned to utter something, yet the words eluded him, and with a sense of unfulfilled resentment, he collapsed. Jiang Liufeng withdrew his arm and let out a sigh of relief. With the formidable enemy vanquished, the remaining matters would be considerably easier to handle. There were only a handful of officials left, barely enough to count on one hand. The most likely candidates were either Shadang or Tolbal, and according to the hints provided, They were presumably located within this underground factory. Jiang Liufeng contemplated deeply, soon formulating a plan. Without uttering a word, he followed the path to the underground factory from his memory. Just as his figure vanished completely, the finger of Don Quixote da Flamingo, pierced by a single strike, twitched slightly. A nearly imperceptible fine thread clung to the wound, astonishingly stitching it together. The heartbeat that had nearly ceased began to pulsate with renewed vigor. Enduring excruciating pain, he meticulously sewed up his injured lung, and after an arduous process, he finally pulled himself back from the brink of death. With a sigh of relief, Da Flamingo sat up slowly, veins bulging on his forehead, his teeth grinding audibly. He had never anticipated that the dream empire he had painstakingly crafted would nearly be destroyed by this purple-haired youth, and that he himself had almost lost his life at Jiang Liufeng's hands. His heart brimmed with hatred and murderous intent. I shall make you taste the despair of awakened fruits. After conducting a thorough examination and precise repairs on his injuries, Da Flamingo sprang to his feet, fury propelling him forward. Jiang Liufeng, I will kill you. With a thunderous roar, he exerted force beneath his feet, causing the entire sunflower garden to tremble. With a swift motion, he shot off in pursuit of the direction Jiang Liufeng had taken. Goodness! Look over there. What on earth is happening at the palace? It's collapsing. Oh my. Our esteemed King Da Flamingo cannot be in danger, can he? Who dares to wreak havoc in our Dressrosa palace? Navy, what are you doing? Not only are you failing to assist, but you are also obstructing us. Do you not see our royal family is under attack? Today, Dressrosa was destined to be a day of turmoil. The citizens, still reeling from the astonishing battles in the arena, were forcibly driven away from the city center. As if that were not enough, the palace was on the verge of collapse, and their beloved royal family, the Don Quixote clan, and their esteemed King Da Flamingo were in grave peril. How could the citizens not be driven to madness? Fueled by righteous indignation, they armed themselves, ready to breach the Navy's barricades and rush into the palace to rescue their king. News of the upheaval in the Dressrosa Palace and the citizens' riot quickly reached the ears of the Marine Headquarters Admiral. I am Sengoku. What is the situation? Report, Admiral. The Dawn Pirates have breached the Dressrosa Palace. Vice Admiral Fujitora is entangled with the Golden Lion Shiki and cannot respond. According to reliable intelligence, several high-ranking members of the Don Quixote family have been eliminated, and the entire palace is on the verge of collapse. Numerous Marines are preventing citizens from approaching, but the citizens, in their frenzy to save King Da Flamingo, are clashing with the Marines, attempting to break through the blockade. The situation is extremely dire. Sengoku took a deep breath and said, I understand. With a click, he hung up the phone, his heart trembling with unease. Jiang Liufeng was causing unprecedented chaos. Thankfully, preparations had been made, but managing the citizens would be challenging. Frowning, he realized there was no option but to take things one step at a time. Notify Hancock to contact Fujitora and prepare for action. Yes, Dressrosa, the underground factory. Jiang Liufeng remained blissfully unaware of the uproar his companions had incited. Yet even if he were informed, he would remain unfazed, for he possessed the foresight to know that the citizens had merely been blinded by the Don Quixote family. And once the matter with Sugar was resolved, clarity would ensue. Standing before the Grand Hall, he locked eyes with Sugar and her companion, who were equally scrutinizing him. Sugar, this is the last one. Once it's dealt with, we can finally call it a day. I understand now. What a hassle, Sugar remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Liufeng. By the way, this adversary is rather dashing. Suppressing her inner musings, she exclaimed, the fruit you desire is right here. Come and take it. In response, Jiang Liufeng shrugged nonchalantly, his hands tucked into his pockets as he approached with an air of serenity. He was fully aware of their abilities, and at this juncture, Sugar and her companion's calculations had ultimately come to naught. Jiang Liufeng approached Sugar, locking eyes with her, his hand remaining motionless for an extended moment. An unsettling shiver coursed through Sugar as she felt the intensity of his gaze. Seemingly provoked, she averted her eyes and retorted, What are you staring at? Do you want it or not? But before she could finish her sentence, she felt a sudden lightness in her hands, as if something had vanished. Looking down, she was astonished to see the box containing the vampire fruit prominently in Jiang Liufeng's grasp. Chapter 93, Little One, Can I Not Handle You? You. Both Sugar and Torbol gasped in shock, their voices rising in unison, utterly unprepared for Jiang Liufeng's swift action. In a moment of panic, they struggled to respond. Torbol, quickly retrieve the box. There was no need for Sugar to elaborate. Torbol was already springing into action. Sticky chain. Torbol unleashed a viscous, tea-colored liquid from his body, propelling it towards Jiang Liufeng to form a sticky chain intended to ensnare him. Baby 5, who had accompanied Waldo earlier, emerged from the flank, her memory of Waldo erased. Now fully restored and eager to join the assault against Jiang Liufeng. Weapon. Pistol, she shouted, transforming her upper body into a firearm and unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon Jiang Liufeng. The intensity of her attack left no trace of her previously delicate demeanor. Bang, bang, bang. A relentless stream of bullets erupted, yet they halted just 3 feet shy of Jiang Liufeng, unable to breach his defenses. How is this possible? What is that? She exclaimed in disbelief. In that crucial moment, Jiang Liufeng had retreated, summoning a lightning shield that rendered him impervious to their feeble onslaught. Seeing his attack yield no results, Torbol's viscous projectiles evaporated before even reaching Jiang Liufeng's lightning shield. Enraged, he shouted, "This is impossible. How can you be so powerful? I refuse to believe it." Sticky cannon. With a furious onslaught, he unleashed a barrage of clumps of sticky liquid, each capable of immobilizing an opponent. However, against the might of the lightning shield, his efforts were destined to be in vain. Baby 5 fared no better. She transformed into a razor-sharp blade, attempting to close in and slice through the lightning shield. Yet, as she approached within 5 meters, an overwhelming wave of heat struck her. Her body could not withstand the scorching intensity, forcing her to retreat, though she still sustained multiple burns. Even the composed Jiang Liufeng was slightly taken aback. Feeling Baby 5's intense scrutiny, her face flushed with anger as she exclaimed, "Pervert! If you keep looking at me like that, I'll gouge out your eyes." Jiang Liufeng let out a light laugh, saying, "Oh, you little rascal, do you think I can't manage you?" He then addressed Baby 5. "I require your assistance in locating the golden lion." Upon hearing this, she was momentarily taken aback, realizing she was needed. "Yes, of course," she replied. Jiang Liufeng, weary of engaging in futile conversation, abruptly interrupted her. The latter, displaying an uncharacteristic demeanor, wore a blissful smile and scurried away with great enthusiasm. Torbol, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Baby 5, do you still have time to concern yourself with others?" However, before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Liufeng's haunting voice resonated in his ears, sending a shiver down Torbol's spine. "Not good, Raijin." With a thunderous roar, a colossal bolt of lightning surged toward him with unparalleled speed and an inescapable breath. No, with a sizzling sound, the lightning bolt swept through, leaving Torbol in a state of utter devastation, a sight too grim to behold. Yet, the 30 million volts of Raijin did not claim Torbol's life. Jiang Liufeng had unleashed a powerful punch of lightning to achieve a swift victory. While it was insufficient to be fatal, it was certainly capable of inflicting severe injury upon this repugnant individual. It was not that Jiang Liufeng had shown mercy. Rather, Torbol's loathsome presence was akin to that of mucus, rendering Jiang Liufeng utterly disinclined to approach him. In excruciating pain, Torbol struggled to move, his body scorched and unable to reform. He staggered step by step toward Sugar, resembling a grotesque, shifting mass. "Sugar, you must flee. I will do my utmost to hold him off. You cannot be harmed." Meanwhile, Sugar stood frozen in terror, utterly shocked by the devastating blow that had befallen Torbol. The sheer might of the lightning was truly awe-inspiring. As she felt Jiang Liufeng's gaze upon her, she trembled uncontrollably, tears welling in her eyes as she sniffled incessantly. As Jiang Liufeng advanced step by step towards her, Sugar was frightened into retreat, shaking her head incessantly and pleading, "Don't come any closer. Don't come any closer." Although she appeared as a mere child, Jiang Liufeng felt no compassion. It was precisely due to her capabilities that countless families in Dressrosa had been torn apart, and lovers condemned to a lifetime of separation. Beneath her innocent facade lay a cunning nature that rivaled even Doflamingo. Thus, Jiang Liufeng had no intention of sparing her life, for he harbored a grander ambition: to overthrow the Don Quixote family, liberate Dressrosa, and establish it as his stronghold in the New World. With unwavering resolve, Jiang Liufeng's eyes glinted coldly as he unleashed his formidable power, summoning the Thunder Dragon, its voltage surging to an astounding 100 million volts. Should it strike, someone like Sugar, who relied on her abilities, would stand no chance of withstanding such an onslaught. In that critical moment, however, Treble, summoning every ounce of strength, threw himself in front of her, absorbing the full force of the attack just before the Thunder Dragon could reach Sugar. Agonizing cries echoed through the air as Treble, grievously wounded, struggled to endure the onslaught. Even with the reinforcement of Haki, he seemed unable to withstand the might of Jiang Liufeng's lightning. For the chasm of their power was insurmountable. He fought to maintain his form, his body on the verge of collapsing into a puddle, with only his head remaining intact. In Jiang Liufeng's eyes, a surge of murderous intent emerged. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, allow me to fulfill your wish. The Thunder God's hammer roared with vigor in his hand. This time, Jiang Liufeng infused it with armed color Haki, determined to deliver a fatal blow. Whoosh! The Thunder God's hammer was released, aiming directly for Torpal's head. Ah, no. How dare you? 3 astonished cries rang out abruptly. Splat! Yet ultimately, they could not prevent the impending chaos. Torpal, enveloped in liquid, transformed from transparent to white, then charred black by lightning, and finally, drenched in the crimson spray of his own blood. Thus, the Battle of Dressrosa concluded with Torpal of the Don Quixote family meeting his end. Ah, you scoundrel! I will ensure your demise. The tardy Don Quixote Doflamingo arrived too late to avert the tragedy that befell him, overwhelmed with grief. As he traversed the scene, he was met with the sight of his fallen subordinates, their bodies scattered in disarray. The anguish he felt was something beyond the comprehension of others. Chapter 94. The awakening power of the fruit. Upon seeing Doflamingo's arrival, Jiang Liufeng was momentarily taken aback. This was his first lethal strike that had missed its mark. As he focused, he noticed the barely perceptible fine line across Doflamingo's chest, and he felt a sense of relief. I had forgotten you possessed this ability. However, you shall not enjoy such fortune again. Doflamingo was nearly driven to madness, having lost all semblance of reason, consumed only by an insatiable thirst for vengeance. I will see you dead. As his anguished roar echoed, the environment around them began to transform. Buildings, cargo, and even the ground gradually morphed, ultimately becoming mere lines. Jiang Liufeng's gaze sharpened, pondering if this was the true power of awakening. Within the subterranean factory, several individuals who had been transformed into mere playthings had ceased their actions and stood in silent observation. At the moment Jiang Liufeng vanquished Torpal, the long-buried hopes within their hearts flickered back to life. They yearned for this unknown violet-haired youth to overthrow the very fiends who had robbed them of their freedom. Yet, witnessing Doflamingo unleash his might, the flicker of hope within them was swiftly extinguished once more. The shadow Doflamingo cast upon their spirits was overwhelmingly vast, rendering any semblance of victory utterly unimaginable. As they stood amidst the blinding expanse emanating from Doflamingo's awakened abilities, despair enveloped them, with Sugar's fear-inducing instability. These once silent toys regained their voices. Many began to implore Jiang Liufeng to flee. Doflamingo, that utterly ruthless fiend, was simply too formidable, too despair-inducing. Indeed, young man, you must escape. It is impossible to triumph over such a monster. Oh, how I long for my child. Young man, your family must be worried for you. You must flee now, or you shall miss your chance. As Jiang Liufeng listened, he smiled, declaring, I will resolve this matter shortly, and you shall soon be free. Resolve me? Ah, you shall accompany my brothers to their graves. The white line of the wild waves. In the blink of an eye, Don Quixote Doflamingo arranged tens of thousands of transparent white threads horizontally, unleashing a torrent of fury that surged from beneath Jiang Liufeng, forming colossal, twisted waves of white lines, aiming to ensnare and crush him within their grasp. However, before Jiang Liufeng, such speed was utterly inadequate. The white line of the wild waves could not possibly capture his form. With a few swift movements, Jiang Liufeng had already positioned himself before Doflamingo. Delivering a straightforward yet powerful punch, his arms entwined in a dazzling display of dual colors, hurtling towards Doflamingo like a cannonball. Doflamingo's pupils constricted, his teeth clenched in anger. The disparity in their speeds was glaringly apparent. In a moment of desperation, he unleashed a white-lined shield, summoning massive strands from the ground to defend against Jiang Liufeng's onslaught. Yet, even this formidable barrier could not withstand the might of Jiang Liufeng's extraordinary punch. The white-lined shield shattered under the relentless force, and it seemed inevitable that Jiang Liufeng's fist would collide with Doflamingo's face. Nevertheless, despite the shield's destruction, it had bought a fleeting moment of respite. Spider web wall. With a swift motion, Doflamingo raised his hand, conjuring a spider web-like wall of threads, reinforced with his Haki. The clash of metal resonated as the force of Jiang Liufeng's punch was diminished, allowing Doflamingo's dark, iron-like web to intercept the blow. A prime opportunity. Spider's nest. Seizing the chance presented by Jiang Liufeng's proximity, Doflamingo launched yet another attack. The spider's nest bore similarities to the spider web wall, but was more sophisticated, capable of bending and enveloping its prey like a hunting net. It appeared imminent that Jiang Liufeng would be ensnared. Thunder God, could Jiang Liufeng truly achieve his desires? In an instant, he became elemental, transforming into a visage reminiscent of the Thunder God, accelerating his speed by a significant margin and deftly darting through the narrowing gap. Damn it! Don Quixote Doflamingo spat in frustration. He was so close to capturing Jiang Liufeng. With the overlapping nets closing in, he was confident that by amplifying his haki, Jiang Liufeng's elemental form would be unable to escape. Yet, it was all in vain, fueling Doflamingo's ire even further. The range of his awakened abilities gradually expanded, rendering half of the underground factory into a line of chaos. Good heavens! The young man with violet hair is astonishingly powerful. It seems he truly has a chance, exclaimed a toy with gleaming eyes. Yes, indeed. The others around him eagerly echoed in agreement. But don't just revel in excitement. Look, Doflamingo has lost his wits, expanding his range indefinitely, intensifying his assault. The entire building is on the verge of collapsing. A keen-eyed toy pointed towards the wall at the battlefield. Oh no! If it collapses, not only will the palace be destroyed, but countless innocent lives could be crushed. Great One, please resolve this swiftly. The building is about to topple. Realizing the grave situation, Jiang Liufeng understood that having summoned his ultimate form, he should not tarry any longer. With a decisive wave of his hand, the Thunder God's hammer was in his grasp, and with a swift motion, it shot forth at an imperceptible speed towards Doflamingo. Doflamingo's heart sank. He was already struggling, and now he could not keep pace with Jiang Liufeng in his Thunder God state. Enraged to the brink of madness, he disregarded all else and unleashed a chaotic onslaught. Giant White Line. This move was an enhanced version of the Wild White Line, conjuring countless massive white lines that whipped through the air like crashing waves, bombarding in all directions. Suddenly, a flicker of lightning illuminated one spot. Amidst his erratic assault, he finally pinpointed Jiang Liufeng's location. There, Doflamingo's eyes lit up, and he immediately unleashed a powerful attack. 16 divine death bullets, Goddess execution. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh in an instant. 16 strands of densely wrapped white lines surged from the ground, piercing swiftly towards Jiang Liufeng. This was Doflamingo's ultimate move born from his awakened state. Jiang Liufeng's advance was thwarted by the student, who exuded an aura of dominance. Utilizing elemental transformation, escape was futile. Reluctantly, he ceased his evasive maneuvers, revealing himself and wielding the Thunder God's hammer to withstand the lethal strike. The clash of formidable powers birthed waves of purple-black energy that surged through the air, their potency truly terrifying. The residual force shattered the surrounding walls, progressively demolishing the already precarious foundation of the Dressrosa Palace, which could no longer endure and began to collapse at an angle. The toy soldiers were thrown into a state of panic. It's over, it's fallen. The palace has crumbled. How terrifying. What manner of beasts are these two? The destruction wrought by their clash is overwhelming. Oh no, my wife and children. Please do not be crushed. Chapter 95, Don Quixote Doflamingo down. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Liufeng had thwarted all 16 ferocious attacks, his figure flickering before he struck once more with lightning speed. Doflamingo was gripped by terror. Was this truly human? He had effortlessly nullified his most powerful technique. There was no time for contemplation, as the specter of death loomed ominously over him. Spiderweb wall. Aya. Desperately, he unleashed a barrage of formidable armament hockey spider webs to ensconce himself. At that moment, one thought consumed him. How could he survive? Alas! From the instant Jiang Liufeng summoned the Thunder God's hammer, he had already lost his chance. The seemingly indomitable spider web, under the hammer's capacity to pierce through all, was rendered a mere jest. Jiang Liufeng swung his arm, and Thor's hammer surged ahead, clearing the path. With a swift extension of his left hand, he descended like a divine being. The strongest spear pierced with a singularity. In its Thor form, the strongest spear could be deemed Jiang Liufeng's most formidable technique, an entity capable of obliterating all in its path. The speed, the destructive force, were of an entirely different realm compared to the strongest spear in its physical form. Furthermore, with the power of the Thunder Fruit, Jiang Liufeng maneuvered effortlessly through the air, rendering any attempt to evade futile. It was as though he were eternally locked onto his target, a shadow that could not be escaped. At that moment, Jiang Liufeng spun rapidly, the spearhead emanating a sudden darkness, while his entire being transformed into a column of thunderous light. To the untrained eye, he appeared as an unparalleled divine weapon, descending from the heavens, radiating an overwhelming presence that instilled fear. The unstoppable Thor's hammer shattered the web of defenses before Don Quixote Doflamingo, sending him hurtling backward. However, Doflamingo had no time to register the pain or count the bones broken by this strike. A wave of existential dread engulfed him, causing his skin to prickle as if he were a frightened cat, every hair on end. Even the most insignificant of creatures strive to survive. How could he relinquish his fight? With a swift turn, he summoned all his strength and unleashed his ultimate attack, the Godslayer. He roared, intertwining 16 white waves to exponentially amplify the power of the Godslayer. Die! He screamed, though the one destined for death was he. Boom! The strongest spear clashed with the Godslayer, creating a cataclysmic shockwave that swept through the area, hurling distant spectators into the air. Some were so severely jolted that they spewed blood, nearly swept away by the residual force. The aftershock continued unabated, shattering the walls of the underground factory, resulting in a catastrophic tremor throughout Dressrosa, akin to a magnitude 10 earthquake, threatening to submerge the island. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? What on earth is going on? Is this the apocalypse? Panic ensued, not just underground but among the citizens outside, many buildings collapsing under the strain. The cacophony of explosions, cries, and pleas for help created a scene of utter chaos in Dressrosa. Fujitora, who had been engaged in a prolonged battle with the Golden Lion, sensed the impending disaster. He swiftly repelled the Golden Lion with a flurry of strikes, abandoning the skirmish to unleash his full powers, lifting several looming skyscrapers and the entire Dressrosa palace into the air, thus saving many citizens from being buried alive. At the same moment, a melodious voice resonated. You must be the Golden Lion. Jiang Liufeng has sent me to guide you. Upon hearing this, the Golden Lion turned to find Baby 5, who had been lured out by Jiang Liufeng. With Fujitora no longer pursuing him, the Golden Lion, eager to reunite with his captain, nodded in agreement. Lead the way. Young lady, am I needed again? What a delightful day. Baby 5's peculiar situation, having lost her entire family yet remaining cheerful, was indeed remarkable. Thus, the Golden Lion followed Baby 5 to the entrance of the underground factory, only to find the passageway utterly destroyed by the intense battle. However, for the Golden Lion, this was but a minor inconvenience. He ascended into the sky, wielding his twin swords to carve a circle in the vast expanse below. With his powers fully unleashed, he lifted the ground as if unveiling a massive lid, creating a spectacular scene. As the lid was lifted, it coincided with the climactic moment of the confrontation between Jiang Liufeng and Doflamingo. The Golden Lion's spirits soared as he fixated on the clash of their ultimate attacks. Jiang Liufeng's strongest spear collided with Doflamingo's Godslayer. What initially appeared to be a clash of titans quickly revealed a stark disparity in power. The Godslayer, upon contact, was obliterated without a trace of resistance. Jiang Liufeng surged forward, piercing through Doflamingo, leaving behind a gaping wound. The searing heat of the lightning, already intense, escalated further due to Jiang Liufeng's rapid rotation, creating immense friction. Doflamingo's hockey defenses melted away, rendering him utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Even the internal organs within him succumbed to the scorching temperature. Doflamingo fell back, a look of disbelief etched on his face. As his life's memories flashed before his eyes, he could hardly fathom that a man of such stature, who had traversed the underworld, wielding power and privilege, would meet his demise in such a manner. Regret washed over him. He should never have provoked such a monstrous figure. If given a second chance, he would have willingly relinquished the vampire fruit the moment Jiang Liufeng arrived, choosing survival over ambition. Alas, there were no second chances. His thoughts grew chaotic, his gaze becoming unfocused. With his remaining strength, he turned to behold the last surviving member of the Don Quixote family amidst the chaos of Dressrosa. A faint smile graced his face as he raised his arm weakly towards Baby 5 above, longing to touch the sweet girl once more. Yet, his strength had all but dissipated. With his final breath, he managed to utter to Baby 5, "You can still live." But before he could complete his thought, Baby 5, filled with rage, cried out, "You scoundrel! You're finally going to die. You've killed so many of my fiancées. Well, here comes your retribution." With that, Doflamingo coughed up blood, succumbing to his fate, filled with resentment. Thus, the Battle of Dressrosa concluded with the fall of Don Quixote Doflamingo, the head of the Don Quixote family and one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Chapter 96. A joyous conclusion. The war in Dressrosa has come to a complete end. In this remarkable encounter, the The Dawn crew vanquished Smuggy, one of the 3 generals of the Big Mom pirates, along with the 15th and 16th daughters. They also defeated Jack, one of the 3 calamities of the Kaido pirates, and the head of the Don Quixote family, Doflamingo, alongside several of his subordinates, totaling 12 individuals. They captured the legendary pirate, the Golden Lion, and acquired the mythical Zoan-type vampire fruit. The Dawn crew dismantled the underground trading network of the Don Quixote family and overthrew their dark reign over Dressrosa, liberating the long-oppressed toy people. This monumental achievement established a solid foundation for the Dawn crew to solidify their presence in Dressrosa and subsequently confront the New World. This groundbreaking feat would soon resonate throughout the world, thanks to Morgans, who had been closely observing the Dawn crew from above. As Sugar's powers were undone, the toy people gradually returned to their true forms, and a flood of lost memories surged into their minds, eliciting tears of joy across Dressrosa. Citizens united in their condemnation of the Don Quixote family, expressing sincere gratitude and blessings to the violet-haired youth who had descended like a deity to rescue their nation from despair. Despite the central district being ravaged by the battle, with the palace left in ruins, the citizens of Dressrosa found little reason for sorrow, instead filled with laughter and joy. The feeling of family reunification was incomparable. Some orphans and widows welcomed back their husbands and fathers, while long-hopeful elders embraced their children. The entire Dressrosa felt as festive as a New Year celebration. I remember now. Oh my husband, you have been with me and our child all these years. You must have endured so much, sob. Oh, you finally remember me? How wonderful. Son, my son, how fortunate I am to recall you before I leave this world. Come. Let me see you. Father, I have returned to honor you. Mother, wife, son, daughter. The vigilant navy were momentarily bewildered, watching as these toy people transformed back into living beings, struggling to comprehend the situation. After some investigation, they learned of the Don Quixote family's actions over the years, which had caused immense suffering to the citizens of Dressrosa. Having occupied the palace for so long, they engaged in despicable deeds. The navy, angered, realized they had been supporting such scum, akin to aiding the wicked. In that moment, they applauded the Dawn crew for toppling the Don Quixote family and liberating Dressrosa, abandoning any thoughts of apprehending them. Let us go. Together, let us thank the benefactors who have freed us from this vile tyranny. Suddenly, someone shouted, and the throngs in the streets responded, momentarily setting aside their family reunions to surge toward the central district. The navy had no reason to obstruct them, especially since Fujitora had already ensured the area was safe. They could only allow passage. Jiang Liufeng emerged from the abyss, his memories fully restored. Lowering his gaze to the 3 figures huddled in the corner, he couldn't help but chuckle. Come on, what are you waiting for? The Red Count and his companions, having regained their forms, hesitated before awkwardly leaping forward, their expressions far from pleasant. It was indeed a humiliating moment. Each of them was a top-tier expert. Yet it was they who had fallen into the trap. To be frank, although they rationally wished for Jiang Liufeng to break the deadlock, a small part of them secretly yearned to witness his failure. Such a scenario would bring a semblance of balance to their own egos. However, Jiang Liufeng, ever the cunning one, offered them no opportunity to exploit. In stark contrast, their foolishness became glaringly evident. Boss, Valdo remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Liufeng, a sheepish smile adorning his face, unsure of what words to utter. Jiang Liufeng waved his hand, stating that they were all seasoned veterans now, and advised caution. For one must always remain vigilant, even against the most innocent, be they women or children. The 3 individuals, chastened, felt their faces flush with embarrassment, while a wretched golden lion nearby observed the scene with an insufferable smirk. The atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward until Baby 5 intervened. Upon regaining her memories, the young lady, upon seeing Waldo, exclaimed, "Husband, I remember now. You are my husband, are you not?" This unexpected declaration shattered the tension in an instant, causing their companions to cast knowing glances towards Waldo. His complexion turned an alarming shade, feeling as if he were engulfed in flames, and he stammered, Don't call me that so recklessly. Can't you see the captain is here?" Unfazed, Baby 5 retorted, "I don't care about your captaincy. You are my husband, and I shall follow you." Waldo, stealing furtive glances at Jiang Liufeng, found himself at a loss for words. To be candid, for someone as rough around the edges as Waldo, the sudden attention from such an exquisite girl was utterly irresistible. However, given their previous enmity, he could not be certain of her intentions. Even if he consented, It was uncertain whether his captain and comrades would approve. How could Jiang Liufeng possibly overlook Wald's intentions? Moreover, Baby 5 possesses a personality that inherently reveals her thoughts. It is evident that some unintentional remark from Wald has given rise to this fated encounter. Immediately, she nodded at Wald, expressing her fondness, and invited him to proceed. Having spoken, she turned to beckon Count Red to depart. Old Sand and the Golden Lion, understanding the situation, also discreetly withdrew to a cooler spot, allowing space for the two. Wald was utterly exhilarated, never anticipating such a romantic encounter. With the approval of his leader, what was there to fear? With a grand gesture, he embraced Baby 5, feeling her delicate and enchanting figure, and instantly, his spirits soared. Wald was ecstatic, while Count Red was fervent. The moment Jiang Liufeng called out to him, the Red Count realized that his springtime was finally approaching. Even as Jiang Liufeng extended a beautifully crafted box into his hands, the Red Count found it hard to believe that he would truly have the opportunity to ascend to greatness once more. After years of tranquil existence, his heart had been as placid as still water. Today, however, the Red Count could no longer contain his emotions. Cradling the vampiric fruit of the mythical beast, his eyes reddened, and he found himself shedding 2 streams of heartfelt tears. Without uttering a word, he devoured the fruit voraciously. What decorum! What refinement! All of it was cast aside. The Red Count lamented only that he did not possess 2 mouths, so that he could consume the fruit in one go. Chapter 97. Guardian Deity. The Red Count ravenously devoured the fruit, but halfway through, his expression shifted dramatically. He puffed out his cheeks, nearly spitting the contents all over Jiang Liufeng. Was it truly so unpalatable? Jiang Liufeng hurriedly exclaimed, "Hold it in. Whatever you do, don't let it out. Otherwise, all efforts will be in vain. Just pretend you're consuming something unpleasant. Damn it. Are you truly trying to comfort me, or are you intentionally provoking me? Eating something unpleasant? Why not indulge in a grand watermelon instead?" Jiang Liufeng gazed at the disdainful eyes of the Red Count, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. The Red Count struggled to swallow the devil fruit, which was more repugnant than excrement, his complexion turning ashen. As though centuries had passed through the changing of seasons before he finally managed to ingest it completely. Once the Red Count had finished swallowing, a group of curious companions gathered around him. "Count, how do you feel?" Jiang Liufeng inquired with interest. "I don't feel anything particularly special. I suppose I must adapt and explore its capabilities to fully understand," he replied. "Very well, ponder it at your leisure." As the group celebrated the Red Count's acquisition of his new fruit ability, a procession approached in the distance. Leading them was the venerable King Liku, who had been imprisoned for many years. Following closely behind were Violet, Rebecca, Cyrus, and a host of loyal soldiers who had also been confined alongside the king. The moment the powers of sugar were nullified, Violet and Rebecca had swiftly restored King Liku's memories, synchronizing their efforts to rendezvous here. To their astonishment, King Liku and his companions had not perished but had instead managed to escape, resulting in a heartwarming reunion. Through Violet's narration, the group learned of Jiang Liufeng's endeavor to topple the Don Quixote family, thereby restoring tranquility to the entire Dressrosa. They had come to express their gratitude to the Dawn Brigade. Is this the illustrious Jiang Liufeng, the Flying Thunder God? King Liku, though bearing the marks of age from his long imprisonment, still exuded the majesty of a sovereign. He addressed the extraordinary warriors before him with calm composure. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I am he. I am King Liku, and I am profoundly grateful for your efforts in rescuing Dressrosa from the brink of ruin." The king's words were steeped in sincerity. "Your gratitude is unwarranted. It was merely a matter of convenience," Jiang Liufeng replied modestly. Jiang Liufeng spoke lightly. "What madness! To extinguish an entire clan so casually? The palace is in chaos, and you dismiss it as a trifling act? You are truly deranged." The members of the Liku King's faction were rendered speechless, unable to express their thoughts, and could only suppress their feelings. Just as they found themselves at a loss for words, a throng of common folk arrived, marching with fervor. "Look, the great benefactor of Dressrosa is over there. Lord Raijin, I bow to you. Lord Raijin is indeed our savior. Indeed, for years, Don Quixote da Flamingo shattered our families, and we foolishly recognized him as our ruler. How tragic it is that we fell for such deception. Thankfully, we were liberated by Lord Raijin." As the crowd drew closer and recognized the faces of those present, astonishment swept over them. Heavens, could that truly be Liku King? Indeed, it is Liku King. On the journey here, Many had learned the truth about the tragedy that transpired years ago through the transformed toy people. It became apparent that the massacre in Dressrosa was, in fact, a sinister scheme orchestrated by Don Quixote da Flamingo. As the tale spread from one person to another, the truth quickly became known to nearly all the citizens of Dressrosa. Upon seeing Liu King now, their hearts swelled with excitement, yet guilt loomed larger within them. Under Liu King's reign, the people had been cherished, and the nation had flourished harmoniously. Looking back, how could Liu King and his army have committed such atrocities? Furthermore, with Doflamingo's misdeeds in mind, the citizens had long since reached a consensus. For years, they had scorned Liu King and bullied Princess Rebecca, and now, tears brimmed in their eyes as they lamented their past actions. Your Majesty Liu King, Princess Violet, Princess Rebecca, we have been misled by treacherous individuals, leading us to speak disrespectfully of you. Please forgive us. Yes, Your Majesty Liu King, we were blinded. We beseech you to forgive us and reclaim your throne. Dressrosa needs a ruler like you. At this, the crowd lit up, echoing the sentiment. Please, Your Majesty Liu King, reclaim your throne. Please, Your Majesty Liu King, reclaim your throne. The chorus of pleas filled the air. With years of misunderstanding resolved, Liu King and those beside him were deeply moved, especially the two women, who had long awaited this moment, tears streaming down their faces as the oppressive shadows that had lingered for years dissipated. Everyone, please quiet down. After a moment of excitement, Liu King spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it commanded respect, silencing the cacophony as all eyes turned expectantly to him. I am grateful for your support, but I fear I am unfit to reclaim the throne. You have seen my limited strength. Years ago, I was unable to prevent that tragedy, and I do not wish to witness such sorrow again. Therefore, it is best that you select a capable leader. His words fell into silence, resonating as a painful reminder of the past. Under Liu King's leadership, Dressrosa had thrived in harmony, yet when faced with formidable external forces, it had crumbled. Though the citizens yearned for Liu King to reclaim the throne, they found themselves at a loss for words. Suddenly, a small boy tugged at his father's hand and asked, Daddy, don't we have a guardian spirit in Dressrosa? Though his voice was soft, it pierced through the stillness, and many heard him. A glimmer of hope flickered in their eyes, only to dim once more. They had endured enough suffering at the hands of pirates, while they were grateful to Jiang Liufeng. The thought of him becoming king filled them with uncertainty. What if he turned out to be the next Doflamingo? Seizing the moment, Jiang Liufeng, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward. He stood beside Liu King, his eyes sparkling with determination, a confident smile gracing his handsome features, exuding an aura that was impossible to overlook. Every gesture he made captivated the crowd, for this purple-haired youth radiated undeniable strength. Chapter 98. I agree. As Jiang Liufeng approached, the hearts of the crowd tightened with apprehension, speculating on his intentions. Could he truly aspire to be king? What would they do? Although he had saved their nation, he was still a pirate. Would history repeat itself? Yet, his formidable presence left them questioning who could stand in his way should he truly desire the throne. However, his subsequent remarks eased the anxiety of the citizens of Dressrosa, and they erupted into cheers. In this momentous occasion, Jiang Liufeng felt a surge of excitement. He tossed his flowing hair, adjusted his attire, cleared his throat to present himself with poise and elegance, and then spoke. Listen to my words. I believe that Liu King should remain the ruler of Dressrosa. It can serve as my strategic territory, and my crew will defend against all external invaders. We will not interfere with the development of Dressrosa. How does that sound? Wonderful. This way, Lord Raijin will truly become the guardian spirit of Dressrosa. Yes, we will no longer have to worry about external threats. Lord Raijin, our guardian spirit. Lord Raijin, our guardian spirit. The atmosphere turned jubilant as an amicable resolution unfolded. However, the celebration was short-lived as a voice broke through the euphoria. No, the kingdom is under the protection of the world government and our navy. How can it become a pirate's territory? A young naval officer declared indignantly. Others in the crowd echoed his sentiments, insisting that the kingdom should not ally with pirates. This ignited public outrage. The navy? What good are you? When Doflamingo treacherously seized Dressrosa, where were you? Exactly. I saw Lord Raijin arrive, and your admirals were at the gates, doing nothing. How dare you claim to protect us? If it weren't for our guardian spirit, we would still be separated from our families. When Liu King was imprisoned, where was your navy to seek justice? Now that the dust has settled, you emerge to voice your opinions. Do you not feel ashamed? The naval officers, chastised and flushed with embarrassment, bowed their heads in shame, overwhelmed by a sense of humiliation. This brief interlude, however, could not alter the reality that Dressrosa had become the territory of the Dawn Pirates. Following the reprimand, the entirety of Dressrosa was once again engulfed in jubilant celebrations. Despite the current state of Dressrosa, riddled with scars and in dire need of restoration, the citizens remained steadfast in their belief that under the leadership of King Riku and the protection of Jiang Liufeng, Dressrosa would undoubtedly revive and flourish into a prosperous kingdom. As the dust settled, and under King Riku's command, the crowd gradually dispersed, their faces alight with excitement and determination, prepared to reunite with their families and embrace a brighter tomorrow. After enduring a great battle, Dressrosa was steadily regaining its footing and thriving. The arrival of Jiang Liufeng and his companions was akin to their names, Dawn. The darkness recedes, and the eternal night shall break. As the citizens departed, Dawn and King Liku turned their gazes toward the palace floating in the sky. King Liku could not help but exclaim, "Alas, the palace has been uprooted, and the task of rebuilding it is indeed a formidable challenge." Jiang Liufeng smiled and said, "What difficulty is there in this?" Lao Sha's lips twitched in response. Realizing that he was once again destined for arduous labor, Jiang Liufeng rested his shoulder against Lao Sha's as he spoke. "Let's find a doctor shortly to tend to the Golden Lion's hand. You two can lend a hand in tidying up the palace, for this will be our domain in the future." Lao Sha could only nod in resignation. What else could he say? Once all matters were settled, the Likawang family sought a place to temporarily celebrate their joyous reunion. Meanwhile, the Dawn crew approached the inconspicuous Tung Hu, who had been lingering at the periphery, seemingly unnoticed. Jiang Liufeng gazed at the silent Fujitora and spoke softly. "Fujitora, this territory now belongs to me. You and your navy may depart." The previously reticent Fujitora lifted his head and replied, "I apologize, Your Excellency, but Dressrosa remains the domain of the world government." As Jiang Liufeng furrowed his brow, he questioned, "Do you truly believe you stand a chance in a confrontation?" "My lord, you have misunderstood," was the reply. "At the moment you exposed and vanquished the crimes of Don Quixote da Flamingo, our headquarters had already resolved to appoint you as the new warlord of the sea." The members of the Dawn crew were left in a state of bewilderment. Warlord of the sea? The envoy to announce the appointment would arrive shortly. Fujitora added with a hint of impatience in his tone, clearly expressing his disdain for the title of warlord. Upon hearing this, Jiang Liufeng was slightly taken aback. When did the execution of duties become so expeditious? The envoy was nearly upon them. It seemed to carry an air of conspiracy. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Fujitora, what gives you the impression that I would accept this? That is beyond my jurisdiction. I am merely relaying a message." "The remaining discussions can be conducted directly with the envoy," Fujitora stated. "Moreover, since this is your territory, I kindly ask you to take charge of these matters." He pointed at the palace and buildings floating in the sky. "Humph, how difficult can this be?" The Golden Lion scoffed, leaping into the sky to seize control of the aerial structures. Jiang Liufeng gazed at the departing Tung Hu with a subtle smile, remarking, "Return and inform Sengoku that he should not presume he can outsmart me. Your devious schemes hold no sway over one such as I." Before he could finish his words, a melodious yet commanding female voice interjected. The crowd turned in unison, captivated by the sound. A collective gasp escaped their lips. She was simply breathtaking. Even the Red Count found himself momentarily entranced by her stunning beauty. After a brief pause, the crowd regained their composure and exclaimed in unison, "Empress Hankoku." Jiang Liufeng was equally astonished. The naval headquarters truly exhibited remarkable ingenuity to have dispatched the Empress herself for this purpose. Stepping forward with a smile, he declared, "I am he." Hanku scrutinized Jiang Liufeng upon hearing his words. Although she had heard whispers about the burgeoning Dawn faction, her focus remained steadfastly on safeguarding the Amazon kingdom, leaving her largely indifferent to other matters. Thus, she was not well acquainted with this group that had only recently emerged. Seeing Jiang Liufeng for the first time stirred a subtle flutter within her. As the saying goes, handsome men attract beautiful women, and vice versa. Encountering Jiang Liufeng's striking features, it would be disingenuous to claim her heart remained unmoved. She pressed her lips together and addressed Jiang Liufeng, stating, "I have come as an envoy of the naval headquarters to invite you to become the new warlord of the Seven Seas." "I accept," Jiang Liufeng replied with remarkable decisiveness. Upon hearing this, not only was the Empress taken aback, but even the other members of Dawn were left in stunned silence. What on earth? Hadn't he vowed not to accept? Where had his pride gone? Red Count shook his head with a chuckle, remarking how indeed a hero finds it difficult to resist the charms of a beautiful woman. After a brief pause, the Empress nodded and said, "Very well. This spares me the need for further persuasion. There is another matter at hand. The warlords of the Seven Seas will soon be heading to Marineford for a significant event. Be prepared." Jiang Liufeng bowed his head in contemplation, estimating the passage of time, and realized that the event was about to commence. Suddenly, a few individuals behind him interrupted his thoughts. "Boss, don't go? Isn't heading to Marin Fanduo akin to walking into a trap?" Valdo urged anxiously. Old Shan nodded in agreement, stating, "Valdo is right. This could very well be a conspiracy." Jiang Liufeng raised his hand to interrupt their objections, stating that he was well aware of the circumstances. He then turned to the Empress and said, "No problem, but I wish to travel with you." Upon hearing this, the Empress appeared somewhat displeased, pondering whether he was harboring ulterior motives. It was said that the Dawn faction's golden scale vessel was resplendent and possessed formidable navigational capabilities. Why, then, did he choose to embark on her ship? Jiang Liufeng, with a playful smile, remarked that it was not merely about boarding your vessel, but rather about embarking on this journey together. Otherwise, I would not acquiesce to your offer. I trust that should I refuse, it would not bode well for you in addressing your superiors. The Empress bit her thin lips in frustration, her heart seething with anger. Just as Jiang Liufeng had articulated, she had never wished to undertake this task. However, the Navy's stance was exceedingly rigid, even resorting to threats that left her no choice but to comply. She was acutely aware that the Navy sought to exploit her allure, hoping to sway Jiang Liufeng to forsake his interests for her charms, thereby compelling him to yield. It appeared to be precisely this way, rendering her feel akin to a courtesan, which was indeed disheartening. Suit yourself. Ultimately, the Empress could only let out a cold huff and concede. Upon receiving the Empress's affirmative response, Jiang Liufeng's spirits soared. He turned to the crowd, subtly conveying his instructions before departing alongside the Empress. Although the Empress was breathtakingly beautiful, she did not enchant Jiang Liufeng to the point of irrationality. His actions were driven by the desire to visit the Amazon Lily Kingdom, a realm where men were strictly prohibited from entering. Forcing his way in would undoubtedly lead to conflict. Thus, seizing this fortuitous opportunity was essential. Throughout their journey, Jiang Liufeng cast several glances at the Empress, and he could not help but acknowledge that this woman was indeed a remarkable force to be reckoned with. Before Jiang Liufeng arrived in the world of pirates, he had long admired the Empress. Now that fate has brought them together in this chaotic era, he wishes to seize the opportunity. However, he is acutely aware of the Empress's tragic past. Any overt displays of eagerness would be ill-advised. Thus, he resolves to let fate take its course. Should destiny favor him, he will grasp it firmly. If not, he shall not force it. Besides, Jiang Liufeng's primary intention is merely to check in, undeterred by the existence of a nation solely for women. Indeed, it holds no significance for him. None at all. Shortly thereafter, the two departed aboard the Empress's ship, while the Dawn crew, following Jiang Liufeng's instructions, busied themselves with their respective tasks. The affairs of Dressrosa had finally reached a conclusion. At the Navy headquarters, Sengoku convened an immediate meeting upon receiving the latest news from Dressrosa. He gestured for his aide to read out the achievements of Jiang Liufeng and his crew concerning the Dressrosa incident. During the battle in Dressrosa, the Dawn crew had vanquished Smoker, Jack, and 3 other subordinates of the 4 emperors in the arena. In the royal palace of Dressrosa, they eliminated 12 members of the Don Quixote family, including Don Quixote da Flamingo and his followers, and secured the mythical Zoan vampire fruit, which, according to reliable sources, had been consumed by the Red Count. Furthermore, the legendary pirate Shiki the Golden Lion and Baby 5, a former member of the Don Quixote family, had joined Jiang Liufeng's ranks. Consequently, Jiang Liufeng earned the title of guardian deity among the citizens of Dressrosa, and the territory became part of the Dawn crew's dominion, with the long-imprisoned King Riku reinstated as the new monarch. Once the aide finished reading, a heavy atmosphere settled over the meeting room. This battle was undoubtedly a dire blow to the Navy. The Dawn crew proved overwhelmingly powerful. Not only had they suffered no casualties, but they had also gained 2 formidable allies, one of whom was the fearsome Shiki. Most troubling of all was the fact that the Red Count had truly attained the powers of the vampire fruit. representing a significant enhancement for both him and the Dawn crew. For the Navy, this was a catastrophic setback. Mere days had passed since their last jubilant meeting, and the atmosphere had turned somber once more. Sengoku felt a throbbing headache. After the four emperors, was a fifth emperor, uncontrollable, about to emerge? Akiji lightly tapped the table, asserting that the immediate priority was to continue executing their plans. The Dawn crew's ambition to establish themselves in the New World was no easy feat. The primary difference between pirates and the Navy lay in their lack of unity and discipline. Other formidable figures would not tolerate anyone challenging their authority. Their mutual checks and balances would undoubtedly benefit the Navy. Indeed, as the saying goes, to capture a thief, one must first capture the king. If we can detain Jiang Liufeng, the Dawn crew will pose little threat. The Red Count, Shiki, and others, if we manage to capture them once, we could do so again. Akainu remarked coldly. However, if Jiang Liufeng brings the Dawn crew to disrupt major events, Whitebeard's strength will increase, Zifa interjected. Sengoku, upon hearing this, finally revealed a hint of a smile. That is unlikely, as everyone suspects. According to the latest intelligence, Jiang Liufeng is utterly captivated by the Empress, leaving the Dawn crew behind in Dressrosa while he alone ascended to her bed. What? The senior Navy officials nearly leapt from their seats, aghast. The national goddess. Compromised in such a manner? Ahem, Sengoku coughed twice, correcting himself. I misspoke. He boarded the Empress's ship to attend her summons. Few for reasons unknown. Many high-ranking officials visibly relaxed, wiping beads of sweat from their foreheads, as if Hancock were their spouse. Excellent, Garp bellowed, slapping his hand down. In that case, shall we arrange personnel? Kazara rubbed his hands together, clearly eager for the impending confrontation. Seeing this, Akiji quickly restrained him. The traditional three admirals must remain on the front lines. As for Jiang Liufeng, let the remaining forces encircle him. It would be a jest to allow your ill fortune to repeat itself, and potentially let him slip away again. Chapter 100, Various Perspectives. Upon hearing this, Sengoku nodded thoughtfully. After careful consideration, he decided that mid-ranking officers would fare poorly against Jiang Liufeng and therefore would not be dispatched. Instead, they would all engage in the front lines. I, along with Garp and the three admirals, must be present, as this reflects the Navy's reputation. The remaining forces, Suru, Chinjo, Green Bull, Fujitora, under Zifa's command, will encircle Jiang Liufeng. What do you all think? After deliberating, they concurred, excellent. The mid-ranking officers collectively sighed in relief, grateful not to be tasked with confronting Jiang Liufeng, the terrifying god of death. Seeing no objections, Sengoku decisively declared, then it is settled. At that time, Zifa will lead you four to covertly monitor Jiang Liufeng's every move. Once an opportunity for an attack arises, act independently without reporting back. The rest will fully commit to battling the Whitebeard pirates. Should we fail to resolve matters with Jiang Liufeng afterward, we will provide immediate support. Understood. The meeting adjourned. Thus, yet another session targeting Jiang Liufeng came to a close, and the Navy headquarters busied itself in preparation for the impending crisis and the arrival of Jiang Liufeng, exuding the sense of a formidable enemy approaching. A day after the battle in Dressrosa, news had spread across the globe. Undoubtedly, the group had garnered the personal attention of the newspaper mogul, leading to a rapid dissemination of information. A change in Dressrosa's monarchy? The 7 warlords, Don Quixote da Flamingo, and his followers, brutally slain? A shocking conspiracy and dark dealings that have stunned the world? A 10-day journey from Impel down to becoming a 7 warlord? The Empress traveling alongside the new warlord, Jiang Liufeng, and so forth. A torrent of news inundated the entire pirate world. This explosive story reverberated through every street and alleyway. Jiang Liufeng, Dawn, the enigmatic swordsman, and other such keywords, along with the deeds of Dawn, have undoubtedly become the focal point of global attention, sparking lively discussions during meals. Anyone who has not heard of the legendary tales of Jiang Liufeng and his companions would likely face disdain from friends and family, from toddlers to elderly grandmothers. It is safe to say that their fame is universally acknowledged. In a quaint bar on the Shambadi Islands, several newly arrived pirates animatedly engaged in conversation. Have you heard? Dawn is incredibly powerful. He has only been active for 10 days and has already reached Dressrosa. Another chimed in. It seems their captain is particularly formidable, right? Those like Waldo and Crocodile aren't all that impressive, are they? Come on, you must be out of touch. Every member under the Flying Thunder God is a first-rate expert. Oh, please, do enlighten us, my friend. Certainly. Although the newspapers didn't elaborate, I happen to have a mentor in Dressrosa who participated in the arena. Word has it that Waldo single-handedly defeated Smoothie, a formidable opponent worth 932 million berries. Is that true? He actually defeated Smoothie in a one-on-one battle? Indeed. And Crocodile is equally terrifying. It is said he can drain the moisture from all objects, even reducing buildings to sand. As these lesser pirates exaggerated their tales, a red-haired pirate at the adjacent table displayed a look of disdain. Humph, I could take them on too. What is the big deal? A man nearby, who appeared to be performing magic tricks, interjected, "Kid, don't underestimate them. Their strength is truly remarkable." "What? Hawkins, are you afraid?" Kid sneered. Hawkins was not afraid. Rather, he understood that to topple such formidable figures, a well-thought-out plan was necessary. One should not charge in recklessly like some. Becky, puffing on a cigar, mocked. "You looking for a fight, Becky? Enough. If we want to challenge Dawn, we must unite. This is a splendid opportunity to make a name for ourselves." Drake intervened to restore order. Upon hearing this, the group calmed down. Though they were all supernovas, their rivalry had initially made collaboration seem trivial. However, they all knew deep down that without cooperation, overcoming Dawn was an impossibility. In the New World, where the four emperors had firmly established their roots, Dawn presented the best opportunity to carve out a legacy. Thus, a tempest targeting Jiang Liufeng was solidified within that small tavern. Seated at the bar was a striking purple-haired beauty, ravenously devouring a delicious meal. "Bonnie, why such sentiments?" the bar owner inquired, exhaling a plume of fragrant smoke. Bonnie, too engrossed in her food, dismissed the question, saying, "There's nothing to discuss. Just wait for the newspapers." "Ah, you young folks are truly amusing." The owner chuckled lightly before retreating to the back room. "Really, the New World is becoming increasingly intriguing. Indeed, it almost makes me want to return to the fray. Come on, with those old bones of yours, you'd barely be a warm-up for Jiang Liufeng." The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. On Cake Island and in Wano country, remarkably similar events unfolded. A furious figure was wreaking havoc, smashing everything in sight. "Jiang Liufeng, you must die. For killing my beloved daughter, you shall pay." The furious Big Mom, veins bulging, was on the verge of losing her sanity, nearly as enraged as if a revered icon had been shattered. "Mom, please calm down. Mom, once someone is gone, they cannot return. Don't be too sorrowful. Mom, your health is important." Big Mom's children were terrified. The news of Smoothies and the 16th daughter's demise had already devastated them. If their mother lost control again, their spirits would be irreparably harmed. "Katakuri, assemble the troops immediately and head to Dressrosa to avenge your sister." Upon hearing this, Katakuri's expression turned grave. "Mother, our immediate priority is to keep a close watch on Whitebeard's territory. Revenge will come in due time, but if we lose ground now, Whitebeard's territory could fall into the hands of red-haired Shanks and Kaido. Damn it, that despicable Jiang Liufeng will pay dearly after this incident." In Wano country, Kaido was equally eager to retaliate against Jiang Liufeng, but his subordinates restrained him. "Boss, we are on the brink of seizing Whitebeard's territory. Big Mom isn't moving yet. And we cannot act recklessly or we'll lose everything." Unfortunately, not only did we lose Jack, but Smoothie as well. Queen seems to have developed a fondness for Smoothie. Territory? Who cares? We can take it by force. We cannot let this grudge go unavenged. Otherwise, the reputation of the Beast Pirates will be tarnished. The two argued fiercely until Kaido finally calmed down and decisively stated, "Let us first resolve the territorial issue. Don't worry, that Jiang Liufeng won't last long." With the boss's statement, the storm aimed at Jiang Liufeng gradually subsided. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Liufeng and the Dawn crew had already attracted the attention of numerous factions, varying in strength and motives. Yet, their objective was surprisingly uniform: to bring Dawn to its knees. In addition to well-known pirates, many lesser-known pirate crews, linked to Don Quixote da Flamingo, were also eyeing Jiang Liufeng. With their supplier eliminated, they were certain to hold Jiang Liufeng accountable. However, as the instigator, Jiang Liufeng remained oblivious to the impending troubles. If they sought to confront him, he would simply send them packing. At that moment, Jiang Liufeng was leisurely reclining on a beach chair aboard the ship of the Empress, savoring a moment of tranquility. "Lord Flying Thunder God, your lunch is ready." Upon hearing the melodious voice, Jiang Liufeng flashed a charming smile and replied, "Thank you." As he opened his eyes, the maid was left spellbound, her cheeks flushed as she shyly retreated with the plate. A kingdom of daughters? How delightful. Jiang Liufeng gazed with a light-hearted smile at the departing enchanting figure, murmuring softly, "The Amazon Lily Kingdom harbors a profound disdain for men, leading many of its citizens to have never laid eyes upon a male. Only those sailors frequently accompanying the Empress on her voyages have had the opportunity to glimpse one. However, they had never encountered someone as strikingly handsome as Jiang Liufeng. Instinctively drawn to him, they found themselves deeply captivated throughout the day. The valiant warriors lined up as attendants for Jiang Liufeng, yearned to behold his gallant presence up close. After all, the Empress had decreed that, aside from those delivering meals, no one was permitted to engage with him. Yet, curiosity proved irresistible. Coupled with Jiang Liufeng's youthful charm and approachable demeanor, he was far from the fearsome figure of legend. Meanwhile, the Empress lingered in her chamber, discreetly parting the curtains to observe Jiang Liufeng for an extended period. Her two younger sisters exchanged knowing glances, teasingly remarking, "Sister, have you taken a liking to this man?" The Empress's cheeks flushed with indignation as she retorted, "Nonsense. I am merely keeping watch over him to prevent any ulterior motives." Mary Galud, hereafter referred to as Mary, jested, "Sister, your vigilance is commendable. You have watched him all day. What a diligent role model you are for us." Sonda Sonia, hereafter referred to as Sonia, nodded in agreement. "Indeed. If we didn't know our sister so well, we might think she was infatuated." Enraged, the Empress lunged playfully at her two sisters, exclaiming, "How dare you mock me? You shall pay for this." Amidst the laughter, Jiang Liufeng, who was dining outside, couldn't help but smile broadly. He touched his handsome face and mused to himself, "Indeed, being handsome has its advantages. It seems the Empress harbors a hint of curiosity towards me. Jiang Liufeng possesses the observation hockey of Roger. How could the circumstances of the three evade his perception?" From the moment the Empress had fixed her gaze upon him for an entire night, Jiang Liufeng had sensed her scrutiny. However, given the Empress's wounded spirit and the peculiar traditions of the Amazon Kingdom, he could not approach her directly. Otherwise, he would have already engaged her in conversation. Who could withstand the allure of Hancock's beauty? Thus, aboard the ship, each individual harbored their own thoughts, and the journey passed silently over the course of 2 days, finally bringing them back to the Amazon Lily Kingdom. The Empress has returned. The Empress has returned. As the Nine-Snake ship drew near, the citizens of the Amazon Lily Kingdom were already informed. They hastily assembled, presenting an almost ceremonial display to welcome Hancock back. Everyone understood that the resilience of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, free from external threats, rested solely upon Hancock's shoulders. Hearing the sounds of music and celebration, Jiang Liufeng opened his eyes, slowly rising to the bow of the ship to observe. What a sight! Before him lay a throng of people, all young women. Such a magnificent scene was simply overwhelming. Any man would find it hard to resist the stirring within him. Fortunately, Jiang Liufeng remained composed, maintaining his poise in the face of beauty. As the Empress and her two companions emerged from the cabin, they caught sight of Jiang Liufeng, who stood unfazed amidst the crowd of women. The Empress could not help but regard him with newfound respect. He seemed, indeed, somewhat extraordinary. However, before she could ponder further, a military vessel slowly approached, blocking the path of the Nine-Snake ship. The visitor was none other than the Vice Admiral, Weasel, who had come to escort the Empress to Marineford. He looked down from the ship's side and addressed the Empress, saying, "Hancock, you are requested to proceed to Marineford immediately." Before Hancock could respond, Jiang Liufeng interjected. He understood that his presence had altered many circumstances. Who could say whether the Empress would comply? He had yet to play his card, and thus, he could not allow an immediate departure. With a stern expression, he retorted, "Request? Do you treat the dignified Empress as a mere courtesan?" The Weasel appeared taken aback, bewildered by Jiang Liufeng's outburst. "What have I done to provoke you?" he stammered, his demeanor shifting. "I meant no offense. It is merely an urgent summons from above, and I implore both warlords to depart swiftly." "Wait," Jiang Liufeng replied impatiently. The Weasel's expression soured, yet he dared not offend this formidable individual. Jiang Liufeng turned to Hanku and said, "Do not concern yourself with him. I will handle any issues that arise. Let us proceed." Hanku shot him a disgruntled glance and retorted, "You should also prepare yourself. The Amazon Kingdom forbids the entry of men." At this, Jiang Liufeng was left utterly perplexed. The Empress paid him no mind and disembarked from the ship. However, she glanced back, a radiant smile gracing her lips, evidently taking great pleasure in Jiang Liufeng's predicament, accompanied by an indescribable emotion. Jiang Liufeng found himself utterly speechless. The check-in point was right before his eyes, yet he could not approach it. Is it not infuriating? However, attempting to thwart his desire to check in was an impossible task. Once the inhabitants of the Amazon kingdom had dispersed, Jiang Liufeng turned to the flying squirrel aboard the nearby warship and remarked, "Could you not find a more pleasant place to linger? Why do you meander aimlessly beside me?" Many soldiers aboard the ship had witnessed Jiang Liufeng's earlier humiliation at the hands of the Empress, and now, seeing his disgruntled demeanor, they struggled to suppress their amusement, though they dared not laugh aloud. Ultimately, fearing that Jiang Liufeng might unleash his ire upon them, given his fearsome reputation, the flying squirrel could do nothing but issue a command for the warship to set sail and seek refuge in a cooler location. Yet, despite this directive, what respite could be found in the Amazon kingdom, nestled as it was in the doldrums? The Sea Kings, however, were plentiful. Chapter 102. The doubling technique. As the warship moved, several colossal creatures emerged from the ocean with a splash, their menacing gazes fixated on the crew, as though they had stumbled upon a delectable feast. As Jiang Liufeng lamented the lack of opportunity to unleash his fiery wrath, the Sea Kings presented themselves on a silver platter. Without hesitation, he deftly maneuvered into their midst, planting a single foot upon the surface of the ocean, and bellowed with fervor, "Discharge!" The atmosphere crackled with electricity, zapping and rumbling, transforming the vast expanse of water into a tempest of thunder. The colossal creatures, caught off guard, were swiftly incapacitated by the electric surge, while those lurking beneath the waves were similarly rendered helpless, surfacing lifelessly. With a sigh of relief, the pent-up frustration within Jiang Liufeng found its release. A satisfied smile returned to his handsome visage as he departed with a sense of fulfillment. Meanwhile, the sailors aboard the vessel stood in stunned silence, trembling uncontrollably. Whether familiar with Jiang Liufeng's prowess or not, they were left in utter disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost. Was this truly a human being? The sheer terror of it was overwhelming. Such swift annihilation, this was the essence of true devastation. My heavens, that was a multitude of Sea Kings. It was an atrocious display of power. "Lieutenant General," one sailor quivered, "should we not retreat further? If this fellow goes mad again, we might very well be his next victims." After Jiang Liufeng revealed a glimpse of his skill, he paid no heed to their astonished expressions and swiftly slipped into the Amazon kingdom. As he traversed the rustic path, he felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. After all, this was a realm inhabited solely by women. One need not delve into specifics. Merely envisioning it conjured an enchanting beauty, as if one could close their eyes and breathe in the fragrance of untouched maidens wafting through the air. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Liufeng followed the system's guidance and gradually approached the village where the Amazonian inhabitants resided. Although referred to as a kingdom, it was scarcely populated, comprising little more than a single village. The village exuded a simple charm, devoid of extravagant embellishments. Even the residence of the Empress was rather unassuming. Jiang Liufeng could not help but marvel at the resilience of a woman shouldering the weight of a household. Wishing to avoid misunderstandings, he decided against parading ostentatiously through the streets. Assessing his surroundings, he surmised that the checkpoint must be located within the Empress's building. Thus, he materialized an arc of energy, soaring skyward before executing a sharp right angle, finally descending gently at his destination. Upon entering the edifice and strolling through the corridor, he could not quite fathom why the expansive structure felt so eerily desolate at that moment. Jiang Liufeng wandered for half a day, encountering not a single soul. Perhaps it was for the best, as it spared him the trouble of evasion. He remained unaware of the places he had traversed, ultimately coming to a halt before two grand gates. A surge of inexplicable excitement coursed through Jiang Liufeng's heart, and an involuntary smile illuminated his lips. Each time the moment to clock in arrived, despite being well aware of the unexpected benefits that awaited, it remained a challenge to quell the fluttering of his spirit. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Liufeng pushed open the door, and what greeted his gaze was a room shrouded in swirling smoke. The dimly lit space was obscured by the mist, rendering it impossible to discern the circumstances within at that moment. Thud Jiang Lu's heart raced suddenly. Could it be such a coincidence? No wonder this vast building is devoid of any presence. Is it possible that the Empress is bathing? What a revelation! As Jiang Liufeng felt a wave of dryness in his throat, he inexplicably closed the door behind him and stepped further inside. Reason could not hinder his advance. The closer he approached the pool, the faster his heart raced, and the calm demeanor he usually maintained began to falter. just as he traversed the final veil of mist, revealing the entire pool before him. A surge of disappointment washed over his eager heart. To his astonishment, there was not a single hair in sight. He shook his head and managed an awkward smile, realizing that fortune had yet to grace him. Gazing at the luminous checkpoint across the pool, Jiang Liufeng quickly regained his composure. Well, even if he could not witness the Empress bathing, checking in at the location would suffice. Resolutely, he strode toward the checkpoint. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully checked in at the Amazon Lily's kingdom. You are awarded the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan. The next checkpoint is Marine Headquarters of Marineford. Wow, this is incredible. Undoubtedly, the rewards provided by the system are pivotal, as they come without restrictions or side effects. Otherwise, Jiang Liufeng would have had to consider whether the skill that could lead to weight gain was worth integrating. However, there was no time for contemplation now. System, initiate fusion. Ding. The host is currently fusing the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations, host. Fusion successful. As the system's prompt echoed, a surge of overwhelming power and the techniques of the multiplication skill flooded into Jiang Liufeng's body. Jiang Liufeng was overwhelmed with joy. With a swift extension of his arms and a focused thought, his fists instantly swelled to an enormous size, resembling the fists of two colossal giants. Fortunately, the bathhouse was spacious enough. Otherwise, he might have inadvertently caused its collapse. He meticulously explored the intricacies of the doubling technique, discovering that under his will, it could expand or contract at will, exhibiting a level of control that surpassed even that of the Dao clan. He could even manipulate the enlarged areas of his body to flow gracefully, akin to water, demonstrating an exquisite finesse in his command. Jiang Liufeng was instantly captivated by the remarkable application of this duplication technique, becoming utterly absorbed in his attempts. He first gently magnified a finger to the size of an eggplant, subsequently guiding this newfound power throughout his body. The force of duplication coursed through him like a mouse scurrying within, creating a noticeable bulge as it darted about his form. Ultimately, driven by primal instinct, Jiang Liufeng unwittingly directed this energy towards his groin. Perhaps it was due to his heightened anticipation, or perhaps his unwavering focus, that he remained oblivious to the opening of the bathhouse door. As he fixated on the impressive manifestation before him, a wave of indescribable excitement surged within. Suddenly, the sound of delicate feet splashing into water jolted him back to reality. Furrowing his brow in confusion over the interruption of his daydream, he beheld a breathtaking figure emerging slowly from the swirling mist ahead. Hiss! Jiang Liufeng seemed to be struck by a sudden realization, his heart racing wildly, as if it were about to leap into his throat. The splashing sound of that figure treading upon the water harmonized with the frantic rhythm of Jiang Liufeng's heartbeat, intertwining to create a mesmerizing symphony. At last, as anticipated by all, the figure shrouded in mist finally emerged. It was none other than the Empress. 103, a wish fulfilled. As he beheld the Empress approaching, utterly unadorned, Jiang Liufeng's eyes widened in astonishment. In that fleeting moment, it seemed to him the most exquisite instant of his existence. Meanwhile, the Empress appeared lost in her own reverie, contemplating something unknown as she gracefully advanced towards the center of the pool, oblivious to Jiang Liufeng's presence. Gazing upon her enchanting silhouette, he couldn't help but inwardly marvel, truly a divine masterpiece crafted by the heavens. At that moment, Jiang Liufeng felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, awakening him from his stupor. Aware of the Empress's gaze, he found himself in an extremely awkward predicament, unable to decide whether to cancel the amplification technique or to maintain it. Who could have anticipated that two sovereigns endowed with the power of the three-colored domineering would so absurdly fail to recognize one another? Upon discerning Jiang Liufeng's countenance, the Empress did not exhibit the shyness of a young girl. She did not turn away in embarrassment nor flee with a scream. Instead, her delicate hands hung naturally by her sides, shielding her enigmatic realm, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Her expression was chillingly frigid, a sudden eruption of regal authority bearing down upon Jiang Liufeng with overwhelming pressure. Having harbored considerable prejudice against men, any fleeting fondness she had just developed for Jiang Liufeng evaporated in an instant. In that moment, all she desired was his demise. The Empress coldly remarked, "Indeed, all crows in this world are black. I never imagined you were merely pretending all along. You are nothing but a lecherous scoundrel. Jiang Liufeng forced a bitter smile, realizing that even jumping into the Yellow River would not cleanse his name. However, as a staunch masculinist, he had no intention of yielding to the Empress. With a firm stance, he braced himself against her oppressive aura and immediately defended himself, saying, I entered first, all right? How can I be labeled a lecher? The Empress paused for a moment, reflecting that it indeed seemed to be the case. At a loss for words, she quickly succumbed to a mix of embarrassment and anger. Despite being exposed, how could he still be seen as justified? Without further ado, she swiftly assumed a combat stance and charged at Jiang Liufeng with fierce intent. The scent of her feet wafted through the air. Jiang Liufeng recognized that the critical moment had arrived, and at this juncture, the only way to prove his pure heart to the Empress was to demonstrate his sincerity. He was diligently adjusting his mindset, preparing to embrace the sweet breeze of the Empress's affection. However, to his astonishment, the Empress charged at him with lethal intent, leaving him utterly stunned. This was not how the script was supposed to unfold. Although the situation had deviated from the expected course, when it came to combat, Jiang Liufeng had never feared anyone. Despite the inability to wield lightning energy for fear of harming the Empress, utilizing his armed color hockey would suffice. If she sought a fight, then so be it. Just as he was about to respond, the Empress unleashed her fragrant foot, exposing a mysterious area that left him momentarily electrified. He nearly lost his balance and fell into the water. A buzzing sensation overwhelmed his mind, almost short-circuiting his thoughts. Such a delightful experience was truly enchanting. Overcome with rage and embarrassment, the Empress was singularly focused on eliminating Jiang Liufeng, not considering the implications of her actions. It was only then that she realized her most cherished attributes had been fully exposed. Panic set in as she hurriedly attempted to retract her moves. But while pulling back was manageable, the momentum was difficult to diminish. In a flash of lightning, a delightful misunderstanding occurred once more, and the Empress found herself unceremoniously curled up in Jiang Liufeng's embrace. Adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, Jiang Liufeng readily accepted this unexpected turn of events. With arms outstretched, he caught the Empress in a perfectly timed princess carry. Both were taken aback, captivated by the softness in his grasp and enchanted by the intoxicating fragrance that filled the air. Jiang Liufeng found himself in a state of utter turmoil. He had repeatedly admonished himself to be a person of integrity, resolute in his commitment to never exploit another's misfortune. Yet, in this moment, with a beautiful woman in his embrace, it was nearly impossible for any man to remain composed. The Empress, nestled against him like a frightened kitten, blushed adorably, her hands fidgeting in uncertainty, completely at a loss for how to react. The sight was simply unbearable. Overwhelmed by his emotions, Jiang Liufeng was on the brink of revealing his true intentions when, suddenly, an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. A commotion erupted in the sky above, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to be the sound of someone calling out. Then, with a resounding crash, the ceiling of the bathhouse was obliterated by an unseen force, crashing down towards the two of them. As the roof caved in, Jiang Liufeng, familiar with the unfolding narrative, immediately recalled the impending danger. He paid little heed to the falling figure, instead furrowing his brow as he focused intently on the treacherous individual hovering above. This was not good. Jiang Liufeng let out a soft exclamation, and given the misunderstandings of today, he had already firmly regarded the Empress as his own. How could he possibly allow that scoundrel Morgan to capture and distribute nude photographs of the Empress? Would he truly expose the intimate images of his beloved to the world? The answer was undoubtedly a resounding no. Jiang Liufeng, with remarkable agility and speed, swiftly raised the purple thunder robe to shield the Empress's body as much as possible. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he leaped, sending Luffy, who had fallen, flying towards Morgans with a kick. Go, Pikachu! No, that's not right. Go! The man who aspires to become the Pirate King. Morgans was frantically pressing the camera shutter when suddenly a dark figure streaked towards him, causing him to dodge in haste. However, Jiang Liufeng's powerful kick was overwhelming. Luffy shouted, and in an instant, he was right before Morgans. Damn it! Morgans spat furiously, capturing one last shot of Jiang Liufeng, who was cradling the Empress, before he was struck by Luffy. The two of them collided together, both returning home in a whirlwind of chaos. This whole sequence of events unfolded far too rapidly for the Empress to comprehend, leaving her arms wrapped around Jiang Liufeng's neck as he jumped around with her in tow. It wasn't until they splashed back into the water with a loud thud that the spray hit the Empress's stunningly beautiful face, snapping her back to reality. Chapter 104. Luffy's entanglement. Startled, the Empress quickly struggled to escape Jiang Liufeng's embrace, her delicate features darkening as she redirected her ire towards him. Meanwhile, the commotion had long since dissipated for Jiang Liufeng, who had regained his composure. He promptly removed the purple thunder robe and tossed it before her, saying, "Hankoku, this is truly a misunderstanding. Please put on the robe." The Empress did not hesitate. She immediately donned the purple robe, though her anger remained unabated. Unconvinced by Jiang Liufeng's words, "Sweet wind of the sweet fruit," it was evident that the Empress was not a woman prone to indecision. Without a second thought, she formed a heart shape with her hands before her chest and directed her wrath at Jiang Liufeng. "Here it comes. Now that's more like it." Jiang Liufeng exhaled deeply, aware that as long as his mind remained resolute and his thoughts pure, he had nothing to fear from the Empress's maneuver. He fixed his starry gaze upon her, unwavering and devoid of any mixed emotions, exuding an air of complete openness. He allowed the Empress's technique to pass through him unimpeded. To his surprise, he was not petrified. The Empress, taken aback, had not anticipated that Jiang Liufeng would possess not a shred of lascivious intent towards her. This revelation brought her a measure of inner tranquility. Nevertheless, she was not inclined to let Jiang Liufeng off so easily. The purple thunder robe she wore was once again removed, and this time, she even swept aside the 2 locks of hair that shielded her bosom. A sudden jolt of tension filled the air. Jiang Liufeng never anticipated that the Empress would resort to such measures. "This is dire." Jiang Liufeng was greatly alarmed. Hastily regulating his breath, while in his mind, he recited the Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita over 100 times. When the Empress unleashed her sweet gale upon him for the second time, he barely managed to maintain his composure. With a long sigh, he expelled the lingering tension as the sweet gale coursed through him, ultimately emerging from the ordeal unscathed, albeit with some difficulty. Now, the Empress was left in a state of confusion. Could it truly be a misunderstanding? Is Jiang Liufeng truly open and candid, devoid of any malevolent intentions? Jiang Liufeng felt an overwhelming urge to leave this place immediately, swiftly diverting the conversation. "In truth, I merely seek a place to bathe. You see, I have been traversing from east to west these past few days without a proper chance to cleanse myself. Upon noticing the steam here, I could not resist entering. Who would have thought you two were here to wash? This is indeed a misunderstanding. Since you intend to bathe, I shall take my leave. Oh, and do remember to repair the roof before you wash." With those words, Jiang Liufeng strode confidently out, only to find that the Empress did not impede his exit. In an instant, he vanished like a wisp of smoke. How fortunate! He wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, realizing this was indeed his most embarrassing moment. Since his debut, he had surged forward with unwavering momentum. Never had he encountered such a predicament. He had nearly forfeited his millennia of cultivation in a single day. Left alone, the Empress stood in the pool, dazed, caressing the purple thunder robe in her hands, absorbing Jiang Liufeng's lingering presence. She found herself blushing like a young girl. The abruptness of the encounter had caught her entirely off guard. Her heart was a tempest of emotions. Anger at being seen so vulnerably, elation at discovering a man who stood apart from the rest, and apprehension about whether he would disdain her upon learning of her past. In that moment, the Empress was a whirlwind of confusion, unable to comprehend her own feelings. After hastily rinsing herself, she returned to her chamber and collapsed onto her bed. The strain of overthinking was far more exhausting than physical fatigue, and she soon fell into a deep slumber. In her dreams, the figure of Jiang Liufeng pervaded her thoughts, making it clear that he had become an indelible presence in her heart. Thus, their beautiful encounter came to an end. The river of emotions surged within Jiang Liufeng, propelling him forward without discernment, until he found refuge in a secluded grove, far from the prying eyes of the world. The events of the day had been nothing short of exhilarating. Whether they were fortunate or unfortunate remained uncertain. However, those destined for greatness do not concern themselves with trivialities. What mattered was to embrace the unfolding journey, for when the boat reaches the bridge, it shall find its course. With his resolve firmly anchored in his intention to win the heart of the Empress, all that remained was to seek the opportunity to gently unlock her innermost feelings. Gradually, his heart found tranquility. Jiang Liufeng has returned to his true self, adopting a demeanor as serene as a gentle breeze. Feeling somewhat aimless, he began to meander around. However, it wasn't long before he detected a familiar figure. It was none other than Luffy. His companion had likely been propelled here by Kuma, which meant that only a few days remained until the critical confrontation. As Jiang Liufeng noticed Luffy, the latter was also rushing towards him. Morgans had vanished without a trace. One could only hope he hadn't attracted any unwanted attention, for Jiang Liufeng would not hesitate to sear him if necessary. Shortly thereafter, Luffy emerged from the thicket, grumbling while adjusting his rear. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted Jiang Liufeng and, after a moment of contemplation, finally recognized him. "Aren't you the Flying Thunder God? What brings you here?" Jiang Liufeng curled his lips and retorted, "Why should I care?" Luffy, eager to depart, had no intention of lingering with Jiang Liufeng. He promptly exclaimed, "It's fortunate that you're here. Could I possibly borrow your ship to take me away? I am in a hurry to reunite with my companions." Jiang Liufeng, wishing to avoid further entanglement with Luffy, stated, "If the path is not meant to be, seek another." With that, he lifted his leg to depart. However, Luffy was unwilling to relent. Having been thrust into this bewildering situation, chased relentlessly by a throng of women across numerous hills, he could not simply abandon the opportunity to reconnect with an acquaintance. Without a moment's hesitation, he obstructed Jiang Liufeng's path and declared, "Let us duel. If you lose, you shall escort me away." Jiang Liufeng seemed to hear a grand jest, breaking into a grin as he remarked, "You are far too inexperienced. Perhaps you should practice for another 2 years." Sensing the disdain from his opponent, Luffy's expression shifted from sunny to stormy as he bellowed and launched an attack. "So it is settled. If I lose, you shall take me away." Jet pistol. Jiang Liufeng shook his head, realizing that mere words were insufficient. He truly needed military training. Thus, he remained behind and engaged in battle with Luffy. However, without having mastered haki, Luffy was hardly a match for Jiang Liufeng. No matter how many techniques he employed, he could not land a single hit on Jiang Liufeng. In just a few exchanges, Jiang Liufeng closed the distance, his haki entwined around him, delivering a powerful punch that sent Luffy soaring over 100 yards, crashing through innumerable trees before finally halting his momentum. Impressive. Luffy clutched his abdomen, grinning through the pain as he stood up. That single blow nearly knocked him out. Yet, he was not one to retreat in the face of adversity. Instead, he thrived on challenge, growing stronger when confronted with formidable opponents. Second gear. Jet pistol. With a flurry of rapid-fire attacks, Luffy unleashed his full power, launching successive strikes toward Jiang Liufeng. It must be noted that after entering second gear, Luffy's speed had indeed increased remarkably. However, under the might of Jiang Liufeng's formidable observation haki, it was still insufficient. A familiar scene unfolded once more, as Jiang Liufeng evaded Luffy's barrage with ease, ultimately delivering a powerful kick to the same spot he had struck with his earlier punch. This time, the force was intensified, and without demonstrating his strength, Luffy was unlikely to relinquish his pursuit. In Chapter 105, determining who would assist whom became uncertain, Luffy was sent hurtling hundreds of yards by that crushing kick, his insides churning violently, nearly expelling his last meal. Consumed by fury, he disregarded the limitations of his body and unleashed his most potent technique. Third gear. Gigant pistol. Giant's right arm. Elephant gun. A massive arm surged towards Jiang Liufeng. The latter smirked, delighted to have an opportunity to practice his skills, as he had been seeking a worthy opponent. Multiplication technique. Giant's right arm. Elephant gun. Both combatants unleashed fists of equal size and technique. However, their power was worlds apart. Luffy's arm, despite its inflation, was merely air-filled, while Jiang Liufeng's fist was genuinely colossal. Upon collision, the disparity was evident. Luffy's punch was obliterated as he was sent flying. Akin to a deflated balloon, he spun through the air several times before descending. When Luffy landed, he appeared like a bewildered child, seated on the ground in utter confusion. What had just transpired? How could his opponent possess a technique identical to his own, yet it was vastly superior? Why had his arms and legs turned black? A flurry of questions swirled in his mind. In this encounter, Luffy was genuinely bewildered by Jiang Liufeng's prowess. Neither of them harbored any intentions of a life-and-death struggle. Luffy watched Jiang Liufeng depart, realizing that he could not allow this opportunity to slip away. For someone like him, a battle enthusiast, enhancing his strength was paramount. He quickly pursued Jiang Liufeng, eager to voice his confusions and seek answers. Bored, Jiang Liufeng, with little else to occupy himself, casually offered insights to Luffy's inquiries. Upon witnessing Jiang Liufeng's willingness to elucidate his doubts, Luffy's spirits soared as he persistently implored Jiang Liufeng to teach him. Jiang Liufeng pondered for a moment. The Empress was still oblivious to the circumstances, and the time for the summit had yet to arrive, since he had nothing pressing to attend to. Capturing this young lad for some amusement seemed rather delightful. Thus, he agreed, and, emulating Rayleigh's methods, began to instruct Luffy in the art of hockey. The prospect of becoming Luffy's half-master felt rather gratifying. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. During this time, the Empress found herself consumed by thoughts of Jiang Liufeng. Her demeanor shifted. She yearned to see him, whether to sever ties or to unite. She merely wished for closure. Otherwise, an incessant itch plagued her heart, an indescribable discomfort. Yet, despite her longing, she dared not make her desires known, and after 3 fruitless days, she had not even glimpsed Jiang Liufeng's shadow. Ultimately, she fell into a state of bedrest, her heart feeling as though it were being traversed by countless ants. The sensation was overwhelming. "What has befallen me?" the Empress lamented, supporting her weary visage. Observing her, the old crone beside her, donned in an air of understanding, remarked, "Snake Princess, are you perhaps yearning for a man?" At these words, the Empress was taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson as if struck by lightning. "What nonsense is this, old hag?" she retorted, feigning indifference. The crone, disdainfully regarding the Empress, replied, "I have experienced such matters. Your current state is unmistakably the result of a man's allure. Snake Princess, as the sovereign of Amazon Lily, you must prioritize the greater good and not fall into self-deception." The Empress, visibly displeased, responded, "Wretched old woman, I am aware of my situation. If you have something to discuss, speak plainly. If not, begone." The crone shook her head and tossed a newspaper before the Empress, declaring, "The truth behind the major incident has finally surfaced. You ought to attend. The Navy is genuinely intent on confronting Whitebeard, and this is no jest. Should you act impulsively, you may very well plunge Amazon Lily into an abyss of despair." Upon hearing this, the Empress's expression turned grave as she snatched the newspaper and began to read. Her heart sank upon realizing the contents. What? The Navy has captured Ace, the second-in-command of the Whitebeard pirates, and intends to publicly execute him at Marineford? No wonder they are rallying so many powerful allies. Mary, Sonia, quickly send someone to summon Jiang Liufeng. Her 2 younger sisters, witnessing their sister's seriousness, did not hesitate and immediately began a search for Jiang Liufeng throughout the mountains and fields. After several attempts, they finally discovered him deep within the jungle, joyfully wielding Mjolnir and constructing a grand building atop Luffy's head. Mary hurried over, exclaiming, "Lord Thunder God, the Empress seeks